Then one day, portals tore open the fabric of reality. And just like that, the world as we knew was over. Humanity fell helpless before the monsters that poured out, but a chosen few awakened supernatural abilities. They became mankind's last hope. People called them players. Among them was our main character, Hyun-Guk, the Iron Emperor, an F-rank player known as humanity's final savior. But in his last moments, he learned a horrifying truth. It wasn't just monsters slaughtering mankind, there were traitors. In this world, traitors were humans who sold their souls to demons and turned on their own kind. And in the final battle, Hyun-Guk, humanity's last hero, was defeated by God Pressy, the leader of the traitors. Though once human, Pressy and his followers saw themselves as divine beings, here to pass judgment on humanity. At that moment, Hyun-Guk's only regret was not learning how to level up sooner, so he could have crushed these traitors himself. But it was too late. To the victor go the spoils. Pressy ordered his subordinate to end Hyun-Guk's life. But with some classic main character plot armor, he didn't truly die. Instead, he regressed to the year he enlisted in the military. Once again, Hyun-Guk was just a lowly F-rank private at the AMT firing range. But this time, a system window appeared. It congratulated him for finally discovering the secret to growth. A method known as metal consumption. The more metal he devoured, the stronger he became, and the more metal he could control. The only catch? He was back in the time he enlisted. This was a time when he was nothing more than a rock-bottom F-ranker in society. But with this second chance, he wouldn't waste a single moment. Now, any metal he saw was on the menu, even spent bullet casings. However, because of those missing casings, his entire platoon was punished with outdoor drills. After hours of punishment, Hyun-Guk's platoon was finally allowed to eat. But this place discriminated based on rank. And since his platoon was full of F-rankers, they weren't even given a proper meal. Their lunch was sausage, stir-fry, and chicken stew. But it was cooked so badly, even a stray cat would turn its nose up at it. But before they could take a single bite, a D-ranker came over to start trouble. His name was Sang-Guk, a notorious piece of trash in the army. Even though he was only one rank higher, he loved acting like he owned the place by bullying his juniors. And today, his target was Hyun-Guk. Before our hero could eat, Sang-Guk ordered him to run an errand. When Hyun-Guk dared to object, Sang-Guk humiliated him in front of everyone. In his past life, he would have obeyed without a word. Remembering how pathetic he used to be, Hyun-Guk seethed with rage. Even though he now knew how to get stronger, he wasn't powerful enough to take this scumbag down just yet. Seeing the defiant look on Hyun-Guk's face, Sang-Guk exploded with anger. Just as he was about to teach the kid a lesson, Hyun-Guk flashed a disarmingly brilliant smile. He agreed to run the errand, but on one condition. Sang-Guk had to let his platoon eat first. When the D-ranker still tried to act tough, our hero cleverly threatened his reputation. He feigned concern, baiting him by saying how bad it would look if a successful player had a history of abusing his power. Sang-Guk saw his point, so he backed off and let the F-platoon have their lunch. After securing his teammates' rights, Hyun-Guk told his vice-captain to take charge, then found a secluded spot and began chewing on a spoon. That's right. Our main character had stolen all the spoons from his entire platoon so he could eat them to level up. At this moment, he could manipulate 309 grams of metal. With every spoon he consumed, Hyun-Guk could control an additional 1.25 grams of metal. But this wasn't nearly enough. If he couldn't find a more abundant source of metal, it would take far too long to regain his former power. If that happened, this world would suffer the same tragic fate as before. Recalling the events of his past, Hyun-Guk realized he had only 3 days to prepare. He absolutely had to defeat the level 1 boss monster. The mere thought of it sent a thrill of excitement through him. A regressor like him should have no problem taking down a simple level 1 monster. 3 days later, at the 1st Battalion's 5th outpost, Hyun-Guk stood guard, counting down the minutes until the monster's appearance. Seeing his captain's intense focus, Vice Captain Park Jun-mo felt that something about his boss had been different lately. He was about to speak up when Hyun-Guk called his name with a deadly serious tone. Before the startled soldier could react, his captain ordered him to stay behind and guard the post. The scene shifts to our main character arriving at the spatial rift to welcome the monsters. They might look terrifying, but they were all low-level fodder. Most people would run for their lives at the sight of a monster, but our hero's eyes lit up with glee. A feast of delicious metal laid out before him. Only a fool would pass this up. Suddenly, the monster Hyun-Guk had stabbed lurched up from a pool of its own blood. It seemed that at his current level 1 strength, a single stab wasn't enough to kill it. The enraged monster lunged towards him with a vicious slash. Our hero coolly took the monster's head. After it died, a chunk of red steel dropped from its body. This was Mana Steel. With this item, Guk Huing could level up faster than ever before, so he snatched the mana-infused steel and devoured it before the monster's stunned eyes. This Mana Steel didn't just boost his metal manipulation, it supercharged his mana reserves after he absorbed it. This meant one thing: If Gu Huang absorbed every item he acquired from now on, dominating this timeline would be a walk in the park. With that thought, he turned to the remaining monsters, a wicked, predatory grin spreading across his face. Just moments earlier, at Post 5 of the 3rd Brigade's 1st Battalion, Gu Huang had pulled his subordinate, Jun Mo, aside. Acting serious, he warned the private that he heard the sound of shifting metal. Hearing this, a terrified Jun Mo demanded they report it to their superiors. But with just a few manipulative words, Gu Huang kept him stationed at the post, using the excuse of investigating to farm the monsters for himself. He couldn't let the military discover this stash. If they knew, this entire treasure trove of weapons would be confiscated. After seeing Gu Huang consume the Man of Steel dropped by their comrade, the remaining monsters roared in fury and charged him all at once. But with combat experience from his past life, this mob was nothing to him. Every creature that lunged forward was met with a swift, decapitating strike. The monsters couldn't even lay a scratch on Gu Huang. No matter what pathetic tricks they tried, he sent every last one of them to their graves. Spotting a few attempting a sneak attack, he made an example of them, turning them into mincemeat to intimidate the others. Faced with his overwhelming killing intent, the survivors froze in terror, not daring to advance. But Gu Huang didn't lower his guard. These were just the minions. The real threat he was focused on was the Bosker. It was a cunning monster known as the Demon Sorcerer. He knew it was hiding, lurking somewhere nearby. Finding it would be a waste of time. Gu Huang decided to set a trap, using a piece of Man of Steel from a lesser monster to lure the boss out, and his gambit worked perfectly, enraging the hidden boss. With its magical staff, the Demon Sorcerer unleashed an attack right on his position. Razor-sharp spikes of rock erupted from the earth, but this level of attack was nothing to Gu Huang. He dodged with ease, pinpointing the boss's location in the process. However, the Demon Sorcerer's spell sent powerful tremors through the ground. Even a few officers back at the guard post felt the vibrations, but their platoon leader just ignored it and went back to sleep. Meanwhile, the boss's indiscriminate attack had impaled several of its own minions. The monster's logic was probably better to kill your own than miss the target, but in the end, it missed the target and only killed its own. Not only was Gu Huang completely unharmed, but he had also locked onto its position. He immediately unleashed his special ability straight at the boss. Despite the surprise attack, the Demon Sorcerer managed to dodge the blow. It was about to let out a triumphant jeer when it saw Gu Huang's contemptuous smirk. Because the dagger he'd just thrown had already curved back around, he thought he finally had the boss cornered. But fate is never that kind. The Demon Sorcerer caught the empowered dagger with its bare hands. The only reason it could do so was because, at this point in time, Gu Huang's ability was only at a measly F rank. He remembered now just how utterly pathetic he had been in his past life. He didn't know if he could even beat the boss, but he'd be damned if he didn't gloat first. Gu Huang raised his gun and began to provoke the monster. But the young man had forgotten that a horde of bloodthirsty minions was right behind him. At that exact moment, the system warned him of a massive mana drain in a short period. He was now down to only 40% of his mana. With things escalating this quickly, he had no choice but to take a risk. Gu Huang raised his gun, ready for a life-or-death showdown, but the boss suddenly looked past him, its lips curling into a sinister smile. Not far away, back Jun Mo was heading right for the danger zone, trying to find him. Before Gu Huang could react, the Demon Sorcerer ordered a minion to attack Jun Mo. It all happened in a flash. He only had time to scream at his subordinate to get down. Then, he unleashed a hail of bullets at the attacking monster while launching another dagger straight at it. But this time, the goblin slapped his blade aside. It lunged forward to press the attack, only for Gu Huang to ram his entire gun into its mouth. But while he was distracted by the minion, the boss had vanished. By the time the young man realized it, it was already too late. Not only had he failed to kill the boss, but using his firearm to deal with the goblin had alerted his superiors, who demanded a report from all guard posts. Left with no other option, Gu Huang had to report the ongoing situation. Receiving the news, command ordered him and the other soldiers to fall back and protect Post 5. But he knew that if he returned now, he would lose everything. The army would dispatch an AMT Knight, Lieutenant Sun Ha. If she appeared, the outcome would be exactly the same as in his past life. That woman would effortlessly subdue the goblins and close the gate. Then the military would swoop in and confiscate all the monster drops. And among those drops was an incredible treasure. It was a legendary grade material called adamantium. In his previous life, this was the ultimate equipment that earned Gu Huang the title of the Iron Emperor. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait another 4 years for the next chance. If that happened again, this life would be no different from his failed past. At that thought, his resolve hardened. He had to get his hands on the adamantium before the army arrived. While Gu Huang was trying to figure out where the goblins might have gone, Jun Mo finally snapped out of his daze. He was still shaking in his boots when a new report crackled over Gu Huang's radio. Post 6 was reporting an attack by the same monsters. Seeing his opportunity, Gu Huing ignored his commander's orders and declared he was heading there to provide support. Ignoring his superior's protests, Hyun-Guk muted his comms, ready to deploy. But Junmo grabbed his arm, stopping him cold. He was terrified his friend would get thrown in the brig. Or worse, face a court-martial. In his past life, rules like that mattered. But now, with a legendary item on the line, there was no room for hesitation. Hyun-Guk pressed his case. Outpost 6 was only defended by mages and archers. Without frontline support, they were all dead men. But Junmo desperately held on, convinced his friend couldn't carry the team and would die with them. Hyun-Guk simply gave him a look of unshakable confidence. "Why are you so worried? I'm not going in alone. You're coming with me." Just then, a flare of red shot up from Outpost 6, a distress signal. One of their corporals had already fallen to the goblin horde. Now, only 2 soldiers remained, holding on by a thread. But command's orders were absolute. Defend the position to the last man. A reaction team was supposedly on its way. All they could do was grit their teeth and pray. But at this rate, the goblins would smash their skulls in long before help could ever arrive. Then, silence. The goblin assault suddenly stopped. The air grew unnaturally still, a terrifying calm before the storm. The reason? The boss had entered the fight, a demon shaman. It summoned a torrent of magical hail, crashing down upon the outpost. The outpost's defensive barrier shattered under the assault. One more barrage, and the entire structure would crumble. Imagining the torture that awaited if he was captured, one of the soldiers nearly took his own life. Above, the shaman prepared another deadly volley. In that moment of pure desperation, Hyun-Guk contacted Archer Park. His instructions were strange and precise. Aim your crossbow at the light, fire, and do not move. He repeated the command, adding one crucial detail. After you knock the arrow, infuse it with your fire skill and aim for the light. It sounded insane, but what choice did he have? Archer Park raised his crossbow, his hands trembling as he took aim. And then he saw it. A single point of light cutting through the darkness. It was coming from the lamp on Hyun-Guk's shoulder. Hyun-Guk wasn't just standing there. He was grappling with a goblin, holding it in place as he urged the archer to focus his shot. When the shot was lined up, Hyun-Guk used his unique telekinetic ability. He timed the arrow's flight path perfectly, then vaulted off the monster an instant before impact. The goblin had no time to react. The fire arrow slammed into its chest, detonating in a shower of gore. This brilliant strategy allowed Hyun-Guk to clear mobs without using any of his own mana. Enraged, the demon shaman hurled a massive chunk of ice at him, but Hyun-Guk dodged with ease. Too bad for the boss, its intended target was untouched. Instead, its own goblins were crushed by the friendly fire. Hyun-Guk immediately called out to the archer. Again, and so the deadly dance began. One would aim, the other would fire. With just 2 men, they carved a path through the goblin horde. Their numbers were thinning fast, but while the battle raged below, Park Junmo was hiding in a treetop, paralyzed by fear. Why on earth did Hyun-Guk give him the job of finding the demon shaman? He was sure the second he laid eyes on that thing, it would obliterate him on the spot. Peeking down, Junmo was stunned. Hyun-Guk had already wiped out half the horde. His shock was cut short as a goblin lunged straight for his perch. He thought he was a dead man, but a flash of steel flew past his face. In a blur of motion, Hyun-Guk landed beside him, his shoulder lamp cutting through the gloom. The archer took aim. Hyun-Guk triggered the shot, and the goblin vanished in a burst of flame. Seeing this godlike display, Junmo couldn't believe his eyes. Was this really his boss? The man he knew was never this strong. It was like he was a completely different person. Watching its army get slaughtered, the demon shaman seethed with rage, but still it remained hidden. Hyun-Guk was getting tired of this. Where was the damn boss? Right on cue, a system window appeared. His mana was critical, only 12% remaining. He instantly understood the boss's plan. It was waiting for them to run out of mana. As he scrambled for a new strategy, Park Junmo's terrified scream echoed through the trees. The demon shaman had him. It held the terrified Junmo in its grasp, using him as a living shield to threaten Hyun-Guk. Seeing the creature's smug expression, Hyun-Guk decided to turn the tables. He put on a show of utter defeat and let his dagger fall to the ground. As the shaman gloated, barking orders to its remaining goblins, Hyun-Guk made his move. Using his telekinesis, he seized control of Junmo's sidearm, twisting it around and firing directly at the boss. He then stepped forward, hurling his own dagger at the beast. But the monster was cunning. It twisted its body just as the blade was about to connect. The dagger struck armor on its back, failing to deal a fatal blow. Down to 9% mana, Hyun-Guk gave chase, only to realize the shaman was escaping through a dimensional gate. Just as the beast reached the portal's edge, Hyun-Guk spotted it. The collar around its neck. It was made of steel. That was all he needed. He poured the last dregs of his mana into his ability, seizing control of the metal collar and yanking the monster back from the brink. With his power hitting 1%, Hyun-Guk poured every last ounce of his strength into his dagger and plunged it straight into the shaman's face. His mana completely depleted. He had finally done it. He defeated the first boss of his new life. But as he struggled to stand, he realized just how pathetic his younger body's stamina was. A single battle, and he was already gasping for breath. But he had no time to recover. A brilliant pillar of light erupted into the sky. A holy flare. It was the signal. Lieutenant Unha had arrived. With no time to waste, Hyun-Guk plunged his bare hands into the monster's corpse, desperately searching for loot. Just as he found it, Unha and her team arrived. The young man quickly swallowed the stone before turning to report to his superior. Luckily, it seemed they hadn't realized he'd just scored some epic loot. Claiming he was injured, Hyun-Guk was placed on a stretcher by his comrades. Meanwhile, Unha scanned the surroundings. She noticed that every single monster here had identical wounds. It meant one thing. Among the 4 survivors, one of them was an absolute carry. As he lay on the stretcher, a system notification announced that Hyun-Guk was in the process of absorbing the legendary item, adamantium. It would take him nearly 10 hours to fully absorb the stone. But since it was an enhancement-type item, once he was done, he would gain magic skills matching its properties. Then, the system announced another update. He had acquired a new rare-grade skill. He could now detect all metals within the skill's range. Hearing this, Hyun-Guk couldn't stop grinning. Seeing the heavily injured soldier smiling from ear to ear, Unha found it strange. But with rumors that Post 6 was still under goblin attack, she had to push her suspicions aside and rush over. How could Hyun-Guk not be thrilled? This skill allowed him to feel the resonating magnetic fields of all surrounding metals. With this power, the Iron Emperor had returned. A few days after the goblin incident, at the 3rd Brigade, 1st Battalion, whispers spread about the case of an F-rank soldier who appeared like a god, cutting down the goblin horde and saving his comrades. Of course, many refused to believe it, dismissing the story as just another baseless rumor. After all, in their eyes, F-ranks were nothing but pathetic weaklings. Among the most bitter doubters was Oh Sang-guk. He was the D-rank who had humiliated Hyun-Guk in front of everyone the other day. Alongside him was another guy, known as the Madman, Private Lee Woo-suk, a high-level melee specialist. A D-rank on the verge of becoming a C-rank. Frustrated, they started bullying the archer, Park, from Post 6. These 2 D-rankers couldn't stand the thought of being surpassed by an F-rank scrub like Hyun-Guk. It seemed they were plotting something sinister against our main character. Meanwhile, Hyun-Guk was summoned by his superior to the battalion commander's office to discuss the goblin incident. At first, he thought that since things went well, they'd just let it slide. But life is never that simple. Now, he had to face a room full of high-ranking officers. First, there was this beautiful woman. She was First Lieutenant Suna, known as the Black Knight, a B rank. The orange-haired guy was First Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, an attack mage, C rank. And the most powerful person in the room was the man with the scar. He was not a battalion's commanding officer. Major Kim Kang-sok, a cleric class user. His nickname was Namsen's Mountain King, a B-rank player ranked 166 in South Korea. With a grim face, the battalion commander questioned Hyun-Guk for disobeying orders, delaying, and intentionally pushing back the gate's first wave. Facing that intense stare, even our hero felt a little intimidated. One wrong word now and he'd be finished. He had to be smart about this. At the very least, he wanted a guard post assignment. So first, Hyun-Guk admitted his guilt. Seeing the young man's calm demeanor, Kang-sek pressed further, asking why he dared to be so reckless. Under normal circumstances, an F-rank soldier would have been torn to shreds long ago. Despite the commander's overwhelming presence, Hyun-Guk forced himself to stay calm. If he panicked and handled this badly, his military career would be over in an instant. So, instead of cowering with apologies, he bluntly accused the commander of deceiving him. The orange-haired officer was stunned by his audacity. He tried to intervene but was stopped by Kang-sok. The commander wanted to hear exactly why his subordinate believed he'd been deceived. So, Hyun-Guk confidently repeated the words the commander always emphasized during training. He had said that no matter how low their rank, if they applied the course monster strategy, even a D rank or an F rank could fight against those beasts. Using this logic, Hyun-Guk pivoted to the goblin incident. He stated with confidence that while he may have slightly disobeyed orders, if he hadn't gone to help Post 6, everyone there would have died. That was the logic card. Now, to completely manipulate the commander's psyche, Hyun-Guk played the emotion card. He brought up other phrases the commander had said, subtly praising him as a true soldier. Things like, "I have always respected a soldier like you, sir." Hyun-Guk spun a tale about how he always utilized his training alongside his comrades to save others in life-threatening danger. For the finishing blow, he laid it on thick, claiming the only reason an F rank like him could stand tall and move forward was because of the commander's inspiring words. Only someone as cunning as Hyun-Guk could pull off such a heretical, mind-bending argument. The reason he could so confidently talk back to him was because he knew Commander Kim Kang-seok's history by heart. The gates began to open right after he was commissioned as a second lieutenant. He nearly lost his life in a battle against demons, yet without hesitation, he returned to serve in the army, becoming a core member of the AMT in its early days. In other words, he was the very definition of a true soldier. Hyun-Guk put on a show, acting as if the commander's words were gospel and that he'd gladly risk his life for his squad. What true commander could possibly punish such a perfect subordinate? Just as Hyun-Guk predicted, Kim Kang-seok walked over, clapped his shoulder, and announced his promotion to non-commissioned officer. Just then, a system notification popped up. He had successfully absorbed the adamantium and unlocked a brand new skill. Hyun-Guk's status window materialized before him. He'd finally reached D rank with a new skill, allowing him to use mana to temporarily harden parts of his body. The total mass of metal he could now control was 2,558 grams. Two pieces of good news at once left Hyun-Guk frozen for a full 5 seconds. Meanwhile, everyone else in the room was just speechless at the battalion commander's dramatic reaction. Namjoon's speech hadn't just convinced Kim Kang-seok, it had moved the commander to tears. Later, in the training hall of the 3rd Brigade's 1st Battalion, Hyun-Guk replayed that bizarre promotion ceremony in his head as he worked out. Thankfully, platoon leader Lee Min had intervened just in time, stopping the commander by reminding him that the AMT had never promoted an F-rank soldier to NCO before. That intervention gave Hyun-Guk the opening he needed to say he'd think about it. A promotion would have been great, sure, but right now, the last thing he wanted was to draw any more attention to himself. But it was already too late for that. He was on the radar of several D-rankers, and at the top of that list was the lunatic, Lee Won-suk. He deliberately mocked the weights Hyun-Guk was lifting, followed closely by his lackey, Oh Sen-guk, and the rest of his crew. Promotion or not, this pack of hyenas was always looking for a reason to humiliate someone. The moment Hyun-Guk got a little recognition, they started bullying him out in the open. That's when Hyun-Guk changed his mind. You want to bully me? He thought. Fine. I'll make you the main event tonight. And just like that, he challenged the lunatic, Lee Won-suk, to a one-on-one duel. The entire gym went silent, completely stunned by his audacity. That evening, a huge crowd gathered for the showdown. Facing an opponent an entire rank beneath him, Suk was brimming with confidence, certain he was about to wipe the floor with our main character. Elsewhere, the AMT brass were rolling out the red carpet for a very special guest, Warrant Officer John Myung-ho. He was the tactical training officer for the legendary Black Tiger unit. The Black Tigers are the AMT's most elite special forces. Beyond their name, everything about them is classified as a national secret. Myung-ho was here for one reason, to see the man touted to be the next Sword Saint Choyan, the AMT's current ace in the hole. Unfortunately, the man was on leave. Desperate not to disappoint the warrant officer, the guide offered up the next best thing, the supposed ace of the new generation, the lunatic Lee Won-suk. As luck would have it, he was in the middle of a duel right at that moment. Back at the fight, Hyun-Guk effortlessly weaved through the lunatic's relentless barrage of attacks. Even when cornered against the wall, he dodged a fatal blow, slipped behind his opponent, and shot back a taunt of his own. Just then, the guide brought Warrant Officer Myung-ho to observe. But unlike the excited crowd, Myung-ho was completely unimpressed by Suk's performance. His strikes had power, sure, like crashing thunder, but what good is power if you can't land a single hit? The guide beside him, however, saw things differently. He was convinced the lunatic was just toying with his opponent. In fact, that's what most of the spectators believed. The crowd roared, demanding Suk get serious, but only the lunatic himself knew he was fighting with everything he had, and it wasn't making a difference. For some reason, his body felt heavy as lead. He could barely move, let alone fight effectively. And the cause, of course, was Hyun-Guk. Using his metal manipulation ability, he was controlling the metal in Won-suk's boots, making it feel like he was wading through a swamp. Pushed to his limit, the lunatic tried to call it quits. He signaled for a timeout, claiming something was wrong with his legs, trying to end the fight. But after all that trash talk, did he really think Hyun-Guk would let him walk away so easily? Hyun-Guk laid the taunts on thick. For a proud D ranker to be humiliated by an F rank, it was more than his ego could handle. Suk snapped. He activated his body enhancement skill, truly becoming the lunatic. From the sidelines, Warrant Officer Myung-ho watched with a flicker of surprise. Using a skill like that, this was hardly a duel anymore. But what truly caught his attention was that the other fighter didn't show a single ounce of fear. The fight looked like a raging bull clashing with a patient leopard, one that was deliberately hiding its claws, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. It had been a long, long time since he'd witnessed such an interesting match. Mistaking the warrant officer's intrigue for approval of Suk, the guy began talking him up even more. Back in the ring, Suk's speed exploded after his transformation. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and unleashed a devastating blow toward Hyun-Guk. The entire crowd erupted at the sheer force of the punch. Everyone was sure this was it, a one-hit knockout. But the reality was, Won-Suk's hand was completely shattered. It felt like he'd just punched solid steel, not human flesh. The reason was simple. Hyun-Guk had activated his new hardening skill at the last second, turning his arms into impenetrable steel. A wicked grin spread across Hyun-Guk's face as he laid on another round of taunts. Lee Won-Suk lost it. Without stopping to question what just happened, he blindly charged forward again. Hyun-Guk easily dodged the attack and prepared his counter. Hyun-Guk hardened his leg to steel and drove a devastating kick into his opponent's standing leg. Wasting this move on a mere D rank felt like overkill, but for arrogant punks like this, a harsh lesson was the only cure. Once the berserker collapsed, Hyun-Guk rained down a merciless flurry of punches. A massive powerhouse was being beaten senseless by a lowly E-ranker. While the crowd gasped in shock, Warrant Officer Ma Young-ho was thoroughly impressed. His instincts had been spot on. That seemingly weak E-rank was a true monster in disguise. He just wanted to see how this predator would go for the kill. But on the stage, the tables suddenly turned. With a battered face, Juan Cheol seized Hyun-Guk's collar. Fueled by pure rage, he hoisted him high, ready to slam him to the ground. In that split second, Hyun-Guk twisted his body, expertly locking his legs around the berserker's arm. If he followed through now, his own arm would be history. Warrant Officer Ma Young-ho praised Hyun-Guk's masterful execution. He had never seen an E-rank soldier with such lightning-fast reflexes. But there was one problem. Against a berserker in an enhanced state, a lock like that should have been impossible to hold. On the mat, Guan Cheol dropped to one knee, trying to punch with his free hand, but Hyun-Guk channeled his strength and snapped the man's finger. A wave of agony forced the berserker to release his grip. His follow-up punch still flew, but his broken balance made it miss completely. Seizing the opening, Hyun-Guk transitioned fluidly from the armbar, swinging behind to lock his arms around Guan Cheol's neck. Below, Warrant Officer Ma Young-ho nodded in approval. The leg lock might have failed, but this chokehold was a different story. By targeting the artery, it bypassed the berserker's enhanced muscles, making it a lethally effective move. With the choke perfectly secured, Hyun-Guk grinned and taunted him. And here I thought a D rank would be a challenge. Is this all you've got? The more the berserker struggled, the tighter his grip became. Not even 10 berserkers could break this hold, because Hyun-Guk had hardened his own arms into solid steel. Outside the ring, as the tension reached its peak, the onlookers erupted into a panicked frenzy. They urged Oh Sang-guk to intervene, but the coward could only stand frozen, too terrified to move a muscle. At that moment, Hyun-Guk shot a chilling glare in his direction. That instigator needed a warning he would never forget. Back in the fight, Guan Cheol knew he was about to lose, but his pride wouldn't allow it. The so-called ace of the next generation, defeated by an E-rank. Unthinkable. Pushed to his absolute limit, the berserker went wild, unleashing his remaining power to activate a second body enhancement. Below, even Warrant Officer Ma Young-ho was surprised. A D-rank who could enhance his body twice was impressive, indeed. But if he couldn't break that chokehold, he could enhance himself 10 more times, and it wouldn't make a difference. The officer eagerly awaited the final outcome. Who was the predator, and who was the prey? As Guan Cheol's frenzied power surged, Hyun-Guk matched it, reinforcing his own body and tightening his deadly grip. Finally, the berserker could take no more and collapsed to the floor. The ultimate victor was Hyun-Guk, who stood triumphantly over Guan Cheol's defeated form. The crowd could barely believe their eyes. They rushed forward to check on the berserker. He was only unconscious, not gone for good. After the battle, only his friend Run-Mo hurried over with a towel to congratulate him. But Hyun-Guk's attention was locked on Oh Sang-guk. The bully who acted so tough before couldn't even meet his gaze now. Suddenly, Warrant Officer Ma Young-ho approached and asked for his name. After a brief introduction, the officer offered his business card, inviting him to join the elite Black Tiger Special Operations Unit. Hyun-Guk plainly stated he was just an E-rank player, but to the warrant officer, rank was completely irrelevant. What truly mattered was his incredible combat prowess. Although the offer was tempting, Hyun-Guk wasn't ready to accept. He knew that when he eventually faced the army of villains, he'd be forced into a special unit anyway. For now, it was better to keep his distance. With that in his mind, he took the card and promised the warrant officer that he would think it over. Not far away, the D-rank Oh Sang-guk seethed with jealousy. Later, the warrant officer met with Battalion Commander Kim Kang-sok. He complained to his old friend about the severe manpower shortage in the Black Tiger unit, a sentiment the commander understood all too well. These days, any player's C rank or higher was immediately poached by outside guilds. The academy poured everything into training talent, only to lose them. They were fighting the same losing battle. But sympathy was one thing. The commander knew the real reason for his visit. You're here for Sergeant Choi Ran, aren't you? Ma Young-ho didn't deny it, but added that he had just found another, very interesting prospect. And that person was none other than Lee Hyun-Guk, the newly emerged E-rank player and our main character. Fresh from his solo battle, Hyun-Guk pounds the pavement to build his stamina, but he's got a shadow, a persistent one named Junmo. The guy relentlessly hounds him, begging to know the secret to his overwhelming power. Hyun-Guk is at his wit's end. Even a simple run isn't sacred anymore, and so their jog turns into a full-blown game of cat and mouse. But they're being watched. From a distance, Battalion Commander Kim Kang-seok observes them with a keen eye. He orders a background check, wanting to know exactly who Hyun-Guk was before joining the military. Sorry, kid, he thinks to himself. I don't like digging into my soldiers' pasts, but your strength is just too exceptional to ignore. Power like that breeds suspicion. I have no choice. Meanwhile, on a bustling corner in Itaewon, a child out with his mother spots a curious sight, a monkey scurrying past. Driven by a child's natural curiosity, the boy gives chase, following it down a dark alley. But this is no ordinary animal. It's a monster, spawned from a gate that tore open, unseen by anyone. Back at the AMT base, Hyun-Guk is being led to the armory by Eun-ha to select his reward. After the Goblin incident, Commander Kim Kang-seok officially recognized his incredible feat. As ordered, he's granting Hyun-Guk a new weapon and some well-deserved leave. But the commander still doubts he could have repelled that first wave all by himself. When Eun-ha tells him this, Hyun-Guk doesn't seem surprised at all. Some things never change, Hyun-Guk muses. The commander is a hard ass in every lifetime. Seeing his detached reaction, Eun-ha can't help but think he's a bit arrogant. She decides to confront him directly with what she found on the battlefield. Every goblin at that gate was taken down with the exact same, precise sword strike. It means a single soldier single-handedly stopped the entire first wave. Eun-ha was fishing, trying to see if Hyun-Guk was that mysterious soldier, but he couldn't care less about her suspicions. He rummages through a pile of weapons and pulls out a battered, old sword, declaring, "I'll take this one." Looking at its pitiful state, Eun-ha assumes he's just grabbing the first thing he sees to dodge her questions. But she couldn't be more wrong. Hyun-Guk chose this blade for a very specific reason. Its name is the Cloud Sword. It has only one ability, to absorb moisture and generate a dense fog to obscure an enemy's vision. It might seem useless on the surface, but in his previous life, Sergeant Choi Kang-run used this very blade to earn the title of Sword Saint. The sword's true name is Won-sa-am-su. According to myth, 3 weather gods descended to the mortal world. They were Pung-baek, the Wind Master, Wu-sa, the Rain Master, and Won-sa, the Cloud Master. Won-sa, the Master of Clouds, wielded a blade known as Am-su, the Hidden Hand, and with it, he accomplished great deeds. Won-sa-am-su translates to the blade hidden within the clouds. Or, to put it another way, it is the power of the Thunder Duke. When its true potential is unlocked, it can harness the power of lightning. Strong enough for a single user to clear a mid-rank dungeon all on their own, combined with Hyun-Guk's own metal manipulation ability. The synergy between steel and lightning is a match made in heaven. In his past life, this blade belonged to Choi Kang-run. But this time, Hyun-Guk is snatching it first. Eun-ha, of course, remains completely baffled by his choice. His combat record is monstrous, she thinks, so why would a guy like that choose such a fragile-looking sword? But Hyun-Guk offers no explanation. As they speak, a piercing alarm suddenly blares through the base, an emergency alert for the gate in Itaewon. Eun-ha glances at Hyun-Guk and finds his reaction odd. Any normal person would be startled by that siren, but he remains perfectly calm, as if he knew this was coming. Her intuition screams that something is off, and you should never ignore a woman's intuition. Over in Itaewon, a new group has arrived on the scene. Clad in brilliant white armor and wielding state-of-the-art weapons, they stand guard near the gate. They are members of the elite Changhua Guild. Their armor is so absurdly expensive that a single set is worth more than a building in Gangnam. With their unparalleled wealth and power, the Changhua Guild has become the most sought-after destination for the newly awakened. Even many D-rank soldiers dream of joining their ranks after completing their mandatory service. Meanwhile, Hyun-Guk assembles his own battalion for a roll call. Once everyone is accounted for, he begins the mission briefing. Their objective: repel the monsters from the Kobold Gate. He warns them that in this gate, even the smallest monsters can be lethal. Their primary weapons are poison needles and toxic gas. Spotting Junmo eagerly rolling up his sleeves, Hyun-Guk gives him a blunt warning. A single scratch from a kobold's poison needle, and you're dead. He then orders the entire platoon to equip their gas masks as a precaution against any surprises. Just then, a few arrogant D-rankers approach, scoffing at their preparations. They start hurling insults, mocking Hyun-Guk's unit. Hyun-Guk offers them a final piece of advice, telling them to get masks ready. But they just laugh it off. Done wasting his breath on these fools, he turns back to his men, refocusing their morale and laying out the next steps of the plan. He orders them to plant motion sensors in all sewer drains and narrow alleyways. You have 20 minutes to complete this task. Go. Just before they move out, Hyun-Guk calls Junmo aside for a private word. Looking at his friend's eager, clueless face, a painful memory suddenly resurfaces. In his previous life, he hadn't gathered the team this quickly. They were unprepared, unaware of the true nature of the enemy, and they arrived late. And the moment they had finally assembled, a poison needle struck him in the neck. Seconds later, the area was flooded with a deadly toxic gas. Before his squad could even react, they were weakened by a cloud of poison gas. Then, swarms of Koban monsters descended, slaughtering them all. Hyun-Guk was paralyzed by the gas, helpless on the ground. Before he could even process the horror, the boss monster appeared before him. This beast had a twisted hobby, collecting its victims' eyes for a gruesome necklace. Just as his life hung by a thread, Junmo charged in to save him. His friend even tried to give Hyun-Guk a gas mask, but it was too late. He saw the boss monster lunging forward, its blade poised to strike. And so, he was forced to watch his best friend die right before his eyes, completely powerless to intervene. In this life, Hyun-Guk would not let them die. He was determined to protect his comrades. That's why he gave Junmo a secret mission. The moment the combat signal was given, Junmo was to lead the battalion members out of the operational zone. Hearing this, his friend froze in sheer terror. This was nothing less than armed desertion. If they were caught, they would all face a military tribunal, and at least 5 years in prison. But Hyun-Guk insisted with unshakable conviction. This isn't desertion. It's a strategy. Meanwhile, across the ITW, sectors were falling one by one. Team Gamma was completely wiped out in the initial phase of Operation Red. A short time later, Beta Team located a Koban nest in Sector 2, Sub-District B9. A single nest, crawling with over 200 of the beasts. Relying on their combat experience, Beta Team pushed deep into the monster's lair. The assault unit immediately formed a defensive perimeter. They activated magic circles just beyond their shields. As the monsters swarmed closer, arcs of searing energy erupted from the circles, holding them back. Elsewhere, Hyun-Guk was meticulously directing his team on how to install the sensors. Just then, platoon leader Min-Hai approached him. He saw that Hyun-Guk wasn't just installing sensors, but was also marking their locations with aluminum tape. He immediately criticized the method as a waste of resources. Min-Hai couldn't grasp Hyun-Guk's true intentions, assuming he was just trying to show off. But even as a subordinate, our main character didn't back down. He raised his own voice, firmly explaining his reasoning. The platoon leader's face darkened with displeasure. His voice boomed as he shot back at Hyun-Guk. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, a beautiful, pink-haired girl ran over. Her name was Choi Sunha, a sergeant in a mage class, specializing in healing, currently C rank. She was also the commander of the support unit. It was obvious this girl was Min-Hai's crush. His entire demeanor changed in an instant. He casually slung an arm around Hyun-Guk, grinning as he spoke to her. After a moment, Sunha delivered a message. The battalion commander was summoning Hyun-Guk. Not far off, on a nearby rooftop, Unha and her sniper team stood watch, but her eyes were fixed specifically on our main character. Even after talking with Sunha, Hyun-Guk couldn't figure out the battalion commander's intentions. Why would he be summoned now, in such a critical situation? But as a low-ranking soldier, he had no choice but to obey the order, and so he headed to the temporary command post to meet with Kim Kang-seok. It wasn't just the battalion commander waiting for him. Warrant Officer Myung-ho was there as well, the man who tried to recruit him for the Black Tiger unit after his duel with that madman. After the formal salutes, Kim Kang-seok got straight to the point. He wanted to give Hyun-Guk a test. Choi Ja-in-noon, the AMT's ace player, was currently on leave. The commander wanted Hyun-Guk to step in as the temporary leader for Platoon 1 and lead a support mission at the gate. For the first time across 2 lifetimes, Hyun-Guk understood what it felt like to be overwhelmed by an unexpected favor. His notoriously difficult commander was suddenly handing him a golden opportunity for promotion. But Hyun-Guk couldn't care less about promotions. His only goal was to save his comrades. With that thought, he flatly refused Kim Kang-seok, explaining that he wouldn't risk the lives of Platoon 1's members. He even raised his voice, declaring this wasn't some training exercise, this was a real combat situation. But the battalion commander's response was cold and absolute. This is an order. The tense standoff was shattered by an urgent report from Delta Team. The Koban boss had left its nest. The evacuation zone was immediately escalated from Phase 2 to Phase 3. Hearing this, Hyun-Guk's blood ran cold. He knew the monsters would target the support unit next. If he didn't get there immediately, the rear defensive line would be completely overrun. He didn't want to resort to this. But with the situation so dire, he decided to play his final card with the commander. The scene cuts back to Unha, watching from above. she suddenly spotted Hyun-Guk sprinting like a madman towards the support unit's position. He screamed a warning about the poison gas as he ran, but he was too late. Canisters rained down from the sky, engulfing the entire area in a toxic cloud. In that moment, Hyun-Guk realized the horrifying truth. This poison gas attack was happening much sooner than it did in his past life. Flashing back to the command post moments before, it's revealed what Hyun-Guk said. He chose to strike the battalion commander's most painful memory. He reminded Kim Kang's sake of the incident, where the commander lost his entire unit on his very first mission. Hyun-Guk looked him dead in the eye, accusing him of disrespecting his soldiers by putting a mere F ranker in charge of a platoon just for a test. Kim Kang-sok, however, remained perfectly calm. He simply changed the mission, reassigning Hyun-Guk to Platoon 1 under his direct command. For any normal person, this would have been an amazing opportunity, but since this was his second life, Hyun-Guk had no interest in such things, not that he could ever admit he knew the future. In the end, he defied the battalion commander's order, claiming he refused to gamble with the lives of his comrades. Hearing this, Kim Kang-sok's face darkened. Warrant Officer Myung-ho couldn't hold back, sharply warning Hyun-Guk, disobeying an order during wartime was an offense punishable by death. Our main character was well aware of that. But if he didn't act now, everyone in the rear echelon would be wiped out. After a tense silence, the battalion commander allowed Hyun-Guk to return to his original support unit mission. But before he could feel a moment of relief, the commander added one more thing. The punishment for defying his order would be carried out in the future, and every individual would have to face the consequences alone. Back in the present, Hyun-Guk held his breath, desperately searching for a gas mask. After strapping the mask to his face, he drew his sword from his inventory and poured water over it. He yearned to rush to his team's side, but it was impossible. In a darkness as black as your love life, Hyun-Guk would have needed divine eyes just to see a thing. Right now, all he could do was hope Junmo would have a moment of clarity and get everyone to retreat. Not far away, a monkey-like monster had captured a squad member. Seeing his comrade, An Tae-min, get hit, Junmo charged in to provide support. He fired relentlessly into the monster and ordered his subordinate to rescue the injured man. Although their team had Sergeant Sun Ha, a healer-class user, she was completely lost in a state of panic, unable to do anything. Junmo couldn't bring himself to blame her. After all, she was only 20, and this was her first real battle. But he was just as helpless, drowning in despair. Their squad was in a dire situation. They were out of ammo, and the horde of monkey monsters just kept coming. At this rate, it was only a matter of moments before they were all annihilated. In the heat of the moment, Junmo racked his brain, trying to figure out what his captain would do in this situation. That's when he remembered the goblin-type monsters were attracted to light. So, Junmo decided on a reckless gamble. He would become a human torch to lure the monsters away. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad would carry the wounded and escape. To put it simply, it was a suicide mission. Everyone was stunned by the plan, but he used his authority as vice captain, forcing them to obey his command. Before moving out, the vice captain thought about his own useless ability. He possessed an electromagnetic power, but it was so weak he couldn't even kill a single basic monster. Realizing that he could finally use it to save everyone, Junmo channeled his power into his hammer, turning it into a brilliant lamp before taking off. The entire horde of monsters was drawn to the light and immediately gave chase. Just as he was about to be caught, a brilliant flash of a blade tore through the monsters. It was Hyun-Guk. By now, his sword had absorbed all the water it needed. Its innate ability could now generate an aquatic mist, neutralizing the poison gas in the area. Hyun-Guk was thrilled to see his best friend was still alive, but he was even more excited by the swarm of monsters all around them. When a free buffet is delivered to your door, only a fool would turn it down. And with that, Hyun-Guk used his sword to purify the gas with one hand, while commanding another dagger to slaughter the monsters with his other. The sight of Man of Steel dropping from their bodies only fueled his excitement. If Junmo hadn't been there, he would have started absorbing it on the spot. After carving through monsters for a while, Hyun-Guk still hadn't found the boss. As he scanned his surroundings, the monkey monsters suddenly turned as one and began to flee. He instantly realized they had received a signal from the boss to turn back and attack the support unit. Hyun-Guk grabbed Junmo and sprinted back toward his squad. Not far away, Ha-Ha's sniper team was still providing support from a rooftop, but with their vision completely obscured like this, they couldn't take a single shot. In this situation, she ordered her team to hold their positions and coordinate with Jung-Hwa's squad to pick off any goblins trying to escape the gas zone and reach civilians. As for Yun-Ha, she donned a gas mask and leaped down below to check on Hyun-Guk herself. This man was acting as if he knew everything that was going to happen. She needed to confirm it with her own eyes. Meanwhile, the others were desperately begging Sun Ha to save An Tae-min, but the young woman was too paralyzed by fear to come to her senses. As if things weren't bad enough, the boss used magic to rip away one of their defensive barriers. They were already struggling to hold their ground when the entire monkey monster horde descended upon them. The squad was at a total loss when suddenly, two figures appeared, running right behind this swarm of monsters. It was Hyun-Guk and Jun-Mo. Before even arriving, Hyun-Guk hurled a dagger at the boss, but the creature dodged it with ease. In response, he telekinetically guided the blade after the boss. But this monster's evasive skills were on another level. It weaved through every single one of Hyun-Guk's attacks. Finally, with one last, decisive strike, his blade found its mark, piercing the tank on the creature's back. Toxic gas erupted from the container. The alpha monster and its minions leaped from the shadows. Through the poisonous mist, they unleashed a volley of toxic darts at Hyun-Guk. He rushed back to Jun-Mo's side, using his metal manipulation skill to bend the deadly projectiles away from them. Just then, a system warning flashed before his eyes. The speed of his metal control was exceeding his current limits. As a result, Hyun-Guk lost his grip on the M7 sword that was hunting the boss. He realized the alpha creature was commanding the monkey monsters, directing their attacks. If he could just land a direct hit on the boss, he could intimidate it and buy everyone else more time. The problem was, Jun-Mo was still right beside him. Dragging his friend into a direct assault on the boss was far too risky. So Hyun-Guk ordered him to fall back behind the barricade first, where they could regroup and plan their next move. Seeing them about to retreat, the monkey monsters launched another barrage of toxic darts. Reacting instantly, Hyun-Guk turned back to redirect the deadly volley. In that brief window, Jun-Mo managed to leap over the makeshift barrier. Once the threat was handled, Hyun-Guk joined him on the other side. The hail of toxic darts could no longer reach them. The boss monster seethed with rage, but for the moment, it was powerless to do anything. Having secured their position, Hyun-Guk finally got a chance to check on the rest of the team behind him. Some were wounded, others were unconscious. Every single one of them was exhausted. He looked for their medic, Sun, the only healer on the team, only to find her paralyzed by fear, sobbing helplessly. Seeing her like this, Hyun-Guk felt his blood begin to boil. He understood. She was terrified. But if their only medic remained in this state, the entire team would be wiped out. So, with a hardened expression, he shouted her name directly. The crying girl looked up, startled by his voice. Hyun-Guk bluntly told her to get a grip. He warned her that her panic was going to get every single person killed. The harsh words struck her like a bolt of lightning. Sun forced herself to calm down and finally activated her healing skill on Private Anteman. It might have been too late, but driven by a wave of guilt, Sun poured everything she had into healing her comrade. Seeing this, Hyun-Guk felt a sense of relief. He then borrowed every knife the team had. It was time to counterattack. He commanded the collection of blades to orbit around him as he stepped past the barrier. Sensing his approach, the monsters lurking behind the containers prepared to strike. But they had no idea they were walking right into a trap, one that Hyun-Guk had already prepared. Earlier, he had planted a sensor right in the center of the area. Now, he was moving to that exact, pre-marked position. Hyun-Guk needed to pinpoint the alpha, the one commanding the monkey monsters from the rear. Once he took it down, this whole nightmare would be over. With that thought, he activated his metal detection skill, scanning the entire zone covered by his sensor. Now, any unfamiliar metal signature in the area would instantly reveal the location of every last monster. Their positions were confirmed. Hyun-Guk commanded his blades to strike the hidden creatures. They were all eliminated in an instant. Only the boss managed to block the attack with some kind of magic. Now that its location was revealed, Hyun-Guk sent more blades flying right at it. But this alpha monster was a different breed. It caught every single one of Hyun-Guk's blades midair. After immobilizing his weapons, the boss ordered its minions to fire another volley of toxic darts. With his metal manipulation focused on the knives, he couldn't deflect the incoming needles. With no other option, Hyun-Guk let the swarm of darts pierce his arm. Seizing the opportunity, the boss ordered its minions to launch an all-out assault. In his past life, an attack like this would have been the end of him. But this time was different. Using body fortification, he had already transformed his arms into solid steel, making the poisoned darts completely useless against him. He then took back control of his blades and began to execute the monsters one by one. Under his power, the knives became a whirlwind of death, a storm of steel that shredded through the monkey monsters. Soon, only the Black Mage boss remained, and so, the fierce one-on-one battle between our main character and boss Kobin began. Enraged that its mob tactics had failed against Hyun-Guk, the Black Mage resorted to a dirty trick, unleashing a cloud of poison gas directly at him. Hyun-Guk quickly used his metal detection to analyze the monster's next move. A careless swing like before would give the creature an opening. He had to be extremely cautious. But strangely, the Black Mage remained completely still, holding its posture. By the time Hyun-Guk realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The boss had cast a magic circle on the ground. summoning vines to ensnare his feet. It launched him high into the air, only to slam him violently back down to the earth. A blow like that would have shattered the body of any normal person. The black mage assumed Hyun-Guk was no different, and a triumphant grin spread across its face. But the creature's victory was short-lived. It watched in shock as Hyun-Guk rose to his feet, glaring back with eyes full of defiance. It turns out, just before impact, he had managed to reinforce his legs with steel, protecting his body from the fall. Seeing an opening, the boss monster used its speed to circle around for a sneak attack. But unfortunately for it, Hyun-Guk despises nothing more than being ambushed. Whenever someone dares to attack him from behind, a strange power awakens, making him even stronger. It's a completely broken, cheat-like buff. The young man unleashed a devastating punch straight into the monster's gut. Then, reinforcing his legs once more, he delivered a brutal kick to its face. The boss coughed up blood as it was sent flying. With cold eyes, Hyun-Guk told the beast about his reincarnation before finishing it off with several daggers. These weren't just any daggers. They belonged to the comrades this very monster had slaughtered in his past life. Despite the brutal beatdown, the boss was still clinging to life. Before delivering the final blow, Hyun-Guk's mind flashed back to Jun-Mo, the friend who had been viciously killed by this beast while protecting him. Fueled by pure hatred, he plunged his cloud sword deep into its flesh. Just then, a system window appeared, announcing the sword had begun to absorb the monster's life force. But he wasn't finished. Hyun-Guk ripped the sword free and cleaved the monster's face in two. This was payback. In his past life, this creature gave him a scar he carried forever. Now, the boss was finally dead, but the cloud sword continued to drain its life force. At long last, he had finally changed his dark future. Suddenly, a strange emblem dropped from the dark mage's body. As he picked it up, a system message informed Hyun-Guk that he had acquired the Inferno Demon Medal. This was a medal imbued with hellfire, a hidden power of the demon tribe. It was also a high-grade item from the legendary Divine Medal series. Staring at the medal, Hyun-Guk suddenly remembered a terrifying figure from his past life whose item this was supposed to be, the Necromancer. He was known as one of the most feared villains in human history. They called him the Necromancer because he commanded a vast army of the undead, a force that brought hell to the living. Though there wasn't much information on him, Hyun-Guk was certain of one thing: the Necromancer had the same non-growth trait as him. In this world, the non-growth trait meant developing power in a unique way, not through typical training in combat. It's because he knew so little about the Necromancer that Hyun-Guk had to hide his true abilities. If he could unleash his full potential, his power would grow at an explosive rate. He remembered their battle in the past. After managing to land a solid blow on the villain, all he got was a cheap knockoff of the Inferno Medal. And yet, somehow, Hyun-Guk had found the genuine article right here. He didn't know why, but that didn't matter. First, he'd absorb its power. But just as he was about to use the item, a voice suddenly called out his name. It was Unha. He had no idea how much of the battle she had just witnessed. But as soon as she saw him, Unha pointed her sword at Hyun-Guk, demanding to know who he really was. The situation was already tense when another person appeared. She was a stunningly beautiful woman with a spider perched calmly on her shoulder. The moment she arrived, she and Unha shared a particularly warm greeting. At first, Unha tried to stop her from entering the military zone, but the woman paid her no mind, walking straight toward Hyun-Guk. She had witnessed his entire solo battle against the Dark Mage boss and wanted to recruit him for the Trong Guild. The woman introduced herself as Catherine Yu, the head of strategic planning for the Trong Guild's Soon division. Her real name was Yu Henna, the second daughter of the Trong Guild's master and a powerful A-rank player. Seeing Hyun-Guk's stunned expression, she assumed he simply didn't recognize her. Apparently, she was a big name among the players, but he wasn't shocked because he didn't recognize her. He was shocked because he remembered Yu Henna as one of the villains who destroyed humanity in his past life. He remembered how Unha died a brutal death at her hands, all to save him. Back in the present, Yu Henna was still trying to sweet-talk Hyun-Guk into joining her guild. Annoyed at being ignored, Unha loudly repeated her demand for Yu Henna to leave the military zone. Tired of being interrupted, Yu Henna shot a venomous glare back at the knight. No swords were drawn, but the war of glares between the two women was intense enough to give Hyun-Guk goosebumps. Just as the tension reached its peak, the headlights of an SUV cut through the darkness. Captain Kim Kang-sok had arrived. Taking in the scene of slaughtered monsters, he knew exactly whose handiwork this was. Feeling his boss's scrutinizing gaze on him, Hyun-Guk wanted to disappear, but there was no escape. After sizing up the situation, the captain approached to greet Yu Henna. He greeted her politely before subtly telling her to leave. Faced with Captain Kang-sok's firm attitude, Yu Henna knew she couldn't linger. She planted a kiss on her business card before slipping it into Hyun-Guk's jacket. The beautiful woman gave him a seductive look, telling him he had better call her. And with that, Yu Henna left. Before he could even process what happened, the captain called his name. He was being assigned a new position, probationary operational squad leader at the Gone Gate. Hyun-Guk's new mission was to protect the remaining survivors and recruit new members for his team. Talk about being thrown into a new job. What in the world? Hyun-Guk still had no clue what the company commander was thinking. Just then, Kang Seo put him in charge of all post-operation affairs. At this point, what could he do but follow orders? Suddenly, Sun-Ha shot a piercing glare at him. Hyun-Guk froze, but she said nothing, simply turning to leave with the commander. He had dodged a bullet, for now. A week later, at the first company of the 3rd Brigade, Hyun-Guk's system announced he'd finished absorbing the Demon Inferno's metal. The massive metal he could control had shot up to 3,458 grams. Then, the system declared a new space was forming inside his stomach. And because of this very update, Hyun-Guk was now hiding in the bathroom, clutching his gut in agony. He'd experienced this once before, but his current body was weaker, making the pain far more excruciating. Seeing his best friend taking an unusually long bathroom break, Junmo assumed he was watching some private material without sharing. While he was practically dying, his friend was asking for a share. Hyun-Guk let out a roar that lit up the room and threw him out. After the monstrous ape incident, no one dared to underestimate G-rank gates anymore. Underestimating their danger during the ITW operation had already led to devastating casualties. Fortunately, thanks to Corporal Choi Sun-Ha's efforts, Private First Class On Tae-min was safely transported to the military hospital during the emergency. This entire incident taught Hyun-Guk a crucial lesson. He had to stop trying to carry the team all by himself. From then on, the members of the support squad began a grueling daily training regimen, hoping to at least become strong enough to protect themselves. However, 2 new problems had cropped up for Hyun-Guk. First, the pink-haired beauty, Sun-Ha, kept calling on him for every little thing. As a result, their platoon leader was always glaring at him with jealous eyes. This created too many variables that could derail his plans. The second problem was the company commander, who suddenly offered him a commission as an officer instead of a non-commissioned officer. Without a doubt, Company Commander Kim Kang-seo had taken a special interest in Hyun-Guk during the ITW campaign. After witnessing his abilities, the commander now held a grand ambition to create an ideal military culture where rank was not the ultimate authority. It sounded nice, sure, but Hyun-Guk wanted absolutely no part in it. Of course, he couldn't say that to his commander's face, so he just politely replied that he would think it over during his leave. 3 weeks later, under a bright and cloudless sky, Hyun-Guk's leave finally began. And he kicked it off right where he'd been before. In the bathroom. After all that time suffering from the metal's effects, he had finally met the special conditions and acquired a new skill. This skill was Blaze, rank D, and for now, it had 2 primary effects. The first was a smelting furnace that increased metal absorption speed by 50 to 250%. The catch? The higher the furnace's efficiency, the more pain his body endured. The second effect was Metal Breath. A portion of metal could be stored in a pocket space and then released, causing massive damage. The current limit was 3 kilograms at a time. On top of that, if hidden conditions were met, the level of the Blaze skill would increase. So from now on, Hyun-Guk could digest things much faster. No more days spent hugging a toilet. He threw on a cool outfit, admiring his handsome reflection. He reminded himself to be even more cautious in his future encounters with monsters. In his past life, a catastrophic incident occurred at Seoul Station, an event so severe that the military completely lost control. Ultimately, the company commander had to make the horrifying decision to abandon all the civilians trapped inside Seoul Station, facing a storm of public condemnation. This time, Hyun-Guk was determined not to let that tragedy repeat itself. And to do that, he had to use this leave to prepare for everything. This was his moment to change the future. Filled with resolve, he stepped out the door and ran straight into a familiar figure with pink hair. It was Sun-Ha. Unlike her usual cute and sweet style, today she was sporting a total bad girl look. The first thing she did was ask him for a light. Their eyes met. After a moment of silence, they boarded the train together. Noticing he was as quiet as a statue, Sun-Ha decided to start the conversation. She said it had been a while since his last leave, and his parents must be happy. But before she could finish her sentence, Hyun-Guk stated flatly that his parents had passed away when he was a child. Hearing this, Sun-Ha froze completely. Seeing her reaction, he tried to reassure her, saying he wasn't lonely because he now had people who were like a family, his comrades in arms. In reality, that statement was more true for the Hyun-Guk of the past, as he hadn't even met them all in this timeline. But in his mind, they were already his family. Soon after, Hyun-Guk got off the train. His leave was for 4 days and 3 nights. He was determined to use this time to fully prepare for what was to come. And the first thing he needed to prepare, of course, was money. That's when his eyes landed on a banner for the Blue Corporation hanging on the wall. The owner of Blue, a man with a net worth in the trillions, was none other than Gordon Pressey, the very monster who murdered Jin Hyuk in his past life. Right now, that man's dirty money was flowing through the city's underbelly. He bribed high-ranking officials and players to control the item trade. Little by little, that influence was giving him absolute control over everything. People sell their souls to the devil for many reasons, but money is the most common. And Gordon Pressey was a prime example. Jin Hyuk knew he couldn't out-earn a traitor like that, but he had to find a way to avoid getting caught in his financial games. Luckily, he knew about all the major events and money-making locations that were about to appear in the future. This meant that if he invested earlier than everyone else, he could still make a fortune, even with little capital. But for a successful investment, he needed an incredibly trustworthy partner who would never betray him. Fortunately, Jin Hyuk knew just the person and headed to his office to make a deal. But before he could even get inside, Jin Hyuk saw two men arguing near the entrance. More accurately, a smaller man was being bullied by a guy with silver hair, who seemed furious about a new job he'd been given and was demanding a different one. Jin Hyuk knew both of them. As soon as he saw him, the silver-haired man greeted him with a sneer, calling him by the old nickname, Dirt for Brains Pilot. That smug, detestable look on his face brought back memories of their school days. The silver-haired punk's name was Won Chul. Jin Hyuk walked past him with a stone-cold expression. They were hardly friends. Getting ignored infuriated Won Chul, who threatened to show him a world of hurt. Jin Hyuk was all too familiar with Won Chul's pathetic tricks. Back in school, he was one of the first to awaken, gaining the ability to manipulate metal. But his power was only F rank, so he could only control basic objects. People talking behind his back was one thing, but Won Chul had beaten him to a pulp, claiming that a weak awakened being like Jin Hyuk was a disgrace to all players. This guy was also an awakened, a C-rank fighter currently with the Hope Guild. All these years had passed, but Won Chul's rotten personality hadn't changed a bit. His rage flared, and once again, he wanted to smash Jin Hyuk's face in. The smaller man tried to de-escalate the situation, but our main character just stared back, challenging him to bring it on. This only made Won Chul even angrier. He threw a punch aimed straight for Jin Hyuk's head, but suddenly froze. One more step, and he would have turned into a human pincushion. Without anyone noticing, Jin Hyuk had surrounded him with a deadly web of knives. It might not have been enough to kill Won Chul, but Jin Hyuk could have easily crippled him for life. The tense standoff was broken when Won Chul's underling arrived, urging him to get to work. Seeing a stranger appear, our main character instantly withdrew the knives and threw an arm around Won Chul's shoulders. To an outsider, they might have looked like old friends. But in reality, Jin Hyuk was mocking him about getting kicked out of the White Tiger Guild. As a C-rank, Won Chul should have had a sweet gig there. But during his very first raid, the coward nearly wet his pants and abandoned his team to save his own skin. Jin Hyuk used this shameful memory to drive him away, and Won Chul stormed off, seething with humiliation. After he left, Jin Hyuk finally got down to business with the smaller man. As for the silver-haired punk, he was supposed to be working security for a blue corporation building, but he was still fuming, looking more like a thug than a guard. The client noticed and came over to reprimand him. That was the last straw. Won Chul exploded, beating the client bloody on the ground. After the bloody mess, he quit the job on the spot. In a fit of madness, he ordered his subordinate to hire someone to tail Jin Hyuk. The thought of being threatened by an F-ranker was driving him insane. Meanwhile, the man Jin Hyuk came to see was named Park Chosu. He was the guild master of the Hope Guild, as well as a brilliant analyst. He was considered the top player to emerge from the F-rank rediscovery program. The main character saw Chosu as a benefactor who had helped him find a way to increase his power. Now, Jin Hyuk was revealing classified data to him. Information that could make them both rich and change their lives forever. But naturally, Chosu was skeptical of his claims. Jin Hyuk completely understood his hesitation. After all, who would believe some guy who just shows up and says, "Follow me, and I'll make you rich"? To win his trust, Jin Hyuk put all of his personal documents on the table as collateral. This was information he had spent an entire lifetime acquiring. Besides betting his own identity, he had no other cards left to play. He even showed Chosu a private message between him and a superior, proving his intel was rock solid and his reputation was flawless. Then, Jin Hyuk handed over his entire savings and asked him to invest it. The card contained 20 million won. It wasn't a massive sum, but it was every last bit of the inheritance his parents had left him. The young man was stunned to be trusted so completely. After hearing everything Jin Hyuk had to say, he finally agreed to help. The warm look on Chosu's face reminded Jin Hyuk of his past life, of those days filled with despair, when he had lost his best friend, his looks, and was scorned by everyone. Director Chu was the only person who ever stood by him and offered encouragement. That past kindness is why Jin-woo now trusts him completely, enough to share the incredible profits to come. Jin-woo wasn't just doing this for himself. It was his way of repaying Director Chu's unwavering faith. Leaving the Hope Guild behind, his mind replayed the monumental events of his past life. Soon, humanity would learn of the existence of other dimensions and begin a dialogue with the beings who lived there. The technology gained from these otherworldly exchanges would cause a massive shift in the dungeon wars. The techniques brought by these otherworlders were essential for stopping the gate explosions and monster waves destined to appear in the future. To achieve this, humanity had to communicate with these beings from another world and learn their advanced technical skills. Before that pivotal moment arrived, Jinwoo needed to gather materials and find expert help. With that thought, he headed to a blacksmithing alley in the city, on a mission to buy magic stones. For this second stage of his plan, he would need to forge the most legendary equipment imaginable. To do that, he needed the help of 7 master dwarf artisans. At this early stage, expert-level blacksmiths were a top priority for everyone. He had to find them before the villains did. And the first on his list was this powerful, silver-haired man, a master smith named Kang Dong-soo. Due to his explosive temper, he'd been cast out of the guild and was now facing severe financial hardship. The man may have been a handful, but his forging skills were second to none. As Jinwoo watched Dong-soo work, he immediately recognized the object being forged, a spear made of orichalcum. Its surface appeared rough and unfinished, but that very weapon was destined to pierce the heart of the dragon, Tarax. It was the legendary dragon-slaying spear in its infancy. To think that the birthplace of this top-tier legendary weapon was this rundown, forgotten forge. While Jinwoo was still taking it all in, a young woman approached, her thick local accent unmistakable. She fired back at the old blacksmith, matching him wit for wit. Seeing this familiar sight brought a small smile to Jinwoo's face. This girl was the blacksmith Kang Bora, one of his trusted comrades in his past life. 4 years from now, after Kang Dong-soo's passing, she would inherit all of her grandfather's skills, becoming a truly exceptional blacksmith. As Jinwoo was lost in his memories, Bora was busy sizing him up. With eyes like a hawk, she noticed his expensive gear in an instant. Before he even said a word, Jinwoo was upgraded to VIP status and greeted with overwhelming enthusiasm. He had to suppress a sigh at her money-hungry gaze, but at least he'd succeeded in getting Bora's attention. After browsing the shop, Jinwoo swept every last piece of magical metal into his cart, along with a few other odds and ends. The grand total came out to 18 million won. Bora's eyes lit up with joy, but the old smith Dong-soo was suspicious of the young man's motives. He could tell at a glance that Jinwoo wasn't a mage. So why was he buying toxic magic metals and mithril alloys that were impossible to process? Dong-soo suspected him of money laundering, but Bora quickly cut her grandfather off and bagged the items for Jinwoo. To her, 18 million won was all that mattered. She couldn't care less about anything else. Jinwoo could only offer a wry smile, insisting he needed the materials, and promised he'd be back to spend more money soon. Hearing that, Dong-soo let it go with a sigh. When Bora heard her VIP client would return, she couldn't stop grinning. Looking at his old friend, Jinwoo felt a pang of guilt. In his past life, she had died a horrible death on the battlefield. But for his mission, he had no choice but to drag Bora back into that world of chaos. He just swore to himself that this time, he would protect her no matter what. After a long day, Jinwoo returned to his hotel, unaware he was being followed. Sitting on his bed, he began to work with the pile of toxic metals he'd spent all day gathering. Before his leave was up, he needed to increase his control over metal weight, which would in turn boost his poison resistance through item absorption. Normally, it would take Jinwoo 20 minutes to absorb a single toxic metal ore. In return, his poison resistance would rise. But now, with the forged physique, his absorption efficiency skyrocketed by 250%. The only catch? Every time he absorbed the metal's essence, Jinwoo was racked with pain, so agonizing it threatened to shatter his mind. As if the pain wasn't enough, the system kept pinging with constant warnings. But he had no choice. Time was running out to get to the Jisun gate before the incident. And so, for 2 straight days, Jinwoo endured the torturous process. 2 days later, Woojin finally found him. It turned out the one-tailing Jinwoo had been one of Woojin's men. He reported that Jinwoo hadn't left his hotel room for 2 days straight. By now, Jinwoo was suffering from severe poisoning, entering the second phase of building his resistance. After absorbing the entire haul of toxic metals, he could now control 17,499 grams of metal. His metal detection ability had also improved, allowing him to sense 500 grams of metal within a 135-meter radius. At this point, Hyun-Guk could finally let out a sigh of relief. The second phase of his resistance training wasn't nearly as agonizing as he'd imagined. With his current power, he could now command a swarm of 60 daggers. As the phase concluded, the system announced a major breakthrough. He'd achieved his first potential breakthrough, unlocking a special skill. The new skill was called Metal Shatter, a D-rank ability. Its effect was to focus mana to obliterate a certain amount of metal. The mana cost depended on the quantity of metal targeted, making it the perfect skill for dismantling an enemy's gear. This skill alone was enough to completely shatter an opponent's defense. As he was contemplating this, he felt a sudden chill from behind the door. Just as he suspected, the door exploded into splinters, and there stood Gu-chun. He had planned a surprise attack, but the joke was on him, because Hyun-Guk wasn't the least bit intimidated. He had no desire to entertain this brute, stating clearly that as a soldier, he was restricted from fighting. But of course, Gu-chun didn't care about rules. Fueled by rage, he lunged forward, throwing a vicious punch. The fist carried immense power, but our main character simply hardened one arm into steel, effortlessly blocking the blow. He still tried to reason with Gu-chun, urging him to stand down. A fight in a hotel would endanger everyone else, but a mad dog like him never cared about collateral damage. Without a second thought, Gu-chun unleashed a whirlwind kick. Hyun-Guk dodged it with ease, pivoting on his heel and driving a fist deep into the man's stomach. Even a trained fighter would be powerless against a punch forged from solid steel. Gu-chun collapsed to the floor, clutching his gut in agony, but he still hadn't given up. He ignored Hyun-Guk's questions, channeling power into his leg for another massive kick. Seeing this, our hero warned him that a blast that powerful would harm the civilians in the hotel. But by this point, Gu-chun was beyond listening. He only wanted to utterly crush the man he hated. Hyun-Guk realized that trying to reason with this maniac was pointless. With no other choice, he leaped out of the building's window. Gu-chun thought he was running away and blasted after him, blowing a gaping hole through the side of the building. In midair, Hyun-Guk instantly activated his hardening skill, transforming his legs into steel. He then combined his techniques, allowing him to fight freely in the sky. With this newfound agility, he dodged Gu-chun's attack and landed safely on the ground. In his past life, he could never have moved with such freedom. But now, by weaving his skills together, he had perfect control of his body. Before he could even catch his breath, Gu-chun crashed down from behind him. He quickly leaped to the side. Furious that he couldn't land a single hit, the madman began taunting him, unleashing a flurry of desperate punches. But with god-tier reflexes, Hyun-Guk effortlessly weaved through every single attack. Their battle had drawn the attention of everyone nearby. They immediately began reporting the incident to the Hunters Association and the police. Hyun-Guk was now acutely aware of the countless civilians watching him. As a military officer, he couldn't afford to fight back. One wrong move now, and this situation could blow up in his face. It would completely derail his plans to join the raid on the gun dungeon gate. Gu-chun realized his enemy was hesitating because of the onlookers. He began charging a skill powerful enough to destroy the entire building. Sensing the impending danger, Hyun-Guk tried to warn him one last time, but it was no use. His hand was forced. He unleashed Metal Shatter, instantly disintegrating Gu-chun's leg armor. The silver-haired man screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground with his bloody leg. For the first time, fear flickered in Gu-chun's eyes. Looking down at his pathetic state, Hyun-Guk demanded to know why he had taken things this far. Unbelievably, the maniac's reason was simple. He just found him annoying. Hearing this, Hyun-Guk told him bluntly that he was unworthy of the title of player. Bullies like him, drunk on their own superiority complex, were destined to betray humanity and become monsters. As Gu-chun tried to spit another insult, a shard of metal pressed against his throat. Hyun-Guk threatened that if he ever showed his face again, he would cripple him for life. In reality, Hyun-Guk could have easily obliterated him, but he had bigger goals to worry about than dealing with such trash. And so, the confrontation ended with Gu-chun's leg shattered and the security team finally arriving. The next morning, Hyun-Guk was called in for questioning. He simply stated that he was trying to stop Lee Gu-chun's violent rampage. Given Gu-chun's extensive criminal record for assault, the police readily believed him. Besides, as a registered F-rank player, Hyun-Guk was never a suspect. In the end, Gu-chun's shattered leg was ruled an accident caused by his armor malfunctioning. Just as our hero stepped out of the police station, another officer arrived with the analysis of Gu-chun's armor. The report indicated that the greaves had no durability issues or signs of a mana overload. For it to explode on its own seemed impossible, but the idea that an F-rank player could destroy a C-rank's equipment was even more absurd. Ultimately, Hyun-Guk was cleared of all suspicion. As he walked, his mind drifted back to the events that had unfolded in his past. Model. While he was still recovering in the hospital, the news broke. A horrifying report flashed across the screen, detailing 745 casualties trapped at Soon Station. Aside from the first 3 monster waves, this was a catastrophe on a scale the world had never witnessed. But unlike the previous 2 gates, Hyun-Guk wasn't there to see this one open firsthand. With so little intel, unpredictable variables were almost guaranteed. The young man raced to the scene, preparing to face the unknown. He desperately wanted to evacuate the civilians, but his hands were tied. A traitor was hiding among them, and if things got worse, the mole would get spooked and vanish. With them, his one chance to alter the future would be lost forever. The gate would open in 2 minutes. As Hyun-Guk focused his mind for the coming battle, a voice cut through his concentration. It was Sonya. She was looking for him after hearing he'd been hauled to the police station, a rumor that sent their entire unit into chaos. In his past life, Sonya was never here. Her presence was a dangerous new variable. In 1 minute, the deadliest gate on the planet would tear open. But at that moment, Sonya was still demanding to know why he had been taken into custody. There was no time for such trivial matters. He ignored her questions and set his plan into motion. He dropped a bag filled with metal bearings, ordering Sonya to find a gas mask the second he gave the signal. Before the beautiful woman could even process his words, a powerful gust of wind swept through the area. A massive gate materialized on the ceiling of Soon Station, and monsters began to pour out. Hyun-Guk gave the signal. In the chaos, a mother tried to save her daughter. "I'll be right behind you, sweetie. You go on ahead." But the little girl whined, refusing to leave her mother's side. "No. I want to watch you go first." In that tender moment, a black void ripped open out of nowhere and swallowed the mother whole. The girl fell backward, screaming in pure terror. "Mommy!" A system notification then echoed through the station. A special event has begun. To escape, survive for 6 hours, or defeat the boss monster. Hyun-Guk stared up at the massive, swirling vortex and turned to his deputy platoon leader. "When I give the signal, you run and find a gas mask immediately." A colossal spider dropped from above. Hyun-Guk roared, "Now!" The creature opened its cavernous maw, sending the crowd stampeding in a wave of pure panic. Hyun-Guk ordered his deputy, "Prioritize evacuating the civilians." She gritted her teeth and yelled back, "I'm a soldier too. I'm not leaving you alone. Just tell me what to do, and I'll support you with everything I have." Hyun-Guk's voice boomed over the chaos. "Your expertise isn't in combat. Stay in the rear. Focus on evacuation and treating the wounded." Reluctantly, the deputy platoon leader obeyed his command. "I don't know what the hell you're planning, but I'm trusting you. Just make sure you survive, lady. If you don't get moving, neither of you will make it out alive." Meanwhile, in an office far away, a major general leaned back in his chair. "Kang Seok, are you seriously proposing we commission a soldier, an F-rank soldier at that, as an officer?" Standing at attention, Kang Seok replied firmly, "I don't believe a talented officer should be shackled by the government's rigid ranking system, sir. As you are well aware, a player's official rank is not always a true measure of their level. It's merely a baseline metric for combat efficiency, based on projected stats and their aptitude for dungeon raids. And while their ranks can be adjusted as they level up, their actual performance on the battlefield is often undervalued by the system. The player training center is where all of South Korea's awakened are processed before their mandatory military enlistment. They undergo about 2 months of training and are assigned their initial rank based on a simple aptitude test. The major general's face soured. If we abandon that system, every veteran player worth their salt will flock to the private guilds, and we'll be left commissioning fresh-faced rookies as officers. Who would respect the military then? Are you suggesting our military system is corrupt? Is that it? There's already talk of dismantling the Monster Defense Corps entirely." He slammed his fists on the desk, his body lurching forward with rage. Talk about a short fuse. Seeing Kang Seok's silent, bowed head, the general sat back down. "I suspect you've seen something in this soldier, but at the end of the day, an F-rank is still an F-rank." Suddenly, the phone on his desk blared. The voice on the other end was frantic. "Sir, a gate has spontaneously appeared in the 1st Battalion sector. The location is Soon Station. And sir, it's an irregularity event." The color drained from both men's faces. An irregularity event was essentially a natural disaster confined to a specific, localized area. It could apply debuffs to all players inside or add impossible new rules that made the mission infinitely harder. Back at the station, the battle raged. A player conjured a magic circle, blasting a creature with a torrent of fire. "Captain, what are these spider freaks? They're not in any of the guidebooks." The spider lunged with razor-sharp claws. In an instant, the squad unleashed a wave of ice magic, freezing the creature solid. "Looks like frozen spider legs are on the menu tonight." One of the mages dropped to a knee, panting as he thought. Based on its size, that ice won't hold it for long. "We have to seize this moment. Attack with everything we've got." He instantly launched himself forward, lunging straight for the spider. "Don't let it move." Dozens of eyes blinked open across the spider's form as the ice encasing it began to crack and melt away. With a mighty heave, it shattered the icy prison. The man moved just as fast, manifesting a shield to deflect the volley of venomous pellets the beast fired. This monster was a poison armor spider. Its hide was so thick, conventional attacks couldn't even scratch it. "Do I really have the strength to take this thing down right now?" Hyun-Guk wondered, cautiously closing the distance. Were 2 days of preparation truly enough? There was no more time for hesitation. It was time to find out. In the next instant, the spider simply collapsed, leaving his teammate completely dumbfounded. Hyun-Guk watched as small bubbles floated into the air. Don't celebrate yet. That was only the first one. Just then, a whole swarm of other spiders appeared. A wicked grin spread across Hyun-Guk's face. These foolish spiders. How dare they try to crawl on top of someone like this? Elsewhere, an army stood in perfect formation, with countless military trucks lined up and ready. Squad 1 is ready. Squad 3 is ready. Deploy red formation up to Phase 6. Is everyone clear? A soldier asked his commander. That thing is massive. Why aren't we mobilizing more mages? We could use magic to break right through that barrier. The commander replied, no. That isn't magic, it's a rule of the system. You can't break a system rule unless the entire system itself collapses. The only thing we can do is wait until time runs out. Lieutenant Colonel Kim Kang-seok approached Hana, the chief of strategy. From the Cheonghwa Guild, how many players do they have under level 15? She glanced up, meeting Kang-seok's gaze. First, does Cheonghwa even have anyone like that? And are you seriously planning on sending a rescue team in there? They'll be slaughtered. Kang-seok removed his glasses. There are over 800 lives trapped inside that station. Prioritizing our soldiers' lives means nothing if we abandon civilians. Besides, there's someone in there who is extremely reliable. An image of Hihon Chul-rin flashed through Kang-seok's mind. Hyun-Guk unleashed streams of magic, blasting the spider. It retaliated wildly, slashing its razor-sharp claws toward him. Hyun-Guk dodged backward, empowering his gear as he yelled out, "Everyone, do it just like before. Freeze it now." His teammates immediately unleashed their skills, encasing the spider, attacking Hyun-Guk in solid ice. But another spider scuttled out of nowhere, charging his allies. Hyun-Guk's eyes blazed with fury. "You disgusting monster. You've picked the wrong target. I'm your opponent." He blasted it with his skill, sending it crashing to the ground. At the same time, the frozen spider roared as it shattered its icy prison. Hyun-Guk shot at a cocky grin. "Finally awake from your nap? Why don't you take your little friend home and go back to sleep?" A system alert appeared. Warning, mana is rapidly decreasing. 63% remaining. Hyun-Guk activated a crushing skill, making the spider's many eyes bulge as its face twisted in agony. Warning, mana is rapidly decreasing. 39% remaining. In the end, the spider lay flattened on the ground, its life extinguished. From outside the entrance, someone who had witnessed the entire battle stared intently at Hyun-Guk, lost in thought. A hunter of his caliber couldn't have taken the subway today by coincidence. So why is a man like him here, at Soon Station? Damn it, this ruins everything. I can't believe I failed my very first mission. The system announced, attack mission. You have missed the target. Poison armor spiders swarm at Gate 1 of Sun Station. Hyun-Guk shouted, "It looks like the first wave is over. All soldiers, assemble." As everyone gathered, one of them spoke up. "Thank you. We were too weak to stop the first attack on our own. I assume you're a high-ranking player." Hyun-Guk said nothing, his eyes just scanning over the group. "What's with that intense stare?" One of the soldiers asked, confused. "Is there a problem?" Hyun-Guk remained quiet, thinking to himself. "It's strange. I don't see him. I heard he was a member of the security team." The deputy platoon leader rushed over. Hyun-Guk immediately questioned her. "Have you evacuated the civilians?" The soldier's eyes widened in shock. "What? No one can just give orders to an S-rank player. Has the Civil Defense Force arrived already?" The deputy platoon leader stood with her hands on her hips. "The spiders are too large, so we split the civilians into smaller groups. We've been evacuating them one by one through a room with a narrow hallway. Fortunately, no one has been seriously injured. But did they really stop the first wave by themselves? Report everything to Squad 6 immediately." Someone asked Hyun-Guk, "What's your level?" Hyun-Guk shot them a look of pure contempt. "I don't have time for this nonsense," he said aloud. "That's not important right now. I believe we are dealing with a double gate." The deputy platoon leader and the soldier were both completely stunned. Hyun-Guk's brow furrowed in frustration. If we search for all 800 civilians, he'll definitely hide. The second monster wave might even give him the perfect cover to escape. Meanwhile, Kang-seok gave his command. "I am appointing First Lieutenant Lee Min-hee as the field commander for the Soon Station rescue operation. The lives of those innocent civilians are in your hands now." In perfect unison, they all shouted, "Yes, Commander." At the entrance of the double gate, a mysterious figure read the system notice. "Monsters in this area will not attack you." He was still trying to figure out what was happening when Hyun-Guk emerged from the shadows. "Your plan was to disguise yourself as a soldier, so you could kill them without suspicion, right, Joseph? That fool wouldn't see the truth until he was staring death in the face. Your pathetic little steel pellets are nothing to me." A wicked smile spread across Hyun-Guk's face as a torrent of fire erupted from his mouth. "That's right. I know every single one of your skills, and exactly how to counter them. All around them, people were ensnared by twisting, thick vines. Joseph extended his 2 arms, now thick tree branches. Steel King, how much longer do you plan on hiding? Are you just going to stand there and watch as my man-eating plants devour them? This guy possessed the man-eating plant ability. An A-rank player. Hyun-Guk, bloodied and battered, dropped to one knee, gritting his teeth as he glared at Joseph. Joseph scoffed. You were talking so tough just a moment ago. Rewind to a few moments earlier, Hyun-Guk was moving like a blur. Joseph was shocked. What kind of movements are those? I thought he was a long-range fighter. Hyun-Guk charged forward, unleashing a volley of steel pellets toward him. He quickly summoned a wall of branches to block the attack. Hyun-Guk launched himself into a flip through the air. Joseph stared him down. There's no way attacks like that can reach me. Is this guy an idiot, charging in like a madman? Hyun-Guk aimed his pellets at an opening in Joseph's defense, but his opponent instantly sprouted new branches to cover the gap. You fool. Keep trying to attack me. It's completely useless. By now, a thick cage of branches had completely sealed Joseph inside. Hyun-Guk leaped up and grabbed onto the branches. Nice. A whole pile of firewood. A sly grin crossed Joseph's face. You think getting this close will do you any good? It seems you know nothing about my power. This is the man-eating plant. I'll start by chewing your arm to pieces. Hyun-Guk plunged his arm straight inside. Joseph was stunned. Why? Why can't I eat his arm? Flames erupted from Hyun-Guk's mouth. Joseph was baffled. Where is that fire coming from? This bastard is just a walking piece of metal, so how did he get a flame ability? He immediately started begging. Hey, I'm on a mission, man. If you spare my life, I'll give you all the rewards to make up for this. Joseph praised himself internally. My brain works fast. There's no way he can refuse an offer this good. Hyun-Guk spat in his face. Bullcrap. You said the exact same thing in my past life, you scumbag. Joseph froze. A past life. Before he could process it, Hyun-Guk unleashed a torrent of fire. Now just die, you bastard. Meanwhile, the Azure squad was approaching the gate. A system warning appeared. Caution. This is a hazardous zone. Once you have entered, you cannot leave until you meet specific requirements. A soldier saw a massive spider lying in wait and screamed in terror. A voice called out, "Who's there?" One of the squad members explained, "We are the rescue team sent by the military." The rescuer asked, "We don't see any victims here. What exactly happened?" The soldier replied, "Thanks to a member of the military, everyone has already been evacuated. We are still following his orders, even now." Does he happen to have spiky hair? And sometimes a sinister-looking grin. Man, why would you describe the main character like that? The soldier immediately confirmed it was true. The rescuer, a man named Jun-Mo, said, "Sounds like it's Corporal Lee Hyun-Guk again." The platoon leader scoffed with jealousy, shouting, "He's just an F rank. From now on, I am in command here. I'm a C rank, leagues above him." The soldier scowled, looking at the arrogant officer with disgust. I was wary of his rank at first, too, but I'm completely convinced by his leadership abilities. You call yourselves a rescue team, but you're only just now arriving? Just then, the deputy platoon leader ran over in a panic. We have a huge problem. The civilians have realized this is a double gate. Outside, the crowd erupted in angry shouts. Why did you hide the fact that this is a double gate? You just wanted to use us as human shields to buy time, didn't you? Back inside the gate, Hyun-Guk had Joseph pinned to the ground. One side of his face was scorched black as he snarled, "I prepared so carefully for this quest." Hyun-Guk had lost his patience and hit him with one last blast. "I'm a busy man. Just die already." A blinding light, like a divine aura, appeared over his head as 2 beautiful, winged women flew down. Hyun-Guk's mana was recovering at an incredible speed. You have received the opportunity to become a guardian of humanity. Do you accept this quest? Hyun-Guk's answer was instant and decisive. Of course not. The 2 fairies hovered around him, waiting for his decision. But Hyun-Guk was firm and refused to change his mind. His decision left the 2 of them utterly astonished. He had zero interest in becoming a guardian or a so-called protector of humanity. When they asked him one final time, he still firmly refused. He knew that protecting humanity was a noble mission, but in the end, the guardians were nothing more than puppets. Even if becoming a savior meant receiving greater rewards, a savior's actions would also be restricted. Besides, a quest is just a quest, but the hearts of humanity are never that simple. If a mission fails, a guardian can become a traitor at any time. Just like humanity's greatest sinner, God Press. After all, he was once a guardian, too. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, spitting out each word as he rejected the mission. Hearing his refusal, the blonde fairy looked completely heartbroken. Meanwhile, the red-haired fairy glared, her eyes burning with fury. They locked gazes for a long moment before both fairies returned to the celestial realm. He waved his hand, and a green light flashed, revealing a key. The system chimed in, congratulating him on receiving the first reward from the lucky event. The item he got was the key to Akashic Armory number 2. This was the very artifact the traitor Josie Jiang would slaughter innocents to possess. Looking at the key in his hand, he couldn't help but speculate. If this was the main quest reward, then it was definitely what the traitors were after. That meant he had to protect it at all costs. He grinned, tucking it securely into his pocket. In this life, he was going to land a massive blow against those traitors. At the same time, in another location, 2 security officers were struggling to control the public, but the crowd was only growing more hysterical. Because the security team hadn't told them about the dual gate, they were terrified of being used as human shields. Guk Huyen witnessed this scene from afar. He never imagined the traitor Josie Jiang could stir up this much chaos before his death. Suddenly, the platoon leader shouted for everyone to calm down. As the captain of the AMT rescue team, he expected everyone to follow his command. But the crowd immediately rejected him. A rescue team with only 6 people. How could such a tiny squad possibly save them all? Out of nowhere, a powerful shout from the distance silenced the crowd. Guk Huyen stepped forward, warning them that if another monster appears, none of them will survive. As soon as they heard his words, the people erupted in panic. But one man shouted back that they acted this way because they had zero faith in the rescue team. Guk Huyen's voice dripped with rage. If you don't trust them, what other choice do you have? The guardians on the railway are risking their lives in battle right now. Is that still not enough for you? He continued to challenge them. Is there anyone here who dares to fight like those rescuers? A soldier suddenly pointed a finger in his face, yelling that Guk Huyen was disrespecting the civilians. He demanded to know where he had been all this time. And when Guk Huyen replied that he had been sealing the dual gate, everyone on scene was completely stunned. The soldier accused him of lying, since there was no way one person could accomplish that alone. Guk Huyen glared at him. A second monster was about to appear. He ordered the civilians to hide well, while the other guardians were to follow him. The moment he spoke, everyone moved to follow his orders. Liu Li ground his teeth, thinking, what is this kind of authority? He hadn't even had a chance to speak. He wondered if this was the same Guk Huyen he knew. Juno quickly handed Guk Huyen his sword. A moment later, everyone gathered before the station gate. He told them the monster from the first gate opening had arrived. This monster wasn't in any guidebook, but thanks to his armor and the security forces, they had successfully stopped it. But one monster from the unlucky event was still missing. A guard also shared his thoughts on the matter. He also felt something was strange, but he thought it was just because it was the first wave of the attack. He was certain the next attack would be different. He believed the monster would use a spider's characteristic poison. Liu Li stood watching, completely bewildered. Not only his deputy platoon leader, but also the other guards were following Guk Huyen's orders without question. Guk Huyen proposed that they prepare gas masks beforehand to avoid the poison. Also, to ensure the civilians wouldn't be affected, they had to lure the monsters outside. Then he began to explain his attack strategy in detail. When the monsters appeared, he would be responsible for luring them out. The rescue team and guards would split into groups stationed outside, and then attack them from positions where they could take cover and hide. Just like last time, they just needed to tie them down and buy time. No matter what, they must not get close to them. Once he found a favorable position and broke through their armor, that's when everyone would unleash their full firepower and attack. Finally, he spoke of the key to increasing the plan's success rate. The platoon leader and deputy platoon leader had to command everyone from up high. If the platoon leader could help him teleport instantly using his flash ability, he could use all his mana and stamina to strip the spider's armor. The deputy platoon leader would then provide him with support. If they did this, he calculated he could use flash until the end of the battle. He looked up at Liu Li, a man with the ability to detect and handle risks, who was also an expert in raid tactics. Being mentioned, he looked slightly embarrassed. He smiled and praised the strategy, admitting that they would definitely not suffer much damage in the end. Hyun-Guk smirked with confidence. With Lee Minnie's blink ability, this mission should be a piece of cake. After finalizing the plan, they all put on their gas masks as the dimensional gate began to spin wildly. He knew the battle was imminent and quickly gave everyone a final warning. A colossal spider crashed down from above, and a crazed grin spread across his face. Bring it on, he thought. The plan is falling into place, but unfortunately, the unexpected happened. A system notification appeared: survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss to escape. The 50-meter-tall spider rose up on its hind legs. A system warning flashed: the boss monster has appeared. Hyun-Guk's excitement instantly twisted into raw panic. He realized the future had changed and screamed for everyone to retreat. This boss was supposed to appear in Phase 3, but somehow, it had emerged during Phase 2. This meant their entire strategy was now completely useless. Overwhelmed with dread, Hyun-Guk desperately urged them to fall back. Upon receiving the retreat order, the team was thrown into chaos, but the squad captain ordered them to hold their positions and stick to the original plan. At that moment, the boss turned its head, surveying the area. When it saw the corpses of its kin, it gnashed its mandibles, letting out a horrific, grinding shriek. A second later, it roared directly at Hyun-Guk. A wave of power erupted from it, and its razor-sharp legs stabbed frantically in his direction. He leaped high into the air to dodge the attack. A massive crater was left where he had been standing just a moment before. It was then that Hyun-Guk realized his return to the past had altered the timeline. He resolved to do something drastic, or everyone was going to die. Hyun-Guk focused his power and unleashed his breaker fist, causing a massive explosion. But to his shock, all that power barely left a few small scratches on the monster's carapace. A system window popped up, warning that his iron fist had failed. The monster's metallic shell was far stronger than his punch. Before he could even process his failure, the boss swung its massive claw right at him. Hyun-Guk frantically used a series of metal-type skills to dodge. The massive steel pillar behind him was sliced in two with terrifying ease. But in that moment of desperation, an idea sparked in his mind. Even though the chance of success was dangerously low, it was now their only hope. From the sidelines, the captain watched Hyun-Guk continuously dodge, furious that he wasn't luring the monster out according to the plan. He thought Hyun-Guk had gone insane, but Hyun-Guk was certain that Lieutenant Lee Min-hee would understand his true intention. After all, in his past life, it was that same blink ability that had saved them all. Now, with his mana rapidly dropping to just 32%, he put all of his faith in Lee Min-hee, praying he would catch on. Lee Min-hee continued to watch intently. He wondered why his comrade wasn't just evading, but was also baiting the boss into attacking the support pillars. And then, it suddenly clicked. Lee Min-hee spun around, demanding his subordinate to transfer as much mana as possible, because for his next move, he would need to create the largest blink portal of his life. On the other side of the battlefield, Hyun-Guk had reached the station's final pillar and was already at his limit. The boss seemed to realize something was wrong. It stopped attacking the last pillar and changed its target directly to him. It slammed both claws into the ground, shattering the earth around it. Hyun-Guk couldn't dodge in time, his body froze in place. The boss raised its claw for the finishing blow. Desperate, Hyun-Guk used the last of his mana to activate body transformation, metallization. With a deafening boom, the final support pillar was destroyed. Hyun-Guk was sent flying like a cannonball into a wall. The moment the pillar broke, the entire station trembled violently as cracks spiderwebbed across the ceiling. It was all about to collapse. Hyun-Guk struggled back to his feet, determined to bait the boss one last time. At that moment, Lee Min-hee screamed at him to get out of there immediately. If he activated the blink, Hyun-Guk would be sucked in too. But Hyun-Guk gasped, "Hurry up and do it. If you don't, we're all dead." Gritting his teeth, Lee Min-hee triggered the skill. A golden magic circle appeared beneath the boss, pulling it into the dimensional rift. Seeing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Hyun-Guk's face. He knew he had trusted the right man. As exhaustion finally took him, he collapsed. At that same instant, the train station caved in completely. The two teammates watched in terror, fearing for Hyun-Guk, who was still trapped in the rubble. Hyun-Guk's mind drifted back to his past life. Even though he had defeated that monster back then, countless comrades had died in the process. He questioned himself, wondering if he truly had the right to be a leader. The red-haired woman beside him grew annoyed at his words. She told him never to speak like that, and to have more faith in himself. Back in the present, as the portal activated, it didn't just pull in the boss. Hyun-Guk was dragged in along with it. With his mana completely gone, he had no chance of survival. Lost in a daze, the red-haired girl appeared before him once more. Her gaze was a beacon of hope, urging him forward. Don't carry the weight of the world alone. When you feel anxious, look into the eyes of those around you, the ones who believe in you. As he snapped back to reality, a blinding light flared. In that instant, a voice pierced the chaos, screaming his name. It was Lee Min-hee, burning through his own power. He had no choice but to use Flash Step to drag him back from the brink. The countdown timer ticked relentlessly on. Every second was agony for the rescue team outside. Lieutenant Colonel Kim Kang-sok felt the pressure crushing him. Just then, a subordinate rushed in, announcing that every media outlet in the country was hounding them. The press demanded a statement on their strategy against the boss monster, while Ha, the head of the Soon Strategy Department, received a grim report from his own team. If they proceeded with their current plan, the public would tear them apart. They'd say the head of the strategy department was a complete amateur, making reckless and superficial decisions. Kim Kang-suk glanced over at Henna. With a heavy sigh, she conceded, "I'll call for reinforcements." At that very moment, inside the dungeon, the squad's vice captain desperately tried to heal Hyun-Guk. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" she demanded. But Hyun-Guk's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He was so sure this was where he'd die, but the future had already been altered. Now, he had no idea how much of his future knowledge was still valid. Had it all become completely useless? Lee Min-hee stormed over, grabbing him by the collar, furious that Hyun-Guk had gone rogue and acted completely on his own. The foundation of any strategy is trust in your comrades. Trust that your team will execute the plan as discussed. As he heard those words, the memory of his dream flashed in his mind. A small smile touched Hyun-Guk's lips. Thank you, Captain. Thanks to you. I finally know what I have to do. Lim Minhee was stunned by his response. Had he hit his head that hard? But the vice captain's urgent cry shattered the moment. The boss. It's about to break through and attack everyone. But Hyun-Guk stood firm. I have a plan to take it down, he declared. But it requires every single one of us to work together. He then raised his voice, addressing everyone below. From this moment on, the key to victory is absolute unity. In the heat of battle, you must follow every command without hesitation. A massive explosion erupted from beneath the rubble. The boss monster launched itself into the air, its roar shaking the very ground. At its appearance, the team sprang into action, coordinating perfectly and following the plan they had just laid out. A massive torrent of water drenched the boss, as mages cast spells to block its path. This was the signal. Hyun-Guk yelled for Park Jun-mo to unleash the lightning strike. As the bolt crashed down, the water covering the boss acted as a perfect conductor, guaranteeing a direct hit. Suddenly, a piercing scream cut through the air. Everyone, look out. In the next instant, the entire team collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, just minutes earlier, Kim Kang-sok was being cornered by the press. They accused him of sending low-ranked hunters as fodder to suppress the boss. But that's when he made his stunning announcement. This time, the second rescue team has an S-class player leading the charge. And that man is Han Tae-san. Back in the dungeon, Han Tae-san strode calmly toward the boss. You've all worked hard, he said. Leave the rest to me. A grin spread across Hyun-Guk's face as he watched him approach. So, the lazy tiger finally decides to show up. Han Tae-san prepared for battle. But he intended to face the boss alone, to claim the reward all for himself. Before the clash, he made a bold declaration. Now that I'm here, not a single person will be harmed. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura exploded from his body. This battle would be over in an instant. With Han Tae-san on the scene, the boss monster was already as good as dead. For a moment, Hyun-Guk felt like everything he knew was irrelevant, because the future he came from had been completely rewritten. He could no longer fully trust the knowledge he held. In that split second, he had resolved to give up the reward and wait 5 hours. But just like that, the smile he thought was lost returned to his face. There was only one reason, the arrival of the man himself, Han Tae-san. He wouldn't show up early, and he wouldn't show up late. Only he could make such a perfectly timed entrance. In his past life, Han Tae-san was an S-class player with no level cap. They only cleared that dungeon because Han Tae-san appeared at the 11th hour to avert total disaster. The reward from that event forged him into an unbeatable warrior, granting him the secret item, the Cloak of Manhwa Lear. But this time, everything was different. This wasn't a game of victory or defeat anymore. This was about the survival of every single person here. But it didn't matter. With him here, what was there to worry about? The legend stared the monster down and taunted it directly. Let me make this clear, he snarled. I don't like getting my hands dirty, but if you dare to touch any of them, you'll have to answer to me. Add in that deep, rumbling voice, and the man's cool factor went through the roof. That arrogant smirk, that was Han Tae-san. All right. A smug grin spread across Hyun-Guk's face. He was actually grateful Han Tae-san had shown up. Because of him, Hyun-Guk wouldn't have to forfeit the prize after all. But he had a little message for Han. That precious item he was after, it was about to meet its maker. Hyun-Guk's grin turned even more sinister. He almost felt sorry for Han Tae-san, because even if he won, he was still just a guest. In this game, Hyun-Guk was the master of the house. The monster roared, thrashing wildly to show its absolute dominance. Meanwhile, Han Tae-san looked completely relaxed, casually raising both arms. High-voltage sparks crackled around his gauntlets. After their first clash left the beast unfazed, our hero couldn't resist running his mouth. He just had to taunt the monster. You think you're the only one who knows how to fight. I know a thing or two myself. As he spoke, the power surging in his arms intensified. Then, our handsome hero gave it a gentle push, and the creature was sent flying for what seemed like 1,000 miles. It shot through the air like a meteor, with no destination in sight. After about 5 minutes, boom! There was no doubt about it, the monster had successfully made a landing. But as long as you're breathing, you can still fight. The beast quickly recovered and pushed itself back up. Before it could even react, our hero started his little act. With a look of pure shock, Han Tae-san exclaimed, "Whoa, you're not even scratched." Seriously, the look on his face was just hilarious. He could probably make his enemies die of laughter before he even landed a punch. Our boy continued, "You're tougher than I thought. You've actually sparked my competitive spirit." The moment he finished speaking, Han Tae-san shot toward the beast like a rocket. First, he zipped past its body in a blinding slash of light. Still not satisfied, he circled it a few more times, delivering a few extra punches all over its body. All the while, He had the nerve to say the monster brought this on itself. Talk about shameless. The beast was busy fighting Hyun-Guk and his party. Nobody asked him to jump in and start lecturing it. He was just stealing the boss. In this situation, our hero was clearly in the wrong. After a few more passes, the monster finally collapsed. The impact sent rocks and debris flying everywhere, like a volcano erupting. Through the settling smoke, a girl with pink hair appeared, clinging to Hyun-Guk's arm. Facing Han Tae-san's icy glare, the pink-haired girl was visibly terrified. She explained that she had been providing support and worriedly asked if he was okay. Hyun-Guk replied with a smile that couldn't have been more fake. His thank you was followed by a friendly reminder. He didn't need her touching his body. Without a shred of gentleness, he shoved her arm away. Man, with an attitude like that, it's no wonder this guy is single. He then turned and flew back towards the fight, ignoring everyone's protests. Meanwhile, Han Tae-san was having the time of his life, about to finish the job. He was just one blow away from ending the spider monster when, oh no, someone stole his kill. The sight made our hero freeze for a full 5 seconds. Are you kidding me? After all the hard work he just put in. Who even plays the game like that? According to the skill information that popped up, it was a D-ranked steel punch. Its main effect was consuming mana to crush metal, with the cost depending on the target. The spider in front of him was on its last breath. Han Tae-san spun around, seething with rage. Who the hell are you? You got a death wish? I told you to stay out of my business. Honestly, they should give our main character the title of Mr. Comedian or something. Everything he does is just so over the top. Even his anger is kinda cute. But on the other side, Hun calmly replied to Han Tae-san's outburst. Even for an S-ranker, don't you think what you're saying is completely shameless? And there it is. Congratulations, Hyun-Guk, you successfully pushed Tae-san's button. Our hero's face twisted as he snarled back. What did you just say? What about me? Oh, just look at that angry face. He's definitely putting on a big show, but it's not all that convincing. Hyun-Guk accused Han Tae-san of being the one who crashed their raid at this station in the first place. That was it. Han Tae-san couldn't hold back and went into full trash talk mode. Without me, do you think you scrubs could have even scratched that spider? Or would you all be dead by now? As he was speaking, a hidden weapon zipped right past his face. This just gave our hero another reason to keep running his mouth. Aha! What the hell? Who are these damn nobodies now? How dare you play so dirty? A bunch of freaking hypocrites. He hurled his own weapon to intercept the projectile. At the same time, Hyun-Guk also made his move. Hyun-Guk shouted, I was the one who got here first. I risked my life to hold out this long. You just swoop in at the last second and act like some kind of hero. There is no way I'm letting you steal it. The two of them began a blistering race toward the projectile or whatever that thing was. Han used every ounce of his strength to get there first. On the other side, Hun was pushing himself to the absolute limit to claim victory. Then, after a tense struggle, a massive impact occurred. Everything descended into absolute chaos. The moment they collided, a huge explosion erupted, plunging the world into smoke, fire, and debris. According to the system, our hero Han Tae-san was the victor. The proof appeared on his status window. You have successfully defeated the boss monster. The restrictions in the area were finally lifted, and everyone watched in awe as the boxing king, Han Tae-san, appeared. The boss monster had been obliterated in less than 5 minutes. The final mission was complete. With a massive explosion, the event dome vanished, revealing the Soon Station in a more horrifying state than ever. The situation was so dire, they couldn't possibly guarantee the safety of the civilians. Down on the streets, people began to emerge from the wreckage, the ones who were lucky enough to survive. A shout echoed from the crowd. A young girl burst from the group of survivors, crying out as she sprinted toward her mother. Reaching her side, she frantically checked on her. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Her weary mother simply embraced her daughter, offering comfort. You must have been so scared, right? I'm all right. I'm okay. I'm sorry for making you worry. As she spoke, tears streamed down the mother's face, a heartbreaking sight. That evening, the news channels lit up. The story of the girl and her mother became a top headline, hailed as a miracle. Every single citizen at the Soon Station had survived. The news anchor repeated solemnly that a miracle had truly happened. All the civilians at Soon Station had made it out alive. But back at the battlefield, a dark shadow fell over our hero Han's face as he stared at the notification screen. Seeing that second-place result was enough to know he was furious, and the #1 spot belonged to none other than the handsome Hyun-Guk. The grand prize was the secret necklace of Menon Maclear. A smug, triumphant look spread across Hyun-Guk's face. He had protected Gun and gotten the item he wanted. But his celebration was cut short by a grim-faced Han Tae-san approaching him. Hey, you bastard. Explain yourself. What about my reward? Bro, you're asking a question nobody knows how to answer. Hyun-Guk's expression screamed, Dude, we're the ones who stopped the second boss wave. You should be grateful you even got second place after jumping in at the very end. Do whatever you want, but you can't change the facts. Do I need to explain the system's logic to you again? The tension crackled in the air as the two hotheads activated their combat modes. This was getting out of hand. Each man believed he was the only one worthy of the necklace, and the situation grew more explosive by the second. It's over. This is beyond saving now. This was about to go way beyond a war of words. The battle between the two was imminent, their fighting spirit boiling over. Han's face darkened as he asked again, "So, how are you going to compensate me?" Hyun-Guk smirked, telling Tae-san he had no right to talk about time or compensation in front of him. Did you have to re-enlist just to do this kind of pointless manual labor? A wave of killing intent exploded from Han, so powerful it seemed to warp the air around them. He roared at Hyun-Guk for wasting his precious time. It looked like he was about to say more. But the people beside them held him back. They told Han Tae-san to just stay put. You can complain about the independent training or your contribution all you want, but if they were properly paid for the time they spent fighting, no reward in the world would ever be enough. At this point, the blood had rushed straight to our boy Han's head. His body moved faster than his brain, launching himself toward Hyun-Guk. Luckily, Hyun-Guk's reflexes were sharp, and he easily dodged the attack. The others screamed when they saw Tae-san attack Hyun-Guk. "What the hell are you doing?" Both fighters suddenly froze, their heads snapping toward the gate. Captain Kim rushed in, announcing that the portal had already been closed. "What do you two think you're doing?" A dangerous smile played on Hyun-Guk's lips. Suddenly, he grabbed Han Tae-san's arm with a friendly smile, patting it gently. "You did a great job," he said. "It's a real honor to meet you. What in the world is happening?" They were literally about to kill each other. Even Han Tae-san looked completely lost, with no clue what was going on. And with that, Hyun-Guk turned and walked away, leaving the other heroes utterly dumbfounded. Captain Kim bowed his head, asking Hyun-Guk if he was all right. Hyun-Guk stood at attention, saluted, and reported to Captain Kim that he was fine. It was only then that Han realized he'd been played. He chased after Hyun-Guk, yelling for him to stop. "But sorry, pal, Hyun-Guk might be handsome, but he's not stupid." Ha-jin, who witnessed the whole thing, probably needed 10 painkillers just to process it all. What in the world is happening anymore? He wondered. Ha-jin went to Han Tae-san and stopped him, reminding him that they were being filmed live. The entire nation was watching everything unfold. If you cause a scene here, the consequences will be impossible to handle, even for the Blue Flower Guild. You could see the pure rage on Han Tae-san's face, but he was powerless to do anything. An announcement came that the Major General was arriving. A portal opened. The Major General stepped through the portal. His gaze landed on Tae-san as he asked, "Why are you still here?" Our boy Han was still fuming over Hyun-Guk and completely ignored the Major General. The man was left standing there, thoroughly embarrassed. He then turned his attention to Henna, the daughter of the Blue Flower Guild's master. "Is there a problem here?" She gave him a slightly confusing answer, saying nothing happened and the gate was already closed. The general simply replied that was to be expected. If you already knew, why did you even ask, old man? Do you just love hearing yourself talk?" Henna couldn't hide the disdain on her face as she looked at him. What a crafty old fox. Hannah demanded to know why the station was in ruins. She reminded Tae-han of their deal. Clear the gate and stop the second wave without any collateral damage. Hearing this, Tae-han's face contorted in frustration, but it couldn't be helped. With this many people around, his hands were tied. Tae-san turned, replying that he didn't destroy the station, nor did he even rank first in the raid. Hannah's eyes widened in disbelief at the mention of his ranking. Tae-han declared that he had fulfilled all her conditions anyway, warning her to keep her end of the bargain. With that, he leaped into the sky, leaving a stunned Hannah behind. She couldn't believe the great Tae-san hadn't taken the top spot. Her gaze shifted to Hyun, realizing the impossible truth. He was the one who ranked first. Meanwhile, the two captains were questioning Hyun. According to his military file, he could only control objects up to 300 grams, but his actual power was far beyond that. They refused to believe he was just an F rank. From a distance, Hannah overheard them. "Guk, an F rank?" The world spun as she staggered. The shock was too much to handle. But the questions weren't over yet. The Major General invited Hyun-Guk to walk and talk. Hyun wasn't thrilled, but he had no choice but to follow. Still, he couldn't let his guard down for a second. This man was not someone to be taken lightly. His power was so immense it had earned him the title of a strategic-level nuclear weapon. He was also a genius. The one person the infamous necromancer was most wary of, and the target of countless assassination attempts. The Major General asked Hyun to report what just happened. Just as Hyun had predicted, he was trying to probe him. Time to improvise. Our hero, Guk, prepared for a tense mental battle with the Major General. He fabricated a story about getting lucky and acquiring a new skill. The old general seemed to buy it instantly, but he didn't stop there. He pressed further, asking about Hyun-Guk's rank, which sent a jolt of panic through him. This was a move he hadn't prepared for. Before he could answer, the general laughed, saying he wanted to give him a reward. At the mention of a reward, our main character's face lit up with greed. He boldly requested the legendary item, Fion, shocking the Major General. The man froze for a full 5 seconds, then clapped Hyun on the shoulder and told him to keep dreaming. Instead, he promoted Sergeant Hyun-Guk straight to the rank of Special Agent. With that, the general turned and left, leaving Hyun-Guk with a bitter taste in his mouth. He didn't get the item, but at least the old man was gone. A few days later, while Hyun-Guk was resting in bed, Park Jun-mo burst into the room. Choi Min was right behind him. Both of them were demanding that Guk train them. Annoyed, Hyun-Guk lifted his shirt to reveal a nasty wound on his stomach, telling them he was still recovering. But before he could kick them out, 3 purple-haired guys ran in, begging him to train them too. Seriously, these guys never give up. But everything changed with the arrival of Min-tae. Seeing Min-tae, Hyun instantly ran over and hugged him. He was so overjoyed that his wounds seemingly vanished, and he immediately led his brothers out for training. The phenomenon of multiple gates opening in the same area is known as an attack wave. In the near future, a wave will devastate Seoul, turning the city into a living hell, and only one person knows what's coming. Me. Can I stop this wave alone? Can everyone survive? No. This time, I finally realized the truth. As Hyun was lost in his thoughts, Private An Min-tae saluted. Reporting from the military hospital, I have been ordered to return to the support team. That is all. Hyun's inner monologue continued. I can't do this by myself. I need everyone's help. He suddenly pulled Min-tae into a tight hug. Thank you. Min-tae was baffled, wondering if his superior had some strange feelings for him. Senior Lee Hyun-Guk, what are you thanking me for? Hyun-Guk let go and looked him straight in the eyes. What else could it be, you idiot? You arrived just in time for training, of course. Min-tae squinted at Hyun-Guk. Was he playing dumb? I didn't hear anything, Hyun-Guk said with a grin. There's no way you can refuse the main character. He thought to himself, the people who fight by my side, they all have to become stronger. Hyun-Guk slung an arm around Min-tae's neck, grinning from ear to ear. Let's go. It's training time. Behind him, his fellow soldiers roared with fighting spirit. A fire burned in Hyun-Guk's eyes, a fierce determination to save them all. Just then, Jun-mo ran up, looking as if the world was ending. Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk. Awakened beings of C rank and below aren't allowed to use the training center. People like us can't train here. Hyun-Guk tightened his arm around Jun-mo's neck. You want to try some real training? Huh? Jun-mo winced. Why does it have to start like this? Hyun-Guk shoved Jun-mo to the ground. You all survived a catastrophe, and now you're losing your nerve. Besides, everyone but Jun-mo ranked up this time, didn't they? Jun-mo sat on the ground, looking dejected. That time, we were just support. Now we have to do it ourselves. Hyun-Guk glared at him. Is that so? Then I'll be your support. Their eyes lit up like they'd struck gold. But when the door suddenly slammed open with a deafening crash, the men instantly started shaking like leaves in a storm. Hyun-Guk growled, What are you waiting for? Get in there. Move it, now. He smirked, a cruel smile devoid of all humanity, and slammed the door shut, trapping them inside. Their desperate screams echoed violently from within. Wait! Corporal Lee Hyun-Guk, you can't be serious. What is this? Help us. Lee Hyun-Guk. But Hyun-Guk just bared his teeth in a wicked grin. Attribute training has begun. 2 women eating lunch spotted Hyun-Guk and immediately started whispering. Hey, isn't that the F-rank guy who dragged everyone down during that disastrous lockdown mission? Really? That's insane. I thought he'd look more muscular, but I guess not. Hyun-Guk heard every single word. But on the surface, he kept his expression cold and indifferent. Those annoying brats. This is probably Vutrung's doing, but man is it irritating. A woman with fiery red hair noticed Lee Hyun-Guk and asked, Isn't it time for your individual training? Hyun-Guk immediately snapped to attention, saluting sharply. I came to the PX to buy energy supplements for the subordinates in training, ma'am. He glanced over, annoyed to see Sang-Guk scowling at him. That bastard. Is he trying to start something again? He looked to his right and saw a woman with shoulder-length black hair also staring intently at him. Hyun-Guk wondered, Huh, who's this? The red-haired woman spoke. I heard you achieved something incredible in the dungeon raid. Hyun-Guk replied, Yes, that's correct, ma'am. She moved closer to him, referencing the report on his unusual feat. It's convincing. But I believe you're hiding something. Hyun-Guk's lips curled into a provocative smirk. What could I possibly be hiding? The red-haired woman's expression didn't change, but her aura grew dark and heavy. You act strangely, sometimes, as if you already know what's going to happen. It seems you possess information that the rest of us don't. Outwardly, Hyun-Guk said, I don't know what you're talking about, but inside, a chill ran down his spine. Could she have actually figured something out? Suddenly, a voice from the side piped up. No, I wasn't talking about you. Sang-Guk threw his hands in the air. Sergeant Kim Se-hee, I didn't say a thing. Se-hee replied, I was speaking to Sergeant Ogio. Just then, the PA system crackled to life. Corporal Lee Hyun-Guk, I repeat, Corporal Lee Hyun-Guk, report to the battalion commander's office immediately. The battalion commander is summoning you. Dismissed. The red-haired woman, a platoon leader, put her hands on her hips in frustration. Damn it, what timing. Mark my words, I don't know what your objective is, but I'll be watching you. Now go. Hyun-Guk walked out, breathing a heavy sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. I need to stay away from that stubborn Se-hee for now. Hyun-Guk looked towards the battalion commander's office, completely baffled. But what could this be about? The promotion ceremony is still a few days away. As he approached, he could hear angry shouting from inside. A test? What kind of test? If you send them in there, your men are going to die. Hyun-Guk knocked on the door and was ordered to enter. He stepped inside and reported, I was summoned. But the words caught in his throat when he saw Major General Kwon Jung-chan. The Major General turned to face Hyun-Guk. Ah, there you are. A few days ago, a red gate opened in the Sinrim district. A flashback of the brutal battle appeared. A mage stared at the carnage before him and screamed, snap out of it. We're from the same guild. Why are you stopping? They've lost their minds. They've all gone insane. He turned to flee in a panic, but shadowy hands dragged him back to his doom. The Major General continued. It's been confirmed that the Blue Flower Guild's third raid team was annihilated. Today, the gate has become a level 3 Chaos Gate. Hyun-Guk froze, his eyes widening in pure shock. A level 3 Chaos Gate. After 3 failed attempts, it's clear one guild isn't enough. Therefore, 2 professional guilds will need to join forces for a counterattack. I don't remember any of this happening. Before Hyun-Guk could answer, the general laid out the terms. The gate is restricted to level 18 and above, with a 30-person limit. I'm told it's a zombie dungeon that must be cleared to escape. Hyun-Guk's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. It can't be. The commander of the corpse army. A necromancer. That arrogant Blue Flower Guild sacrificed so many promising rookies and still failed their raid. Dungeon raids are typically guild business, so there's no official reason for the military to get involved. However, I believe you are the right man for this job. Kang-sok, who was standing nearby, finally spoke up. Major General. Not wanting to pressure him, Kang-sok asked Hyun-Guk directly, can you do it? Hyun-Guk's voice rang out, clear and strong. I'll give it a shot, sir. But I don't think I can handle a red gate with my current weapon. Sir, about that phantom bow I mentioned before. If I can obtain it, I guarantee a successful raid. The Major General let out a smug laugh. All right then, let's make a deal. If you fail, you alone will bear the full responsibility. Hyun-Guk smiled confidently. Yes, sir. High risk, high reward, isn't that right? He thought to himself. Sending commanders on dungeon raids is standard practice, and yet, out of everyone, he chose me. A regular soldier leading a raid team. It's probably because he and the Blue Flower Guild's master are bitter rivals. If I succeed, this will be a perfect victory against the elite players of the Blue Flower Guild. And even if I lose, it won't be considered a total failure for the military, since our official role is only to support their guild. And this victory will prove the monster response team isn't useless, giving us the upper hand in our little game with the Blue Flower Guild. No matter the outcome, the Major General wins. A sly grin spread across his face. Excellent. I'll get you the photos right away. I know this mission will be tough, so after the raid is over, I'll promote you to Sergeant. Hyun-Guk stared him down, thinking, you old fox. I won't let you use me. He spoke up. Major General, you promised me an additional reward last time. If I succeed, I want another one. The Major General confirmed it without hesitation. As long as you succeed, I promise you'll have whatever you wish. Hyun-Guk's voice boomed, as if to overstate his gratitude. Thank you, sir. We guarantee we will raid that dungeon, no matter the cost. Hyun-Guk returned to his brothers, who had just finished off a massive monster, their faces smeared with blood. They all looked at him. You're back? Took you long enough. A C-rank dungeon is simple stuff. At this point, we can handle any mission they throw at us. But before they could boast any further, Hyun-Guk interrupted. Everyone, grab your weapons. Our support team is about to conduct its first ever solo raid. They all froze in place, as if turned to stone. A solo raid, but that's not what we signed up for. 2 days later, the entire squad stood ready in full protective gear and helmets. Hyun-Guk held an object up for them to see. Since this is a zombie dungeon, we're using holy imbued rounds. The kickback is way stronger than normal, so be careful. There are no more training runs. Everyone, stay sharp. Understood? All at once, they shouted, "Sir, yes, sir." One of them spoke up, Corporal Hyun-Guk. "Did you bring it?" Hyun-Guk nodded. "Yeah, don't worry." The tip of a blue arrowhead peeked out from his sleeve. After a long journey, they finally reached their destination. The raid team got out of the vehicle. At the Red Gate in Sihungdong, by the Blue Flower Guild's camp, a captain approached him. "Corporal Lee Hyun-Guk, you're to attend the strategy briefing before entering the gate. Follow me." "Understood," Hyun-Guk replied, then turned to Jun-Mo. "You're in charge while I'm gone." One of the men whispered to Min. "You see that? The way they're looking at us doesn't feel very friendly." Across from them stood a team in impressive-looking armor, but their expressions were nothing but arrogant. One of them grumbled, "Captain, have you heard? They're from the Monster Response Support Team. Just regular soldiers, a whole squad of the lowest-ranked grunts. We're basically carrying dead weight. Even worse, they're going to find out about the retrieval operation." The captain snapped back, "Watch your mouth." The other man quickly covered his lips. "My apologies. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes." Hyun-Guk's sharp ears caught the man's words. "Retrieval operation? What does he mean?" The opposing team's captain began giving orders. "The moment we enter, we're splitting off from the Monster Response Team and going our own way." A soldier protested. "But they won't survive." The captain crossed his arms. "Dungeon raids are always a matter of life and death. They'll have to protect themselves. They don't have a choice." A long scar on his face twisted as he scowled, making him look even more menacing. Hyun-Guk pushed open the door to a room and saw Hana inside. He asked, "I thought there was supposed to be a briefing." Hana moved closer to Hyun-Guk. "I had a feeling you would come. You did a good job hiding your F-rank status when you took my business card last time." Hyun-Guk thought to himself. It seems that incident still bothers her. Hana's expression turned sour. "Enough reminiscing. In this raid, your only job is support. So once we enter the gate, don't get in our Blue Flower Guild's way. Just stay put. I called you here just to tell you that." Hyun-Guk's mind started racing. So this is why the Blue Flower Guild agreed to let regular soldiers assist them. Not a chance. "You really think I'm just going to bow my head and obey?" He challenged her. "My team has the same rights as the Blue Flower Guild, correct?" Hana answered dismissively. "And so what? Are you planning to take on the boss monster or something? I mean, I know you have more skill and courage than a G-rank soldier, but..." Hyun-Guk immediately cut her off. "And why not? Are you afraid we'll actually win?" Hana clutched her stomach, bursting into laughter. "I'm sorry. Do you really think you'll get lucky again like you did at Jisun Tower?" Was this woman's charm left at the door? Hyun-Guk's expression hardened as he stepped closer to Hana. "This has nothing to do with something as trivial as luck." Hana's demeanor flipped in an instant, her eyes becoming sharp as daggers. "It seems you really have a death wish. You think you can enter before us? No, you can't. 3 of the top 100 ranking teams are participating. Don't mind us, just stay out of our way." Hyun-Guk was stunned. Hana didn't take the bait, and there's this retrieval operation. There's something about this raid that I don't know. She spoke as she turned to leave. Hyun-Guk called out, "Section Chief Do." She glanced over her shoulder. "It's Catherine." Hyun-Guk was speechless at Hana's petty attitude. "Yes, Miss Catherine." He looked at her with dead seriousness. "Would you like to make a wager? If we capture the boss monster before the Blue Flower Guild, you'll have to give me something I want." Hana raised an eyebrow. "Before the Blue Flower Guild?" Huh. Her eyes dripped with contempt. "You have no idea what it means to make a bet with me, do you? How about this instead? You hand your life over to me." Without a shred of hesitation, Hyun-Guk agreed. Model. He thought to himself, "I don't know what you're hiding, but whatever lies behind this gate, I'll be the one to end it." Outside, a colossal crimson gate materialized. The Blue Flower Guild would enter first. "Get ready to move." The guild leader ordered them to leave the entrance area before the soldiers caught up, so they needed to be ready to run. The Blue Flower Guild advanced, and the monster counter-raid team would follow in 3 minutes. "Prepare yourselves." A soldier turned to Minty and asked, "Are you nervous?" Minty replied firmly, "I'm fine." A clear voice rang out, "Everyone, focus." Just like we did in training. Holding their breath, they stepped into a horrifying, gruesome scene. A massacre where everyone was killing each other, with blood spraying like fireworks. The captain of the Blue Flower team coughed up blood. His men piled on top of each other, swords piercing straight through their bodies. A towering monster boss appeared, its face a fleshless skull. It turned its head, sending a wave of fear through the entire army. The boss swung its enormous hand, attacking Minty's group. He let out a desperate scream, then bravely aimed his gun at the boss, shouting, "AMT Raid Team, fire." A system notification announced the monster boss, the Zombie King, had appeared. Everyone was terrified when they saw it. Its appearance was the stuff of nightmares. Its head was a skull, adorned with a crown. Furthermore, instead of fur, the collar of its cloak was made of razor-sharp spikes. It began to stretch out its bony hands to attack everyone. The captain immediately ordered them to open fire, and the whole team raised their guns, shooting directly at it. Rounds of gunfire exploded like flowers blooming in spring, but the monster was completely unharmed. Hyun-Guk observed closely and realized it was using a magic shield to deflect the attack. He quickly ordered Choi Seo-ong to take a sniper shot. Lying on the ground, he aimed his rifle at the creature. The captain recalled a training session with Hun, remembering a question he had asked back then. Everyone knows guns have no effect on monsters, so what was the point of them practicing their marksmanship? Hun had replied, "It's true. They don't inflict much damage on monsters. Against these creatures, even holy bullets feel like rubber pellets. But the reason we use guns is for the noise. Simply put, zombies have very poor senses, but their hearing is incredibly sharp. That's why we use guns. They don't have high damage, but they disorient the zombies, making them lose track of us." Hearing this, everyone let out a collective, "Oh," but Choi Seo-ong still had a doubt. What if the zombies in the dungeon have other developed senses? He answered, "In that case, the probability of failure would be extremely high. The entire team would turn into zombies, and this place would become hell on earth." The flashback ended. Choi Seo-ong took careful aim at the creature's ear and fired. The monster was still distracted by the sound of gunfire. On the other side, Minty held up a shield while tossing out several grenades. As the grenades were about to detonate, everyone quickly took cover behind his shield to avoid injury. The grenades exploded at the same time, causing a massive blast, and the monster was clearly affected by the impact. The monster growled, emitting waves of black smoke that made their hair stand on end, and it unleashed a legion of zombies to attack them. The sight was terrifying, but their fighting spirit remained unbroken. They reloaded simultaneously to fight back, but Hyun-Guk used his magic to pull all the guns from their hands. He wielded 4 rifles at once, unleashing a storm of bullets on them. Against such a fierce assault, no matter how numerous the zombies were, they couldn't escape the continuous barrage of gunfire. The zombies fell one by one, without a chance to even fight back. Kim Ha-young-jin, the team's rogue, suddenly saw a zombie flash past him. It moved as fast as the wind and was carrying a sword. From what he knew, that was a rare item. A massive explosion erupted, and a giant grenade now stood before the remaining zombies. After the grenade exploded, the monster roared in fury. The zombies had vanished without a trace. Hyun-Guk's soldiers were now sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Every single one of them was completely exhausted. They felt as if they had already died, their bodies so worn out they couldn't even control them anymore. Hyun-Guk stood nearby, but he paid no attention to their words. He was deep in thought, pondering his own questions. He felt that while they had followed the infiltration plan perfectly, something was fundamentally wrong. Furthermore, there weren't as many zombies as he had expected. And even more puzzling, the Zombie King's name was somehow distorted in the notification window. After a moment of thought, he called for everyone to gather, because this gate wasn't cleared yet. Once everyone was assembled, they quickly retreated from that location. From another place, a man with a snake coiled around him silently observed Hyun-Guk's group's every move, a twisted smile on his face. The snake's terrifying eyes, devoid of any humanity, were especially chilling. He looked at Hyun-Guk's team and said to the snake, "It seems we found some interesting people." The scene left behind after the battle was one of utter desolation. Nothing remained. They advanced cautiously, their eyes scanning the desolate landscape for any lurking threats. Hyun-Guk noted the strangeness of it all. No facilities, no zombies, just an unsettling emptiness near the dungeon. He had raided countless dungeons before, but he'd never encountered a place so unnervingly quiet. Suddenly, a presence registered behind him. About 20 meters away, a strange metallic object was on the move. Without hesitation, he channeled his power, launching a knife straight at the target. A young man's voice cried out, "Wait, spare me. I'm human." In an instant, the entire team had their weapons aimed at him. The figure stepped out from behind a tree, raising both hands in surrender as he tried to explain. He'd been hiding, thinking Hyun-Guk's squad was a pack of zombies. He claimed to be the last survivor of Raid Team 3. The man was a walking skeleton, his face gaunt and hollow from starvation. His name was Kim Tae-seob, a member of the Blue Flower Guild. His role was a marksman, and his main skill was stealth. Hyun-Guk eyed him with suspicion. Only one survivor? The man collapsed to his knees, whispering, "I'm sorry, but can you please give me something to eat?" Elsewhere, at the Blue Flower Guild's temporary command center, Anna was listening to her assistant's report. Guang had just sent a secret letter to all the major guilds. She bit her nails, desperate to know its contents. After all, the members sent on this joint raid were all supposed to be familiar faces. Then came a piece of information that stunned her. A player had successfully recovered the body of the chairman's grandson, along with a hero-grade item. The Spear of Ashen. The player from Raid Team 2 would be rewarded with 80 billion won and massive backing from the Blue Flower Guild. Back with Hyun-Guk's team, the starving Kim Tae-seob spoke between mouthfuls of food. Our priority mission this time is the spear. Hearing this, Hyun-Guk smirked. It all made sense now. The reason Ju-hee was so cautious was because the legendary Spear of Ashen was at stake. Kim Tae-seob continued stuffing his face. Chairman Gwang-hun's second grandson failed the first raid. He lost the Spear of Ashen, the guild's greatest symbol. That's why everyone hates us, even on a joint mission. Watching from on high, a mysterious figure grew bored of their idle chatter. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a horde of monsters to attack them, just for his own amusement. Hyun-Guk's senses flared. A massive number of metallic creatures had just appeared out of nowhere. Not just a dozen, but 120. And their numbers were still climbing. A terrifying danger was rapidly closing in on them. Feeling the horde drawing nearer, he urgently called his team to gather. It was time for Plan C. The order shocked everyone, but they quickly composed themselves and prepared their gear. And Min and Choi Minji immediately dropped their backpacks and opened them. Inside were dozens of large orbs, each one crackling with potent holy power. Then, every member of the team pulled out a combat stimulant. The serum would grant them a continuous mana boost for 5 minutes and increase strength for 6. The moment they drank it, the effects kicked in instantly. A formidable aura of power began radiating from Hyun-Guk. He walked over to Junmo, giving him a specific task. Seeing the team's frantic preparations, Kim Tae-seob couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety as everyone scrambled into formation. He had just barely escaped death and had no desire to go through that hell again. He asked what the plan was, wanting to help. Hyun-Guk walked over, clapped him on the shoulder, and said, "We're preparing to run for our lives, so if you don't want to become zombie food, you better stick with us." Kim Tae-seob didn't fully grasp his words, but the demonic shrieks from behind him made the situation crystal clear. The horde had arrived, a massive, bloodthirsty wave. The prepared orbs were launched into the air, and Hyun-Guk used a spell to make them hover in place. Right before the clash, Hyun-Guk ordered the entire raid team to retreat from the area immediately. Watching their strategy from a hidden perch, the mysterious enemy let out a mocking laugh. "Is your only plan to use a teammate as bait? If I kill him fast enough, your plan is useless." With that, he commanded the horde to charge directly at Hyun-Guk. As they fled, Kim Tae-seob asked a soldier beside him, "Plan C is to just abandon him to die? That's beyond reckless." The soldier replied with absolute certainty. The captain made this plan himself, and he is not a man who gambles on failure. Now, Hyun-Guk stood alone on the battlefield. With a flick of his wrist, he controlled the floating orbs, sending them deep into the ranks of the charging monsters. Once the orbs made contact, he unleashed his steel punch, activating the holy power within each one. They erupted in a blinding flash, creating a piercing, high-pitched shriek as electricity-like energy coursed through the monsters. They were helpless to react, instantly slammed to the ground. Guk-hoin didn't waste a second. He unleashed the same attack on the charging horde. In moments, he had annihilated nearly all of them. Witnessing this spectacle, the mysterious figure finally understood. Guk-hoin wasn't just staying behind as bait. Moreover, the noise he was generating would drive the zombies into a frenzy. And just as planned, the sound caught the attention of the zombie boss. It let out a monstrous roar toward the chaos, sending its minions swarming in that direction. Amidst the sea of undead, Guk-hoin detected something else. A unique, high-class metallic signature. He sensed it was human. Looking into the distance, he saw him. A shadowy man standing between two metallic beasts, a massive snake coiled around his body as he stared down. A human? He wondered. Who is he? An ally? Or an enemy? A name surfaced in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. It couldn't possibly be him. Suddenly, the two metal beasts vanished. In that instant, Guk-hoin knew who was pulling the strings. He couldn't believe it was actually him. The two creatures reappeared in a flash, lunging to attack. He reacted instantly, dodging out of the way. He was lucky to evade that strike. Otherwise, his head would have cracked open just like his helmet. He was forced to use his skill set to bring them under control. But now, it wasn't just two. An entire swarm descended, cornering him completely. The stranger sneered with contempt. Was I expecting too much? Those iron pellets he so carefully prepared. All that energy he expended. Has he finally run out of steam? But the very next second, Guk-hoin left him speechless. He used his magic to command the shattered iron fragments, sending them soaring through the air to strike the metallic beasts attacking him. He called this technique Iron Rain. The moment the shards fell, it was like a downpour of steel. Every single monster was brutally impaled. They shrieked in agony. Meanwhile, the zombie horde drawn to Guk-hoin was suddenly diverted by another massive explosion. That blast came from grenades thrown by Guk-hoin's own squad. Kim Tae-seob had assumed their plan was to sacrifice a teammate and run. So now, he couldn't comprehend the reason for this new explosion. Choi Tae-young yelled at him, "What kind of strategy involves sacrificing a comrade? This is a diversionary tactic to lure the zombies away from Sergeant Lai Hoin. Their plan had worked, pulling the horde to a distant location. The strange man raised a hand to his face, speaking to his pet. So, he wasn't bait after all. They were truly planning to raid this place. A twisted grin spread across his face. This is starting to get interesting. The snake hissed in response, as if it understood its master. Gokuen saw the man's chilling smile. He wondered what was wrong with this guy. What was his purpose for entering this dungeon gate? More importantly, how could he move among the zombies unharmed? Just then, a warning appeared. Power levels would be critical in less than 2 minutes. Gokuen was still pondering if this man was who he feared he was. At that moment, the giant snake opened its maw and spat out a spear, presenting it to its master. This scene is a dead ringer for Orochimaru from Naruto. He also frequently used his snakes to store weapons and important items. The man gripped the spear, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Now, I want a taste of your blood. I will baptize this spear with it. Gokuen roared, "Are you the necromancer?" For a few seconds, the man was too stunned to react. Then, his face twisted with pure rage as his voice dropped into a threatening growl. "If you want to die in one piece, you will tell me how you know I'm the necromancer. Who in the hell are you?" The bloodthirsty snake man licked his lips with sadistic glee, declaring he would anoint his spear with Gokuen's blood. The weapon in his hand was still slick with the snake's saliva, a truly disgusting sight. Gokuen yelled that he had just one question. If your girlfriend and your mom fell into the water, who would you save first? "Oh, wait, wrong question," he asked. "So you are the necromancer?" The question hit the snake man like a paralyzing strike. He froze solid. "How do you know about the necromancer? What the hell are you?" The dead zombies weren't reanimating. And from his reaction, it seems the guess the identity game show has officially begun. Is this snake man not the necromancer? Then what is his connection? Faced with a barrage of questions, the snake man finally lost his patience. "You lunatic! Do you not understand the situation?" he screamed, calling him a bastard as he charged forward. "I asked you how you knew about him." The snake man swung his 120-centimeter spear, bringing it down with a heaven-shattering blow determined to send Gokuen straight to his grave. But it wasn't that easy. Gokuen caught the spear with his bare hands, causing the man to hiss, "You little brat." He had not only failed to kill Gokuen, but had actually helped him unlock a new power. A new skill unlocked, Adamantine Body, C rank. It is compatible with hero-grade weapons after absorbing abilities from Manon Marier's secret armor. It activates new skills like Mana Shield, Secret Insignia, and one more currently locks. The skill's rank will improve by absorbing a concentrated amount of magic-infused metal. If it weren't for the secret armor of Manon Mar-El combined with his adamantine body, Hyun-Guk would have just lost an arm. Hyun-Guk was blasted backward, but even as he flew through the air, he managed to unleash a dagger at the Serpent Man. The Serpent Man dodged contemptuously. "You think a pathetic trick like that would work on me?" But even after countless stories, villains still can't seem to learn the one golden rule. Never, ever underestimate the main character. Hyun-Guk gripped a chain in his hand, yanking it hard and sending a hail of iron shrapnel blasting toward the Serpent Man. The massive snake behind him coiled instantly, shielding its master within its body. From inside, the Serpent Man's face twisted into a rabid snarl. Is this really the attack of a mere level 18 player? Hyun-Guk, meanwhile, was sizing up his opponent. To block that so easily, he must have already surpassed the power level of a red gate. He asked the creature again, "How did you get into this gate? Show me the way." The Serpent Man cracked a smile that was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts tidal wave. Or rather, it was the pained grimace of someone who's badly constipated. Even in this situation, Hyun-Guk's sharp eyes zeroed in on the creature's hand, where a fragment was embedded. The holy shard was burning his skin. A player taking damage from holy power can only mean one thing. He's a player killer, a vampire. They were the demonic race that had slaughtered civilians and his own comrades during the attack on Soon. So, this whole time, this thing wasn't a Serpent Man, but a vampire. The vampire's face twisted as he praised Hyun-Guk. "You have a real talent for getting on my nerves." It seemed he had no intention of answering the question. "Perhaps I'll have to rip off all your limbs before you decide to speak." Hyun-Guk could feel the immense energy radiating from a hero-grade weapon. Could that be the Spear of Azilis, the very weapon the Guang Corporation has been searching for? Against that, even his secret armor and adamantine body would be useless. If that spear unleashed its true power, a single hit would be the end of Hyun-Guk. A notification appeared, informing him that his elixir's effect was below 60%. The buffs from his mana and strength stars were also fading, with just over 2 minutes of his berserk skill remaining. He had to win this fight within that time limit. The vampire declared he would make him talk, even if he had to tear his mouth wide open. With those words, he lunged, thrusting the spear directly at Hyun-Guk. If Hyun-Guk hadn't dodged in a flash, his head would have a new hole right through the middle. But our main character was no pushover. He retaliated with a crushing blow aimed right at the creature's head, but the snake once again intercepted the attack for the vampire. The creature arrogantly reminded Hyun-Guk, "I already told you. Those little tricks are useless." Hyun-Guk was seething. The damned python was blocking every single long-range attack, so he couldn't hit him with the fragments. On top of that, the spear of Asilis made close-quarters combat impossible. Fine then. He would just have to try a different strategy. The vampire pressed his advantage, launching a relentless assault while mocking him. "How dare you speak of someone you don't even know?" Hyun-Guk realized he had to play this trump card much earlier than planned. He called out to the vampire, "You're curious about me, right? Am I a soldier? Or maybe I've already been discharged?" Hearing him suddenly introduce himself, the vampire thought he was asking him out. What in the hell? But while he was distracted, a claymore mine was already being wrapped around the snake's body. As expected, this guy had never served in the military. The scene shifts back to the other soldiers. Tiz stopped another soldier who was about to throw a mine. "Stop. The boss monster isn't here. This is our chance. With this many zombies, even a full raid party wouldn't stand a chance. Hyun-Guk might already be dead. We have to escape." Jun-Mo immediately shot back. Corporal Hyun-Guk would never fall that easily. Tiz snapped back at him. "And how can you be so sure?" Jun-Mo declared, "Because we haven't received the signal yet." It turns out, before leaving, Hyun-Guk had instructed him to attach a claymore mine to his back. If that mine ever detonated, it meant he was down to his final resort. At that moment, Jun-Mo was to lead the squad to a safe hiding place. Back with Hyun-Guk, he had found the perfect opportunity and detonated the mine to cook tonight's dinner. Shadow grilled snake. Seeing his serpent companion charred to a crisp, the vampire completely lost it, screaming in a fit of rage. "How dare you? That person chose me. To think you would kill him with a pathetic mine." With the vampire now completely defenseless, Hyun-Guk sent him a little gift. An arrow of love, straight through the heart. The impact knocked the vampire backward. "What is this? How is it so fast that I can't even see it with my naked eye?" Hyun-Guk sighed. "So naive. The claymore was just to get rid of your annoying pet. This arrow. This is my real trump card. Trying to pull it out is useless. It's infused with my power. You won't be removing it so easily." Hyun-Guk wasn't going to kill him just yet. "Now, it's my turn to ask the questions." Elsewhere, the ravenous zombie horde charged toward the soldiers like a collapsing dam. Just as Tiz and Jun-Mo were locked in their argument, a deafening explosion ripped through the air, shaking everyone to their core. Kyung-jin's voice trembled as he turned to Jun-Mo. Was that a claymore mine? Jun-Mo was completely shell-shocked. His soul practically left his body, unable to believe the mine actually went off. Impossible. Corporal Lee Hyun-Guk. At that moment, he finally understood. "You mean that signal from before?" Tiz gloated, puffing out his chest with arrogance. "See? I was right on the money. I told you so. Anyone who wanders out here alone is just asking for a meaningless death." He spoke without a shred of emotion, even warning Roman to keep a cool head on the battlefield. "All you have to do is hide in a safe place and wait for the strike team to provide backup. That's how you survive." He might have a handsome face, but the words spewing from his mouth were pure poison. Roman's brow furrowed as he growled out a warning. "Hey, we just received a report that one of our comrades might have been killed. How dare you stand there and gloat about it?" The surrounding soldiers were left speechless, listening to Tiz's self-righteous lecture. They glared at him with pure disgust. Feeling the murderous intent aimed straight at him, Tiz stammered, desperately trying to save face. I was worried when I heard the news, too. But the rest of us still have to survive, right?" Tiz even had the nerve to urge everyone to sing "Run for Your Life." "What are you all still standing around for? Let's get out of here, now." But just as he was rallying them to flee, debris crashed down right beside him, scaring him half to death. What now? The entire castle began to tremble violently. A system notification flashed before their eyes. The castle of the Skeleton Lord, Dako, is being summoned. The Skeleton Lord will annihilate any who trespass on his domain. Panic erupted among the soldiers. What in the world is going on? A castle just appeared out of thin air. Nothing in our training prepared us for this. Look, zombies are being summoned along with it. Tiz stared at the 500 summoned zombies, his face a mask of pure, hopeless despair. Amidst the chaos and rising panic, Roman raised a single hand, signaling for complete silence. But the old saying is true. You don't fear a strong enemy, you fear an idiotic teammate. As everyone stood frozen on command, Tiz shoved his way through the ranks and made a break for it. His sudden movement instantly drew the attention of the entire horde. The zombies went berserk, swarming toward the soldiers in a frenzy. Roman immediately gave the order, "Strike team, open fire." But they quickly realized it was useless. There were simply too many of them. Their only option was to find cover, and fast. Meanwhile, back with our overwhelmingly powerful main character and his very unfortunate vampire captive. The vampire desperately gripped the arrow in his chest, trying everything to pull it free. Hyun-Guk reminded him it was useless. That arrow is infused with my power. You're not pulling it out. He even offered the vampire some hollow comfort. Don't worry, he said. I'm not going to kill you yet. First, you're going to tell me about the necromancer. The vampire scoffed at the threat. Kill me? With this pathetic little arrow? Without holy power? It was true. Hyun-Guk couldn't deliver a final blow. However, with the amount of blood he was losing, even a vampire would soon experience an agony worse than death itself. Realizing his weakness had been exposed, the vampire flinched. You whelp, what do you know? Hyun-Guk channeled his energy into the arrow, causing the vampire to cry out in agony. Our hero reminded him who is in charge now. I'm the one asking the questions here. And so, the first question for our contestant was announced. What's your connection to the second son of the Guang conglomerate? Is he your backer? The arrogant vampire roared in defiance. How dare you? That insect is nothing but low-class prey. Wrong answer. Hyun-Guk sent another jolt of pain through him. I warned you. Play nice and you only get hurt. Misbehave and you get punished. Unable to bear the pain, the vampire screamed for him to stop. Hyun-Guk, however, seemed quite pleased. Ah, there we go. At least you're willing to be honest now. Just answer my questions obediently. Now, for real. Who is the necromancer? If you know, spit out the name. Now. But the vampire, fearless to a fault, still had the energy for one last taunt. You fool. You don't know anything at all, do you? If you did, you wouldn't need to ask me. He could be anyone. A comrade fighting at your side, or perhaps even a member of your own family. That was not the right answer. The vampire had just crossed a serious line. Hyun-Guk pressed a cold dagger to the vampire's throat. Don't you ever bring my family into this. This creature clearly lived for his own pride, yet he was still playing games. So Hyun-Guk decided to drop a bombshell. You've never even met the necromancer, have you? Seeing the flash of panic in the vampire's eyes, Hyun-Guk knew he'd struck a nerve and pressed his advantage. Hey, how disappointing. You're nothing but talk after all. For someone as cautious as the necromancer, it doesn't matter how loyal a dog you are. He would never grant you an audience or reveal his true plans. So what does that make you? Just some fanatical follower? The vampire's face twisted with pure rage. Who gave you the right to speak as if you know him? The fiend spat. Hyun-Guk just shrugged nonchalantly. Because I know far more than you do. But from behind, the giant serpent had recovered. It lunged forward, jaws wide open, ready to strike. But the creature was still far too slow. With a casual flick of his wrist, Hyun-Guk instantly turned the massive snake into sizzling barbecue. For a long, long time, we've been hunting each other. The vampire refused to believe it. You lie. The master hasn't even awakened yet. Hyun-Guk was done with this interrogation. His opponent's excuses were getting pathetic. Thanks for the gift, the vampire sneered. I'll be sure to put it to good use. A system window appeared. You've obtained the Spear of Achilles. If a true necromancer had awakened their powers and made a move, he would have sensed it long ago. But wait. If the master hadn't awakened, why was this vampire so fiercely loyal? The whole situation reeked of suspicion. Hyun-Guk had no choice but to press on. Hey, stalker. How did you get in here? The Blue Flower Guild is guarding the main gate. There's no way you could have slipped past them. The vampire glanced at a glowing ring on his hand, then shot a question back at Hyun-Guk. Then how did you enter the raid gate that he created? No player above level 18 should have been able to get in. Hyun-Guk was stunned by his words. What did he just say? He created the gate himself? Did that mean a single person could control a gate's very existence? Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. At this rate, he'd lose both the vampire and the spear. A new notification flashed. The player level limit for gate entry has been raised from 18 to 30. The vampire just smirked, his eyes dripping with contempt. After this phase, his monster raid gate will be perfected. Enjoy the true horror of the world we've made. The allied soldiers could only hold their breath and scramble for cover. The zombies were in a bloodthirsty frenzy, hunting with terrifying zeal. Jun-Mo noticed something strange about the skeleton leader. It was absorbing the ambient energy, reigniting the flames in its eye sockets. The moment its eyes flared to life, the surrounding zombies let out a deafening roar, as if celebrating their leader regaining his sight. And if the skeleton leader could see, that meant the rest of the undead horde could see, too. Jun-Mo stared into their deep, glowing sockets, his hair standing on end. The zombies have gained sight. There was no time to hesitate. Jun-Mo raised his heavy 20-centimeter handgun and opened fire. The deafening blast instantly drew the attention of the remaining zombies. Jun-Mo screamed a warning to the raid team. They can see us now. I'll provide cover fire. The rest of you, get out of here now. It seemed the skeleton leader didn't just have eyes. It could also understand human speech. Hearing Jun-Mo's command, it whipped around, lashing out at him with a whip made of bone. Just as everyone thought Jun-Mo was done for, a nearby grenade exploded, tearing the skeleton leader's bone whip to shreds. Minty yelled out, "Private Park Jun-mo," snapping him out of his daze. Jun-mo looked over in disbelief. "Minty, Choi-min, what are you two doing here? I told you to run. Go." But Minty just screamed right back, "You can't hold them off alone." Minji-jae added, unleashing a hail of bullets. "And we don't have the guts to put you down if you turn into one of them." They backed up their words with action, laying down fire and tossing grenades like a deadly fireworks display. They were true comrades. They were declaring that if they died together. Now it was on Junmo to hurry up and fight alongside them. The sight left Junmo speechless, his heart pounding with emotion. If they were going to be this stubborn, he had no choice but to accept their resolve. Junmo charged toward his team, roaring his command. "All raid team members, retreat. Use every last grenade we have." And with that, a spectacular indoor fireworks show erupted, blasting the castle into a cloud of fire and smoke. Through the chaos, a dark voice echoed, "I will use your remaining comrades as a sacrifice." It was a parting message from that wretched vampire. He had to get one last threat in. "The zombies will soon pour from this gate and slaughter the world outside. Try and stop them, if you dare." A blood-red warning screen flashed. The assault of the skeleton lord, Baron Samedi, has begun. Hyun-Guk had no more time to waste. He shot toward the castle like a speeding bullet. His sharp ears picked up the sound of grenade explosions. Was that coming from the building? Hyun-Guk remembered his orders to Jun-mo. "If the Claymore mines detonate, the entire team must escape at all costs. And if I don't make it back, the one to lead the team in my place will be." But Junmo had only responded with a hand of complete trust on his shoulder. "I will wait for you. We'll all be waiting for Corporal Lai Hyun-Guk to return, so you have to make it back alive." Back in the present, the zombies had already breached the castle's perimeter. They were lined up perfectly at the gate, as if to give Hyun-Guk a warm, horrifying welcome. But Hyun-Guk's arrows showed no kindness, tearing through the monsters that stood in his way. Hyun-Guk cursed under his breath. He gripped the spear of Asino, screamed its activation command, and charged headfirst into the horde. A warning about excessive mana consumption flashed, but Hyun-Guk no longer cared. He yelled at the system to shut up. "I know," he roared. "I know that I promised them I would definitely return." Inside the castle, the skeleton leader suddenly froze solid, its grotesque face still twisted in a pain grimace. Another system alert chimed. The assault of the skeleton lord, Baron Samedi, has been interrupted. It seemed the skeleton leader also saw the warning display, but the moment he turned his head, the screen vanished. Distracted for only a moment, the cat-ear pot was snatched from the windowsill. When he noticed, a feral rage erupted from him, his roar echoing for miles. Minty and Junmo were running for their lives, a horde of 500 zombies right behind them. It was a frantic scene, like debtors fleeing a lone shark. To put it another way, it was like employees being chased by the deadline from hell. Minty gave Junmo a helpless look, her eyes fixed on the cat-ear pot. "What are you doing? Why did you bring that with you?" The master thief Junmo had no idea. It just seemed incredibly important to that skeleton leader. "Oh, right, a quick introduction. Junmo's specialty is thievery. More specifically, he's one of Kitokit's subordinates." Just as the zombies were about to tear Junmo's throat out, the raid team intercepted them, sending the undead straight back to the grave. Kyung Dooyin shouted that the C4 was installed, a powerful plastic explosive common in military operations. Junmo screamed for Minty to block the front. Minty slammed her shield into the ground, detonating the explosives and blasting the zombies to pieces. That's military-grade firepower for you. Looks like they're having extra crispy zombies tonight. But the soldiers were also hit hard by the blast wave. It was an all-or-nothing gamble. High risk, high reward. No guts, no glory. Junmo was the first to get to his feet. He did a quick head count, checking if anyone was missing, or if any arms or legs were gone. After confirming that everyone was alive and conscious, he could finally let out a sigh of relief and figure out their next move. For now, they had blocked the zombies' path. But now what? No one knew, because they had also trapped themselves inside. If they stayed here, they'd eventually run out of oxygen. The immediate problem was solved, but they had to find an exit, and fast. Just then, a crack appeared in the wall before them, spreading out from the center. The skeleton leader's bone whip shattered the wall as it burst through, and my eyes met his. Ack! The guy froze solid for 5 whole seconds. The skeleton leader cracked a smile. 3 parts helplessness, 7 parts doting. It sent a shiver down every soldier's spine. His gaze was fixed intently on the cat-ear pot lying at Junmo's feet. And just in this moment of crisis, our main character finally made his entrance. Looking impossibly cool, he roared a warning to the skeleton boss, "Don't move." Hearing his voice was like a lifeline to a drowning man. Junmo trembled, unable to form words. "You're late, Corporal Lee Hyun-Guk." Lee Hyun-Guk was dead tired, but he still had to save his team. Such is the brilliant aura of a main character. He roared with heroic fury. "Who is it? Which monster dares to touch my squad? In the heat of battle, the hero Hyun-Guk arrived just in time to save the damsels in distress. Hyun-Guk then started speaking like some overbearing CEO from a drama series. Listen up, Glow Eyes, I'm the only one who gets to push these guys around here. Hearing that, the team's feeling of relief instantly turned into an icy chill. They were frozen stiff. A warning message flashed before our cool main character. A massive amount of mana has been consumed. Please be careful. Remaining mana is now at 32%. He was just bluffing to scare the skeleton leader and reassure his team. In truth, Hyun-Guk didn't have much mana left, and he hadn't even figured out a way to defeat this monster yet. While Hyun-Guk was still lost in thought, the skeleton leader lunged forward to attack. Is it a long-range attack? But nothing happened. The skeleton leader stood completely still, as if its connection was lagging. What's going on? Why isn't he attacking me? Seeing the leader frozen like a statue, Junmo immediately yelled at everyone. Of the 36 stratagems, retreating is the best. Kim Keen. Choi Tae-yong, Private Kim Keen. Private Choi Tae-yong, hurry. Open the toolkits. It's time for the next part of the show. In their backpacks, some carried food, while others carried countless iron ball bearings. Hyun-Guk suddenly realized the cat ear pot was on his head. Don't tell me. It's because of this thing? Meanwhile, the skeleton leader, powered up by who knows what, had suddenly become absolutely gigantic. With its new colossal body, the skeleton leader stomped forward recklessly, not only crushing its own zombies, but also trying to flatten our main character. But fortunately, Hyun-Guk is the main character, so he can't die this early in the story. Hyun-Guk swiftly flipped backwards, narrowly avoiding the skeleton leader's foot, which probably hadn't been washed in years, out of the frying pan and into the fire. The skeleton leader threw out its bone whip. If it couldn't stomp him to death, it would lash him to pieces. It seems this skeleton leader has a sadistic streak, really enjoying these heart-stopping, life-or-death games. One wrong move, and your head comes right off. The soldiers on the side couldn't wait any longer. Seeing Hyun-Guk in mortal danger, they knew the time had come. The squad immediately threw out everything in their bags. Corporal Lee saw the skeleton leader's whip lashing out to stop them, but with his speed, it was nothing more than a nuisance. He roared, "Unlock! Unleash the power of the spear, Asilius." The attack devoured 21% of his mana, leaving him with a dangerously low 11%. But there was no stopping this now. Hyun-Guk roared for Min-Ti to raise his shield, now, as he thrust his spear forward with all his might. The chieftain's bone shield barely held, serving only as a last resort before it was riddled with holes, tattered like shredded paper. Hyun-Guk used his power to pull a can of soda towards him, while Jun-Ho rushed to check if Min-Ti was alright. Min-Ti dazedly mumbled a reply. Private and Min-Ti, reporting, "Okay, sir." Meanwhile, Hyun-Guk looked like he was shooting a commercial. He chugged the entire can. A system window flashed to life. His mana would continuously recover for the next 5 minutes. The tables had finally turned. Hyun-Guk, now full of confidence, roared a challenge at the dry bone chieftain. "Hey, Lightbulb Eyes, I'm your real opponent." Hyun-Guk then unleashed his signature move, controlling a storm of iron beads. Countless iron projectiles shot straight towards the towering dry bone chieftain, looming in the back. With a single thought from Hyun-Guk, the iron beads exploded into thousands of tiny shards, which then continued their deadly flight toward the boss. But it seemed this little trick had absolutely no effect on the creature. The chieftain's blank eyes stared impassively as the shards rained down, blocked by an invisible force. To add insult to injury, the dagger Hyun-Guk had secretly launched was caught contemptuously between its fingers, as if plucking a fly from the air. Hyun-Guk's theory was confirmed. Just as he thought, the monster's magical barrier was the real problem. If he kept this up, he would surely lose. Now, it was the chieftain's turn to counterattack, using its all-too-familiar bone whip technique. Except this time, the sheer size of the bone whip was overwhelming. This was on a whole other level. Hyun-Guk knew he couldn't keep fighting a war of attrition just to find its weakness, not with his team right behind him. Instead of attacking, Hyun-Guk chose to defend, anxiously waiting. Where is it? It hasn't fully evolved yet, so it must have a weak point. But where in the world could it be? Just then, Kyung-jin suddenly shattered a cat ear jar, revealing something that looked horrifically like a human organ, shocking everyone nearby. Kim Kyung-jin, what are you doing? Where did you get that sword? Don't touch things inside a dungeon. We don't know what they do, but their words fell on deaf ears. Kyung-jin was like a bull charging at a red flag. Ignoring his comrade's desperate pleas, he plunged forward. With an ice-cold expression, Kyung-jin declared, "They're all going to be killed anyway. Corporal Lai is in danger trying to protect them. I have to do something to help him." Hearing this passionate speech about their unbreakable bond, Dungmin gritted his teeth and yelled for him to stab the thing quickly. Just as they suspected, The object they were about to destroy posed a real threat to the dry bone chieftain. It immediately lashed its bone whip out to attack them. But before the whip could connect, Hyun-Jin plunged his sword deep into the organ from the cat-ear jar. The moment the sword pierced it, the dry bone chieftain weakened instantly. It staggered, falling to its knees as its bone whips thrashed around wildly, losing all direction. This chaos allowed the soldiers to easily dodge the random attacks. Hyun-Guk yelled out in concern, "Assault team, where are you? If you're alive, say something." Junho was the first to answer, "We're okay." But Hyun-Guk was still confused. What in the world is going on? The dry bone chieftain shot a desperate glance toward a second cat-eared jar not far away. The jar vanished, revealing an extra large heart within. Hyun-Guk's eyes widened in shock as it all started to click. He turned his head back to the organ his teammates had just stabbed. Oh! The dry bone chieftain had been driven completely insane, throwing its head back and letting out a roar that shook the very ground. Raw energy erupted from its body, its two eyes shooting beams of light into the sky like spotlights at a festival. For something with no vocal training, hitting a note that high was pure torture to the ears. The soldiers couldn't take it, clutching their heads in agony as the chieftain shrieked like a banshee. A system window appeared. Force reboot of dry bone chieftain Baron Samedi's succession. Succession at 66.6%. Warning. The dry bone chieftain has begun absorbing the magic of the remaining souls. The player level limit for this gate has increased from 30 to 35. And at that moment, Hyun-Guk understood everything. That was its weakness. So the jars had a purpose after all. According to Egyptian legends, a mummy's organs were stored inside canopic jars. If this thing was a mummy, then its heart must contain its soul. The heart was its ultimate weak point. It had gotten careless, relying too heavily on its undead minions as a barrier. This was his chance. But then Hyun-Guk saw the notification. Mana depleted. I'm screwed. The dry bone chieftain still seemed to be brimming with power, whipping its bone tendrils around in a chaotic frenzy. Just as Hyun-Guk was struggling to dodge the onslaught, Minty suddenly rushed forward, blocking a devastating blow with his shield. And Minty, what do you think you're doing? Hyun-Guk yelled, his voice filled with panic. Minty quickly used a skill, creating another shield over his already shattered one. He turned his head and asked if Hyun-Guk was okay. Well, he was now. Hyun-Guk stared in amazement at his teammate's brand new skill. And about that skill, let's get right to the good part. After entering the dungeon, he started leveling up at an insane speed. Just by blocking a strike from the skeleton leader, he leveled up on the spot. He had reached level 20, unlocking a new skill, Magic Shield. It uses mana to create a magical barrier, reinforcing the user's defense. He finally had a shield skill. Its level wasn't high, but it would be a huge help to the team. Hyuk felt like a stressed-out mother hen. Yoon-Jane's naivety was about to drive him completely insane. "Hey, you idiot," he yelled. "How could you trust a skill you've never even used before? You almost died." Just moments ago, Kyung-Jin was like a proud peacock waiting for praise. But now, after being yelled at, he deflated like a punctured balloon. He just wanted to protect Hyuk and his teammates. Hyuk sighed, patting his head. "I know, but it's my job to protect you guys. Don't overdo it." Kyung-Jin blushed, completely flustered. "Yes, thank you." But Hyuk told him to save his thanks for after they escaped. Besides, they didn't have time for a heart-to-heart chat. The skeleton leader was starting to get heated. A new warning flashed before them. Having taken continuous damage, the skeleton leader's inherited power had been nullified. Corrupted death energy spread through its body. It would soon shatter and return to dust. In other words, the skeleton leader was running out of screen time. It seems it wanted one last epic scream before it died. Its bony tendrils shot out like octopus tentacles, thrashing around wildly. Hyuk frowned, watching the out-of-control monster. This thing can't even control its own body anymore, and it's launching a final, desperate attack. "You want to drag us all down with you? Raid team, get in position." Each member raised their gun, ready to fire. Choi Seo-yoon, block its line of sight. Seo-yoon immediately followed the order, unloading her clip at the skeleton leader's two glowing headlights. Now, Jun-mo, the main commander, ordered. Until Corporal Lee Hyuk recovers his mana, the raid team will execute disruption tactics. "Yes, sir," the entire squad roared in unison. The skeleton leader was now truly, completely out of control. Its bone whips smashed everywhere without any aim. Seeing the critical situation, Hugh quickly called out to Jun-mo, "Don't be reckless." But Jun-mo was fiercely loyal, insisting they would buy him time. They would let Hyuk deliver the final blow. For the first time, Hugh felt a deep sense of brotherhood, move beyond words. A system window showed his mana was recovering. His current mana level was only 9%, but the skeleton leader was going berserk, screaming as it slammed its bone tendrils everywhere, from the floor to the walls and ceiling. At this rate, its gentle rampage would turn the entire castle into a pile of rubble. He could only stare intensely as his mana bar crept up, bit by bit. He stood up forcefully, tossing his gun toward the skeleton leader. "Hey, you bastard. I'm over here. I'm your real opponent." It was time for Hyun-Guk to reclaim the spotlight. This performance was now his and his alone. Hyun-Guk shot forward like a bullet, using the flailing bone tendrils as footholds to race toward the skeleton leader's heart. To defeat the skeleton leader, one must destroy the jars containing its organs. 3 jars held its liver, heart, and eyes. Hyun-Guk launched himself into the air, drawing Chiron's bow. He took aim at the 2 glowing beacons that were the skeleton leader's eyes. He was now literally standing on the monster's face. Before ending its miserable existence, he offered it some parting words of wisdom. "If you're a king, then act like one. You bastard. Stop this pathetic display and disappear." Hyun-Guk aimed his azure cloud sword at its remaining eye and delivered the killing blow. The skeleton leader officially logged out of existence, crashing to the ground and scaring the daylights out of the raid team. A system window appeared. "Congratulations on your victory. You have defeated the skeleton leader, Baron Samedi." Everyone stared in a daze at the unmoving body of the skeleton leader sprawled out before them. Did we really beat it? I think we actually did. Instantly, the team erupted in cheers, celebrating their victory. Hyun-Guk walked over to the skeleton leader's head and pulled a golden crown from it. He wondered if the price of gold was up lately. This could be worth a lot. The system window announced he had obtained the Crown of Light and Shadow. Its effect was a rapid boost to his resistance against damage caused by the undead, but its special effect was still sealed. Hyun-Guk stared curiously at the crown in his hand. What kind of item is this? It was something that never appeared in his past life. On top of that, it even had a special effect. But just as the team was breathing a sigh of relief, the castle began to collapse. A warning message flashed. The collapse of Dao, the fortress of the skeleton leader, has begun. Jun Mo frantically shouted Hyuk-Guk's name. Hyuk suddenly remembered they hadn't collected any of the loot yet, but the fortress was coming down around them. They had to retreat, now. In the very instant the dungeon completely collapsed into dust, the strike team escaped the gate just in time. Their conquest officially a success. The conquest gate will now close. An announcement like that could give a person a heart attack. Without a moment's rest, everyone had to sprint for their lives toward the rapidly closing gate. On the other side of the gate, Hannah was locked in a heated argument with a man in a suit. A team needed players all level 53 or higher. How could a conquest succeed with such a low-level limit? Not to mention, they weren't even authorized to launch this operation independently. The Blue Flower Guild had enough problems to deal with already. Hannah unleashed her fury on him. "So what now? Will you take responsibility if the Guang Corporation pulls our funding? Do you seriously think our team can even complete this mission if we leave now?" But in the middle of this tense standoff, the legendary raid party emerged one by one, leaping from the gate. Hyun-Guk had barely returned, but he was already putting on a show, standing on a platform and praising his team. The Red Gate conquest mission was complete. Hannah could only stare in utter disbelief as they returned. Am I seeing things? How could a bunch of second-rate military grunts conquer the Red Gate? Hannah's face turned darker than a dungeon floor as she clenched her teeth, watching Hyun-Guk command the strike team. The strike team assembled in 2 perfectly straight lines. Hyun-Guk calmly strode right up to Hannah. The woman arrogantly crossed her arms and tilted her chin up. "And what about my team?" With a look of pity, Hyun-Guk replied. By the time they entered the gate, it was already too late. Hannah's voice was a low, angry growl. "So you're telling me the strike team completed the mission all on their own?" Hyun-Guk didn't waste his breath on her. "Isn't it obvious? Or do you need money for an eye exam?" "That's right, just as you see." But Hannah couldn't believe it. "How is that possible?" Hyun-Guk answered with cold indifference. "You can confirm it yourself when the gate analysis results come in," she demanded, unwilling to accept defeat. "Who are you? Really? Are you sure you're in F rank?" Hyun-Guk shot a cold glare at the fuming Hannah, who was powerless to do anything. Maybe now she believed he was more than just lucky. Faced with his overwhelming presence, Hannah stammered. "I'll make my decision only after I see the analysis results. But, by any chance, did you happen to see a spear in there? It might have been held by a Blue Flower Guild member who turned into a zombie, or maybe in the dungeon's treasure room." Hyun-Guk gave her a look that was 30% contempt and 70% pity. A case like this was beyond hopeless. During the retreat, Hyun-Guk had already secured the adamantite spear and hidden it away. Why would he ever admit to seeing it? Hyun-Guk played dumb, telling her he didn't see any spear. Hannah's jaw tightened in frustration. "Impossible. It has to be there." But Hyun-Guk cut her off. "You keep changing the subject. Are you trying to dodge our bet? The head strategist of the Blue Flower Guild is going to go back on her word?" At his question, Hannah's entire body trembled. "About that." Seeing her practically shaking in her boots, Hyun-Guk turned away in disgust. "It seems you still haven't calmed down. I'll come back later to collect my winnings." But Hannah wouldn't let him go that easily. She screamed at him to stop, demanding that he join the Blue Flower Guild immediately. She guaranteed him the best treatment he could get, far better than any other guild could offer. But Hyun-Guk saw right through her. She just wanted to become his superior so she could control him. As they argued, a soldier shouted an announcement. The Major General of the 3rd Monster Defense Division has arrived. Dong-chan cheerfully welcomed Hyun-Guk back. Then his eyes landed on Henna's hand gripping his shirt. "Don't tell me you're trying to poach one of our most crucial active-duty soldiers." Henna flusteredly waved her hands in denial. "Of course not. I was just making a recommendation." Dong-chan's voice was light as air. "Oh, by the way, did the Blue Flower Guild defy orders and prepare a separate raid team?" Henna froze, completely speechless. Dong-chan gave her a meaningful look. There are already so many problems with the Guang group, and yet the Blue Flower Guild still oversteps its bounds at the Red Gate. I will be writing a formal complaint about this incident to the leader of the Blue Flower Guild. Furthermore, I believe a formal document on this matter needs to be sent and discussed with the other guilds. Henna couldn't say a word, clenching her fists so tight they bled. Dong-chan and Hyun-Guk then proceeded to a private room. The old man listened with delight as Hyun-Guk reported on the battle. "Unbelievable. A 100% clear rate. Absolutely magnificent. I never imagined you could bring me such an outstanding result." Dong-chan looked 10 years younger as he praised Hyun-Guk endlessly, saying he couldn't wait to see the face of the Blue Flower Guild's master. Hyun-Guk watched the old man grinning from ear to ear, like he just won the lottery. He was gloating that he could finally sabotage them. Dong-chan declared that in his 70-plus years, he'd never seen a case like him. Hyun-Guk humbly deflected the praise. "Besides, about the promise you made." Dong-chan didn't let him finish, cutting him off with another round of compliments. "I will promote every member of the team by 1 rank. As for you, I'll grant you an opportunity for a rank reevaluation." On the outside, Hyun-Guk was calm, but inside, he was ready to slice Dong-chan. Here we go again with his cunning old fox. But he still had to deliver the standard thank you speech. A team-wide promotion, a rank reevaluation, and the promised rewards. He was genuinely moved and grateful for the general's generosity. "Major General, sir." Dong-chan's face soured as he cleared his throat. This guy wasn't easy to fool. "What is it you want? No need to be around the bush. I request that you provide my entire squad with holy powered weapons." Hearing this, Dong-chan grew even more confused. The skeleton dungeon gate was already cleared, yet he still wanted holy weapons. The scene shifts to the next morning, where explosive news was spreading everywhere. The support squad single-handedly cleared 53 waves in the Red Gate raid. Gossiping soldiers were left speechless upon hearing that Hyun-Guk had also received a recruitment offer from the Blue Flower Guild. Doesn't that mean his achievements now surpass Sergeant Choi Yi-hun's? When Sergeant Choi returns from deployment, they'll need a showdown to see who truly leads. Meanwhile, Minji-jae and Minty were having a heart-to-heart talk. Minji-jae sighed, lamenting how everyone used to ignore them. But now, they were the center of attention, something he still couldn't get used to. Minty, however, had a small question. Why wasn't that happening to Junmo? Turns out, Junmo was busy showing off to 2 beautiful girls who appeared from nowhere. He was recounting their heroic battle as if he'd just clawed his way back from the jaws of death, which was actually somewhat true. The short-haired girl beside him asked curiously, "But aside from the captain, how are the other squad members so powerful?" Junmo leaned in and whispered mysteriously, "It's all thanks to Hyun-Guk's special training." Meanwhile, the man himself was in his room, trying to bite the crown he stole from the skeleton lord, looking a bit like a mentally challenged child. Mid-chew, Seik burst in to report something about the support squad. Overcome with emotion, Seik dropped to his knees, begging for forgiveness for his past rude behavior. He wailed, crying his eyes out, pleading for Hyun-Guk's mercy. In response, he got nothing but cold indifference as Hyun-Guk continued to gnaw on the crown. A notification appeared. He had consumed the crown of light and shadow. Hyun-Guk felt absolutely no excitement, but this was no time to be picky. The Soon monster wave was about to begin. They wouldn't be able to save every soldier in the army, but one more strong fighter could mean countless more lives saved. Hyun-Guk decisively took on a new subordinate, even offering a gentle smile as he reminded Sok that he should probably prepare for death. The captain of the Dazen Guild was on the phone with someone, discussing the candidate's failure at the Sun Gate. It was clear his faction was planning something huge. After gathering all the intel, he planned to send men to the black market to monitor the situation, just in case something unexpected happened. He spoke to the person on the other end of the line. "I will stop at nothing to find that key." Looking at the surveillance monitor, he guessed the petty thief used fire as a weapon, immediately shifting his suspicion to the monster counterforce. He laid out his plan for the Soon attack. This time, he would open 4 gates at once to scatter their forces. Then, his ace would completely wipe out the 1st battalion of the monster counterforce. Before hanging up, he made one thing crystal clear to the other party. I will handle everything here in Korea. If anything goes wrong, I will call you." The moment he hung up, he crushed the phone in his hand. Now, from behind the door where he stood, agonizing and pathetic screams echoed out. He opened the door to a horrifying scene. Countless corpses were strewn across the floor, surrounded by his minions, their bodies drenched in blood. He raised his voice and gave them their orders. Hearing about new prey to hunt, their eyes lit up with excitement. A blonde girl, kneeling on the ground after draining the last victim, rose and said, "Yes, master. Give us our orders," he commanded. "When this attack begins, you will infiltrate the 1st Battalion of the monster counter-force at Namsan. If anyone is still breathing, kill them. I don't care how you do it." He planned to wipe that battalion out of Soon completely, and then, slowly, erase Soon from the map of Korea. The next morning, at the 3rd Brigade of the Monster Counterforce's 1st Battalion, Corporal Lee Hyun-Guk and 6 other comrades reported to the battalion commander that they had received orders for a rank promotion. The commander congratulated them, praising their great deeds. Hyun-Guk sighed in boredom as his commander began the same old, tiresome speech. He was rambling on about how they were fulfilling their duty to the nation. But mid-sentence, he got a phone call about someone named Kaito. He quickly ordered the 2nd platoon leader to take over and conclude the promotion ceremony. As for the commander, he immediately rushed off. The name Kaito sent a shiver down Hyun-Guk's spine. He remembered Okita Kaito, the assassin who murdered the sword saint, Guk Sepio. He recalled from his past life that they had received intel of Kaito's illegal entry into the country through the port of Busan. At that time, Battalion Commander Kim Kang-sik abandoned his entire battalion just to chase after him. But in the original timeline, it was a massacre. Just 2 vampires had appeared and wiped out the entire 1st Battalion of the Monster Defense Unit. He knew, with chilling certainty, the events of his... Back in the present, the team concluded their rank-up ceremony, receiving new weapons as their reward. But a cold dread gripped Hyun-Guk. Would the terrible future he remembered from his past life unfold in the exact same way? While the rest of the squad celebrated their promotion, Junmo stood apart, his face a mask of anxiety. When the others noticed, he played it cool, saying he already saw this coming. Then, they all turned excitedly to their reward chests, eager to see their high-grade weapons, but their excitement quickly soured into confusion. Instead of epic weapons, the chests contained nothing but a handful of simple stakes. Hyun-Guk, however, saw something different. He channeled his magic, and a stake began to float at his command. As it hovered, he steeled his resolve. He prepared as much as he could, giving in to worry now would solve nothing. He had no choice but to face what was coming, head-on. No matter what happened, he would see this through to the end. After their promotion, his team was assigned to regular guard duty at Namsan. His partner on watch duty groaned, wondering if their squad had been handed another useless, dead-end assignment. Hyun-Guk was lost in thought. Maybe they were just lucky the incident hadn't started yet. Or perhaps there were no new variables this time. It meant his actions hadn't been enough to change the timeline of the attack. His head snapped toward his teammate. The man panicked, quickly explaining he wasn't complaining, just excited about visiting his grandmother on his upcoming leave. Hyun-Guk moved closer, his voice low and intense. "Do you trust me?" Intimidated by his powerful aura, the man stammered, "Yes, I trust you completely." Suddenly, a cat shriek tore through the silence from the nearby bushes. A sickening crunch, and the screaming stopped. At the main gate, the platoon leader was checking on An Min-tae and Park Dong-mo, asking if they were guarding their posts with diligence. From the constant lack of sleep, both of them had dark circles under their eyes like raccoons. They tiredly replied that they were fine. Hyun-Guk had told them that this relentless watch duty was also a form of training. Her words of praise made them both flush with embarrassment. Suddenly, they spotted a lone figure approaching the gate. The guard raised his rifle, shouting a warning before taking aim. Realizing it wasn't human, he put a bullet through the creature's heart. At the same time, the rest of the team activated their traps and the main barrier. But what they didn't expect was for dozens more of these monsters to appear from the darkness. They unleashed a constant hail of gunfire, but the horde was too vast to stop. For now, they could only rely on the magic shield to keep the monsters at bay. At that moment, Hyun-Guk was sprinting towards their position. He knew it was starting. The attack that would plunge Seoul into a living hell. In the Operations Command Center, Officer Co was hard at work when a sudden chill ran down her spine. She grabbed a flashlight and went outside to investigate. She was horrified by the sight of resting military officers being silently constricted to death by swarms of snakes. In the next instant, an attacker lunged at her from the shadows. She narrowly dodged and managed to counterattack, but she was clearly no match for him. The wound she inflicted on him healed in an instant, as if it never happened. Seeing this, she stared in shock, wondering who could possibly have such powerful regeneration. He sneered, "You don't need to know, because either way, you're going to die by my hand." He added a lecherous taunt, "Though killing a pretty little thing like you is such a waste." Just then, Eun-ha spotted a shimmering portal nearby. from which countless monsters were being funneled into this world. Enraged that she was ignoring him, the man lashed out with his whip. Unarmed, she was captured in an instant. The whip wrapped tight around her neck, dragging her across the ground. As he moved in for the kill, a sudden burst of gunfire tore through the air. As he dodged the incoming bullets, Eun-ha seized the opportunity to break free. He roared in frustration, his fun interrupted. The newcomer was none other than Hyun-Guk. The villain recognized him immediately as the soldier he fought before. He seethed with rage at the memory. "You army grunts are always so annoying." Hyun-Guk took off his cap and smiled. "Long time no see. You're not going to run away this time, are you?" The taunt hit its mark, driving the man into a frenzy. Outside the gate, the undead continued their relentless assault. The defenders were trying desperately to hold them off until the rapid response unit arrived. The platoon leader was chanting spells, pouring her mana into supporting the front line. Just as the gate was about to shatter, the rapid response unit arrived. Seeing them, a wave of relief washed over the exhausted soldiers. But in that moment, the unexpected happened. A new figure appeared from the shadows, wielding 2 daggers. In the blink of an eye, the entire rapid response team collapsed, dead before they could even scream. As the purple-haired girl was about to finish off the remaining enemies, a drunken soldier staggering through a horde of monsters caught her eye. He was chugging from a bottle as he walked, constantly muttering to himself. The horde of zombies parted before him, clearing a path. Baffled, they seemed to wonder why this man wasn't afraid. Was there something wrong with him? One of the bolder zombies lunged forward, shattering the bottle of liquor in his hand. Seeing his precious drink destroyed, a pained scream ripped from his throat. Fueled by pure rage, he moved like the wind, wiping out every last one of them. After handling the horde, he raised the broken bottle, pointing it toward the purple-haired woman who stood watching. "Are you their commander?" he demanded. "How are you going to pay me back for this?" Her interest was piqued. In a cold voice, she replied, "You seem pretty confident in your speed, don't you? Fine. I'll play with you for a little while." But the words had barely left her lips when he suddenly appeared right behind her. He struck instantly with the jagged edge of the broken bottle. She reacted in a split second, but was still wounded. Down below, his comrades watched in absolute awe. He had finally arrived. Sergeant Choi Yoon's face flushed. He pointed the broken bottle at her and slurred, "Bring me more booze, before I start cutting more things and settling this score." Hearing his name, her eyes widened in shock. "Weren't you supposed to be reassigned to another post?" He just scratched his head, replying, "I was sent to handle a few things. Now that they're done, I'm back." Then he went right back to demanding his drink. Driven mad by his persistence, she unleashed a flurry of strikes with her blade, but none of her attacks could land a single scratch. Choi Yoon leaped down from the rooftop. He sighed dramatically. "Because of her, my fun is about to end." With that, he turned and asked a comrade to borrow his bayonet. His squad mate didn't refuse, but he was worried. How could a standard-issue bayonet possibly be enough to fight her? Besides, they suspected she was a vampire. Still half drunk, Choi Yoon mumbled, "She's not just another zombie." His comrade replied, completely exasperated, "What kind of zombie can hold a conversation?" She knew Choi Yoon was the prime candidate to become the next Sword Saint. Seizing the moment while he was distracted, she unleashed her full power for a decisive blow. At her current speed, she was absolutely certain this attack would be fatal. The platoon's second-in-command tried to scream a warning, but by the time she got out the words, "Watch out," he had already sent the attacker flying with a single strike. Only a solid wall stopped her from flying even further. Coughing up blood, she struggled to her feet, trying to stay upright and plan her next move. Choi Yoon muttered that he was trying to be careful and keep his body's metabolic rate stable, because anytime his metabolism speeds up, he instantly sobers up. He glanced at her over his glasses and declared, "The party's really over now." Choi Yoon raised the bayonet. "Now, how will you take responsibility for what you've done?" She knew she was completely outmatched, so she decided to use the most effective of Sun Tzu's 36 stratagems. Retreat was the ultimate strategy. She used every last ounce of her strength to escape, but Choi Yoon caught up to her in a heartbeat. He severed the tendons in her arms and legs, leaving her completely immobilized on the ground. Choi Yoon frowned, demanding, "How can you control the undead if you're human?" When she refused to answer, he kicked her in a fit of rage. He then stood over her and said, "Just rest here for a bit. After I clean up the rest of them, I'll be back to question you." Before heading off to deal with the zombie horde, he ordered his men to tie her up securely. He also told his second-in-command that he would report in after clearing out the rest of the horde. Seeing Choi Yoon heading into battle with just a plain bayonet, one of his comrades offered him a newly awarded sword, but Choi Yoon flatly refused. Choi Yoon looked over the horde of zombies with a wicked grin. He was going to make their deaths excruciatingly painful. Then, he leaped into the fray and unleashed his techniques. Truly, a master excels at everything. Everywhere he went, the undead fell like wheat before a scythe. Meanwhile, behind the gate, Minty and Perong Mo were talking. They mused that if Hyun-Guk's personality ever shifted, he'd be a lot like Choi Yoon. After all, whenever either of them smiled, it sent a terrifying chill down everyone's spine. Cutting back to Hyun-Guk, just as he finished his greeting, his opponent furiously swung a chain whip right at him. Hyun-Guk barely blocked the chain with a few swords. He quickly handed some of his weapons to the platoon leader, urging her. The skeleton soldiers from the gate are heading for the cafeteria. Go save the soldiers trapped there. She protested, worried. That thing is a vampire. You don't have any holy power. It'll be impossible for you to fight him. He retorted with harsh words, trying to force her to leave. Trying to fight him while protecting you at the same time? That's asking way too much of me. Leaving him with a single order. Don't you dare die, she finally departed. Seeing her leave, the vampire sneered. You two should have fought together. Hyun-Guk just smirked back. I'm so glad you're still alive. Hearing this, the vampire was completely baffled. And what does my being alive have to do with anything? Hyun-Guk explained, you being alive means your leader doesn't know about me yet. You only kept your life because you never reported your previous failure, didn't you? If you had reported back, you wouldn't still be standing here breathing, would you? The vampire's face twisted with rage. Seeing that reaction, Isaac knew his guess was dead on. He pressed further. I let him escape last time, he recalled, handing his weapon to the platoon leader. Skeleton soldiers are pouring from the gate, heading for the mess hall. Go. Save the soldiers trapped in there. She cried out in worry. He's a vampire. You can't possibly fight him without holy power. He spoke harshly, desperate to make her leave. Trying to fight him and protect you at the same time? That's asking the impossible. Don't you dare die, she ordered before vanishing. As she left, the vampire sneered. You two really should have fought together. Isaac smirked. I'm so glad to see you're still alive. The vampire looked completely baffled. A question mark practically appeared over his head. What does it matter if I'm alive? Isaac laid out his theory. You being alive means your master doesn't know about me yet. You saved your own skin because you never reported your last failure, did you? If you had, you wouldn't still be breathing, would you? The vampire ground his teeth in fury, and seeing that, Isaac knew he'd hit the bullseye. He continued, letting you escape last time left a bad taste in my mouth. That's a mistake I won't be making again. Being looked down on by a mere human, the vampire's pride flared to life. He was supremely confident now. His equipment had been massively upgraded since their last encounter. Isaac's pathetic speck of holy power would be utterly useless against him. Isaac looked at the fiend like he just won the lottery. He could only imagine how many billion-1 items were stashed in that inventory. The vampire boasted, Today, you won't lay a single finger on me, and I'm going to tear you to 100 pieces with my own 2 hands. It seems this guy never learned the first rule of combat. The louder they boast, the harder they fall. Isaac activated his aura of virtue, imbuing a specific piece of his equipment with holy power. The creature's eyes widened in shock as he watched an ordinary item transform into a sacred weapon. Isaac grinned. Whoever said I could only use a speck of holy power? Today, I'll be the one tearing you to 100 pieces with it. The vampire snarled in return, baring his razor-sharp fangs. You're getting way ahead of yourself. You really think you can harm me with that pathetic excuse for holy power? Isaac just chuckled lightly. Let's find out, shall we? Or are you getting scared? The taunt sent the vampire into a seething rage. I'll rip that mouth right off your face and see if you can still talk, he screamed, unleashing steel tendrils that stretched for dozens of meters. Not to be outdone, Isaac charged forward, his glowing sword a streak of sacred light against the darkness. But his blade seemed insignificant against the forest of steel, forcing Isaac to twist his body and evade the deadly assault. The vampire relentlessly controlled his weapons, trying to devour Isaac whole. So, he uses a whip as his main weapon. The weapon's range was immense, and its trajectory was dangerously unpredictable. Recognizing the threat, Isaac was overwhelmed and forced to retreat. He thought to himself, if one of those so much as grazes me, I'm dead. But then, a mysterious smile crept onto Isaac's face. He'd figured it out. So this was the source of the madman's incredible confidence. He launched into a series of acrobatic flips, his erratic movements completely disorienting the vampire. If I can just close the distance, he strategized, and get into melee range, that whip's advantage will become its greatest weakness. With that, he shot into the air and dove straight at his foe. The vampire laughed, a smug, arrogant sneer on his face, as if he had Isaac right where he wanted him. The monstrous eye on his hand began to glow a deep crimson, simmering with rage. This time, it wasn't just a few, but countless sharp metal tendrils that erupted to form a protective shell around his body. These metallic whips completely suppressed Isaac's glowing sword. Worse, they shot towards him with terrifying speed. This metallic body is practically invincible, Isaac realized. Both of his swords were caught and held fast in its grip. He threw himself backward, unleashing a chain of skills, then recovered and lunged forward again. The vampire pursued him relentlessly, mocking him. All that trash talk, and now you're running. Let's see how far you can get. Isaac's mind raced. These armored tentacles, they weren't part of my calculations. Now they're completely blocking the close-range approach I was counting on to exploit the whip's poor mobility. At this rate, my divine bow. The finisher I was planning for my long-range attack chain will almost certainly be blocked. If that's the case, he concluded, it'll drain a lot of mana, but I have no choice. I'll have to use the Spear of Ainlor. The vampire unleashed a continuous barrage, his mouth wide in a manic grin. That's right. Keep running until I catch you. He launched several sharp-tipped rods toward Isaac. Unlock. Isaac was still desperately trying to escape the ensnaring steel tendrils. The system window displayed the item's information. So, Isaac realized, he figured out I'm fighting with the massive mana reserves stored in my armor. He's been stalling this whole time, trying to force me to burn through all my mana. It seems this bastard came well prepared. He's been analyzing my weaknesses this entire fight. Isaac was blown backward but managed to plant his hands to stop his fall. If the other vampires are this strong, even all my mana might not be enough to stop him. The vampire gloated, his voice dripping with arrogance. What's wrong? Have you finally realized the hopeless situation you're in? The creature stood before him, poised to strike again. Go on. Try to act so sure you can beat me this time. Well, if that's how it is. The main character suddenly yelled into his radio. The beast froze in surprise, just as a powerful beam of light pierced straight through its body. An eerie silence fell over the area. From the cover of the forest, 2 hunters had taken the shot. Target is hit, confirmed Private Choi Tae-woong. Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk added, that gunshot may have exposed our position. We need to move to a new location. Fast. This man was Corporal Choi Min, a D-rank tracker. The other was Private Choi Tae-woong, a D-rank sniper. The creature roared in agony from the bullet, its eyes blazing red with even greater fury. You insignificant bastards. I will slaughter you. As it prepared to unleash an attack, it was suddenly impaled by a spear. Lee Hyun-Guk charged forward, weapon in hand, shouting, just die, you foolish vampire. He lunged, running the beast through once more. As the weapon pierced its flesh, it erupted in a dazzling flash of light. It collapsed in agony before him, groaning in disbelief. But I was the one chosen by our leader. How could this be happening? Who are you? An A-rank hunter? No. An S-rank. How could you possibly defeat me? The hunter smirked, casually plucking a crimson gem from the vampire's hand. At death's door? And you're still curious about me? All right then. For a disgusting noble like you, I'll tell you the truth. I am an F-rank hunter. The vampire's face twisted in anguish and disbelief. No, that's impossible. There's no way I would lose to a lowly F-ranker. That can't be the truth. Before it could finish, holy flames consumed its body. It disintegrated into nothing, leaving only a few red gems scattered on the ground. A system notification appeared, announcing that his mana vessel's capacity had increased. He realized he could now only use half of his mana vessel, with the other half being reserved for emergencies. Suddenly, a voice crackled over his radio. Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk, the Skotans are attacking the second barracks. He immediately keyed the mic. What's the current battle situation? The number of Skotans is countless. At this rate, I don't think anyone is getting out of here alive. Hearing the report, he raced toward their position. Hordes of Skotans were tearing everything apart. A military truck sped past, trying to mow them down. The driver screamed in fury, these low-level Skotan trash. I'll wipe every last one of you out. But the monsters swarmed the front of the truck, their faces twisted into grotesque smiles. They raised their sharp spears and shattered the windshield. In an instant, the vehicle was stopped cold, and its driver was slaughtered. One of the creatures held up his severed head, literally gripping it by the hair. A soldier peeked out from cover. They killed the platoon leader. 2 of them stood up, ready to fight together. Sergeant Kim, so he warned, don't even think about it. We don't have enough mana to take them all down. The monsters are pouring in. You need to calm down. Stop casting spells wildly. Concentrate everyone's firepower on the densest part of the horde. That will slow their advance. What about the armory? Have we gotten the reinforcement weapons yet? The soldiers ran around in a panic. Damn it. It looks like the platoon leader had the key. Then break down the door or melt the lock. I don't care how. Just get it open. Now. Our survival depends on it, so don't you dare give up. Sergeant Kim say, the Skotans are climbing the walls, she screamed. Danger. Get away from the windows. Now. Lee Hyun-Guk arrived on the scene, his eyes wide. Since when were there this many Skotans? His comrades were in that barracks. He couldn't afford to lose a single one. Please, just hold on. Just then, a Skotan appeared right behind Sei, ready to kill her. Someone let out a terrified scream. Sergeant Kim say. Elsewhere, a different conversation was taking place. Do we really need to open the gates in sequence, Carol? If we all just charged in at once, I think we could finish this much faster. Carol simply replied, "The will to survive." Kang Mok shot back, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Carol bared her fangs in a sharp grin. "It's so adorable, watching the humans cling to hope as we crush it right under our feet. Your sadistic personality hasn't changed a bit," Kang Mok thought. Suddenly, another figure approached. "Carol, it seems the entire infiltration team has been wiped out." She looked up, surprised. "Both of them? We were told they completely disabled all active communication devices and cameras. During the mana diffusion period, they reached the designated point to await the infiltration order." The messenger delivered his report. "Not a single one of them made it." She pressed, "Didn't you say the Hunter Squad and the Sword Saint candidate weren't here?" He replied, "That's what we confirmed before the mission began." "Then was it Sunha, the daughter of the Holy Knights Guild Master? For now, we have no choice but to accept the possibility that Sunha is far more powerful than we ever anticipated." Karen ordered Caden to head down and wipe out the entire army at the barracks by himself. His face twisted into a furious scowl. He slammed down what he was holding and roared, "Damn it, because of those worthless bastards. I'm the one who has to clean up this mess." A system alert blared to life. Suddenly, a massive vortex tore open the sky. He sneered at Karen. "Now that things have gotten interesting, what do you say we turn that so-called Holy Knight into one of our kind?" She shot back, "I told you to follow orders, not get obsessed with See-He." He glared. "Do I look like one of those mindless fools to you? I'll finish them in a single strike. No, the monsters will handle Seiyunha." Just then, the pillar he erected crashed to the ground with a deafening boom. From the swirling vortex, a creature with blood-red eyes began to emerge. But it wasn't just one, there were two of them. Each beast was a mountain of raw power. A satisfied smirk graced Karen's lips. "I wonder what his face will look like when he's finally plunged into despair." Meanwhile, the building was completely swarmed by an army of Skotans. Watching from a high vantage point was Lee Hoon. He thought to himself, "If I remember my past life correctly, there were only supposed to be 2 vampires. But considering that lunatic I met earlier, I can't guarantee there isn't a third one lurking around, because he was never part of my memories of this timeline. Even if the second barracks is under a vampire attack, I refuse to lose a single person." With that thought, his weapons slid into place. Lee Hoon prepared to charge the Skotan horde. He launched himself into the fray. The monsters barely registered his presence before his weapon slammed through one's chest, shattering its entire ribcage in an instant. The weapon shot forward like a missile as the beast collapsed. It wasn't just one. An entire arsenal of blades, controlled by Lee Hoon, soared through the air, cutting down the Skotans one after another. As the weapons found their marks, the creatures seemed to burst into flames before turning to dust. Lee Hoon descended like a god of war, fearless and resolute. His only thought was a silent prayer. "Please, everyone, just survive." Countless arrows of light shot forth with blinding speed. He roared, "Kim Se-Hee," unleashing another volley toward the front lines, taking on 7 Skotans all by himself. On the other side of the battlefield, Se-Hee was about to be ambushed by a Skotan when a voice thundered, "Sergeant Kim Se-Hee." She looked up, completely stunned and terrified. Suddenly, a wave of energy formed a protective barrier around her. The silhouette of a woman appeared out of nowhere. Se-Hee's eyes widened in recognition. She scowled. "Who the hell gave you permission to enter the women's barracks, completely naked?" The woman said nothing. She simply unleashed a devastating palm strike that obliterated the Skotan. At that moment, Lee Hoon finally reached their position. He shouted, "Is everyone all right?" As he entered, he froze, witnessing the bizarre scene before him. "I'm here to help." The sight left him utterly bewildered. Who's saving who? Exactly. He steadied himself on a broken doorframe and landed softly. "Whoa," he thought. "She's even stronger than I anticipated." Se-Hee just stared at him, baffled. What the hell? Why is he trying to act all cool after popping out of nowhere? Meanwhile, Lee Hoon was lost in thought. Kim Se-Hee, her record as a revenant was nothing short of legendary. After the second wave, she was dispatched on a special assassination mission against the enemy's mages. Her ultimate target was the Orc King in his Shanghai Kingdom. Her life-or-death battle against King Stonos became a story for the ages. And that's precisely why, when I officially started my mission in this life, I couldn't begin it alongside her. "Hey, isn't that him?" The other soldiers finally dared to peek out from their hiding spots. "It's Sergeant Lee Hoon." They started whispering amongst themselves. "You said he was handsome." "Sorry, I couldn't see the picture that well." Ignoring them, Lee Hoon anxiously scanned the area. "Who's the commanding officer here right now?" Se-Hee replied with a lazy tone. "Looks like that would be me at the moment." Suddenly, another soldier shouted, "Sergeant Kim Se-Hee, the armory is now open." Lee Hoon immediately responded, "I'll hold this position. Everyone else, go get armed." Se-Hee asked with concern, "Can you really handle this all by yourself?" Looking at the current situation, "I think I'll manage." He glanced down at the field of slain Skotans. But my mana isn't infinite. We can't hold out forever. Please, hurry. Just then, his radio crackled to life. Corporal Park Jun-mo, reporting in. Per your instructions, the majority of soldiers from Camp 1 are armed and have been evacuated. A grin spread across Lee Hoon's face. Good work, Park Jun-mo. The captain has been transferred to Camp 2. But before he could even catch his breath, another wave of Skotans appeared. He was momentarily stunned, but the mysterious woman moved like lightning, annihilating them in a flash. She slowly walked towards him, her thoughts simple and direct. Lee Hoon again. She asked, "Did you take care of the skeletons here? They've all been dealt with." Se-hee snapped to attention. Sergeant Kim Se-hee reporting. The troops from Camp 2 will be ready shortly. Lee Hoon stared at the woman in astonishment. He thought, she evacuated Camp 1 and even provided support for Camp 2? Has she already brought this entire situation under control? As his mind raced, trying to process it all. Another system warning screeched through the air. The corpses of the slain Skotans began to stir, regenerating, and possibly growing even stronger. Se-hee and her superior were shocked. Is that a nest? It was, in fact, a rare magical item capable of casting a powerful area of effect spell, a monster-spawning nest, an artifact linked to several demonic metals. Suddenly, a smirk spread across his face as a realization dawned. We need to move. Find it before anyone else gets their hands on it. He warned them, that vampire from before. He wasn't alone. She replied, I know. I don't understand why they'd lead with skeletons, but this was clearly a planned attack with a hidden agenda. Then she gave the order. All soldiers, prepare for combat. Establish a defensive formation until reinforcements arrive. Yes, ma'am, an officer replied. And you, Lee Hyun-Guk, you're with me. We're heading to the control room. Her words sent a jolt through him. I'm going with you? In the control room, hundreds of devices monitored the chaos unfolding around them. This was the underground base's command center, manned by 2 observers and guarded by 2 soldiers. The monitors flashed a single, terrifying phrase, connection lost. The matrix protecting them was about to fail. Fear crept into their voices. If something can breach a door sealed with 2 layers of magic wards, we're facing a threat on par with an orc lord. Exactly. If it gets in here, fighting in this enclosed space is a suicide mission. One of the guards spoke with desperate resolve. Squad leader, when that door opens and I give the signal, you have to blow it away. Along with me. What? The man's body suddenly swelled with power, his muscles bulging. Are you insane? If something can break through that door, we're already out of chances. Taking them all down might be impossible. But I will stop this one creature, even if it costs me my life. A deafening crash echoed through the hall. White smoke billowed out, obscuring their vision. From within the haze, Kang Mok emerged. You damn rats. You really thought you could hide in here and survive? The soldier's eyes widened in horror at Kang Mok's form. What is that thing? What kind of monstrous size is that? He's way bigger than me. And I'm a berserker. Kang Mok looked ready to devour them whole. What? Don't tell me you actually plan on fighting me. Kang Mok snatched the man as easily as grabbing a piece of candy. He roared, I'm going to kill you. On the other side, the second soldier began to channel his magic. Hyun-Guk shouted, Private Lee Suk, don't just blast your magic recklessly. You have to control it. The private just scratched his head, but magic is so hard to control. Hyun-Guk's voice turned deadly serious. If you smile one more time, I'm going to beat you senseless. The soldier immediately cringed. Your berserker state always wears off so fast because you activate it for everything. The man hung his head like a scolded child. Hyun-Guk didn't let up. You even shot magic at me earlier. Get a hold of yourself. A series of haunting memories flashed through his mind. Private Lee Suk, control your magic. Private Lee Suk. Private Lee Suk. After the grueling session, he was completely drained, sprawled out on the ground. He asked curiously, Private Lee Suk, I have a question. What is it? If I have to face an opponent stronger than me in a real battle. Sergeant, what should I do? Hyun-Guk turned to leave. What do you think you should do? Of course, he thought to himself, a giant brute like you trying to be stealthy, what a joke. But he answered, you run. That's the only way someone with your personality can be useful. Still kneeling, the soldier quickly protested. Huh? Me? I'm not that kind of person. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Hyun-Guk slammed a fist into his shoulder. You dare talk back to me? The private yelled. Hyun-Guk spoke with grim intensity. Private Lee Suk, then don't run. Face your opponent head on. Act like a soldier and protect your comrades behind you. If you do that, they will protect you too. The soldier thought to himself, I'm terrified, but I can't retreat. Before him stood the ferocious Kang Mok. The monster roared, What? Are you seriously planning to fight me? The soldier replied, No. Then he charged forward, roaring, "I'm planning to kill you." Just then, Lieutenant Lee Min-hee arrived on the scene. Squad leader. At that very moment, the soldier was still clashing with Kang Mok. The beast was thrown off balance, sent flying backward. The soldier pressed his advantage, preparing another devastating blast. Kang Mok just sneered, completely unfazed. "What do you think you're doing?" He stood and watched as the soldier gathered his power. His clothes tore into 100 shreds as his body grew larger and larger. The soldier responded, "As you can see, this place is too small for a real fight." Kang Mok looked intrigued. "Oh, so you're a fighter, are you?" Lee Soo grimaced, chanting inwardly, "Control the magic. This time, I have to get it right, please." And then, his massive frame completely blocked the view behind him. It worked. I can now maintain the second level of my reinforcement technique. But Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk said my body could get even bigger than his. He stepped forward with newfound pride. "I will protect the people behind me." He grabbed the monster as if crushing a twig. At the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade's 1st Underground Battalion, everyone was charging forward, armed to the teeth. Hyun-Guk thought to himself, "We need to deal with the totem first." But why did she need to go to the control room? As the two of them approached their destination, a massive explosion erupted from the room. They stumbled back instinctively, throwing their hands up to shield themselves. Kang Mok slowly revealed himself, mercilessly holding Hyun-Guk by the throat. The man was drenched in blood, his body covered in wounds. Hyun-Guk stared in horror. "What in the world happened here?" he screamed. "Lee Gun-juk." The man could only whisper, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk. I told you. I wouldn't be the one to run away." The moment he finished, Kang Mok viciously kicked him in the face. He roared, "What is this nonsense you're spouting? Shut your mouth." Anna screamed, "Stop. What do you people want?" Hyun-Guk turned to her, "Squad leader, I'm sorry, but can you get to the control room first? When you get there, give the order to search for the totem, and quickly organize our forces for an evacuation. As for me," his expression turned cold as ice, "I'm going to kill this bastard and join you later." Eun-ha was stunned by his sudden decision. Just then, Kang Mok's eyes finally landed on her. Well, the daughter of the Holy Knights Guild Master. I didn't want to kill everyone just to find you, and yet, here you are, walking right into my grasp. She looked back at Hyun-Guk. "Like you said, I'll go to the control room. Don't you die. That's an order." Seeing her about to flee, he sneered. "Humph. And just where do you think you're going?" Hyun-Guk spoke up. "Lee Gun-Zux, I never liked you. You're just a brute who relies on strength alone." Kang Mok listened, curious. What's all this sudden rambling about?" Hyun-Guk continued. "But you know what? He risked his life and fought to the death, all because of a single promise he made to me. So if I have even a shred of pride left, I have to put my own life on the line to avenge him." A system window appeared, showing an item's information. He suddenly charged forward, piquing the monster's interest. Kang Mok laughed mockingly. "Well, look at this madman. Come on, then. Let's see what you've got." He rushed at Kang Mok, sliding between his legs and catching him by surprise. Now behind him, Hyun-Guk took his stance as the beast wondered what he was planning. Suddenly, a barrage of his weapons materialized in the air, and a glowing spear shot towards the beast from a distance. He shouted, "Unlock," then swung the spear forward. With unshakable resolve in his eyes, he roared, "Iron Pillar." He watched as Kang Mok writhed, impaled by countless arrows. But a second later, the monster broke free, sneering. "Is that pathetic little trick all you have? How disappointing. And you said you were getting revenge?" He slammed a powerful fist into Hyun-Guk's shoulder. Adamantine body. Kang Mok roared, throwing him across the room. He was thrown violently, but managed to use the momentum to land on his feet. His eyes were locked on the beast. He gritted his teeth, glancing at the critically injured Zook in the distance. This enraged Kang Mok. "Where the hell are you looking?" Just as Hyun-Guk stood up, countless massive stone slabs appeared above him, aiming right for him. He looked up, completely overwhelmed. Kang Mok appeared through the chaos. "Are you just going to keep scurrying away like a rat?" A swarm of arrows began chasing him as the monster charged and shouted, "I've got you now." With no other choice, Hyun-Guk activated his own skill. "Adamantine body," he yelled, charging straight towards the beast. His arms strained against the monster's colossal power, its body now twisted into a horrific form. The beast taunted him. "You really think you can kill me with a few measly holy weapons? For someone talking about revenge, this is just pathetic." Suddenly, a strange sound caught his attention. "Humph, what's that noise?" "You're right," Hyun-Guk said. "A few weapons aren't enough to kill you. That's why I brought you here. This is the indestructible flow. It's all for you. Welcome." To the 3rd Anti-Magic Brigade, Battalion 1's Restricted Armory, Kang Mok stared intently. The man's chest began to glow, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Hyun-Guk glared back. "Let's see who dies first. You monster." A giant vortex materialized, and from it, countless skeletons crawled out, their empty sockets looking upward. A voice came from nowhere. I blocked some of the monsters, but this is my limit. We don't have much time. Hurry. Minnie was using all his strength to keep the skeletons contained. Hyun-Guk's face contorted as he yelled to his team. Communications Center, re-establish the comms channel now. Everyone prepare to fire. Ready the attack. The soldiers scrambled into position, taking cover with their guns raised as the vortex grew darker and more menacing. Minnie's eyes widened in panic as the skeletons finally broke through. He scrambled backwards and fell to the ground as they swarmed him. Paralyzed with fear, he could only stare up at them when a sharp command cut through the chaos. Fire. Unha appeared, her face etched with concern. Lieutenant Lee Minnie, are you all right? He managed a weak smile. Lieutenant Co. Unha. A short while later, they had cleared out every last skeleton. Back in the command room, Unha stood in a stunned silence. Finally, Minnie spoke. Thank you. If they had taken the command room, we would have all been annihilated. Suddenly, a soldier cried out, Squad leader. We've connected to the communications channel. We've reached the battalion. Quick, ask for reinforcements. But the soldier's face fell. But, they say a monster gate has opened on their end, too. It was true. On the other side of the comms, monsters had already invaded and overrun the 3rd Battalion building. These beasts looked even more terrifying than the skeletons, throwing everyone into chaos. What? Connect to the Blue Flower Guild. But the situation at the Blue Flower Guild building was just as catastrophic. Monstrous beasts were spewing fire, ready to incinerate everything in their path. The soldier added that more gates were ripping open right beside them. Get me the 5th Battalion. Now, connect to the 6th. He shot to his feet, his mind reeling in panic. Every nearby unit and guild confirmed it. Gates were materializing everywhere. Now, everyone was screaming for backup. The entire city had become a living hell. Unha and Min-hai watched in horrified disbelief. The soldier continued his report, his voice strained. This is the 12th emergency broadcast requesting support. They connected their screen to the Major, snapping to attention with a declaration of loyalty. The Major responded, I'm returning to base, but it's going to take some time, so bear with me. His aircraft was already speeding through the sky. He asked, what's the current situation on the ground? Unha replied, Sir, multiple gates are opening simultaneously across the area, causing chaos between the Awoken and our enemies. Furthermore, most of the commanders, including the chief commander, have gone missing. We believe they've been assassinated. That's the full picture of what we're facing right now. Just then, Commander Kang, flanked by 2 battalion leaders, lost his patience. I'm asking if there's any way to resolve this emergency. Are you two just going to stand there, staring at a static screen? The two could only stand in silence as the connection flickered and died. Anha's voice rang out, Major, I have something to say. He replied, Go on. This may sound absurd in our current crisis, but I recommend granting temporary command authority to Sergeant Lee Hyun. Min-hai's brow furrowed. What are you talking about? The Major asked calmly. I'm curious to hear your reasoning for this. Didn't we agree to be cautious and suspicious of Sergeant Lee Hyun's actions? Unha replied, his unpredictable behavior is a concern, Commander Kang, but so far, everything he's done has worked out. The system displayed the item information. Name, 3rd grade mana potion, a potion that provides the user with concentrated mana at 100%. Caution, overuse may cause severe damage to the user's body. After a moment of agonizing pain, Hyun forced himself to his feet. Old Man Mold, I prepared this just for you. An arsenal of weapons, far more powerful than before, materialized around him. This was the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade's restricted area, the 1st Armory. The monster sneered. How do you know my name? Hound's voice was ice. Let's see if you're destroyed before I die. Come on, all of you, at once. All the weapons converged, surrounding him in a storm of steel. Thousands of sharpened blades took aim at the beast. The monster's confidence faltered as thousands of swords pierced through its body, overwhelming it with excruciating pain. The system displayed a notification. Remaining mana, 87%. You imbecile, is this the best you can do? I'll reward your pathetic efforts with a painless death. With a deafening roar, the weapons shattered and fell to the ground, leaving the monster completely unharmed. It stomped its foot with tremendous force, and a wave of pure dread washed over Hyun. He gathered his power once more, launching himself at the beast again. The sword surged forward, piercing its body with even greater numbers than before. But the monster showed no fear, only mockery. Come on, try every trick you've got. This is amusing. More. Give me more. Fools who think they're strong always die a miserable death, the system announced. Remaining mana, 38%. At this point, fighting the monster was like throwing an egg against a rock. It laughed. Just like your worthless comrades, you think you're strong enough to face me. A massive shockwave erupted as it slammed its fist into the ground, causing a razor-sharp spear of earth to shoot towards him. But Hyun suddenly appeared right above the monster's head. Surprised? He asked. "You bastard," the beast roared. Just as Hyun plunged the spear into its neck, after carefully observing Lee Hyun's unusual achievements and suspicious behavior, he had charged in to attack him. The system chimed again. Remaining mana, 2%. Unha recounted. "I suspected he belonged to a secret society aiming to destroy Korea, or maybe a spy from another country." At that moment, Hyun smiled grimly. "You're going to die too, just like all the other arrogant fools who thought they were powerful." Unha continued, "But now, I'm certain, he's not a spy. He's been one step ahead of everyone, risking his own life to handle this chaos." He glanced at the smoldering remains of Kang Mok. She added, "From the Goblin Gate at ITW to the tragic incident at Gun and the Red Gate at Sim. As if following a script, he's always at the center of the event, holding the key to resolving the situation." Hyun walked toward the fallen body of Kwon. Moreover, his strategies not only resolve situations quickly, but are also designed to save the people around him. Hyun was overwhelmed with grief and regret, silently apologizing for his failure to protect everyone. "Even if this place collapses, I'll come back and bring everyone's bodies home," he swore to himself. "In this life, I will never again survive by abandoning my comrades." Unha stated clearly, "Considering the circumstances and his actions so far, I believe Sergeant Lee Human is the right person for this duty." The major immediately replied, "You're right. I completely agree with your proposal." Coincidentally, the man we're discussing has just arrived. Hyun appeared, stepping into the room with a somber expression. They called out, "Sergeant Lee Hyun." The major got straight to the point. "We are granting you temporary command authority over the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade." The 1st Battalion leader, intrigued, asked, "Does that authority include access to the armory?" "Precisely. Can you turn the tide of this desperate situation?" He clenched his fists tightly, as his gaze turned to ice. "Yes, sir. I will give it my all," he thought to himself. "The time for a counterattack has come. We are granting temporary command authority over the 3rd Monster Defense Brigade. 1st Battalion, does this command authority include access to the armory?" The reply came back instantly. "Yes. Can you turn the tide of this battle?" He clenched his fist, his voice filled with resolve. "Yes, sir. It's time to hit back," he resolved. Suddenly, a command roared through the air, "Fire." At the 1st Barracks defensive line, the soldiers were desperately holding off endless waves of Skotans. The commander gave the order, "Deploy the magic circle." The glowing runes appeared, immediately drawing the attention of the Skotan horde. "Unleash the fire," he commanded. Countless new circles materialized above the horde, incinerating more than half the Skotans in a fiery storm. The commander watched in frustration. "Damn it," he muttered. "At this rate, this battle will never end." The remaining Skotans charging the 2nd Barracks met a similar fate. But it wasn't enough. The monsters were already storming the building itself. "The 2nd floor has been breached. Fall back." But the female soldiers were still desperately fighting for their lives. He gave the grim order, "Get to the upper floors. We can't save anyone on the 2nd level. There are too many. We can't hold the line any longer." Meanwhile, at the security checkpoint, Young-Run was single-handedly holding off the entire horde. 2 other soldiers watched in fear. "Sergeant Young-Run, are you all right?" He shot back. "What do you think? Do I look all right?" For every one he cut down, another took its place. He realized, because of that damn totem, they're impossible to kill. As they swarmed in, he didn't feel fear, but a wicked grin spread across his face. Now this is starting to get interesting. Back at the command base, Hyun-Guk was briefing the team. The zombies and Skotans that have infiltrated the barracks aren't individually powerful, but their numbers are overwhelming. "We're facing a force of at least 10 to 20,000. Inside the command and control bunker, the mood was grim. "With these numbers, our main strategy is doomed to fail." Min-hee added, "We have no choice but to establish a forward base in the bunker and issue commands from here." Hyun-Guk slammed his fist on the table. "Absolutely not. If we hide from them, that monster horde will become a strategic death army, controlled by whoever created those totems. If that horde reaches Namsan, hundreds of civilians will die." Min-hee asked nervously, "Then what's the plan?" Hyun-Guk's response was sharp. "We kill the one in charge. Everyone, find those totems." Standing with the checkpoint guards, Unha chimed in, "But what about the zombies themselves? We're going to open the checkpoints and herd the Skotans and zombies into a single location." Min-hee looked at him, horrified. "Are you out of your mind? If we gather all those monsters in one place, they'll slaughter us." Hyun-Guk just smiled. "Not at all, Vice Commander. If you and I coordinate, they're the ones who will be annihilated." Min-hee was stunned. "Me?" Over on Young-Run's channel, he broke into a cold sweat. "Wait, why me? I refuse. Find all those damn totems? How am I supposed to search all of Namsan?" Hyun-Guk's voice was calm. Don't worry about that part. The team has already pinpointed their exact locations for you. The two soldiers beside Young-Run immediately reported the new intel. Sergeant, more of them are breaking through. Hyun-Guk's voice cut through the radio static. I have command authority now. You will follow my orders. Young-Run feigned confusion. What was that? The signal's breaking up. Must be comms security. Hyun-Guk sighed. Of course. He'd completely forgotten who he was dealing with. That damn fool. He keyed the mic again. A bottle of 21-year-old Valentine's whiskey. Hearing his price, Young-Run grinned. Hyun-Guk thought to himself. He's always like this. Never takes anything seriously. Young-Run pushed his luck. Comms security. So, do you want me to go or not? Hyun-Guk reluctantly gave in. Fine. Young-Run's tone brightened instantly. Roger that. I'm on my way. Yoon-Ha then turned to the two commanders. Then I'm heading to the forge. Hyun-Guk then addressed the assault team leader. I'll see you later. In the meantime, take care of my squad members. She nodded firmly. Don't worry. I don't plan on losing a single soldier either. Just then, the alarms on the battleship blared. An announcement echoed from the command center. All units, cease offensive maneuvers and move indoors. All personnel, fall back to the bunker. A commander shouted anxiously, Mages, raise the defensive barrier. Brace for incoming attacks. Where are our reinforcements? The zombies are already breaking through the checkpoints. 200 meters from barracks, number 2. 100 meters, 50 meters. The Skotans and zombies had arrived. Both monster types appeared at once, creating a horrifying spectacle as they began tearing each other apart. Everyone, get inside now. Mages, maintain the defensive barrier. Brace for the incoming assault. Se-hee watched the chaos unfold. They think they can stop that horde with just a barrier? Have they lost their minds? An order came over her comms. Lieutenant Kim Se-hee, control the wind currents inside the barracks. Keep the wind speed below 3 meters per second. She wondered what crazy plan they had cooked up. Meanwhile, at the 3rd Brigade's armory, Hyun-Guk was worried. My maximum spatial range is only 90 meters, connecting spatial zones to a fixed point for greater accuracy. I'd never even considered that. His eyes fixed on the swirling portal Min-hee held open. Ron was already 800 meters through. Min-hee stood frozen, staring up at him. A power like this, to connect and reshape space itself, a feat that could reach a full kilometer, was unheard of. He gave the order. Maintain the drone at this exact position. Min-hee's report came in immediately. Squad leader, the spatial zone is at maximum expansion. He raised the greatsword to the shimmering rift and plunged it downwards, unleashing the first strike. Far below, Karen watched the building being devoured by flames. A wave of panic washed over her as the sword descended from the heavens, piercing straight through the massive skeleton. The colossal blade slammed into the earth, wiping out more than half of the monster horde. From a distance, 2 soldiers confirmed the hit. The first shot was a success. Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk couldn't afford a single mistake. Suddenly, a sharp pain erupted in his chest. A system window appeared before him, rank 3 mana potion. This potion was designed to supply concentrated mana to the caster, with 100% efficiency. A warning followed. Overuse will cause critical damage to the user's body. He whispered to himself, let's begin. And then, countless swords materialized from thin air. A storm of steel, a swirling vortex that descended upon the monsters. They were annihilated with terrifying ease. The soldiers on the ground could only stare in utter disbelief. They looked up, witnessing the impossible. He thought to himself, right now, I am their commander. From her vantage point, Karen watched the aftermath, unable to believe what she was seeing. He made a silent vow. I won't let a single person die in this battle. She was completely stunned. This was beyond belief. Min-hee saw the unyielding determination in his eyes. He would not allow anyone else to die because of him. The battlefield below was pure chaos. An announcement suddenly blared from the command center. Karen watched, a thought echoing in her mind. That man is completely insane. The speakers crackled to life again. Evacuate the wounded and eliminate all remaining monsters. I repeat, immediately evacuate the injured and exterminate all remaining hostiles. Even the wounded soldiers were stunned. Since when was Hyun-Guk that powerful? Choi Yang-jun, watching from above, was equally shocked. Did we have a rank A hunter in our battalion that no one knew about? Seo Eun-ha heard him and replied, I don't think rank A even begins to explain this. What? Choi Yang-jun muttered, his eyes turning back toward Hyun-Guk. The man with brown hair analyzed the situation. He's using his own acceleration from that altitude, converting it into a wide area attack that surpasses any known rank A. This man, at that moment, he suddenly collapsed to his knees, a pained scream escaping his lips. The brown-haired man's face filled with worry. Hyun-Guk, are you okay? But he just gritted his teeth and replied, it's not over yet. Squad leader. You need to focus on maintaining the teleportation zone. The squad leader yelled back, his voice strained. Hey, I'm at my limit, too. I can't hold this much longer. Hyun-Guk pleaded through the agony. Just a little more. Please, just a little more time. Meanwhile, Karen paced through a desolate forest, her face a mask of fury as she bit her nails. Her subordinate rushed to her side. Kang Mok reached the command room, but there's no response. The monsters are almost completely wiped out. Should we wait until the gate reopens? Karen's rage exploded. Shut your mouth. I'm thinking, damn it. Her mind raced. This wasn't the power of a sword, saint candidate, or a holy swordsman. We have no intelligence on him. Nothing on a wide area attack of this magnitude. Could he be on the level of a high-ranking army commander? Suddenly, a voice called out her name. Karen. There's a scout nearby. Behind a tree, a hidden figure flinched, startled by the subordinate's words. Karen's eyes darted toward the tree. I have many questions for him, she said with a cruel smile. Bring him to me. Immediately. The scout didn't hesitate. He ran. Hearing the command, Karen's subordinate instantly gave chase. The young man scrambled for his radio as he fled. Enemy spotted. Location B39. He gasped for air, repeating his message. Enemy spotted. Location B39. Back on the battlefield, Hyun-Guk heard the transmission, his eyes widening in shock. Choi Yang-jun, Seo Un-ha, and all the soldiers on the line heard it too. The scout's voice crackled again. They're about to catch me. I think I can shake them. But his words were cut short. An enemy grabbed him from behind, and his radio clattered to the ground. Hyun-Guk knew something was wrong. He roared into his comms, Kim Gong-jin. Command center, get a drone to those coordinates now. A flycam appeared through the teleportation gate. Seo Un-ha and her team moved forward cautiously. Choi Yang-jun, let's move, she urged. His face was grim. Provide immediate support. At that very moment, something fell from the sky, crashing into the brush just behind them. Karen looked down from above with a smirk. Oh, it seems there was more than one rat. The squad immediately sensed the overwhelming danger. They instantly shifted into a defensive formation, weapons raised. A colossal monster materialized from the shadows behind Seo Un-ha. Realizing its presence, she screamed, "Look out!" The monster swung its massive sword down at the soldiers. They reacted instantly, conjuring defensive mana shields. But against the creature's immense power, their shields were like glass. The powerful attack shattered their protective barriers in an instant. One of the soldiers screamed in terror. Another beast lunged for Seo Un-ha, but with a flash of her blade, she skillfully parried its devastating blow. But even if she blocked the blow, she was completely outmatched in raw strength. The strain was draining her stamina fast. Just then, the artifact on her arm began to glow. In an instant, Seo Un-ha's power surged dramatically. With a single move, she sent the monster's sword flying. Seo Un-ha shouted a warning to her squad. Stay back. That's demonic armor. Any part of you that touches it will instantly begin to rot. The soldier who'd taken the hit was now writhing on the ground in pain. A comrade rushed over. Sergeant and Min, are you all right? He quickly replied, I think my shoulder's dislocated. Suddenly, another soldier's eyes widened in fear. There's more of them coming. Towering monsters now surrounded the entire squad. Their guttural roars echoed through the air, filled with menace. Captain, what are your orders? Hearing the panic, Seo Un-ha commanded, Everyone, fall back. Get behind me now. She raised her shield, taking a defensive stance. Instantly, a pair of brilliant golden wings erupted from it. The massive wings blazed with light, illuminating the entire dark forest. A holy barrier instantly formed, shielding the squad from the monster horde. The beasts roared in fury, charging forward with their weapons raised. Seo Un-ha activated her skill, Sanctuary. She declared, for the next 7 minutes, you will all receive the Sanctuary's blessing. If you get a chance, break away and find the progenitors. But one of the soldiers looked worried. But it takes our entire platoon just to fight one of them. Can you handle this alone? She replied without hesitation. Easily. The words barely left her lips before Seo Un-ha launched herself into the air. She landed squarely on a monster's shoulder. Activating holy light, her blade ignited with a brilliant golden aura. Without a moment's hesitation, she plunged the sword deep into the creature's neck. But she wasn't done yet. She ripped the blade sideways, severing its head completely. Seeing its comrade fall, another beast raised its massive weapon, preparing to strike. The monster brought its weapon down with devastating force. But did it really think she was such an easy target? She dodged with lightning speed, leaping onto its head and driving her sword straight down through its skull. Her blade continued to glow with a powerful golden light, a mirror of her own resolve. Below, her squad watched in absolute awe. Do all holy knights fight like that? I don't know about the others, but now I see why they call Sergeant Seo Un-ha a berserker with a sword. Just as he spoke, she effortlessly cut down yet another beast. But suddenly, the light from her sword vanished. The abrupt change caught her off guard. What's happening? The holy sword. It stopped working. Eun-ha quickly regained her composure, dashing toward a monster that was about to strike. Using the flat of the monster's own blade as a springboard, she vaulted clean over it. Down below, the 7 minutes were almost up. The sanctuary was beginning to fade. Eun-ha was reaching her limit. Suddenly, a red system window appeared. The curse of Gregorio Azazel is spreading. All holy power within this area has been nullified. Gregorio, an order of fallen angels with Azazel as their leader. The relic used by Azazel, it's an artifact that completely neutralizes holy power. High above, Karen stood enveloped in a sinister, dark green aura. Eun-ha snapped her head up, sensing the new presence. Karen sneered, her voice dripping with venom. At last, I finally get to see the arrogant face of a holy knight. Meanwhile, Choi-Yoon was speeding through the forest. His eyes scanned the tree line until he finally spotted the captive, Kim Kyung-jin. With a confident smirk, Choi-Yoon thought to himself, there you are. He shot forward like an arrow, his blade slicing clean through the captor's arm. The limb was severed in a single, fluid motion. Realizing the immense danger, the enemy instantly released Kim Kyung-jin and made a swift retreat. Choi-Yoon watched him flee, his expression turning serious. This black smoke. It looks like my blade can't cut through it. The enemy vanished into the shadows. Choi-Yoon turned his attention to his fallen comrade. Kim Kyung-jin. Hey, are you okay? Open your eyes. If you die on me, Hyun-Guk will never give me that premium whiskey. Just then, the severed arm flew towards Choi-Yoon, intent on striking him down. But he effortlessly dodged, cradling Kim Kyung-jin in his arms. A taunting smirk played on his lips. Too slow. He shot backwards at incredible speed, but the enemy matched his pace, relentlessly pressing the attack. Choi-Yoon's eyes widened in surprise. He can actually keep up with my speed? A blade struck him squarely in the back, but he managed to twist away just in time to avoid a fatal blow. The enemy's face was a mask of pure murderous intent. So, your speed and reflexes all come from that sword. I see now why our scouts were defeated, but that power is useless against me. I cannot be beaten by a mere sword. It would be a waste to kill someone like you. Join us. The enemy's voice was tempting. If you embrace the power of the vampires, you could stand at the very pinnacle of this world. Hearing this offer, something in Choi-Yoon's expression shifted. The creature pressed on. You can become one of the chosen. Just like me. Choi-Yang-run roared in fury. What nonsense. Stop spouting that garbage. And how are you going to replace my A-rank uniform? The enemy just stared at him, bewildered. Are you an idiot? He sneered. It seems words alone aren't enough to get through to you. Swamp of the Aran River, he chanted. As the solid ground instantly liquefied into a viscous, purple sludge, the swamp of Aran River has the power to pull its victims down, using the tainted mire of the river itself. A river the dead must cross into the afterlife. Choi-Yang-run was stunned. What the? The grounds turned to mush. He looked down at his fallen comrade at his feet. Hey, open your eyes. You're sinking, the villain gloated. Your legs are trapped now. The more you struggle, the faster you'll go down. He worried. What am I supposed to do with him? It's impossible to fight while protecting him like this. The moment you wake up, I'll definitely give you a piece of my mind. But the enemy charged forward, shouting. Are those your final words? His legs were sinking deeper, caught fast in the mire. The creature swung its blade towards Jun's arm, but in a flash, Choi-Yang-run drew his dagger and decisively severed the attacker's hand. The fiend only sneered. I'm pretty sure I told you. Stabbing me is useless. He lunged, aiming a vicious strike at his neck. Choi-Yang-run refused to back down, meeting the attack head-on. Steel clashed against steel in a brutal exchange. Another gash opened on his body from the enemy's blade. The villain taunted him. What a disgrace to the title Holy Sword Candidate. You're leaving your back completely exposed. And in that moment, something clicked for Choi-Yang-run. Wait a second. You keep aiming for my back? He spread his arms wide. A wound on the back is a swordsman's greatest shame. I will take it from the front. Come, face me directly. The enemy froze, his mind reeling. This guy, he's a complete moron. The villain continued. I can't believe I actually offered you a place among us. How utterly shameful. Choi-Yang-run just smiled calmly. That's right. Then, a wicked grin spread across his face. Now that swamp of yours can't hold us. Thanks for falling for it so easily, you idiot. The enemy's body overflowed with murderous intent. Your little tricks end now. Unfortunately for you, you're facing me. Choi-Yang-run replied calmly. That's more than enough. Have you ever been cut at the speed of light? The villain was clearly losing his patience. I'm growing tired of this little game. I have no need for a lunatic like you on my side. Now, die. He raised his weapon and charged forward, But even facing this onslaught, Choi Yang-run was serene. Instantly, his entire body was enveloped in a brilliant golden light. He clenched his fist and charged straight into the attack. Even the toxic swamp at his feet seemed to have no effect on him now. He froze the sludge solid and stepped out effortlessly. In an instant, he closed the distance, thrusting his blade through the enemy's arm and severing it completely. A flurry of blindingly fast sword strikes rained down. The villain stood frozen, completely defenseless, as Choi Yang-run prepared to drive his blade straight through his mouth. His gaze was resolute. Leaves rustled under the moonlit sky. Choi Yang-run's attack landed true, slicing the fiend into 8 separate pieces. A powerful aura radiated from him as he stood over the remains. I'm wielding a blade imbued with holy power, so it should inflict far greater damage on your kind, but it seems even that wasn't enough to finish you off. I guess I'll have to destroy your true form. The creature roared in a furious rage. You insane bastard. This is absurd. How could you do this to me? That's cheating. I won't accept this. Choi Yang-run leaned in close to its face and whispered, You fool. How dare you speak to me like that? Without your tricks, you're nothing special, are you? All that's left for you is to die. It's no wonder you couldn't even perceive it when you were cut at the speed of light. The creature's face was now a mask of pure terror. You bastard. Choi Yang-run shrouded himself in holy light. Let me help you shut that mouth for good. He then unleashed a final blast, utterly obliterating the creature. Its body dissolved into a shower of crimson petals, vanishing into the void. Choi Yang-run collapsed to the ground, exhausted. I'm starving. If I push my metabolism to that level again, I'm pretty sure I'll actually die. Meanwhile, Seha found herself cornered by 2 monsters. She looked up in complete shock to see Carol standing there. One of the beasts lunged, swinging its claws at her. But before it could connect, a flash of blue energy slammed into its side. Hyun-Guk dropped down from above, sliding expertly down a steep embankment. Carol's face twisted in annoyance at his arrival. Sun-ha and the other soldiers just stared in surprise. He demanded, Where are the soldiers you were pursuing? Carol thought to herself, Who is this freak? The memory of his slain comrades filled him with rage. His eyes blazed with fury as he answered, Where are my squad mates? Nearly a dozen monsters had surrounded his group. The outcome was obvious. Carol sneered, her voice dripping with contempt. You still don't grasp your situation, do you? Forget worrying about them. You should worry about yourselves. You have no idea when you'll draw your last breath. With the monster's armor shattered, he saw their true objective. The creatures were targeting the soldiers on the ground. He instantly activated his skill, piercing the beast with a storm of needles. Sensing the perfect opening, he roared, Squad leader. Seo Unha responded instantly, I'm on it. She then charged forward, bringing her blade down with immense force. Meanwhile, other monsters charged the soldiers' line, their blades about to descend. Shields up, brace for impact. Just in the nick of time, one of his puppeted armored monsters charged in, ramming the attacker and sending it crashing to the ground. He didn't let up, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks on the horde. A system notification appeared. A dominating power, surpassing even death magic, has been activated, granting control over the demonic armor. A new dominating power has been set. He froze. A dominating power? The system continued its alerts. When a new dominating power is activated, the current one will be replaced. The Master's authority will now affect standard anima armor, greatly enhancing it. Do you wish to retain this authority to enhance your anima armor? Without a second's thought, he roared, I accept. The monster still writhed in agony from his needles. Once his confirmation was received, the system updated again. You have applied Master's authority to the anima armor. Warning. Depending on your dominating power's level, the anima armor's range or functions may be limited. The beast now under his control let out a deafening roar. It lunged forward, smashing another monster's face to pieces. The sudden turn of events left Seo Unha and the soldiers completely stunned. Karin seemed to recognize his power and sneered. So it was you, the one who ruined my little party. Hearing that, rage flared in his eyes. Party? What part of this is a party to you? Give me back my comrades, or I'll beat you senseless. Meanwhile, Seo Unha fought relentlessly against the remaining beasts. With incredible speed, she cut down another one. Karen looked on, utterly bored. Is that really all you can do? You made such a grand entrance, but this is just disappointing. He glanced behind him with a smirk. We're not done yet. He began channeling his magic, sending it weaving through the forest. More and more monsters kept appearing, their shrieks echoing through the trees. Karen watched with a look of pure contempt. That wide area attack of yours was impressive, I'll admit. I'm quite curious to see your next move. But is this your only trick? Stealing my puppets and controlling them, you can't even wield holy power. What do you hope to accomplish with a few pathetic suits of armor? He thought to himself, now is my chance. She was still smirking triumphantly when his magic finally reached its target, striking Karen and wiping the smile from her face. He roared, "Then let me show you what I can do." The system lit up. Item: Sir Chisten's Sacred Bow. Effect: hunts target relentlessly and guarantees a direct hit, ignoring all magic resistance. Instantly, the force of the blow sent her flying backward, crashing down into the woods below. Another notification appeared. The curse of Gregorio Azazel is fading. The aura suppressing all holy power in the area is weakening. Light returned to Seo Unha's blade. "My holy power. It's back." As he prepared his next move, he called out, "Squad leader, take care of the remaining armors. Everyone else, find and destroy the progenitor. Now." Determination filled the soldier's eyes. "Yes, sir," Seo Unha suddenly shouted. "Hyun-Guk, you go with Choi Yuna. Kim Kang Jin's life is on the line. We have no time to waste." In a flash, he took off like the wind. His enchanted arrow continued its pursuit, weaving through the forest after Karen. As she fled, she thought, that was just a normal arrow, wasn't it? It can't possibly be the sacred bow. Hyun-Guk quickly began searching for their comrade. He activated his iron sword skill, and a blue light guided him. There it is. He grabbed his weapon and followed the light. Meanwhile, terror filled Karen's eyes as the arrow closed in, striking her emblem dead center. Seizing the moment, he detonated the arrow's magic, gravely wounding her. He roared, "Give me back my comrade." But then, an overwhelmingly powerful red aura erupted from Karen's body. It snaked towards him, beginning to corrupt his weapon. Karen spoke, her voice laced with venom. "Now, I'm not just bored." Her old horns crumbled away as a new, more menacing pair took their place. He watched, stunned by the sudden transformation. She finished her sentence. "I'm truly disappointed." Waves of demonic energy pulsed from her, corrupting the very air. Her rage was palpable. "I absolutely hate this. To think I'd be forced to reveal my true form to a worthless insect like you." He ignored her taunts and activated his skill, Indestructible Vajra Body. But before he could complete the technique, she sent him flying with a single blow. Karen seethed. "Did you really think I fell for such an obvious trap? Especially from someone who has no idea how to properly wield a sacred bow." He collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood from the impact. She continued her interrogation. "You and that commander, the one who unleashed all those wide area spells, are you the same person?" He grimaced, fighting through the immense pain. "Does it matter? Tell me where my comrade is, and I'll tell you whatever you want to know." Her voice dripped with contempt as she unleashed her skill. "I can't leave without seeing the despair on the face of the one who ruined my plan." Instantly, the entire area was engulfed in spiderwebs. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could blood-red webs just sprout from the ground? The webs continued to spread, wrapping around him tightly. A cold dread washed over him. This power extended far beyond the combat zone, possibly covering the entire district. "Wait a second," she said. "Plan? So this was all a setup from the very beginning. What are they trying to do?" Back at the command post, the same crimson webs were swarming the building. Everyone inside cried out in agony as the threads made contact. Then, their consciousness faded, and they began to transform into bloodthirsty vampires. Carol looked down at him in his pain and sneered. "You'll be meeting the people you're looking for soon enough." The bloodwebs had already reached the shelter. Down in the bunker, someone had already touched them. As the realization hit him like a thunderbolt, he screamed, "No, don't tell me." She let out a twisted, sadistic smile. "But since my underlings already killed them, I guess you won't have a happy reunion." Pure rage exploded from within him. "You bastard, stop this right now." She remained completely unfazed. "What's wrong? Since you cherish your comrades so much, shouldn't you be the one to kill them again?" In the operations center, the webs now covered everything, and those who touched them were sent into a rabid frenzy, biting and tearing at anything they could. It was a scene of pure, bloody chaos. From the entrance, a voice boomed, "All you undead, watch out for the side effects. If you don't handle this carefully, you'll be attacked." A soldier looked up, bewildered. What was that? Wait a minute. Could that be Lee Woo-Suk? Just then, something powerful shot down from the hills, slamming into the ground like a meteor. A voice commanded, "Unlock." Meanwhile, Hyun-Suk was being overwhelmed by her malevolent magic. Carol sneered, "Is this really all you've got?" She then launched a relentless barrage of attacks toward him. But he stood his ground, parrying every single blow. Suddenly, a single strand of the web broke through his defense, piercing him in the back. She continued her taunts. "Why so angry? The people you're waiting for have arrived. Just try not to die before you get to see them." "I'm just dying to see the look of absolute despair on your face when you meet your comrades as living corpses." Gravely injured, he thought to himself. "Damn it, this is tougher than I expected. I broke Gregorio Azazel's curse, which means I can use that power one more time." But at that moment, a red system window flared to life. "Warning, demonic convergence zone has been activated. Dark attribute stats increased by 50%. Undead healing power increased by 50%. His mind raced. The totem is still active. It's amplifying her power, so using holy magic now would just be a waste of mana. Then there's only one way left. Across from him, Carol's eyes shot wide open in shock. A system window popped up before him. Item information, Tier 3 Mana Potion. It consumes a mana potion to grant the user 100% condensed mana. A warning followed, overuse may cause severe adverse effects to the user's body. He spoke, his voice ice cold. Let's be clear, you're the one who crossed the line first. As he said this, he crushed a red object in his hand. System information, Crown of Light and Shadow. Trait rapidly generates resistance to the undead. Special trait, grants the aura attribute to a dark magic or holy magic device. Warning, each grant of aura comes with a penalty, but he didn't hesitate for a second. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. Power surged through him instantly as he declared, then I'll risk my own life to surpass my limits. System notification, Dark Aura skill activated. Effect, grants 30% of the crown's dark magic to a device. I'll use a buff. He dropped into a battle stance and roared, fight fire with fire. Influenced by the demonic zone's totem, his dark aura grew exponentially. Carol stared in disbelief. What is this? Where did this surge of dark power come from? His eyes blazed with terrifying determination as he roared at her. Prepare yourself. I'm going to devour your dark energy with an even greater darkness. Instantly, a suffocating aura exploded from his body. Just then, an object shot past Carol's face, but she dodged it with inhuman speed. He saw it and thought, the adamantine guard. He channeled his new power to shatter the webs around him, then screamed as he unleashed a devastating slash in her direction. Carol couldn't believe it. Impossible. He created his own dark attribute just to use the totem. Is he insane? He thought to himself. Good, it's finally working. If I just keep the pressure on her like this. But suddenly, his vision started to blur. A system warning flashed. Dark energy is invading the user's inner world. User is about to enter a berserk state. His eyes widened. Berserk. Darkness crept into the edges of his vision. Damn it. Why now? Is the totem even stronger than I thought? I need to break free of this now. I have to snap out of it. But far away, Choi Yang-sun could only look up in utter terror at the crimson webs descending upon him. What in the world is this? A terrible realization dawned on him. The platoon leader, the other leaders. Everyone from the central district had been turned into vampires by the blood web. He whispered. They took them all down? Choi Young stood silent for 3 seconds, then placed his sword on the ground. Just lie here for a moment, damn it. I hate this kind of thing the most. I made a bet with the commander over some fine liquor. Looks like I have no choice but to step in and protect this person. Instantly, he charged toward the horde in front of him. He didn't forget to say, forgive me. May you rest in peace. At that moment, a dart flew past Karen. He followed with a powerful strike aimed right at her. Karen raised her hand to block, crying out in pain, but she recovered in an instant, deflecting the blow. He had lost all reason, screaming, I will kill you. Karen, seething with fury, retorted, you can't even control yourself after being consumed by dark energy. Do you really think you can defeat me? But her words couldn't break his concentration. Seeing this, Karen couldn't help but scream in frustration. You madman! Before she could say more, he slashed across her stomach, sending her flying backward. Just then, a vampire dove from the sky, ready to land a killing blow. But it wasn't going to be that easy. He swiftly parried the attack. Slowly, he pushed his enemy's weapon aside. Seizing the opportunity, he landed a devastating counterstrike. Karen, though wounded, spat. The sight of you makes me sick. I'll kill you along with your entire team. With that, she unleashed a blood web at him, but he dodged it with ease. He lunged back toward the other vampire, grabbing him by the throat. All hesitation and reason had vanished from him now, but deep within his soul, he couldn't understand what he was doing here. I have to snap out of it and get out of here right now. Stay calm. Suddenly, a voice pleaded in his mind. Hyun-Guk, save me, Captain. His mind was drowning under the weight of the fallen. Back in the real world, he was still choking the life out of the vampire. It seemed his sanity was finally returning as he released his grip. The system flashed a warning. The wielder's despair and anger have reached their peak due to dark energy. His eyes blazed as he let out a roar. Another message appeared. Congratulations! You have met the conditions to unlock the item's hidden attribute. A powerful blue aura erupted from his body, blasting the vampire far away. He could feel a new power surging within him as a notification appeared. Medal of the Hell Demon. The hidden attribute, Hellfire State, is unlocked when the user's dark energy reaches its maximum. The Hellfire will burn until the dark energy is depleted. Intense waves of blue light pulsed from his body. Karen stared in utter disbelief. Hellfire. Even as a vampire, I've never seen this kind of power before. Something is not right here. First, I have to get out of here. But before she could escape, he appeared and severed her leg in a single slash. She lost her balance and collapsed. He raised his weapon, unleashing a torrent of hellfire that made Karen scream in agony. His face was a mask of pure rage and hatred. Snap out of it. His mind was sinking beneath dark waters with his comrades. If I get pulled in, I'll be completely swallowed by the darkness. I can't let that happen. In the physical world, his body raged with the unstoppable flames of hellfire. Karen quickly regained her composure, weaving more blood webs. She screamed, "You bastard! I'll tear you to pieces." In an instant, hundreds of blood webs shot straight for him, but he seemed completely unaffected, simply walking forward. The webs blanketed the forest, crashing into the ground and shattering it. But surrounded by the hellfire, the threads were nothing to Hyun-Guk. He used his inferno to incinerate the webs. Karen seethed. "He's burning my webs." He pointed a finger at her. Instantly, fiery arrows shot out, striking her multiple times and knocking her to the ground. He had destroyed her entire blood web formation with a single attack. His body radiated immense power, his face a mask of cold fury. Wounded by his attacks, Karen raged. "I can't defeat him with brute force." Nearby, the other soldiers saw an explosion behind the trees. One shouted, "Hurry up and find the progenitor." Another yelled, "Sergeant Choi Young, the platoon leader, and Sergeant Hyun-Guk are fighting for their lives. We have to do everything we can." Just then, a loud voice cut through the chaos. "Corporal Park Jun-mo, I've found the progenitor." "All right, everyone, get your weapons ready and set up the C4. He turned to Minty and asked, "We need your shield. Can you hold it?" Hearing that, he answered with conviction, "Everyone is risking their lives right now, so I will fight until my very last breath." With absolute resolve in his eyes, Choi laid out the plan. "All right, listen up. We need to combine our strength to break the progenitor. I'll charge the holy sword with sacred light. The explosive force from the C4 on the shield should give the sword enough power to shatter it. But if we can't withstand the shockwave, this could take us all out." Everyone gritted their teeth and held on as a massive shockwave erupted. The incredible force sent all three of them flying backward. At that moment, the progenitor began to glow, and from it, a colossal monster appeared. It was the giant demon knight boss monster. The second it manifested, it let out a deafening roar, announcing its arrival to the world. The beast was so enormous that even Hyun-Guk and Karen could see it from their battlefield. By now, Karen was already gravely wounded. Seeing the beast, she thought to herself, "That crazy fool has no choice now. We have to give up on the core and just destroy the progenitor. That way, he won't get the core, and he'll never escape his madness. As for the rest, the giant demon knight will handle everything in an instant." With that thought, she shot forward. Launching herself over the monster, she screamed, "Giant demon knight, destroy the progenitor now." Hearing its command, the demon knight immediately turned toward the progenitor and raised its weapon. The three below watched in horror as Hyun-Guk rocketed up from below to intercept the attack. Seeing this, Karen quickly activated a skill, unleashing powerful, crimson webs of light all around her. She screamed, "Get away from me, you disgusting bastard." And with that, she fired a powerful blast straight down at him. But he easily dodged it, deflecting the attack behind him. He thought it would hit the ground, but he was wrong. Her attack was circling back. He launched another strike toward Karen, who was now desperately fleeing her own redirected attack. The giant demon knight was just moments from shattering the progenitor. Karen raged as she realized her own technique was about to hit her. He threw it back at me. Before she could react, the blast impaled her straight through the stomach, slamming her into the giant demon knight and causing a cataclysmic explosion of smoke and debris. The other three were thankfully unharmed behind the shield. Karen collapsed to the ground, critically injured. He now knew exactly where she was hiding. He raised an arrow, taking aim. Seeing this, Karen mocked him. "You absolute fool. You should have let us destroy the progenitor. You just threw away your only chance to end your own berserk state." He strode forward and ripped the insignia from her chest as she continued to taunt him. "You'll become a monster, endlessly craving death. Your precious comrades will turn on you and kill you. I wonder what you'll feel in that moment." He raised the arrow high and without a shred of hesitation, plunged it into her chest. Instantly, hellfire erupted, engulfing Karen's entire body. Karen flashed a demonic smile. "I'll be watching from hell to witness your hopeless death." His expression remained cold and empty as he uttered a single word, "Burn." In the middle of the forest, a brilliant purple light began to fade. Debris started floating toward the sky. Sergeant Hyun-Guk was pulled out of the illusion by his three comrades. The agony he felt was etched clearly on his face. Outside, blue lights like flower petals floated around where Karen had been. The progenitor was also slowly vanishing. A red system notification appeared. "The progenitor has been destroyed. The dungeon in this area has been cleared. You said my comrades would abandon me? No. They risked their lives for me, just as I risked mine for them." His mind was clear now, his voice filled with confidence. Karen had completely faded away. He looked at the insignia in his hand, then put it in his mouth and spoke. "Support team reporting. We're alive." Choi shouted into his radio. "Corporal Park Junmo and Baek Sung-mo are alive, and Minty is injured. Sergeant Hyun-Guk, are you all right?" A small smile formed on his lips. A system window appeared. "Congratulations. You have consumed the achievement of the fallen angel, Grigory Azizil. It has an unknown effect after absorption." He spoke urgently. "Primary target eliminated. Rendezvous with the platoon leader immediately. The boss monster will awaken soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. His teammates cried out in alarm. "Sergeant Hyun-Guk." He clutched his mouth, thinking, "Damn it, did I push myself too far?" Just then, the colossal monster appeared right behind him. He quickly threw his weapon at it, landing a clean slash on the monster's leg. He yelled, "Provide support and evacuate the area now." The monster stomped closer, each step shattering the ground and sending rocks flying. Choi raised his gun and charged toward the beast. He tried to activate his adamantine body skill, but just then, a system warning flashed. The user's body cannot withstand the adamantine body skill. Activation has been rejected. He muttered, "Cancelled," or "Rejected." The monster swung its massive weapon down at him. "Damn it, I can't stop this thing." Choi screamed. "Sergeant Lee," he roared, bracing with all his might against the devastating blow. The monster's weapon crashed down, shattering the earth and unleashing a massive explosion. He slowly opened his eyes to see the colossal axe descending, when suddenly a white tiger leaped from nowhere, sinking its fangs straight into the monster's head. It then tore the creature's head clean off, stunning Hyun-Guk, Choi, and Minty. A helicopter sliced through the sky above, as the tiger's triumphant roar echoed from below. A figure then leaped from the chopper, landing with enough force to crack the very ground. The person slowly rose, their voice booming, "Is everyone safe?" It was none other than Lieutenant Colonel Kim Kang-seok. A wave of relief washed over them. "Lieutenant Colonel." As our hero retrieved his weapon, a system window appeared before him. "Congratulations. You have defeated the giant armored demon zombie, the boss of the Vile Dungeon event." The colossal tiger was Kim Kang-seok's divine beast, the Mountain King. He surveyed the scene and said, "Good, I wasn't too late." As Hyun-Guk collected the boss emblem, Kim Kang-seok called out to him, "Sergeant Hyun-Guk, I heard you were granted access to the battalion's armory, but I didn't expect you to bring the entire arsenal with you. It seems the terrorist incident has been resolved. Give me a concise report." Just then, Hyun-Guk popped the emblem he'd just acquired into his mouth. A system notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have consumed the emblem of the Demon Legion. An unknown effect will activate upon full absorption." After swallowing it, he snapped to attention. The terrorist incident involving Battalion. One of the 3rd Monster Defense Team was a planned attack by 5 players. 4 of the 5 have been eliminated. The last one is in custody. During the chaos, most of the military officials went missing. Meanwhile, after wiping out the vampire horde, Choi Young-run was overwhelmed with grief. Could this be considered insubordination, he wondered. He continued, "We must also assess casualties among the regular soldiers, but all remaining monsters will be handled by the battalion. Therefore, as of 06:37 hours, I report that the battalion's counter-terrorism operation has succeeded." As he finished, the first rays of dawn broke over the devastated city. Kim Kang-seok looked at him and smiled. "Hyun-Guk, your reports always contain exactly what I need to hear." Choi collapsed to the ground. "So, is it finally over?" He looked up at the sky, but the sun should be rising. Why is it still so dark? At that moment, Hyun-Guk spoke. "Lieutenant Colonel, I'm afraid this time you have to hear a report you won't like." Kim Kang-seok's expression hardened. Hyun-Guk explained, "Based on the number of gates I observed around Seoul, it seems the terrorist attack and the Vile Dungeon event were only the beginning. Their true purpose was to trigger the 4th wave that humanity has dreaded. And Ground Zero is right here. Seoul was about to face the worst disaster of this game. Monsters would flood in like a tidal wave, seizing human territory and transforming this land into something else entirely. It would become a corrupted piece of another world. Unlike a dungeon event, this area will be completely isolated. Entry and exit will be impossible." Everyone was stunned into silence. Rage flashed in Kim Kang-seok's eyes, so they had another motive from the start. He issued a command. "All personnel, return to the battalion and prepare to rearm." "Hyun-Guk, you are in charge of preparations." But Hyun-Guk had reached his absolute limit, and his entire body began to tremble. Kim Kang-seok's voice filled with concern. "Hyun-Guk," just then, a system warning flashed before his eyes. "You are in the process of digesting the demon's emblem. A signal core is forming in your central nervous system, 1% complete. Severe abdominal pain may occur during this process. Your current physical condition is not sufficient to withstand the strain." In that instant, he lost consciousness and collapsed. Kim Kang-sok rushed to his side, frantic. Hyun-Guk, are you okay? Choi was equally terrified. Sergeant Hyun-Guk, please wake up. Sergeant Hyun-Guk. The scene shifts to a meeting. Choi Yoon asks, Captain Hyun-Guk, how are you so sure the fifth wave will begin in Seoul? They were all gathered inside a ruined warehouse. Hyun-Guk calmly replied, it's surprisingly simple. Wave 1 was California. Wave 2, Shanghai. Wave 3, Berlin. And Wave 4, Seoul. The only common factor in all these areas is a massive spike in high-level gate appearances, occurring exactly 3 months before each wave. They are all gathering their strength to erupt at the same time. A young man with red hair spoke up. Okay, let's say we know where the wave will start. Then what? What about the powerful enemies in our way? We're almost out of equipment and supplies. Hyun-Guk replied, you're right, they are incredibly strong. And they are armed with equipment that is even more powerful. During the fourth wave, we stopped the enemy from using the mythical item, Mithril. This victory was only possible through the sacrifices of heroes like Leon Hunteson, Choi Dong-cheon, Kim Gang-seo, and Steve Marine. Those fiends are a terrifying threat because they can create disasters, which we call the waves. They can unleash waves of destruction upon humanity, just to harvest experience points. Or maybe they're gathering divine items to grow even stronger. But that's a story for another time. We finally know their next target. So instead of just dancing in the palm of their hand, we can prepare a real counterattack. That alone is reason enough to fight back and protect what's left of humanity from those monsters. Here, at Hyun-Guk's base, the last bastion of the human resistance, the sound of footsteps echoes through the hall. A guard, noticing the presence, calls out, hands where I can see them, don't move, and take off that hood. The figure reveals a surprisingly cheerful smile. Just then, Seon Eun-ha walks in, calling out, hey, Hyun-Guk. He looks over calmly and asks, what's the matter? Her eyes narrow. Why would you bring an outsider here, especially at a time like this? I told you before, that's completely forbidden. He replies, relax. I can vouch for him. We need him. If he hadn't risked his life to help us, we wouldn't have survived our last mission. He's a comrade, same as us. Suddenly, the door swings open. Hyun-Guk's expression instantly brightens with a wide smile. Hello, thank you for coming, Gordon Pressy. Elsewhere, 2 other figures are enjoying a glass of golden wine. A red-haired woman smiles at Gordon Pressy. That Orient Sea you brought us. It was incredibly hard to find. With it, we've managed to create a true masterpiece. His face lights up. Excellent news. So, tell me, what exactly did you create this time? Hearing this, her playful expression vanishes, replaced by cold steel. And why would you be asking about that? This woman is Snow, the first elder blacksmith, chosen by the 7 dwarf masters themselves. She continues, her voice low, Gordon, that person is a traitor. He quickly backpedals. No, it's nothing like that. I was just curious. At his answer, a dangerous glint appears in her eyes. Of course. I know, she says, her smile returning. I was only joking. Who would dare suspect one of our own elders of being a traitor? I'd love to tell you, but I can't. You understand. Her behavior leaves Gordon feeling completely outmaneuvered. Right. He glances away, toward the others grabbing food. We see Hyun-Guk's silhouette standing by a window, his gaze lost in thought, a world away. Just then, Choi Young-ran's voice cuts through the air. Man, this is depressing. Everyone's trying to have a good time, and someone has to go and kill the mood. Hyun-Guk is taken aback. Sorry. Seeing this, Choi Young-ran presses on, teasing him. Hey, what's with the long face? Are you about to cry or something? A shadow of deep sorrow crosses Hyun-Guk's face. Seeing everyone so happy, it just reminds me of all the comrades we've lost. If only I had been stronger back then, I could have saved them. Hearing this, Choi Young-ran slugs him playfully on the shoulder and says, Yeah, I get it. Consider that punch a tribute to our fallen comrades. Now take it. You moping, you big dummy, we can't change the past. What, you think you can just rewind time like in some comic book and fix everything? Look at what you've managed to accomplish right now. Think of the lives you saved with your own strength. Without you, the mages of the Blitz team would have been wiped out on the front lines, and the blacksmiths of the Forge team would be nothing but slaves to the enemy. And the casualty rate for the search party wouldn't be just 9%. Hell, we'd probably all be dead by now. But before he can finish, Hyun-Guk cuts in. Honestly, if I could go back to the past, I'd want to save every single one of them. Every time we go on a mission, I can't stop thinking about the ones who didn't make it. Hearing that, Choi Young-ran tries to knock some more sense into him. They fought knowing they could die. We all do. And every single time, you're the one who pulls us through. So stop worrying about things you can't change, and focus on being our leader. Right now, we should be having a drink. At that moment, Seon Eun-ha marches over and pinches his arm, scolding him loudly. Are you trying to pick a fight with the captain? The defense squad won't stand for it. He yelps and tries to explain. I was just trying to cheer him up. She fires back. Don't you see you're the one ruining the mood? Then she winks at the others behind him. Go on. Get inside and have some of your favorite rum. Everyone, just ignore him. You know how Choi Young-ran is. She then turns back to Hyun-Guk. Are you all right? He waves a dismissive hand. You don't have to do that. But her gaze is firm. What are you talking about? We're your personal guard. Looking out for you is part of our duty. The others can't help but comment from the side. She's coddling him so much. You'd think he was made of glass. Her comment makes everyone in the room break into laughter. Laughter fills the room. Gordon speaks up. You're all quite close, aren't you? An orange-haired man replies, we are. Then Gordon heads for the door, putting on his hat as he goes. It's a heartwarming sight, if a little irritating. Outside, 2 guards are on duty. One of them sighs. Time for the shift change. I'm looking forward to my first real drink in years. His partner chuckles. Yeah, but I heard this new shipment has instant noodles. Let's grab a cup after our shift. The black-haired guard notices Gordon approaching. As he passes, the guard calls out, Where are you headed? Gordon replies without stopping. My part in this is over. You all can stand down now, too. The young guard is left completely confused. Huh? Before they could react, 2 men were slaughtered on the spot. A sinister smile crept across the attacker's face. Today also marks the anniversary of your deaths. Suddenly, a horde of monsters charged toward the gathering place. The creatures stormed inside, tearing through anyone who stood in their way. A young man with brown hair ducked behind a wall, shouting into his radio, We have intruders. The words had barely left his mouth when a monster appeared from behind, pressing a weapon to his throat. Then, a massive explosion rocked the area, shocking everyone on the other side. Hyun realized something was wrong and roared, Everyone, to your positions. Before they could move, a powerful blast threw everyone in the room backward. A fearsome, battle-hardened monster had appeared. Hyun yelled as he ran, Get Gordon out of here first. The red-haired soldier shot back. He's already missing. Hyun froze, stunned. What? An emergency announcement blared through the speakers. Locking down Building C. Locking down Building A. We've lost control of Buildings D and B. A voice came over the comms. Their movements show they know the building's layout. We can't hold out for long. A look of dread crossed his face. He yelled, Everyone, get out of here now. I'll hold them off. Evacuate. Standing before them was an entire legion, fully armed and ready for war. Ha looked annoyed. So noisy. Just send in a few grunts. Why bring an entire army to crush them? But the others gasped at one creature's presence. That thing, it's hideous. He was suddenly startled by the sound of a trumpet. A spotter looking through binoculars reported. The necromancer is priority number 1. The trumpet's call confirms the high-ranking villains are here. We're being attacked by their entire damn army. Worry etched itself on his face as he yelled into his radio. Search team, move with the teleportation team to priority 1's position. What are you all still doing? Get back here now. Behind the gate was an elite legion, led by Yang Dun and his colossal monsters. The orange-haired man said, It's priority 1, the necromancer. There are even members of the Traitors Guild. If we miss this window, we'll have to wait for the next attack. Don't you realize this is a golden opportunity? Hearing this, Hyun shouted into his comms, but we're not ready to use the M.L. yet. He leaped gracefully over the wall, shouting to the men below, If anything goes wrong, you'll all answer to me with your lives. The red-haired man suddenly spoke. Forget it. I'm not mentally prepared. Choi Yoon's expression was firm. I told you before. We knew the risks when we joined the teleportation research team. Snap out of it. We have to do what needs to be done. Stop worrying about your comrades. Meanwhile, from Snow White's position, she was also reporting in. The underground base is reinforced to withstand a meteor strike, so stop worrying. Just end this mess with the weapon I created. The Legion continued its relentless search. Seeing this, Choi Young-run asked, Hyun, do you really want to live with more regrets? From high above, Hyun-Guk looked down on the advancing army, gritting his teeth. He roared his command, Artifact Team, prepare the Mugle. Search Team, protect the teleporters. And when the teleportation circle appears, evacuate everyone as fast as you can. Seeing his resolve, Choi Yoon and Snow White shared a satisfied smile. He continued, Here and now, we will destroy priority number 1. The Necromancer. At his command, everyone roared back with resolve, Roger. Countless magic circles materialized in the sky as drones emerged from within. The Demon King sat leisurely upon his throne high above, while his army readied their battle stances. Hyun began the sequence. Number 1, in position. Number 2, in position. Number 3, in position. Number 4, in position. The Demon King looked up at the sky, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, on Snow White's team, someone spoke up. "Elder, did you intentionally fail to mention that it hasn't been fully repaired?" She heard him and replied calmly, "Yes. If I had told him, that kid Hyun-Guk would have missed this once-in-a-millennium opportunity for our sake." A system warning suddenly flashed. Device has exceeded maximum mana capacity. Skill combo range has surpassed its limit. Deploying magic of this magnitude could prove fatal to the user. He thought to himself, his heart pounding, "If I make even one mistake, I'll kill my own comrades with my own hands." A colossal magic formation spread across the sky, pulsing with an overwhelming torrent of power. The necromancer finally rose to his feet. At that moment, a gigantic sword began to materialize from the circle. His eyes burned with determination. "This one strike will protect them all," he roared. "Fire!" The Demon King looked up in shock, his eyes widening at the massive blade as it plunged toward the earth. Hyun roared the attack's name, Iron Meteor Shower. A powerful shockwave erupted, blasting the enemy soldiers backward. Even Choi Young-jun's position was caught in the aftershock. A sword of impossible size now stood before them, radiating a blinding, reddish-orange light. High above, even Hyun-Guk had to shield his eyes from the immense energy pouring out from the blade. Down below, monsters lay scattered among the ruins, and everyone had suffered injuries. Hyun-Guk roared into his comms, "All squads, report your status." Seha, still in the heat of battle, quickly answered. "The Royal Guard is all accounted for, currently engaging the enemy." Perched atop a building, Choi Yun's voice crackled through. "The Recon Reserve team has lost contact with 60% of its members. We're assessing the situation." Hyun-Guk pressed on. "Fabrication team, do you copy? Soul Manipulator, confirm your status." At that moment, the Soul Manipulator was being consumed by fire, screaming in agony. The observation team reported, "He sustained critical damage." Hearing this, Choi Yun quickly relayed the intel. "Hyun-Guk, the sprites worked. Now's our chance." Hyun-Guk thought to himself, "This is it. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to finish the Soul Manipulator for good." With that thought, he unleashed his skill and commanded, "Royal Guard, engage. Wipe out every last monster and villain for me." See, his voice was filled with worry. "Hyun-Guk, where are you going alone without the Royal Guard?" His face was like stone. "With our current strength, it's impossible to handle all the monsters that breach the shelter. We need the entire Guard's support." After hearing his resolve, she spun around and issued a new order. "All Royal Guard members, join the main combat unit now." A soldier asked, "Squad leader, where are you headed?" Seha declared, "I'm going after Commander Hyun-Guk." All the while, Hyun-Guk continued to move through the air, casting his skills while thinking, "If I can just kill the Soul Manipulator, all of this will finally end." The moment to liberate humanity was finally at hand. Below him, his magic enveloped the broken husks of buildings. With a mighty roar, he commanded the skyscrapers to rise and move directly above the Soul Manipulator. The villain stared in horror as two colossal buildings plummeted toward him. At the same time, Hyun-Guk directed hundreds of blades straight at the target. The Soul Manipulator was crushed beneath the mountain of debris. But suddenly, a stone pinning him down began to glow with an eerie green light. Hyun-Guk instantly teleported into the light. "Finally," he said, his voice cold as steel, "we get to face each other directly. Soul Manipulator." The villain was already impaled by 3 or 4 swords. Hyun-Guk materialized his own weapon, his patience wearing thin. "What's with that look on your face? Unfair? You slaughtered tens of billions of people. Get rid of the twisted idea that you're somehow the victim here." The villain stammered in agony. I. But Hyun-Guk's rage erupted, and he lopped off the man's head without a shred of hesitation. "That's enough? No more excuses." The Soul Manipulator was sent to meet his maker. Hyun-Guk announced, "Target number 1. Successfully eliminated." Soon and Choi Yun were left speechless. Just then, a nearby skull's eyes flashed with a sinister purple light before fading. "The demon army has been annihilated." An explosion of joy erupted. The immortal monsters, they stopped moving. But suddenly, countless tentacles shot down from the sky, blasting away anyone standing nearby. Choi Yun yelled to the forces below, "Everyone, concentrate your fire on the villains. Today is the day we liberate humanity." Her words ignited their spirits, and they immediately unleashed a powerful magic formation at the monster above. Hanana was enraged by the searing heat. How truly annoying. That Hyun-Guk. What in the world is he doing? Countless ferocious dragons swarmed the sky, their roars echoing like a declaration of war. A red system notification appeared. Soul transference. The specific conditions for the Soul Manipulator have been met and activated. The user's soul is now being transferred to a reserve body. At that moment, Hyun-Guk sensed the arrival of the dragon horde. The system screen displayed a progress bar. 30%. He muttered. "Don't tell me. Not 70% again." A terrifying dragon slammed into the earth, shattering the ground around it. The system screen flashed. 99%. He could feel it. A soul was being transferred into him. The soul manipulator's terrifying voice echoed in his mind. I am you, and you are me. Suddenly, his eyes flew open as a new notification appeared. Congratulations. Soul transference 100% successful. Transfer to new host body complete. The soul manipulator walked towards the head of the giant monster. Below, Hyun-Guk trembled, unable to control his body. The villain's face was a soulless mask. Let the darkness descend upon all. The light in the skull's eyes flared back to life, and the entire horde of monsters rose once more. A red system alert popped up. Night of Annihilation. The soul manipulator has declared the Night of Annihilation. The Undying will hunt every living soul, even in death. The survivors stared in horror as the horde of monsters unexpectedly reanimated. Hyun-Guk burned with rage. That bastard. He lured me into his trap from the very beginning. A deadly smile spread across the soul manipulator's face. The monster horde began its relentless assault on the people below. Screams of terror filled the air. The monsters have revived. Even the ones killed by the meteor have risen again. A young man was pinned down by a monster, its face a mask of pure ferocity. His entire body erupted in flames before exploding with catastrophic force, shattering nearby buildings and launching debris skyward. He watched, frozen. A storm of rage and agony tearing him apart. Everyone, evacuate the area now. Don't try to fight, just run. A system window flashed before his eyes. Skill activated. Predator. It would harness the power of the absorbed player known as the Fist King. Suddenly, the Soul Master dove from above, rushing straight for him. He threw his arms up to block, activating a body transformation skill. The moment the enemy made contact, his arms hardened into solid rock. But even so, the Soul Master swatted him aside with ease, sending him plummeting. Below, fire dragons unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the battlefield. He crashed to the ground, his arms shattered, and let out a scream of pure agony. Another system message appeared. Skill activated, fire control. It was drawing on the power of the player known as Hellfire. The Soul Master conjured a massive sphere of infernal fire and launched it directly at him. Unable to move, he could only brace for the full impact. Just then, Seo Eunha appeared, her shield raised. Hyun-Guk, she yelled. Get a hold of yourself. You have to survive. Seeing her, Lee Min screamed in terror. Seo Eunha, what are you doing? Get out of here. But she just looked back at him, a warm, affectionate smile on her face. No, she said softly. I'll be your shield. After all, I was your very first life. The Soul Master relentlessly continued his fiery assault. The system prompted him again, activating Predator. Harnessing the power of the absorbed being, the Strength God Anide's Hack Queen. Divine power now enveloped the Soul Master's entire body. Without a moment's hesitation, Seo Eunha charged forward. In a panic, Hyun-Guk grabbed her hand to stop her. But when the shockwave hit, they were both instantly overpowered and sent flying. At that exact moment, a hulking figure with a massive axe leaped into the air. He used a skill called Home Run, smashing them both out of the sky with one devastating swing. They crashed hard into the rubble below. Choi Yu-ran cried out in alarm, Hyun-Guk. But before he could say another word, a sharp spike impaled him, and he coughed up blood. The creature then lifted his skewered body into the air. Blood poured from his wounds. The tentacled monster cackled with glee, extending its tendrils and stabbing the orange-haired boy again and again, forcing more blood from his lips. From the sky, a massive swarm of insects descended upon them. On the ground, hordes of centipedes and other crawling horrors rushed straight for Eunha. Their terrifying presence snapped her back to reality, but it was too late. Her entire body was engulfed by the grotesque insects. From her perch, Hana licked her lips, watching as Seo Eunha was swallowed by the swarm. Stop that sickening twisting of yours, he thought. It's absolutely disgusting. Hyun-Guk was gravely wounded. As he watched his comrades being slaughtered before his very eyes, tears streamed down his face. Please, just run. The sound of Gordon's footsteps echoed. As the dragons unleashed another wave of fire, he pleaded desperately. Please, everyone, stay alive. And then, Gordon stood before him. Seeing him, Hyun-Guk was stunned. Gordon? His shock quickly turned to white-hot fury. You betrayed us, didn't you? Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area. Gordon glanced toward it and spoke calmly. Oh dear. It seems the safe zone is about to be completely annihilated. Hyun-Guk was consumed by rage, pain, and grief for his fallen comrades. Why? He choked out. Why would you do this? You were supposed to be a guardian. This is all my fault. I trusted you too much. Gordon simply replied, It isn't your fault. It's the fault of your rigid, mechanical sense of justice. My indifference to the world blinded me. I never realized that even a guardian could become a monster. He let out a bitter laugh. Who would have guessed that a player, not a monster, would be the one to destroy humanity? Gordon's voice dripped with sarcasm. Oh my, the last savior of humanity, the great Iron Emperor, or should I say, the F-rank player, Hyun-Guk. He slowly removed his mask, spreading his arms wide. No, we are the ones who are truly chosen. We are the new gods, the gods who will pass judgment on the fate of all mankind. Hatred burned within Hyun-Guk. Look at yourself. A monster talking as if he's some kind of god. If I had known just 1 year sooner. No, even just 1 day. People like you would never. But before he could finish, Gordon cut him off with a sneer. Don't you sound pathetic, even if you had known. Overwhelmed by pain and rage, tears of helplessness streamed down his face. Gordon continued. In the end, the fate of worthless F-rank trash like you can never change. This is your sentence. He finished with a triumphant smirk. A fitting end for someone like you. Gordon turned away, and a monstrous creature wielding a massive hammer took his place. As the hammer descended, he screamed out their names in a final cry of anguish and fury. Gordon, Tracy. He closed his eyes. A single tear fell, igniting a tiny, ethereal blue flame. Back in the real world, his eyes shot open, but the tears hadn't stopped. Hyun-Guk slowly sat up. The soldier with curly hair saw him and called out, Sergeant Hyun-Guk. A crowd of soldiers quickly gathered around. Sergeant Hyun-Guk, are you all right? Wait, are you crying? They called him the indifferent king. If a man as cold and detached as him was crying, then something was terribly wrong. Hearing their words, he shut down his emotions completely, a profound sense of powerlessness washing over him. The soldiers kept murmuring, he's right. Are you hurt somewhere, Sergeant? He finally spoke, his voice cutting through the noise. That's enough. His sharp tone left everyone completely stunned. He turned away, his voice heavy. I just had a dream of a tragic future. A man with curly hair questioned him. Tragic? Worried about the future, are we? He stared out the window, lost in thought until his expression hardened with grim resolve. A future that must never be repeated. A future I will change, no matter the cost. The next morning, a desperate plea echoed through the streets. My daughter is still in there. Facing the woman's desperate cries, the soldier refused without hesitation. You cannot go inside. But the woman collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Please, sir, just this once. I'm begging you, let me in. Ma'am, no one is permitted to enter. Meanwhile, at the National Crisis Command Center, high-ranking officials were deep in discussion. Frankly, we have to admit it. There is absolutely nothing we can do. Hearing this, the officials seated below erupted into whispers. He's right. But the public backlash is getting out of control. Another man spoke up. Then why are we still wasting time talking? We need to prepare the world for what comes after the wave. A fair hand shot into the air, followed by a sweet but firm voice. Forgive my interruption. The one who stood was Kang Seo-yoon, Korea's number 4 ranked player representative. She continued. So, are you all suggesting we abandon 1 million innocent people inside the wave zone? Through the monitor, the senior officials tried to explain. Representative Kang, that's not what we mean. We can't get inside, so what else can we possibly do? We must make a choice and focus on the safety of the entire nation, not just the people trapped in Sun. Hearing these words, Kang Seo-yoon gritted her teeth in pure fury. That's just a cowardly way of saying you value your positions more than the lives of your citizens. Feeling their authority challenged, they yelled back through the screen. Representative Kang, what are you implying? We all want to save Sun, but there has to be a way to actually do it. And right now, we don't have one. Kang Seo-yoon leaned forward, confronting them directly. There are still player guilds inside that we can contact. If we cooperate, we can minimize the civilian casualties. One of the officials scoffed at her suggestion. And you think those players will listen to us in this situation? Kang Seo-yoon's voice grew colder. There is one more thing. We, the Jumonari Guild, will provide a hero-grade item to every player who eliminates the corrupted inside the zone, and a legendary-grade item for the player who contributes. Upon hearing this, the entire room was stunned into silence. Kang Seo-yoon's voice rang with conviction. I will not tell my guild members to hide and cower for their own survival while we stand by and do nothing. Her voice grew fiercer with every word. We will do everything in our power to save even one more person. Kang Seo-yoon slammed her hand on the table. So, are you satisfied now? The room was dead silent. Fuming, Kang Seo-yoon dropped back into her chair. I can't believe I have to buy a solution to a national crisis with items, she thought. This is absolutely ridiculous. The scene shifts to the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade, 1st Battalion, in an underground bunker. The area is overgrown, and corpses litter the ground everywhere. A voice called out, Attention, Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk. I need to see the battalion commander. Are you all right? Lee Hyun-Guk answered sharply. Yes, sir. He then added, Commander, I have a proposal. The commander looked at him, intrigued. A proposal? I heard the terror suspect we captured has escaped. The commander leaned on his hand, frowning. That's right, and it's a huge problem. Lee Hyun-Guk began his analysis. A prison built with mana stones and barriers, specifically to hold players. Unless they're S-class, there's no way they could have escaped on their own. Which means there's a traitor hiding in the military. Commander, Soon is currently being overrun by monsters. On top of that, countless criminals, including that terror suspect, are now running rampant through the city. The shelters that were built to keep people safe from monsters have now become more dangerous than the outside. And the truth is, even our own military, who suffered the least damage, needs a lot of time to re-equip before we can deploy. The commander's expression shifted. He stared at the sergeant, a slow smile spreading across his face. Well then, I'm quite eager to hear it. What is your idea? Lee Hyun-Guk gave a weary smile, thinking to himself, that's the commander for you. He was probably just waiting for me to say this. He then spoke aloud. I propose the formation of a special unit to ensure the safety of the civilians and stop this wave of corruption. The commander seemed a little surprised. A special unit, you say? In a situation like this, we'd have to assign at least a few operators. Do you think they'll even listen to us? Lee Hyun-Guk smirked. You don't need to worry about that. Take care of the wounded first. There are still plenty of monsters out there, so everyone stay alert. As he left the room, a red-haired soldier grabbed him, hissing, Are you insane? This is the army. In a world with a clear chain of command. How could an enlisted soldier dare to order his officers around? Lee Hyun-Guk lowered his head grimly. I know it sounds absurd, he admitted. That's why I only plan on assigning regular soldiers, but the battalion commander shot that down. He roared that a unit is nothing without an officer. He then demanded I at least take his most trusted second platoon leader along. Hearing this, the red-haired soldier was stunned. He thought, the battalion commander actually said that? Lee Hyun-Guk deliberately looked away. I was just asking for advice, he said. Besides, I have no one else. Completely unaware he was walking right into Hyun-Guk's trap, the soldier asked, no one else? Seeing him take the bait, Lee Hyun-Guk delivered the final blow. How can I possibly launch a wide-range assault without you? If your assault saves the people from this crisis, I imagine the major guilds will be fighting over you. But it seems you're not interested. As Lee Hyun-Guk feigned to turn and leave, the man quickly grabbed his arm. Wait, you said you wanted me as an advisor. That's a different story. Out of sight, a triumphant smirk spread across Lee Hyun-Guk's face. The scene shifts. Mages desperately try to extinguish a raging inferno as it crawls toward the mountain defense line. Kim Se-hee stood there with a jaded look. My term is almost up, she muttered. Why am I still here? I should be on my way out by now. From behind, Lee Hyun-Guk's voice cut through the chaos. Sergeant Kim Se-hee. She turned to see him, sighing. Oh, it's the chatty kid. He ran up to her, shouting to be heard over the wind. You've been assigned to the special unit, but the howling gale swallowed his words. Kim Se-hee leaned in. What? I can't hear you. They were shouting at each other, but neither could understand a thing. Lee Hyun-Guk just smiled at her, gave a thumbs up and yelled, Message successfully delivered. Then, he turned and walked away. Watching him go, Kim Se-hee was utterly confused. I didn't hear a single word. What was that about? Why do I get the feeling the last days of my service are about to be ruined? A miserable voice whined. I don't wanna. I haven't said a thing. A man cried, curled up in a blanket under his bed, staring at Lee Hyun-Guk. I don't care. I don't care. Whatever you say, I'm not doing it. Do you know what I went through to get my Valentina 30? My military service is almost finished. I won't do it, no matter what. Lee Hyun-Guk had heard enough. In a low, chilling voice, he asked, You've been drinking on duty, haven't you? You've also been stretching the dispatch schedules to a week. Sometimes even 2 weeks, for a job that only takes 2 days. If the battalion commander finds out, you can forget about finishing your term. Your military life will never end. As his sins were laid bare, the man began to sweat, soaking the blanket he was clutching in fear. He crawled out from under the bed, hands raised in surrender. All right, what do I have to do? Elsewhere, an escaped convict staggered onward, his body a canvas of bloody wounds. He saw his reflection in the water and recoiled. What is this? How is this possible? How did I end up in this state? Suddenly, a commotion nearby caught his attention. Hiding behind a tree, he saw soldiers swarming the area, searching for him everywhere. If you find any monsters still alive, kill them on sight. Hearing the order, the convict bolted, running for his life. Lee Hyun-Guk, leading the search party, began calling out, Lee Woo-suk. He recalled the fight, his brow furrowing. I'm sure I stayed conscious until the very end. I know I saved Woo-suk, but where did he run off to? Lee Hyun-Guk sighed. See, this is just like you. But this time, you should have trusted me a little more. Back at the training grounds, a clear, loud voice echoed across the area. Special unit, assemble at the training grounds. Hearing the order, everyone scrambled, grabbing their weapons and rushing to the assembly point. The voice continued, a stark reminder. Once we depart, there will be no additional supplies. Make absolutely certain you have everything you need. Suddenly, Lee Hyun-Guk ran into Seo Eun-ha. He snapped a salute. Assault team, Captain, is something wrong? She stared at him and said, Lee Hyun-Guk, I've completely misjudged you. Hearing her apology, he offered a warm smile. It's all right. Immediately after, Seo Eun-ha put her hands on her hips, her tone shifting. But that doesn't mean I trust you completely. Lee Hyun-Guk was baffled by her sudden change. Why are you suddenly telling me this? Hiding her embarrassment, Seo Eun-ha shouted, To observe you. I've decided to join this special unit. Hyun-Guk's eyes widened in surprise before breaking into a grin. I see. I'm looking forward to it. Seo Eun-ha turned her face away, flustered. Me too, she mumbled. A deep satisfaction settled in Hyun-Guk's heart. Perfect. Now that Seo Eun-ha has joined, all the reliable people I need are finally gathered. The first time I rewound time, I avoided my old comrades at all costs, keeping my current team as far away from the chaos as possible. At the assembly point, a sharp voice cut through the air. A total of 11 members, plus 3 drivers for the special unit, present and accounted for. The squad leader scowled, saying, Wait a minute. I don't like special unit. The name sounds too temporary. Then, a new name was proposed, Steel Company. The soldiers grimaced when they heard it, thinking what a terrible name that was. But the squad leader made his decision on the spot. All right, we'll be the Steel Company. I used to think that was the only way I could truly protect everyone. But as the future I remembered began to warp and change, I realized something. This trial could only be overcome if we all faced it together. To stop the soul wave and save our doomed future, I needed everyone, not just myself. After the team name was chosen, the squad leader ordered, Report again. Hyun took a deep breath, his voice ringing out, Sergeant Lee Hyun. We are tasked with civilian rescue and mobile strike operations during the wave. Steel Company, reporting. Meanwhile, deep inside a cave, Hyun-Guk was gasping for air, his body covered in blood and sweat that dripped onto the cavern floor. He glanced around at the carnage. The corpses of monsters he'd slain were everywhere, and the magic stones from their bodies lay scattered about. He used his magic to lift one into his hand, studying it. Just then, a system window appeared. Congratulations. You have unlocked the skill, Energy Plunder. After use, your total energy has increased by 0.7%. However, as your energy consumption increases, the total energy gain will gradually decrease. You'd think a guy could eat in peace, but as Hyun-Guk was devouring his meal, a faint tremor shook the ground. Then, something erupted from the earth right where he was standing. Luckily, his reflexes were sharp enough to flip through the air and land safely. Before Hyun-Guk now stood a terrifying, colossal monster. The overlord of this domain, the Scorpion Man. Facing the ferocious beast, Hyun-Guk just smirked. What's this? You thought I was exhausted, so you decided to aim for my head? How predictable. You're just a naive little fool. Enraged by the insult, the monster swung its massive claw down where Hyun-Guk stood, shattering the very ground beneath him. Hyun-Guk leaped onto its arm and raced upward for an attack. He raised his weapon, channeling his power into it as he roared, Die. But as he swung his weapon at its face, the creature opened its cavernous maw, a void of darkness, and swallowed him whole. It even flashed a grotesque grin, showing off its razor-sharp teeth as disgusting drool dripped from its jaws. Devoured by the monster, Hyun-Guk began sliding toward its stomach. Yet, he remained conscious, thinking, You simple-minded idiot, I knew you'd swallow me. Thanks to that, I can end this quickly. I've already used my conversion power to block the stomach acid. Now for a grand finale. Suddenly, Hyun-Guk's eyes snapped open, blazing with a brilliant blue light. He gritted his teeth, uttering 2 words, Crush and Break. At that moment, a warning message appeared. The player may be injured if this skill is not used correctly. An incredible surge of power erupted from Hyun-Guk, and the monster's stomach began to swell grotesquely. With a deafening boom and a blinding flash of light, the monster exploded like an overinflated balloon, its remains scattering in every direction. A new notification appeared. You have cleared all monsters. You have obtained a gold card. By using a gold card, you can achieve a special awakening. Ownership of this item is confirmed upon acquisition. Holding the card, Hyun-Guk smiled in satisfaction. Excellent, a gold card. It was worth enduring that monster's horrific breath. The system then asked him, Will you use the gold card? Without hesitation, Hyun-Guk immediately accepted. Of course. The card in his hand burst into flames as a notification appeared. Congratulations. Through a special awakening, you have learned the new skill, Metal Manipulation. Upon gaining the new skill, Hyun-Guk's arm instantly transformed into a sharp weapon, along with a warning. While using the Metal Manipulation skill, the Fortification skill cannot be activated. Looking at his transformed arms, Hyun-Guk smiled with satisfaction. Perfect. With this, I'm fully prepared for the assault on Seoul. A curious smile played on his lips as he began to collect all the mana left behind by the monsters he defeated. Holding countless mana stones in his hands, Hyun-Guk said, "It's been a while. Time to enjoy this feast." 1 week later, the attack on Seoul began. An announcement to all citizens. This is the National Gate Response Headquarters. This is a warning for a gate covering all of Seoul. This is not a drill. All citizens must immediately evacuate to the nearest shelter. I repeat, to all citizens. This is the National Gate Response Headquarters. A citywide gate warning is in effect. This is not a drill. All citizens, evacuate to the nearest shelter immediately. The desolate streets were filled with the aftershocks of the slaughter. A lone child stood there crying, his sobs attracting a horde of zombies that swarmed from the shadows. One appeared right in front of the boy. The boy was completely terrified, his face a mess of tears and snot. Just as a zombie lunged for the little boy, a military vehicle slammed into it at full speed. The soldiers had arrived just in time, disembarking to form a battle line against the undead horde. All units, focus fire and hold back these monsters. Seeing the boy safe after his near-death experience, a soldier walked over to Han and asked, "Hey kid, you alright? You don't have to worry anymore." The boy looked up at him and replied, "Yes, sir." The soldier's eyes widened and he scowled, yelling, "Damn it, Park Jun-mo. I told you not to go in too deep." As Park Jun-mo walked away, the man called out, "Kim Se-hee." She appeared in an instant, responding, "Yes, sir." 2 swirling orbs of wind spun in her hands. With a flick of her wrists, she hurled them directly into the rampaging zombie horde. The monsters were immediately sucked into the vortexes, suspended helplessly in midair with no hope of escape. Not far away, a man secretly watched the situation unfold, signaling, "What's happening to those soldiers?" Kim Se-hee, now holding 2 swords, leaped into the air. "Right now, Lieutenant." The soldiers behind her immediately provided cover fire, advancing at full speed. A magic circle materialized, surging forward to strike the zombie cluster. At that same moment, Kim Se-hee swung her blades, finishing off the zombies one by one. As she fought, she muttered, "That meddling old geezer completely lied to me." She recalled her conversation with Hyun-Guk from earlier. "Are you really planning to go in there alone? You promised to let me join the level-up mission in exchange for me signing up for this assignment." Hyun-Guk replied, "I'll go in first to scout things out." "Oh, right. You have an event quest, so I can't help you, can I?" Kim Se-hee said worriedly, "Everyone knows that, but what if you go in by yourself and get into trouble?" Hyun-Guk just looked at her and smiled. "The commander doesn't need to worry about that. I'll be back in a flash. Trust me, I have complete faith in my abilities." But now, Kim Se-hee realized his deception. "You liar," she seethed. "You said you'd be back quickly, but look how long it's been." Suddenly, a grotesque green monster dropped from the sky, landing directly in front of her and the other soldiers. It surveyed its surroundings, then leaned forward and took a deep breath. It let out a deafening roar that washed over them like a violent gale, freezing the soldiers in place, unable to move a muscle. Veins bulged on their faces as they screamed in agony. The young boy from before couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed, unconscious. The zombies seemed to grow stronger, snarling as they faced the paralyzed soldiers. Just as the horde lunged forward for the kill, in that critical moment, Hyun-Guk appeared. He raised his hand and declared, "Metal manipulation." With a clean slice, the ugly monster's head was severed, tumbling to the ground. Hyun-Guk shouted, trying to snap everyone out of their stupor. "Snap out of it. All forces, return fire." His command broke the spell. The soldiers regained their senses, immediately raising their guns and unleashing a torrent of bullets at the zombies. Kim Se-hee's swords danced through the air, and she single-handedly took on a dozen creatures at once. She looked at him with a bright smile, calling out, "You meddling old geezer, you're late." But as she tried to say more, a blush crept up her face, and her mind went completely blank. Another soldier joyfully called out his name, Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk. But when he got a good look at Hyun-Guk's condition, he was speechless. "What in the world happened to you?" Hyun-Guk flexed his toned physique. He raised a hand, and several iron pellets began to float in the air around him. "Steel team, all forces hold your positions and attack. I'll provide support." Though they heard the order, the soldiers' eyes were still glued to Hyun-Guk's body. "What am I even looking at right now?" he wondered. Hyun-Guk's impatient voice snapped everyone back to reality. "Stop asking questions. Do you want me to kill you before these monsters get the chance? All forces, attack." They charged forward in a coordinated assault. In just a few moments, their united power had annihilated the zombie horde, and Hyun-Guk had managed to find a new set of clothes. A special voice spoke to Kim Se-hee. "What are you talking about? Keep it to yourself if you want to see him naked." After getting dressed, Hyun-Guk turned to her, noticing she was talking to herself. He asked, "What was that?" Kim Se-hee scoffed. You said you'd complete the mission on your own, so what's with this look? It's not like there's much to see anyway. Hyun-Guk seemed a little surprised. He asked, "Nothing much to see?" "That's right. It's just because it's cold." A soldier approached with the child, calling out, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk, are you all right? What happened to your uniform for it to end up like that?" Hyun-Guk didn't answer, his eyes fixed on the child who was now clinging tightly to his leg. The soldier quickly explained, I had to leave my post because of this kid." Suddenly, Hyun-Guk sensed something. As another soldier nearby called out, "Sergeant Lee Hyun." He held up a hand to silence him. Looking toward a nearby street corner, Hyun-Guk shouted, "All of you hiding over there, please come out now." Discovered, they were terrified but slowly emerged with their hands up in surrender. As they walked, one explained, "Please, don't misunderstand. We're evacuees. We couldn't get into the main shelter, so we were looking for another place." Hyun-Guk's face hardened as he blocked their path. No one gets in. But before he could finish, the rescue boy darted past him toward the evacuees, shouting, "Dad." Seeing his son alive, the father's face lit up with overwhelming relief. "Thank you, son. Thank you so much for saving my boy. I was starting to lose all hope. It's such a relief to have soldiers like you here." But Hyun-Guk's expression darkened as he asked, "Are you sure about that?" As the iron marbles floated toward him, the man stammered, "What do you mean? What are you doing?" Suddenly, Hyun-Guk's eyes turned razor sharp. The marbles shot past the man, then finished him instantly. Witnessing this, the other soldiers stared in shock, demanding answers. "Are you insane?" "Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk, what was that?" As their shouts filled the air, Hyun-Guk lunged forward, snatching the young boy by the arm. His face was grim, his gaze lethal. "Let me make one thing clear," he growled. "I despise being stabbed in the back. So, you'd better stop what you're doing before I decide to kill you." Under Hyun-Guk's crushing pressure, the child struggled to escape. Hyun-Guk lifted him into the air just as a hidden blade appeared, aimed to kill. A soldier raised his rifle and screamed, "You bastard. Put that kid down right now. All units, aim your weapons at Lee Hyun-Guk." One by one, the other soldiers raised their guns and took aim. "Have you lost your mind? A soldier killing a civilian? Drop the child immediately. Lee Hyun-Guk, do you hear me?" Hyun-Guk said nothing. He walked over to the man he just killed and kicked the body over. A bloody knife clattered to the ground. Seeing the weapon, the soldiers finally understood. These weren't civilians. They were players, hiding otherworldly weapons and closing in for the kill. In that moment, the real innocent civilians fell to their knees, hands over their heads. "Wait, he's right. They kidnapped us. These people, they've killed before." Just then, Hyun-Guk's cold voice echoed from behind the boy. "Hey, you can drop the act now. It's been a while." Assassin Kim Hak-ju. His identity exposed, the boy's face twisted. "I don't know you," he snarled. "Who are you?" His eyes began to glow red as his body started to transform. Before everyone's eyes, he morphed into a full-grown man, weapon already in hand, and spun around to strike Hyun-Guk. But when his claws made contact, they couldn't pierce Hyun-Guk's skin. Gritting his teeth, Hyun-Guk spoke, "I'm the one who knows you better than anyone else, because I beat the hell out of you in my past life." With those words, he slammed him into the ground. An iron marble was suddenly lodged in the man's mouth, and his eyes widened in fear. Hyun-Guk used chains to bind him to a nearby pillar. The man screamed, "You crazy bastard! Stop shoving that thing in my mouth. What kind of soldier tortures people by making them eat marbles?" Hyun-Guk demonstrated right in front of him. "Ha, you call this torture? I eat these all the time. Keep it up, and you'll get addicted to the metallic taste." The man was so terrified he started to cry. "Why in the world would you eat that?" Hyun-Guk forced his mouth open and shoved another one in. "Now talk." The assassin wailed pathetically. "Wait, I get it. I'll talk. It's Gong Tae." He slaughtered all the guards at the East Demon shelter and took it over. Then he sealed it so no one could get in. Hyun-Guk listened, thinking to himself, "He destroyed the shelter. I've heard stories of a villain who destroyed shelters and killed every survivor inside, all to perform a magical experiment that made him unbelievably powerful. A villain, a truly lost soul. In my past life, he was so careful that even as a notorious villain, his face was never revealed. Could it be him?" Kim Hak-ju continued. "The civilians fled because they couldn't stand his brutality. We were only ordered to bring the runaways back. I disguised myself as a child so they wouldn't get hurt. That's the truth. Please believe me." Hyun-Guk let out a cold laugh. "Nonsense. You had another purpose. The real reason you were trying to kidnap them was to complete your villain quest, wasn't it?" Kim Hak-ju, the assassin and registered villain. He trembled and asked, What in the world are you?" A light flashed in Hyun-Guk's eyes. In the next instant, Kim Hak-ju's stomach began to swell, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Back at the command post, A soldier talking with Hyun-Guk suddenly exclaimed, "What? He killed himself? Who is this Gong Tae that he'd rather die than face him? If that's the case, shouldn't we wait for Lieutenant Sunha and Sergeant Choi Yoon to arrive?" "No," Hyun-Guk said flatly. "They're busy. Considering the time they need to rescue the Major and repair their hunter gear, they won't make it." The soldier was stunned, but he destroyed the shelter's entrance. "How are we supposed to get inside?" Hyun-Guk just smiled. "Don't worry about that. I have my ways." Looking at him, the soldier sighed. There he goes again, making that face. At the East Demon shelter, a loudspeaker blared to life. "This is the regular army of the Republic of Korea. Open the shelter door immediately." Hyun-Guk pounded on the door while shouting, "We have received a report of an illegal occupation of this shelter. The illegal seizure of a shelter is a criminal act, punishable by immediate and severe force. If you do not open this door, we will use our master key for forced entry." The other soldiers could only watch his performance and groan. So his grand strategy is to bluff that he has a master key. The fact that they've locked themselves in proves they have no idea what's happening out here. Hyun-Guk continued to roar. "We have given you enough time. This is your final warning before we report this to High Command. We're treating this as a case of illegal occupation and trespassing." With that, the heavy doors swung open, leaving everyone stunned. It actually worked. The door is open. From within, terrified screams echoed out. "What's all this?" Hyun-Guk peeked inside with a smirk. "Ah, I guess you had the doors sealed so tight you couldn't hear us knocking. We received a report about the illegal occupation of this shelter." The man inside shouted back, "Illegal occupation? What are you talking about? We are strictly adhering to all safety protocols. Please, come in and see for yourselves." And just like that, Hyun-Guk's team gained legitimate entry inside. The people inside the shelter stared and whispered amongst themselves. On the surface, it looked like a model of efficiency, with everyone obediently following the rules. As their guide led them deeper, Hyun-Guk muttered, "Seems no one here is concerned about strangers suddenly barging in. It's almost like they're playing dumb to hide something." Noticing Hyun-Guk's muttering, the guide turned, but Hyun-Guk just flashed a smile. "Ah, just talking to myself." He glanced at the small squad behind Hyun-Guk, his eyes narrowing. "Is this everyone you brought? Are you expecting more?" Hyun-Guk countered. "Why so curious? Do you really think this handful of men can take us on?" The man's face twisted into a scowl. "What did you just say?" Hyun-Guk waved his hand dismissively. "Whoa, just a joke. But what if you guys turned out to be criminal players? It's not impossible, is it?" The man roared, "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Are you testing me? Is this some kind of farce?" Hyun-Guk's voice dropped, deadly serious. "You're the only joke I see here. It was obvious the moment I saw this hall, filled to the brim with armed players." The man was stunned, his mind racing to figure out how he was exposed. Hyun-Guk turned his head and gave the order. "All units, open fire." In an instant, the shelter erupted into chaos. The clang of steel and the roar of gunfire filled the air. Hyun-Guk called out, "Gong Ik-T, if you're going to trick someone, at least get a uniform that actually fits." Hyun-Guk lunged, his blade striking Gong Ik-Tae, who let out a furious roar. "You arrogant bastard. I'm going to shut that mouth of yours for good." His hand shot out, clamping down on Hyun-Guk as he sneered. "Not so talkative now, are you?" Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. A bullet slammed into Gong Ik-Tae's head, forcing him to release his grip. "So, you're made of stone." A cunning grin spread across Hyun-Guk's face. "I'm steel." All around them, the chaotic battle raged on. Gong Ik-Tae clutched his wound, snarling, "You damn monkey." A soldier attacking a defenseless civilian. Hyun-Guk couldn't help but laugh. "A civilian, you say?" In times like these, the military's job is to protect real civilians. From monsters like you even slaughtered the original guards. So tell me, Gong Ik-Tae, where are the real survivors? Instead of answering, he charged forward again, yelling, "What are you talking about?" But with an explosive leap, Hyun-Guk easily dodged the clumsy, heavy-handed attack. Hyun-Guk roared, unleashing his spear and driving it deep into his attacker's arm. Staring him down, he demanded, "Did you take over this shelter just to experiment on its people?" Gong Ik-Tae shot back, "What the hell are you babbling about? What do you mean? What experiments? What am I hiding?" This shelter was already at full capacity, but they just kept packing more people in. Forget the monsters outside. Because of them, we were all going to starve to death. You're a player. You, of all people, should understand this. If this country loses players like us, it'll be a devastating blow. Hyun-Guk gritted his teeth. "I've heard that pathetic excuse before." Gong Ik-Tae pressed on. "Exactly. We risk our lives every single day. We deserve to be treated better in a crisis. Everything I've done is just the natural order of things, so that's how it is." Hyun-Guk's voice turned to ice. "I see. Then he exploded forward. Traitor or not, I don't care anymore. You just need a beating. The moment his fists connected, Gong Ik-tae's stone armor shattered like glass, revealing the mortal flesh underneath. Gong Ik-tae switched arms, grabbing Hyun-Guk by the collar and hoisting him into the air. You really look down on me, don't you? Know your place. Now fall. He swung Hyun-Guk around before slamming him into the ground. But Hyun-Guk looked up with a bloody grin. Is that all you've got? Then he activated his skill, Iron Fist technique. A system warning flashed. Warning. Hardening skill cannot be used while Iron Fist is active. Hyun-Guk unleashed a devastating punch, shattering the rock armor around Gong Ik-tae's head. But he didn't stop there, raining down a relentless barrage of powerful blows. A pathetic plea broke through the noise. Stop. Please, stop. When Hyun-Guk finally stood, the man's face was so beaten and swollen, his own mother wouldn't recognize him. As Hyun-Guk rose to his feet, he was horrified to find a crowd of civilians approaching him. Their faces were gaunt, and with one voice, they pleaded for help. Please, save us. We can't see anything. We did what he told us. Please, you have to believe us. Looking at the imprisoned survivors, pure rage boiled within Hyun-Guk. That bastard. He'd been starving them this whole time. But then, a thought struck him. Wait. If this was all just about a food shortage, then is he really not a traitor? Then why was he kidnapping people? Just then, Gong Ik-tae scrambled free, grabbing an elderly survivor as a hostage. What do you want from me? Is it a crime to want to survive? Go on, try me. Hyun-Guk gritted his teeth. He was certain this man wasn't the heretic. The terrified captives shrank back. Gong Ik-tae then stepped forward, his words a venomous threat aimed at Hyun-Guk. I did exactly what you wanted. You wouldn't let me choose the heretic. In the next instant, Gong Ik-tae was brutally murdered in front of everyone. Hyun-Guk clenched his jaw in frustration. The real heretic was still hiding somewhere in here. After securing the civilians, Hyun-Guk received a status report from Corporal Park Jun-mo. Of the 32 players involved in the illegal takeover, 21 are dead. We've apprehended the 11 remaining culprits. Hyun-Guk studied his subordinate's face. Park Jun-mo, what's with that look? He stammered in response. Sir, they may be criminals. But killing them like this is hard to stomach. Looking at the bodies strewn across the floor, Hyun-Guk said, Listen, this is never easy. However, if we don't act decisively in these disasters, we can't save the helpless. That is our duty as soldiers. Steel yourselves. An aggressive voice suddenly cut through the room. The person in charge, get out here. I want to speak to the one in charge. Hyun-Guk glanced at the door. Skeptical. Who is that? The civilian representative, Sir, Park Jun-mo replied. A civilian representative. The man strode forward and introduced himself arrogantly. I am Assemblyman Park Han. I have a mandate concerning the protection of this shelter. Another man beside him spoke up. I am Lee Hong-jin, representative of the Merchants Association. First, I want to discuss food distribution. But before they could continue, the two men immediately started arguing. I am the Assemblyman. He should be listening to me. You were silent when this shelter was being illegally occupied, so why are you pulling rank now? Meanwhile, Park Jun-mo approached an old man who was helping clear the dead. Sir, please let us handle this. The old man sat on the ground, insisting. No. You save an old man like me. I can't just let you do all the work. Even for soldiers, this isn't an easy task. Let me take care of it. More importantly, there is something dangerous here. Dangerous, sir? Park Jun-mo asked. The old man began to tell his story. I couldn't speak up because of Gong Ik-tae, but I heard a sound. Like the breathing of a beast, and it's getting closer. You must investigate quickly. I'm afraid something terrible will happen. Park Jun-mo's eyes widened in horror. Could there be a gate? Inside the shelter, across the way, the two representatives were still fighting. Then let's choose a shelter representative first. What are you talking about? As the assemblyman, I will be the representative. Hyun-Guk pieced it together. The heretic used Gong Ik-tae to spread fear, allowing him to manipulate everyone from the shadows. However, the puppet, Gong Ik-tae, was now dead. With the military standing by, the simplest way to seize control is to become the representative. Is it one of them, or someone else, pulling the strings backstage? The more Hyun-Guk analyzed it, the more his head pounded. You bastard heretic, where are you? In a dark basement filled with massive test tubes containing bodies, the corpses of half-human, half-beast monsters hung from the walls. In the corner, a figure was gnawing on a corpse it had dragged away. Suddenly, the sound of wheels echoed on the floor. A cart appeared, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. It was the old man who had been helping with the bodies. A girl with fangs, drinking blood, was startled by the noise and whipped her head around. But by the time the old man wheeled the body inside, she had vanished. The old man feigned shock, just as the girl appeared behind him. But as she lunged to attack, he countered with blinding speed. His entire demeanor shifted into something terrifying. "You fool," he growled. "I told you, don't touch my things." She collapsed weakly to the floor. "Blood. I need blood. Please, not the tainted kind. Give me the pure blood." The old man stood before his lab table, examining a vial in his hand. He laughed. "You idiot. Giving your kind blood is like giving a thirsty person salt water. It only makes you thirstier." Hearing that, she snapped. "You twisted old man. Why did you drag the soldiers into the territory invasion in the first place?" He cackled madly. "Once the invasion gains momentum, what can a few soldiers possibly do? Instead of dirtying my own hands, I can simply command them to do the dangerous work for me." "You're the fool," she screamed. "Do you know why we failed? It's because of those Defense Force soldiers. They're different. They have power." He slammed his hand on the table. "Stop making excuses. You lost simply because you're useless. Look at this. The lives of everyone here are in the palm of my hand." In another room, civilians who had been starving for days were finally given meals, which they devoured ravenously. Strolling past with his hands in his pockets, Park Han scoffed at them. "What is this? Why the rush to distribute food?" A soldier shot back. "Is that something you can say when you're not hungry?" An angry man, mid-bite, pointed at the children. "Look at the kids here. How can you say that when they've been starving for days?" Before the food distribution laws were even reviewed, the Merchant Association's chairman suddenly began handing out supplies himself. The man continued, "You aren't planning to control us with food like Gong Ik-tae did, are you?" Jan shot back in a fury. "What do you think a congressman is? Don't you dare make such baseless accusations." Like a true politician, the congressman made logical remarks while firmly holding his ground. Neither of them could be seen as a traitor. Hyun-Guk observed from a distance. Just then, a soldier approached him. "Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk, are we not allowed to accept the food?" Hyun-Guk's reply was blunt. "Gong Ik-tae has no one backing him. He's hiding for a reason. What if he poisoned it? If we get poisoned, security here will completely collapse. You understand the risk, don't you?" Hearing this, the soldier stared down at the rations in his hand, suppressing his hunger. At that moment, the old man who'd been taken hostage walked over with a hot meal. He said, "Goodness, why aren't you eating this freshly cooked meal? The meat is excellent. Hurry, eat up." Hyun-Guk refused flatly. "Supplies are critical in a disaster. We cannot waste reserves meant for the evacuees. We have our own military rations, so don't worry." Just then, a voice called out, "Lee Hyun-Guk." He turned to leave, saying, "Excuse me for a moment." Raising his radio, he responded, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk here. I'm heading down myself." The old man watched him go, thinking, "Damn it, was he born a soldier? How can that bastard's judgment be so sharp?" Then he turned to the soldier beside him and asked, "More importantly, what's the status on what I told you yesterday?" The soldier replied, "Yes, we're investigating now. Please don't worry." Meanwhile, Hyun-Guk arrived at the room he'd been called to. Inside the room was something truly horrifying. The soldier beside him said, "This isn't a plant from Earth, and the temperature in here is completely different. It seems this place is one of the sources of the monster wave invasion." Hyun-Guk replied, "Agreed. If we can't stop this here, it'll be just like the first wave in California, the second wave in Shanghai, and the third in Berlin. Seoul will also be overrun. You need to head up with the platoon. Sergeant Kim Se-hee and I will stay here." Deep within a gloomy tunnel, chilling sounds echoed through the darkness. A voice sighed. Of all the places to get stuck, it had to be this cramped tunnel. What rotten luck. A young girl obediently held out a cup of water, saying, "Please have a drink." The old man took a bottle and poured some for her. "There you go." Accepting the water, she smiled cheerfully. "Thank you, sir." A wicked, satisfied smile spread across the old man's face. "You really are unlucky. Go ahead, try using that military discipline of yours in here. This place is on a completely different level than a normal invasion gate." Back with Hyun-Guk, he was now with Kim Se-hee. Hovering with her sword drawn, she asked him, "Sergeant, can the two of us really handle this? If this is the source of the invasion, doesn't that mean it's in a different league from other gates?" Hyun-Guk confirmed her fears. "It is different. The difficulty of an invasion source requires an S-rank team to clear it." Kim Se-hee's eyes widened in shock. "Then isn't entering here basically a suicide mission?" Staring at the massive floor before them, Hyun-Guk said, "We can stop it." Back in the dark tunnel, the terrifying voice echoed again. Of all the places, this cramped tunnel. What rotten luck. Two soldiers remained behind on Hyun-Guk's orders. One asked nervously, "Is the situation really that bad?" The other replied with confidence, "No, in fact, we're the lucky ones. The monsters are the ones with bad luck." Just then, a horde of creatures swarmed out, lunging at them. Hyun-Guk explained, "They've nested in this tunnel, so there's only one way forward. We just need to defend this choke point." Sergeant Kim Se-hee. Monsters poured from the spatial rift in ever-increasing numbers. Kim Se-hee yelled, How long do we have to hold them off? He commanded. Begin a slow retreat. Fighting back, she shot back. This isn't a retreat. We're being pushed back. These invading monsters are heavily affected by the environmental corrosion around them. Therefore, spreading the invasion from the gate is essential for them. Once they leave that corrupted environment, their defenses drop to average levels. To maximize our damage, we're going to wipe out the entire horde in a single, decisive strike. As Hyun-Guk laid out his analysis, he created iron spheres, directing them toward the monster swarm. Then he yelled, "Hey, you toads. Ever heard of a blender? I'm about to grind you all into paste." With a roar, he and Kim Se-hee unleashed a synchronized attack, obliterating the relentless monsters. The very source of this invasion has now become our greatest advantage. If we don't end this now, we're finished. We have to stop them. A man staggered down a staircase, his steps faltering and his face deathly pale. My stomach is killing me. What's happening? A moment later, he let out a piercing scream as his body grotesquely transformed into a monster. Suddenly, a blur flashed through the air, finishing him in an instant. A hidden quest window appeared. Forsake the light and turn to shadow. 1. Live experiment. Complete the beast transformation experiment 30 times. Complete. 2. Method irrelevant. Massacre 1,000 civilians. In progress. 3. Provide nutrients. Nurture the otherworldly armies taking root underground to raise a 30,000-strong force. In progress. Congratulations. By completing the live experiment, Beast Transformation, you have received the special item, Demonic Indoctrination. By consuming the mana of entities that have drained you, you can summon the hidden form within the moonlight. So it was this old man who had killed him. A terrifying smile crept across his face as he spoke. The experiment was a complete success. Now, it's time for a change of scenery and our total domination of sun. The horde of monsters turned their heads toward the dimensional gate and began to pour through it. Outside the city, dark clouds gathered as a torrential downpour began. Monsters appeared everywhere, leaving a trail of destruction, each one more ferocious than the last. On the street, a colossal monster suddenly burst from the ground, completely obliterating a building. The civilians screamed in absolute terror, huddling together for safety as lightning rained down from the sky. The giant monsters marched forward, crushing every house and road that stood in their path. On the other side of the mountain, the soldiers began preparing their weapons for battle. In that single moment, I knew. The raid boss from the invasion I witnessed in my past life was terrifyingly real. As the beast used its enormous body to erupt from the ground, earthquake warnings blared across the city. Hyun-Guk and Se-hee had tried to stop it in the basement, but their efforts were in vain. He gritted his teeth and commanded, "The raid boss is about to emerge. Condense the wind again." A system warning flashed. The invasion raid boss, Duden the Goblin, has appeared. It brings calamity from the heavens and ruthlessly destroys all who trespass on its territory. Seconds later, a massive snout emerged from the dimensional gate. It opened its massive jaws lined with razor-sharp teeth and let out a world-shaking roar. The pressure was on a completely different level than when I saw it from a distance. Just its roar was enough to make my entire body freeze solid. Hyun tensed up, and fear began to well up in Sei's eyes as she gasped. "What is that?" she asked, turning to him. "Can the two of us really take down a monster like that? Didn't you say this thing required an S-rank party?" Hyun-Guk replied, "We can do this. According to my intel, it only unleashes its full power once it reaches the surface." Massive vortexes formed above the buildings. They tore through the city, ripping apart homes and cars. For a moment, we'll be outside its attack range. This first invasion is a blessing in disguise from the heavens. As Hyun-Guk controlled his orbs, he said, "I'm counting on you again. Unleash every last drop of mana you possess." Hearing this, Se-hee immediately coordinated her attack. "Bring forth the mightiest gale. If we can just crush its head, this will all be over." The smaller monsters were instantly pulverized. Hyun-Guk aimed at the colossal beast, whose head was just emerging, and roared. A barrage of lightning bolts simultaneously struck the monster's head. Back in the lab, the old man felt the tremors and said to the vampire girl, "The raid boss of the invasion has appeared. Now then, shall we watch how our beloved soldiers meet their end?" he asked with a smirk. She was stunned. "You said it would all be over when the insect monster appeared, so why are we still watching?" she asked. He looked at her and replied, "Do you have any idea why your kind was exterminated? It's because you failed to pay attention to the details. You became arrogant, thinking nothing below S rank could ever defeat you. That optimistic pride is what led to your downfall. I, on the other hand, do not share such a rosy outlook. Now shut your mouth and follow me." A golden spatial vortex materialized. Park Jun-mo stood guard with his rifle raised, muttering under his breath, "Hyun-Guk, you crazy bastard." He remembered their earlier conversation. "Are you two really going to attack the source of the invasion?" "That's right," Hyun-Guk had replied. "Look at this." Park Jun-mo had insisted. "This is the source of the invasion itself. A simple gate rupture is nothing compared to this. Hyun-Guk continued, "That's exactly why I said we're lucky. A raid boss that controls the sky and water is appearing inside a dry, narrow concrete tunnel. This is an incredibly rare, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Before it reaches the surface, that thing can't even use 1/10 of its full power. That's why I need you to trust us and handle something else, sir." Park Jun-mo was shocked. "Me? What do you want me to do?" Hyun-Guk continued, "I need you to find the hideout of the one who was controlling Gong Tae-soo. If he's planning something, he definitely has a private dimension hidden somewhere. It might look like a lab, and it's probably locked or concealed by a magic circle that makes it invisible." Fear crept into Park Jun-mo's voice. "So what am I supposed to find in there? I at least need to know what I'm looking for." Hyun-Guk's reply was grim. "The antidote. Based on how Gong Tae-soo died, he's likely using a mana-based toxin." "What? A poison? Does that mean we've been poisoned too?" Seeing Park Jun-mo getting agitated, Hyun-Guk lowered his voice. "Please keep your voice down, sir. If this news gets out, not only our troops, but all the civilians will be in danger. Corporal Kim and I will destroy the invasion's source, even if it costs us our lives. However, if you don't find the antidote, everyone will die. You are the key to this mission. You have to find it." Park Jun-mo gritted his teeth and muttered, "The key? Huh? But how the hell am I supposed to find anything in a massive, hidden hideout?" After their combined assault, Kim Si-hee thought she could land an easy finishing blow, but was stunned to see her attack was far too shallow. As the monster recovered, its eyes flared with primal rage as it let out a deafening roar. It opened its massive maw, revealing a tongue lined with teeth, and unleashed a storm of tendrils at the two of them. Wielding his sacred spear, Lee Hee-woon masterfully weaved through the creature's deadly assault. "We have to defeat it at all costs, before North Seoul becomes an uninhabitable, infested zone." Kim Si, he asked, "So what's the plan?" Gritting his teeth, Lee Hee-woon charged forward recklessly, declaring, "I'm going inside its mouth." She heard him and panicked. "Are you completely insane? I don't know what you're thinking, but if you fail, you won't be coming back, even if you kill the boss." Lee Hee-woon replied, "I know. Before it retreats to its own world, I'll end it in a single strike. Please use your spirits to bind its head and harden it completely." As he fought to himself that, until this very moment, he had never been truly willing to risk his own life. He let out a war cry and plunged directly into the monster's gaping mouth. It swallowed him in an instant. The spirits from Kim Si-hee's technique surged forward, wrapping around the beast's head to save him. But despite her best efforts, she couldn't force the creature's jaws open. She thought in despair, "It's no use. I'm at my limit." Watching the monster slowly fade away, she let out a blood-curdling scream. "Lee Hee-woon, this wasn't part of the plan." Just then, a voice echoed from behind her. "Well now, look at that. There's still one alive." Startled, Kim Si-hee spun around to confront them. "Who are you?" The old man smirked at her, then said to the vampire behind him, "What are you waiting for? If you don't act, you don't get to eat." Hearing his words, her anger flared. "Don't you dare look down on me after giving me that rotten blood. I've never seen that girl before, and lucky for us, those soldiers aren't around." With that, she lunged at Kim Si-hee. Watching from the sidelines, the old man commented, "It seems they're tougher than I imagined. It makes sense though. The goblin was at a disadvantage, fighting with only its head sticking out of the gate." The monster squeezed its eyes shut as sharp spikes erupted from its scalp, making it look like a grotesque porcupine. Suddenly, its eyes flew open, and then its head violently split in two, spraying blood and gore everywhere. The three witnesses stared in utter shock as a triumphant notification appeared. "You have killed the goblin Dudden." From within the monster's maw, a hand reached out, followed by a head of blue hair. It was Lee Hee-woon. He struggled to crawl out of the carcass before collapsing to the ground. Kim Si-hee couldn't believe her eyes. "No way. Don't tell me he's naked again." The vampire girl stared at Lee Hee-woon and exclaimed, "Ridiculous. It's him. It's always him." Lee Hee-woon staggered to his feet. Seeing him, the old man snarled, "Impossible. How could this be?" Lee Hee-woon was drenched from head to toe in monster blood. He lifted his head and looked at the old man not far away, a grim smile on his face. "I finally get to see you in person, you traitor." Let's rewind a few minutes to see how the monster was destroyed. Inside the beast's gut, Lee Hee-woon's mind was screaming a single command, "Tsar Bomba." A warning panel appeared. Continued use of this forbidden technique may affect the user's lifespan. Lee Hee-woon just tightened his grip on the Azure Cloud Sword. He silently cursed, "Shut up. I'm about to die anyway, and this damn Azure Cloud Sword is way too greedy." Item information. Name, Azure Cloud Sword. By absorbing the blood of a boss monster, an unknown energy is filling the blade. Once the energy is fully charged, its maximum potential will be unleashed. At that moment, holding his breath inside its stomach, he silently cursed, "Why is this stupid goblin's stomach so tough?" Detonate. Tsar Bomba. Immediately after, the monster's head exploded, and a brilliant sphere of light erupted from within its body. The notification announcing Dutton's defeat appeared, and the soldiers outside erupted in cheers. They shouted, "I didn't think they could actually do it. Did those two really take down a boss monster all by themselves?" Yeah, at this point, I'd believe it if Sergeant Lee Hee-woon said he was S rank. More importantly, if what he said is true. This place is about to become a living hell. The civilians gathered together, staring intently at the notification board. Observing them from a distance, the soldiers warned each other, "Everyone, stay alert." As Lee Hee-woon emerged from the monster's remains, he leaped into the air and shouted, "This is no time to be concerned with trivial matters." Hearing him, Kim Se-hee shot back, "You being naked is a trivial matter?" He raised his iron-hard fist and said, "Compared to stopping these guys, it's nothing." Seeing the situation turn against him, the old man backed away in fear, then barked an order at the vampire girl. "Hey, what are you just standing there for?" But having clashed with Lee Hee-woon before, she knew his true strength. She declared, "I want nothing more to do with you." Her eyes widened in terror as Lee Hee-woon charged, but shockingly, he shot right past her and went straight for the old man. He even glanced back to give an order. "Sergeant Kim Se-hee, handle the vampire. She's the military deserter." Lee Hee-woon was distracted for a split second, but the old man seized the opportunity to transform. His hand tore through his sleeve, mutating into a monstrous arm. Hyun-Guk, completely oblivious, continued to explain, "If the report is correct, then your compatibility with..." But she cut him off with a frantic warning. "Hey, look in front of you." Hyun-Guk whipped his head around, only to have a massive, hairy hand seize him by the throat. The creature slammed his entire body into the tile floor. But Hyun-Guk's body was as hard as steel. How could he be injured so easily? He sneered at the monster. "Is that all you've got?" The old man inside cackled grotesquely. "That's right. You can turn your body into steel. Can't you?" He pressed Hyun-Guk harder into the ground. "So, let's just test how long you can hold out." As Kim Se-hui tried to rush to his aid, the vampire girl blocked her path. Kim Se-hui desperately tried to get Hyun-Guk to finish what he was saying. "What did you mean about compatibility? If you're going to get taken out, don't start a sentence you can't finish. You're driving me insane." Then she glared at the vampire. "Listen, I'm in a really bad mood, so just bring it on." The vampire raised her claws. "I don't plan on dragging this out. Let's end this quickly, little girl." Meanwhile, Park Jun-mo stepped into the laboratory. He scanned the area and declared, "Finally found it. Who would have thought they'd dismantle a water tank to turn it into a secret lab?" Seeing the poison tainting the water, he cursed, "Damn it. How long have they been poisoning the water supply?" It looked like countless civilians had already been poisoned. He had to find the antidote, and fast. He frantically rummaged through the room. "Where is it? Where is it? Where did you hide it?" He definitely stashed some for himself. Park Jun-mo suddenly had a realization. Thinking back, the only things left completely untouched were the corpses floating in the test tubes. The water tank. It couldn't be, could it? At that same moment, Hyun-Guk was locked in a fierce battle with the old man. Seizing an opening, he threw his weapon to attack the elder, but the old man dodged it with ease. The elder looked back at him and grinned. "Oh? You can handle close combat and long-range attacks? What else have you got? Come on, show me." The old man's condescending attitude was getting on Hyun-Guk's last nerve. The elder taunted him. "What's wrong?" Thinking about what to do next. Hyun-Guk shot back. "How can an old geezer like you be so relaxed? Can't you see I'm running out of steam?" The elder's face turned serious. "What's the matter? I thought you could use that brain of yours a little. Turns out you're just useless after all." In his past life, the elder was a man so cautious and cunning that he never once participated in a battle himself. But for him to be fighting so desperately now, there had to be a reason. Was he stalling for time? Standing before Hyun-Guk, the elder raised his hand, and a sinister green flame erupted from it. A notification appeared. "You have used monstrous nourishing wind. You have used mana to summon the hidden form in the moonlight. Warning. The manifestation time of the hidden form in the moonlight will depend on the user's condition." The old man gloated. "No matter how much you use that head of yours, once all the refugees are under my control, what good is your plan then?" Lee Hyun-Guk tightened his grip on his weapon, aimed it at the elder, and roared, "Release them." At that moment in the main hall, the poisoned civilians began showing symptoms. "Sir, are you okay?" One after another, they began transforming into monsters and attacking each other. The soldiers stationed in the hall started shouting orders. "Everyone, open fire. Maintain distance between the transformed and the civilians." The monsters became increasingly ferocious, their hides so thick that bullets seemed to have no effect on them at all. Just as one monster raised its hand to attack a helpless mother and child on the ground, it suddenly froze. Then water gushed from the fire sprinklers, and as it rained down, the monsters reverted back to their human. Seeing the incredible result, Park Jun-mo breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Hyun-Uk, you were right. Park Jun-mo remembered what Hyun-Uk had told him before leaving. It seems he's prepared a mass antidote. When Hyun-Uk had said that, Jun-mo had been doubtful. Hey, is that even possible? What kind of moron poisons people just to prepare a mass antidote for them? He's extremely thorough. If the poison transforms people, he would prepare a contingency in case he couldn't control them. Please, just trust me. Park Jun-mo sat on the floor, still holding the lighter, completely stunned. He really filled the water tank with the antidote. Lee Hyun-Uk, you terrifying monster. Just how many steps ahead are you? With the situation resolved, we returned to Hyun-Uk. At that moment, another notification appeared. The hidden form in the moonlight has returned to the shadows. Warning, your control over the transformed creatures is rapidly decreasing. Warning, you've lost command authority over the transformed creatures. Seeing this, the old man's eyes shot open in disbelief. What? He turned his head, his face darkening with rage. You dare ruin my plan? Lee Hyun-Uk simply glanced at the notification with a smug grin. Pushed past his breaking point, the elder's body erupted into a furry, beastly form as he charged forward to attack. You ruined my plan. You won't leave here alive. You won't even get a clean death. I'll experiment on you until you beg me to kill you. I'll cut off your head and put it on a shelf for display. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the end of the tunnel. Hyun-Uk smiled and raised his hand. The Cloud Sword is fully charged. Congratulations. The true potential of the Cloud Sword has been unlocked and upgraded to the Dark Hand of the Cloud Master. A blade crackling with lightning streaked through the air, impaling the old man before landing perfectly in his hand. Looking down at him, Hyun-Guk scoffed, "You damn gorilla." The man roared back with a furious threat. "Not just you, but your entire team. I'll slice every last one of you to pieces." Hyun-Guk replied, "Dr. Eyes, you act so clever with your little schemes, but in the end, you still lost. Let's see how long you can keep running your mouth. I'll turn you into a mindless mutt who only knows how to bark." Meanwhile, Kim Se-hee was locked in combat with a vampire girl. They clashed violently, but Se-hee was clearly on the back foot. She was knocked to the ground, and vicious claws tore into her shoulder. The vampire sneered, "You're that slow, and you dare to fight me?" Just then, the Azure Cloud Sword shot past, forcing them both to dodge. Landing on the ground, the vampire girl said, "Impossible. I need to check on this." Watching her flee, Kim Se-hee screamed after her, "Hey, where do you think you're going? Get back here." With the Azure Cloud Sword in hand, Hyun-Guk faced the old man. "Hey, Dr. Eyes, for all your brilliant schemes, it turns out you're just a brute, aren't you? Let's see how long you can flap your gums. I'm going to crush you, you bastard." The doctor laughed like a madman. "For a second there, your sharp tongue almost got me. However, my intellect sees right through you. I won't fall for your cheap little tricks." Hyun-Guk frowned. What is he babbling about? In a blur, he flashed past the doctor, appearing behind him with his sword raised. "You're just psychologically weak." The Cloud Master's dark hand descended, and the sword pierced through the old man's beastly helm. As the doctor collapsed to his knees, Hyun-Guk launched into the air, preparing a final, devastating strike as he let out a mighty roar. "It's over, you heretic." He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving his opponent no room to defend. A warning flashed in his mind again. Warning. You will be unable to withstand the power of the Cloud Master's dark hand. Hyun-Guk yelled in frustration, "Hey, after all I've fed you, can't you learn some self-control? How could Sergeant Choi Yoon even handle a monster like this?" Hearing this, the mad doctor erupted in laughter. "You fool. Are you trying to show off with a weapon you can't even control?" Moonlight Sonata. A special frequency that resonates between the wolf and the moon. Anyone who hears this frequency will be dragged into the user's illusion domain. Warning, maximum number of people who can be pulled into the illusion domain is 1. The doctor snarled, "You're finished, you worthless piece of trash." As he spoke, Hyun-Guk was pulled into a completely alien landscape. Before him, everything was bathed in the crimson glow of a blood moon. He gritted his teeth. This is an illusion?
Something's not right. This is definitely an illusion, but the scent, the feeling, it's all blood.
This isn't just any ordinary illusion, is it? Watching his target, the mad doctor was immensely pleased. "Look at you, so confused. It's hilarious. My illusion technique directly manipulates your brain. You'll never distinguish between illusion and reality, like a brain floating in a jar. Now, die in utter despair, trapped within my illusion. You can never escape my perfect illusion on your own. This will be an honorable death for a fool who dared to ruin my plans." Hearing the voice echo in his mind, Hyun-Guk growled, "Your techniques are just as pathetic as you are." "What did you say? That I can never escape your illusion?" Funny, she was able to. Item information, Legendary Bow of the Knight Tristan. Effect. Attacks cannot miss their target. All of the target's magic resistance will be nullified. Hyun-Guk easily shattered the illusion, causing a violent backlash that horrified the doctor, who coughed up a mouthful of blood. He couldn't understand how Hyun-Guk had escaped his control. Why? Why? How is this possible? My perfect plan, and my illusion domain, it's all turned to dust. There's no way my brilliant, genius plan and technique could be stopped so easily. Hyun-Guk couldn't help but feel contempt. Brilliant genius? Stop spouting nonsense. You're just a coward hiding behind your schemes to survive. The old man shrieked. Shut up. I'll cut out that wagging tongue of yours. The two charged at each other once more as a new notification appeared. The Cloud Master's dark hand. The Spear of Achilles. Warning. The attributes of the two artifacts are incompatible. If the user forcibly wields both, their life cannot be guaranteed. After reading it, Hyun-Guk gave a slight smile. This damn status window is completely clueless. If I actually cared about my life, do you think I would have regressed? True to his name, the Mad Doctor screamed, losing all control. Again with that slick tongue of yours. Are you really willing to risk your own life just to kill me, model? Can't you ever stop overthinking your every move? Power coursed through Hyun-Guk's body as he smirked and said, planning things out? That's all I did in my past life. To survive at all costs, I always had to be 10 steps ahead, and yet people still died. Your plan was nothing but a coward's scheme. Your fear of death is your real weakness. He roared and charged forward, weapon raised high. Let's die together. The old man stared in horror at this terrifying power. You absolute madman. But he couldn't say another word. Hyun-Guk finished Hans with a single, swift strike, reigning in his immense power. Hyun-Guk looked down at him and said, That's right. The coward became a madman. And you're the one who made me this way. Just then, the vampire girl quickly fled the area. Back on the street, she muttered while running, I knew it. Getting mixed up with these soldiers is such a hassle. After leaving Kim Se-Hui's location, she had gone to find Hyun-Guk and witnessed his entire battle. She shuddered in fear, remembering that moment. When he unleashed that suicide attack, he turned towards me and smiled. Are all Special Forces soldiers this insane? Leaning against a wall, she gasped for breath, thinking, The rotten blood I drank is making me weak. Blood. I need fresh blood. Suddenly, she spotted a human figure not far ahead. She smirked. A human? Just some pathetic piece of trash. She lunged toward the person, but in a flash, they sidestepped and pressed a cold knife to her throat. She froze in terror. What? They're supposed to be defenseless. I didn't see a thing. Just then, the person spoke, attacking from behind. Have you no honor as a warrior? She stammered. Are you? One of the strong ones? If you are strong, then this is where you'll die. Hyun-Guk stood before a massive mana stone. He placed his hand on it, shattering it into tiny pieces. A system notification immediately appeared. Congratulations, you have defeated the enemy forces. The decay in the region containing the source has been neutralized. All players who participated in its destruction will be rewarded with experience points. The areas that have undergone decay will now return to their normal state. A soldier behind him asked if it was truly over. Hyun-Guk smirked and said, It's done. Now it's time to collect our reward. As he spoke, shocked and bewildered cries erupted from the brave soldiers. My God, what is this insane amount of experience points? I jumped to level 30 in a flash, and now I'm level 33. We can all level up with this. At that moment, a pair of golden wings appeared above their heads. They looked up in confusion. What is this? My body is suddenly overflowing with power. Congratulations, as the special conditions have been met. All participants in the mission will benefit from a blessing. Sacred blessing. Holy light power will be increased by 5 times the normal amount. Recovery ability will be increased by 2 times the normal amount. Just then, Hyun-Guk turned to his squad and said, Listen up. With your current levels, every one of you has reached the level of a monster defense squadron commander. From now on, every time we destroy a source of decay in the waves, you will all become stronger, faster than anyone else. I promise you that. When the waves end tomorrow, I'll make every single one of you strong enough to be the ace of a squadron. No, an entire company. So make damn sure all of you survive. Hearing his words, everyone cheered with joy, but only Park Jun-mo stood in a corner, dejected. Seeing this, Hyun-Guk called out to him. Park Jun-mo looked up, startled, and said, Corporal Park Jun-mo. Yes, sir. Hyun-Guk replied, You and I are the same. We can't level up. Don't be upset about it. Just wait. I'll make you stronger than the others, so don't worry. Or is it that you don't trust me? Park Jun-mo firmly declared, I trust you, sir. Suddenly, rocks began to fall from the ceiling. Park Jun-mo yelled, Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk, are you okay? A huge pillar shot down from above. Is that a steel column? No, it looks more like a sword. Can you even call that a sword? Hyun-Guk placed his hand on it and said, It is a sword. However, it's not an ordinary sword you can just swing around. The information panel appeared. Name, Mogul Fragment. Grade, Heroic. This was the symbol of his title in his past life, the Great Steel Emperor. I risked my life to collect these 13 sword fragments and brought them to the blacksmith, Kang Seo-hee. She was the one who forged them into a single, legendary sword, more powerful than any other blade. It's been a long time. The Mogul Fragment's mass has been sealed. Hyun-Guk took the fragment, stored it, and said, "All right, let's wrap up here and move to the next location. We don't have time to waste, so just take what you can." The soldiers looked down at their feet and gasped. There was red magic ore everywhere. This place was practically a mine. They touched the stones and couldn't help but exclaim, "How much is all of this worth? With this much, we could buy an entire mid-sized guild. Bring 2 spatial bags over here, quickly." Hyun-Guk was walking down the hallway when he saw Kim Se-Hui. He called out to her, "Sergeant Kim, are you okay?" She rubbed her shoulder, avoiding his gaze. "I'm fine. A few scratches like this will heal in no time." "That comment you made about my compatibility with the vampire. You were just saying I was at a disadvantage and should retreat, right?" Hyun-Guk replied, "No. It was the exact opposite. There was a clear path for you to achieve victory." She stared at him, stunned. "What are you talking about?" Glancing at the wounds on her shoulder, he smirked. "It seems you were caught off guard, fighting a player after only dealing with monsters. A battle between players isn't just decided by ranks or compatibility. You have excellent combat instincts. If we fought again, I'm certain you'd understand immediately. So hurry up, let's get started." Kim Se-hee stammered, "But I already let her go. If she leaves right away, we'll never find her in this disaster." "Don't worry about that," he reassured her. "Before she could escape, I managed to plant a tracking chip on her. I don't have her exact coordinates, but I can at least tell her general direction. If we go after her now, we can catch up before the wave ends. Assuming she's still alive." At that moment, the vampire felt cold steel pressed against her neck. She thought to herself, "I don't know why I wasn't killed instantly, but this is my chance." Raising her claws to strike, she hissed, "I'll take your head in a single blow." Just then, the other woman spoke in Japanese. "Are you strong? If you are not, then you will die here." In response, the vampire lunged forward, screaming, "What the hell are you talking about?" She slashed through the air, but her target was already gone. The Japanese-speaking woman swung her sword lightly, and the nearby buildings were cleaved into pieces, leaving the vampire paralyzed with fear. She thought, What just happened? Did she just cut down those buildings? That's impossible. I didn't even see the blade move." The woman raised her sword again and spoke in Japanese. "I simply placed my sword aura along every path you could have taken. Is your level so low you cannot even read the path of a sword? You should be grateful for your own weakness. A true warrior never draws their blade against the feeble." With that, she walked past the vampire and departed. The vampire girl collapsed to the ground in terror, then suddenly let out a scream. "What the hell was that? Where are all these freaks coming from?" A news alert flashed. "Undead golems are roaming the Dongjak district." "What? Doesn't that mean there's a necromancer nearby?" Number 13 has engaged an unknown player. Mage number 44. Location Daram Tudong. Engaging a B-rank player. Communication with mage number 51, Lee Cho-hee, has been lost. They're under attack. Standing in the command room, Kang Seo-yoon bit her nails, her mind racing with anxiety. The situation is too fragmented. Players are fighting isolated battles, only thinking of their own survival. This can't go on. A key figure. We need a central figure to unite the players amidst this insane wave. Suddenly, a man holding an iPad rushed over to her. "Director Kang, we've just received intel that the source of the corruption in the Dongdaemun area has been eliminated by a player." Shocked, she demanded, "Who was it? Was it one of the major guilds? Who's their leader? What's their rank?" The man looked at his report. Location Namsan. 1st Battalion, 3rd Anti-Magic Regiment. But it seems to be a small task force, and their commander is only an F-rank sergeant. Kang Seo-yoon slammed her hand on the desk and yelled, "Are you kidding me? If they're an anti-monster unit, that means they're soldiers. And an F-rank sergeant at that? Don't you know how critical information is at a time like this?" The door was pushed open as a calm voice cut through the tension. "What are you losing your cool for? Given the current situation, it's only natural for low-level trash to be crawling all over the place." Seeing the man who entered, Kang Seo-yoon said, "Brother, I thought you left Korea. What are you doing here?" He replied, "Of course not. I simply don't intervene in situations where there are no better options." This man was Ki-bin, ranked 3rd in South Korea's southern region, the guild master of Daesan. He continued, "One of our guild's main raid parties has already cleared the gate in the Hyuk-suk area and is currently resupplying. Once they're ready, they've agreed to scout the source of the corruption. They're a highly skilled team with an A-rank player as their leader. We'll be able to unite the players and save the citizens of Seoul. It sounds like a solid countermeasure. So, Put your faith in Captain Ju Yeon. The scene shifts to Ju Ki-young as his soldiers report to him. Captain, the civilians are surrounding us. They say they want to follow our unit. Soldiers formed a line, holding back the desperate crowd. The people pleaded, please, just escort us to the nearest shelter. We'll do anything you say. Then, Ju Ki-young's voice boomed over the chaos. He sneered, hey, you idiots. What do you think you can possibly do? Settle your own damn messes, you understand me. A terrifying glint flashed in the man's eyes as he gave the order. Wipe them all out. Leave no one to stab us in the back. Under the torrential downpour, 4 girls scrambled for their lives. Suddenly, they froze. One of them whispered, do you guys hear that strange noise? Another girl's voice trembled as she replied, no way. It's probably just a dog howling. One of them passed an oxygen tank to the girl behind her, speaking softly, breathe slowly now. Once we clear this area, we can finally rest. Overwhelmed with guilt, a girl looked at her friends, tears welling in her eyes. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I'm just slowing everyone down when we need to be fast. Just leave me behind. Seeing her friend in despair, Ji couldn't bear it. She placed a hand on her cheek and spoke. Hui Mang, what are you talking about? We can't leave you behind. Not a chance. So don't you dare say something like that. Hui Mang was deeply moved. Ji, thank you. But as they spoke, a sudden attack rained down upon them from above. The brave girl standing guard in front cried out, everyone stay still, don't even breathe too loud. But it was too late. 2 of the 4 were struck down in an instant. Seeing the monsters descending, the other 2 scrambled into a corner to save themselves. When the creatures landed, they slung the 2 fallen girls over their shoulders. Then, 2 of the monsters took off. Now, the remaining 2 began hunting for the survivors huddled in a nearby corner. Hui Mang and Ji trembled in terror. Ji tried to comfort her, whispering, Hui Mang, listen. No matter what happens, you have to stay here. You have to survive and find the rescue team. Hui Mang sobbed, wait, you're scaring me. Stop it. With those words, Ji burst from their hiding spot, shouting, over here, come and get me. You stupid zombies. She sprinted with all her might, but her stamina was limited. Before long, a zombie caught up and dragged her away. As Ji's screams echoed in the distance, Hui Mang sat frozen, tears streaming down her face as she prayed, someone, please save me. Anyone, please. But her prayer was cut short. A zombie had found her. It stared down with a horrifying grin. Hui Mang's mind raced with one last plea. Save me. And my friends, please. And just like that, her desperate prayer was answered. Just as the zombie reached out to grab her, a glowing, razor-sharp arrow pierced straight through its chest. Blood splattered everywhere as the creature collapsed before her. Peering past its body, she saw a cloaked figure with a glowing halo, who then asked her, hey kid, are you all right? Looking at the figure, Hui Mang could only wonder, is that an angel? Please, save my friends. The one who had saved her was none other than Hyun-Guk. He looked down at her and asked again, kid, are you okay? But before he could finish, she passed out right in front of him. Just then, other voices could be heard approaching. Corporal Lee Hyun-Guk, are you making that weird face again? No, I wasn't doing anything. What? You still deny it? I told you to stop making that face. This is unfair. I really didn't do anything. The ravenous zombies hunted humans with ever-increasing aggression. An argument erupted from somewhere nearby. Listen up. We have to get out of here. To the east. We have to run east. What do you think you're doing? You can't bring someone with asthma. A girl inside the room fiercely shouted back. I am not leaving Hui Mang behind. The man's face twisted with anger. We can't help her if we all get caught by those monsters. Their argument was shattered by a zombie smashing through the glass, its head poking in with a low growl. Ji and Hui Mang were running, and she asked with concern, are you okay? Keep running. Just a little further, you can do it. A little more, don't give up. After they escaped the danger zone, Ji turned back and smiled. See, I knew you could do it. We made it. But then, Ji's expression turned grave as she warned, Hui Mang, listen to me. No matter what happens, you have to stay safe. You have to survive and find the rescue team. With that final warning, Ji turned and ran in the opposite direction, drawing the zombies away. Staring at her, retreating back, Hui Mang screamed, don't go. Don't die for me. Let me die instead. Hui Mang jolted awake from the nightmare, crying out Ji's name in a panic. At that same moment, a voice came from beyond the door. We did it to save the students. Surprised, the girl stared at the door, her curiosity piqued. On the other side, Hyun-Guk was in the middle of a harsh questioning. So you just picked a group of female students and sent them out to run for it? The man began to make excuses for his actions. The monsters had us surrounded. Defending the shelter was getting harder and harder. We had no other choice. Commander Chu Kyo Young of the Daesan Guild declared. He added, I decided that to save the kids, Moving them to another shelter was our best option. Hearing this, Hyun-Guk retorted, even if you were under attack, sending a group of female students out on their own, without a single player to escort them, that is not a rational decision. Chu Kyo-young glared at him and snarled, hey, are you interrogating us right now? We're not a rescue team. We are the Daesan Guild's core assault squad. Do you have any idea how valuable we are? But Hyun-Guk completely tuned out Kyo-young-chu's arrogant words. We aren't on a hunting party. We volunteered as defenders. As the commander, I can't justify weakening our guild's combat strength. It feels like you just popped out of nowhere to second-guess our decisions. But is that your call to make? Are you even part of the guild's leadership? Hyun-Guk let out a smirk at those empty words. He knew there was no way that man's underlings would ever play the hero. Still, I can't pressure them without solid proof, he thought. Time to dangle a little bait. With that, he spoke to Ju Ki-young. I see. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. In that case, have you ever heard of the Black Sorcery Society? Ju Ki-young's eyes widened in shock. He stammered, the Black Sorcery Society? Hyun-Guk simply nodded and pressed on. That's right. They're a twisted cult that worships mana and uses human beings as sacrifices. These vile cultists turn women into offerings. On my way here, the monsters I eliminated were wearing their signature cloaks, the mark of the Black Sorcery Society. They're kidnapping students to use as human sacrifices. We aren't just trying to waste our strength protecting some random shelter. We believe hunting them down and wiping them out at the source is the best way to protect this place. More importantly, the ritual can't be performed instantly. There's still time to save those students, as long as they haven't been prepared for the ceremony. Suddenly, the door flew open, and Hui-mang rushed in. So, they're still alive? Looking around the room, she burst into tears, pleading for help. If you can save my friends, I'll do anything. If you need a sacrifice, please, take me instead. As she spoke, Hyun-Guk shot to his feet, his heart aching with pity for the girl. Kid, he said gently, I understand how you feel, but this isn't a burden for a student to bear. It's a soldier's duty to protect civilians. Hui-mang stared at him, suddenly remembering the man who'd saved her from the zombies. In that desperate moment last night, a single word had flashed through her mind. Angel. Overwhelmed with joy, fresh tears streamed down her face. Thank God, it wasn't a dream. He's really here to save us. Hyun-Guk turned to her. So please, you need to get out of here. But before he could finish, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the floor. Kid, he yelled, completely stunned. The other soldiers immediately rounded on him. Corporal Lee Hyun-Guk, what did you do now? As they rushed to help her, Hyun-Guk threw his hands up defensively. Hey, I swear I didn't do a thing. Just then, Ju Ki-young's voice cut in from behind him. So, what's your plan? Let's say the Black Sorcery Society is behind this. We have no idea where they are. How are we supposed to rescue those students? Hyun-Guk gave him a cool look. It's simple. I'll let them kidnap me instead. Ju Ki-young was stunned, his eyes going wide in disbelief. What? With wide, innocent eyes, soft pink lips, and a slender waist. The other soldiers just stared at the sight before them, letting out a few awkward coughs. Kim Se-hee glared, completely disgusted. Even the monsters wouldn't want to kidnap you, she scoffed. Dressed in a school uniform with a few accessories, Hyun-Guk grinned from ear to ear. I didn't realize it would look this bad either. But it's not like the monsters are picky about faces, right? The soldier beside him lowered his voice. Corporal Lee Hyun-Guk. Was what you said earlier true? That those guys might be supplying students to the cult? His expression hardened. Yes, I'm certain of it. The soldier pressed on. Then shouldn't we take care of them first, instead of you going out as bait? Hyun-Guk frowned. Like I said, moving against a major guild without solid proof is too dangerous. Then, a sly grin spread across his face. But, I've come up with another way. With that, the team boarded their vehicle and departed. Sitting next to Hyun-Guk, Kim Se-hee watched his bizarre smile with suspicion. Another way? Hyun-Guk's voice was filled with hidden meaning. An ace up our sleeve they'll never see coming. I've done everything I can to save these kids and this team. Just hold on until I get there. Please, be safe. As they drove off, Hui-mang could only stand and watch, her hands clasped in a silent prayer for their success. Elsewhere, the captive students were still alive, but they were trapped in a cell, terrorized by the surrounding zombies. The moment they arrived, Hyun-Guk launched the assault. All right, Operation Civilian Rescue begins now. I've already done everything I could, Hyun-Guk thought. He glanced back in his mind's eye to the girls still praying for their safety. I have to save these kids from those bastards. Just hang on. Stay safe until I arrive. Then he yelled. My appearance might be ridiculous, but my resolve is absolute. He roared, begin the rescue operation. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted right beside him, catching him by surprise. He threw his arms up to shield his face from the blast, and when the smoke cleared, a cloaked zombie loomed from above. Hiding in the distance, two figures watched with concern. "Leader," one of them asked, "are you sure it's all right to just let those guys handle this? If we let them keep snooping around, they might discover our ties to the Black Magic Association. And if that happens, they'll say they've solved the recession's root cause. So why don't we just solve them first?" He lay perfectly still on the ground, pretending to be out cold. Two zombies shuffled closer, prodding his shoulder with morbid curiosity. Kyong snapped, "You idiot. You really think it's that simple? They obviously have a separate main unit. If we act recklessly, it won't just be us. Even Captain Chu-Yun could get dragged into this mess. Truly, the most natural way for a player to die is to join a campaign." Somewhere along the way, a zombie tossed him to the ground like a bag of garbage. He cracked his eyes open, trying to figure out where he was. His hands were bound tight, so his face was the first thing to hit the dirt. He thought to himself, "I just blacked out for a second, and they slapped a mana suppression ring on me. Wait, when did they take my item pouch?" He struggled, thinking. Don't tell me this is the infamous Sun Prison, where they lock up criminal players. And just as he feared, the towering building was exactly that, a prison for criminal players. The soldiers had arrived and were positioned below. One nervously asked the lieutenant, "This is Sun Prison, isn't it?" He was clearly on edge. If Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk is also trapped by a mana suppression ring, isn't this a hopeless situation? The lieutenant replied, "That's right. But it's the east side of Soon. The prison is surrounded by an A-rank barrier. As long as it isn't broken from the inside, there's no way for us to get in." They advanced cautiously, weapons raised. A voice crackled, "Sniper team, we've secured the vantage point." The other soldier was still worried. Is it really okay to continue the operation like this? This is Lee Hyun-Guk's campaign, you know, right? He's always a few steps ahead. I'm sure he anticipated this. There has to be a plan. A shout echoed, "Everyone, hold your positions inside the prison." Hyun-Guk thought to himself, maybe I didn't think this through. He stared at the glowing red cuffs. Well, I'm screwed. A voice drifted from outside his cell. "How long do we have to clean up after these guys?" One of them yelled. Another shouted, "Hold on. Damn it, just a sec. This guy's been like this all day." "Hey," another voice cut in. "Better just leave him be. The Black Magic Association already picked him. Don't cause any unnecessary trouble. But can we even trust those association guys? They said they'd fake our deaths and give us all new identities. But a whole group of them just walked into some guy's cell, chattered away, and then left. It can't be that easy, right? They're not going to just backstab us when this is all over, are they? You think we just let them get away with it?" Suddenly, the group burst into a cell holding female students. The terrified girls huddled together, covering their ears and trembling in fear. The man grinned, a cruel glint in his eyes. "Let's just keep quiet and get this over with quickly." Then, each goon grabbed one of the girls, a smug look on Yang Yang's face. The girls could only scream in helpless terror. "Somebody, help me." The men just sneered and yelled back, "Oh my god, shut up." One of them slung a girl over his shoulder but was still curious. What are they planning? What do they want with these kids? Another man spun around and barked, "I told you not to cause pointless trouble. Stop talking nonsense and let's go." The first man gritted his teeth in anger. "You think you're my boss? Huh? You're so predictable. I see right through you. What's that cripple even saying? I could take him out, no problem." He stormed towards the white-haired man, ready to slap him. "You want something?" The man replied, "I'll do whatever it takes to get out of here, because there's someone I have to kill." His face twisted into a terrifying mask. "If anyone gets in my way, I'll tear them to pieces. Remember that." This was Lee Woo-chun, a C-rank player, and Hyun-Guk's old-school bully. The other guy walked off. Like that'll ever happen. Then, one by one, they all left. But as they were walking, the bully suddenly stopped and glanced back into the cell. Hyun-Guk was still lying there, completely motionless. He told himself, gotta move fast. Seeing they were gone, he shot up. Maybe I can use just a little bit of power through this mana ring. Please, just a little, please. Suddenly, he froze in terror. No good. Woo-chun had reappeared right in front of him. Turns out, he never left. He smirked. What kind of trash did those stupid zombies pick up? Suddenly, Hyun-Guk ripped off his wig and threw it to the ground. Woo-chun could only stammer in shock. Hyun-Guk flashed a devilishly angelic smile, even giving a little wave. "Woo-chun, long time no see. How have you been?" The bully's face contorted with rage. "Lee Hyun-Guk, you damn bastard. You must have a death wish, coming all the way here." He lunged forward, trying to crush Hyun-Guk with his sheer weight. Down below, the soldiers heard a massive explosion from the building, and panic began to spread. "Lieutenant," a voice crackled over the radio. "Sniper team reports. We've aimed our barrels at the breach caused by the explosion." He yelled in fear. "We can't get a clear visual on the situation. The smoke is too thick." The barrier was still active when suddenly, A hostile group swarmed the two soldiers, their faces twisted with aggression, knives drawn. The major barked an order, and Minty immediately raised her shield and charged forward. The barrier remained unbroken. No matter how you looked at it, this couldn't be the signal from Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk. But if it's a real signal, we can't miss it. Our entire plan would be for nothing. What about the barrier? Can we use our blink ability to get through? This is an emergency. We have to do whatever it takes to succeed. We can't just sit here and do nothing, he shouted. Everyone, listen up. The moment we blink past that barrier, anything could happen, so stay on high alert. Just then, Kyo Young let out a devious smirk. Damn it all. Even in the middle of a raid, he's just screaming and messing everything up. How pathetic. There's no way these losers could ever handle the first cause of the calamity. Inside the prison, Wu-chun was already sprawled on the ground. Hyun-Guk had taken him down with a single kick, but he sat back up, laughing arrogantly. The moment they make a move, we'll strike from behind. I've prayed every single night for this. For the chance to kill you and tear you to pieces. His chilling words sent a shiver down his spine. Lee Wu-chun, you're just like a child who never listens. That's how your leg ended up like this. The taunt sent him into a blind rage. You're the one who did this to me. But then, a faint smile crossed Hyun-Guk's face. He fell for it. As the man lunged forward with a kick, Hyun-Guk prepared to catch his foot with a man of cuffs, but he stopped short and sneered. Do you take me for an idiot? You think I'd let you provoke me into breaking the mana suppression field just to help you? Then Hyun-Guk rushed him again. Well, you're not a complete moron, I'll give you that. He dashed toward the cell bars, shouting an order to the inmate next door. Hey, you in there, grab that psycho for me. The other prisoner's eyes suddenly flashed a bloody red. The sight of it made Hyun-Guk freeze, his heart pounding with sheer terror. In that instant, Gun-chun lunged forward as well. The others closed in, surrounding him. You're dead meat. There's nowhere for a mage to run. He shouted with glee. Did you really think you could escape? There's no way out. You better prepare yourself. I'm going to slowly take you apart and rip you limb from limb, Lee Gun-hyuk. 10 minutes before Lee Hyun-Guk and Lee Gun-hyuk's confrontation, a blood-soaked body was dragged across the floor. Piles of corpses in yellow student uniforms were being hauled away. A figure in a red robe commanded, "Bring the next sacrificial candidate. Now, hurry up. Don't you wish to return to the embrace of the great demonic power?" The next offering, a young girl, was brought to the altar. The red-robed figures circled around her as one of them chanted, "Pray fervently for eternal life. Pray for the key that will lead us to the great power." Then they all clasped their hands in a horrifying display of devotion, pleading, "Please, grant us the key. Grant us life everlasting." One of the cultists approached the girl on the table, and as he raised his hands, a terrifying power erupted. The girl's body levitated, suspended in midair. Her mouth hung open, and her wide eyes began to glow with an unholy light. Her very blood began to fuse with the immense, terrifying power. It drained every last drop of her life force, causing a symbolic tree to sprout and grow in an instant. And of course, once she was completely drained, the girl's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The cultists stared at each other for a long moment. Then one of them began to smile. Another spread his arms wide and screamed, "At last, we have found the final offering. When this last sacrifice is complete, we will finally be able to meet him." Then, using his power, he lifted not one, but 3 more children into the air at the same time. He proclaimed, "We offer these 3 children of pure mana so that the red flower may finally bloom." The crowd below roared in approval. Every face was dark and shadowed, yet their mouths were stretched into wide, ecstatic smiles. From a distance, a lone girl watched it all unfold. After observing for a moment, she scoffed. "This is ridiculous. What a complete waste of good blood. This is exactly why I hate cults." A massive explosion from the other building made the 2 soldiers standing guard anxious. Over here, the girl also sensed the disturbance, her eyes darting to the door as she thought, "What was that? I just felt an impact." Inside, the red-robed cultists were still performing their ritual. The lead officiant raised his hand, and the followers below stared intently. Their eyes widened in a shared, horrified shock. The entire scene froze, suspended in an icy silence. Suddenly, one of them licked her lips, a mysterious smile playing on her face. Her eyes glinted with malice as she spoke, "Followers of the great power. Before the red flower blooms, there is something you must do." The blast at the other building had torn a massive hole in the wall. Back inside the prison, Hyun-Guk was still surrounded by Wu-chun and the colossal brute. "You're dead meat. The Tin-Kem mage has nowhere left to run," he roared, his mouth splitting into a crazed grin. "You really think you can get out of here? It's over. Now you get to enjoy what's coming. I'm going to take my sweet time." But before he could finish his sentence, a massive fist slammed into his face. Blood exploded everywhere, tearing his flesh apart. The brute's punch sent him flying, slamming him hard against the iron bars behind him. Hyun-Guk's eyes widened in absolute shock. He couldn't process the scene unfolding before him. When the man's face came into view, he froze completely. It was Lee Woo-seok. The fact that he was alive sent a jolt through him. He stammered, "Sergeant Lee Woo-seok, how did you get here?" The handcuffs clattered to the stone floor. Woo-seok spoke first. "I never imagined we'd reunite like this." Hyun-Guk demanded, "What's with that outfit?" "I'm just glad to see you," Lee Woo-seok replied, rubbing his wrists, but Hyun-Guk's face was filled with suspicion. "Don't tell me you're working with them. Kidnapping children." He frantically waved his hands in defense. "No, it's not like that at all. I was trapped here by the barrier surrounding the player detention camp. Please, believe me. I haven't done a single thing since I arrived." Hyun-Guk pressed him. "Then what happened to you? How did you even get here?" Woo-seok's voice trembled. "Honestly, I don't remember. It's all a blur, like a nightmare. When I opened my eyes, I looked just like them. Like this. Forget players, even my own comrades would have attacked me on sight. I had no choice but to run. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I collapsed. I was drowning in despair, facing the reality of living as a vampire from now on. That's when two robed figures found me, right as I was about to die. Are you one of the cast-offs?" The two leaders of the dark cult appeared before him. After that, I lost consciousness, and when I woke up, I was here. Hyun-Guk was confused. Two leaders? I thought the dark cult only had one. Who was the other one? Tears welled up in Woo-seok's eyes. "Please, just believe me. I swear I haven't done anything." But Hyun-Guk's gaze remained sharp with doubt. He reached out, touching Woo-seok's shoulder. Then his voice suddenly boomed. "More importantly, the children. Do you know what happened to them?" Lee Woo-seok immediately replied, "They're most likely on the rooftop." He continued, "Once the blood of 3 children with pure magical energy flows onto the altar, they said a red flower will bloom. I know the children are sacrifices, but I have no idea what the red flower is. That's everything I saw and heard." His eyes pleaded, desperate to prove his innocence and earn Hyun-Guk's trust. "I have nothing to do with this. I swear. Please, believe me." Hyun-Guk stared at him, his intense gaze slowly softening. He watched the desperate man for a long moment. Lee Woo-seok was completely overwhelmed, tears and snot streaming down his face in a torrent of despair. Hyun-Guk finally broke, lightly punching his shoulder. Woo-seok flinched. Then, a slight smile broke on Hyun-Guk's face. "Of course, I believe you. Don't worry." Lee Woo-seok was overcome with emotion. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the door, followed by voices from the other side. "What's going on? Why is the door locked? Open up. Move it. I'll break it down." Realizing the immediate danger, Hyun-Guk turned to Lee Woo-seok. "Listen up. I'm giving you an order. We're splitting up. I'm going to the rooftop. You head down and find a way to shut down the device activating the barrier. AMT forces are waiting outside for support." Lee Woo-seok, "Can you do it?" A new, unwavering resolve hardened his eyes. He responded, "Yes, sir. I can do it." Hyun-Guk gave him one last look before bolting for the rooftop. Lee Woo-seok was left to face the mob. The door burst open, revealing an even bigger crowd than before. Standing his ground, Woo-seok instantly shifted into a combat stance, baring his sharp fangs. The leader of the group looked on with curiosity. "What's this? Hey, what do you think you're doing? You won't even give us your name. And now you're blocking our path?" Woo-seok clenched his fists tightly. He let out a primal roar as his body began to transform, growing larger and more muscular, striking fear into the hearts of the thugs. Just moments before, Hyun-Guk had told him, "Oh, and by the way, you haven't been officially reported as a deserter yet. That means you're still under my command. If you dare run away, I'll kill you myself." Lee Woo-seok roared, "You want to know my name?" He let out a wild grin. "3rd Anti-Monster Brigade, 1st Battalion, Assault Platoon. Private Lee Woo-seok." Meanwhile, Hyun-Guk was racing up the stairs, gritting his teeth in fury as he pushed himself to move faster. He told himself to be as cautious as possible. As he reached the top, he peered around the corner, trying to see what was happening. A horrifying thought crossed his mind. What is this nauseating stench of blood? This isn't from just 1 or 2 people. He covered his nose, the air thick and hard to breathe. No way. The scene inside was a nightmare. The overwhelming smell of blood saturating the entire space. It wasn't just the students. Every single road cultist had been brutally slaughtered. He stared at the horrific massacre, completely stunned. The entire dark cult had been annihilated. Inside, 2 figures were continuing the ritual. Suddenly, the woman seemed to sense something, her eyes darting around. Who dares approach this sacred altar? He flinched, realizing he'd been discovered, and quickly ducked away. A powerful blast of energy erupted. Another massive hole was torn through the unfortunate building. Hiding to the side, he trembled. One of the little girls was floating in midair. The child whispered weakly, "Please, save me." The woman's voice was like ice, scurrying around like a little rat. She licked her lips, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Come on out. If you show yourself now, I'll grant you a swift death. Wait. On second thought, stay hidden. This little game is far more amusing. This woman was Pariem, the warden of the detention camp. On the soldier's side, Minji roared an order. And Min, shield up and advance. The barrier is still intact. Everyone, listen. The moment we flash past that barrier, Kaion's group, watching from nearby, thought to themselves, we don't know what's coming. We have to stay on high alert. Even in the middle of a raid, all he did was scream and ruin everything. Utterly pathetic. A wicked grin spread across Ki-young's face. How could these worthless grunts possibly defeat the first cause of the calamity? When they make their move, we'll strike from the rear. We're launching a pincer operation. They stood before the swirling vortex, one soldier aiming his rifle inside. They exchanged a look of unbreakable resolve. Over with Hyun-Guk, he was speaking with someone. A deception, you say. He glanced back at his troops, now certain of one thing. The Daesan Guild was colluding with the Dark Arts Association. Despite that, neither side could rush in. They were a major guild, and we are a military unit, so when the battle starts, they'll target our rear flank. We'll feign a weakness, giving them the opening they want. That's how we'll get the justification to strike the Daesan Guild. He considered the plan, manufacturing a pretense to attack a major guild. However, there's a fatal flaw in your strategy. You'll be going in alone for the rescue, and we can't adjust our fire to support you. Hyun-Guk grinned brightly. You don't need to worry about that. Just buy me some time. Lieutenant, you are the absolute key to this plan. So it all rests on me, then. With that, everyone swiftly moved into position. The diversion operation starts now. They began scanning the perimeter, aiming their sights. From the surrounding area, another squad already had them in their crosshairs. A figure suddenly appeared from above, dual swords held in her hands. The woman's eyes darted around before she leaped down into the fray. The force of her landing sent the enemy soldiers flying. She unleashed a flurry of simple strikes, stunning them all before they could even register their surprise. Blood sprayed through the air as she drove her sword into one man, pinning him to the ground. Don't move. Or would you rather lose your head? What are you doing? Send the signal that the assassination was a success, just as planned. Elsewhere, a signal flared on a man's wrist device. He immediately reported, Captain, we've received the signal from the sniper team. Kion gave the command. Good. Assault team, advance. In an instant, they all charged forward with blinding speed. Minji clutched her radio, her expression tense with worry. A voice crackled through. We have successfully rescued the sniper team. They stood before the massive vortex, now completely surrounded by the enemy army. Their situation was desperate. Suddenly, a powerful voice called out, and Min responded, Yes, sir. Shields are up. Minji roared, all units, fire. The scene erupted into chaos as gunfire echoed relentlessly. Ki-young roared like a man possessed. Damn it, when did they figure it out? What are you all doing? Mage squad, get in here. In a flash, a formidable legion charged forward. Each soldier was heavily armed with spears and pikes, looking far more powerful than the last squad. The legion crashed against Minji's forces. Her team struggled, their shields groaning under the overwhelming power of the enemy's assault. Ki-young let out a smug, triumphant laugh. All members of the AMT were incinerated in the battle with the Dark Arts Association's players. A perfect report. Now, finish them all. His troops charged forward once more, but several were immediately cut down by gunfire. Minji's team refused to back down and continued the fight. She ordered the sniper, who had acquired a target, to provide covering fire. Ki-young's face went pale with shock. A sniper? Where the hell did our assassination squad go? He screamed his orders. Tankers, damn you! What are you doing? Block them. As Minji's team slowly pushed into the vortex, his anger boiled over. A portal. When did they create that? He yelled in a panic. Get into position. Hurry! Attack! The two armies were now locked in a direct confrontation. Minji's soldiers laid down a constant stream of bullets, but Ki-young's forces held their ground with shields. The battle had reached a stalemate. Ki-young screamed savagely, You bastards! You were targeting us from the start. How dare you soldiers trick the Daesan Guild? He furiously swung his massive mace. Arg. The captain of the assault squad will slaughter every last one of you. Instantly, rocks and debris began to rise from the ground. The stones swirled into a deadly tornado, ready to launch toward his foes. Minji sensed the immense danger, her heart pounding. It felt as if Ki-young had gathered every pebble in the entire area. At this point, he had truly lost his mind, roaring like a feral beast. Brace yourselves for the coming maelstrom. A whirlwind of razor-sharp stones threatens to tear everything apart. Minji's heart pounded with anxiety. Hyun-Guk. She whispered his name in her mind. When are you going to play that hidden card you talked about? Over at Jam Sun's compound, the warden of the prison gang had been beaten to a bloody pulp, a gruesome mess of gore staining the ground. Woo-hyuk stood beside him, also drenched in blood, but it was clear he was the victor. In a flash, he slammed the emergency alarm. A piercing sound echoed through the facility. The barrier surrounding the base was about to be deactivated. He remembered Hyun-Guk's words. Don't run. Fight. Protect your comrades like a true soldier, and only then will they protect you in return. The alarm continued to blare, a constant warning that the perimeter shields were failing. He steeled himself. Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk. I will never run again. Meanwhile, the raging cyclone still threatened to devour everything in its path, as Ki-young screamed with arrogance. You fools! I'll tear you to shreds. Chunks of rock and debris gathered, swirling into his vortex of destruction. His power was growing stronger by the second. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the chaos. Hey, you're in my way. Get lost. Young-Roon appeared right behind Ki-young, charging straight through the cyclone completely unharmed. He impaled him with a single, brutal thrust, skewering him right through the chest like a piece of meat. Min's team stared in shock, and Minnie immediately realized what had happened. A wave of relief washed over them. Sergeant Choi Young-Roon. Just then, another massive boulder slammed into the battered building, blasting open another gaping hole. Elsewhere, the female prison guard muttered to herself, Are you just going to hide like a little rat? The schoolgirl she was tormenting begged weakly, tears streaming down her face. Please, save me. The guard completely ignored the girl's life, simply standing there with a smirk, licking her lips before shouting, Come on out. If you show yourself now, I'll show you mercy and kill you instantly, without any torture. Then, she let out a deranged laugh. Wait, on second thought, keep hiding. It's much more fun playing this little game with a scared rat like you. Seihi and two soldiers were still observing the damaged building when a sudden announcement echoed from somewhere. Warning, the barrier surrounding the building will be neutralized. As she tried to process this, the female guard inside turned to the red-robed figures. I'll handle this place. You go and complete the ritual. Suddenly, something strange happened to one of their cloaks. He stood there, confused, as the tail of his robe began to move as if controlled by an unseen force. The female guard sneered, I was getting bored with this god-forsaken mission. Finally, a little entertainment. From his hiding spot, Hyun-Guk's mind raced. There's supposed to be only one leader of the Dark Magic Society here, right? So why are there two of them? Facing two of these monsters at once is practically a suicide mission. Just then, a blinding light erupted from inside the room. It began to absorb all the blood from those who had just been killed, coalescing it into a massive, glittering diamond. That's it. The core of the calamity's origin. Hyun-Guk thought in horror. The diamond then sprouted enormous, tree-like roots that snaked into every corner of the room. In an instant, the monstrous roots had completely enveloped the chamber, creating a horrifying scene. The red-robed figure climbed onto one of the roots, looking down with absolute arrogance. The female guard also looked up, intrigued. Outside, Yoon was trying to make sense of the situation when Min-jun suddenly shouted, Lieutenant, over there. Minnie looked on, bewildered. What is that? A colossal tree had erupted from the building's core. Its roots gripped the rooftop like claws, and its branches spread out in a dense, unnatural canopy. Go-hyuk's words suddenly flashed through Hyun-Guk's mind. Once the blood of children with pure mana is spilled on the altar, they said the red flowers will bloom. I knew the children were sacrifices, but I never understood what they meant by red flowers. His thoughts connected the horrifying pieces, the blood of pure mana children, the red flower, and a tree that suddenly appeared from nothing. I don't know what these lunatics are planning, but before that red flower blooms, I have to save those kids, no matter what. With newfound resolve, he burst into the room. The female guard had been waiting for this moment. Found you. Furious that his cover was blown, he dodged just as she swung a massive mace at him. She pursued him relentlessly. He thought frantically, damn it, should I have tried to get my gear first? She looked him over and laughed mockingly. What's with that outfit? I never figured you for a pervert. She then jabbed the mace into his back. You're under arrest for public indecency. With no other choice, he activated his enhancement technique, preparing to fight back. But just as the devastating blow was about to land, an intense beam of light shot through the room. He looked up in wonder. Is this God of Wind? That means Sergeant Kim Si-hee is here. Outside, she had seen her chance and instantly entered through the hole in the wall. Are you okay? I'm not too late, am I? No, he replied, relieved. You're right on time. Se-hee had saved his life. He turned to her. There's another one besides her. I'm going after him. I'm counting on you here. The guard licked her lips again. It looks like someone interesting has come to replace the pervert. Si-hee stared at her, astonished. The guard looked back as if sizing up her prey. A soul formed from a pure mass of mana. Finally, a decent meal. She then summoned her creature, Mana Valen, and gave it a simple command, devour everything. Caught completely off guard, Sei was frozen to the spot. Just as the enemy raised her mace to strike, Hyun-Guk lunged forward, tackling Sei out of the way. Another massive explosion rocked the area. Debris scattered in every direction. Thrown off balance, he could only watch in horror as Sei began to plummet into the abyss. He screamed out, "Sergeant Kim Sei, you have to be careful when you fight her. If she catches you, she'll absorb your mana, and then unleash all of her stored power at once." Sei was stunned. Unleash all her stored mana? You have to watch her every move, from close range to a distance. I'm going to save the children. Remember what I told you, right? In a real battle, there's no such thing as a guaranteed advantage.
You just have to keep searching for a path to victory. Until the very last second.
Her gaze softened as she looked at him. I understand. I'll be fine. Now go. With newfound resolve, she turned and faced her opponent head-on. The creature showed no fear. Just how much mana can one spirit hold? I was in the middle of a meal, you know. Doesn't it look delicious? Sei's fury boiled over. You think this is fun? A strange, unsettling feeling washed over her as she entered the area. A bone-chilling sensation, the monster cackled. So many spirits have come to greet me. This is perfect. My entire body is trembling with excitement. Sei charged forward. Then don't you dare come crying to me later. The two warriors clashed in a furious battle. I'll drain every last drop of mana from those spirits. Just you watch. Meanwhile, atop the building, the strange tree continued to grow ever larger. Its immense weight caused the entire structure to tilt precariously. The red-cloaked figure was still casting his spell, when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to eliminate the schoolgirl, an unseen force seized his arm, holding it tight. His eyes widened in curiosity. The system window declared, "The mobile fragment has been unsealed." Something enormous was rushing towards him, forcing him to instinctively stumble backward. The colossal presence smashed through everything in its path. Hyun-Guk slowly emerged from the dust, shouting, "Don't move. You must be the leader of that dark magic cabal. I don't know what you're plotting, but get away from those children. Now." The figure slowly pulled back the hood of his red cloak, and his body began to transform. Its true form was finally revealed, and Hyun-Guk was left completely stunned. Wait, that's no human. It's a dark elf. He gritted his teeth in fury. You cruel bastards. Just how corrupt can you be? The dark elves were beings who fell into corruption after they tried to defy the gods themselves.
I've heard stories of people offering treasures to these fallen beings in exchange for power.
Suddenly, a brilliant aura erupted around him as he roared, "You despicable fiends! Are you planning to sell off these children now?" The creature began chanting in an ancient, unknown tongue. As a system notification about an item appeared, Hyun-Guk glared at him with pure rage. "Shut your mouth. What the hell are you even saying? It doesn't matter. I'm still going to kill you." At that moment, Sei recalled someone's words from the past. "Sergeant Kim Sei, you're far too straightforward." "Excuse me, is there something wrong with being straightforward?" "It's not just you, Sergeant. Most soldiers are the same. In the military, players are trained to rely solely on their innate abilities." Hyun-Guk continued, "That's why they tend to treat the rulebook as the absolute answer. However, the book tells you to avoid a fight you can't win. What do you do when avoiding it is no longer an option?" She wondered. When a disadvantageous battle is unavoidable. Sei summoned her spirits, drawing a sneer from her foe. "So many spirits, all here to welcome me. Perfect. I'm shaking with excitement." Sei shot forward. "You'll be the one crying in the end. I'm going to drain every last drop of mana from your little pets. Now come, release." Sei screamed, and the entire building began to tremble. But the creature unleashed her own power, overwhelming Sei's. One by one, her spirits were bound in chains of energy. How pathetic. I wanted to play a little longer. Seizing the moment of distraction, Sei dove from above, aiming for a critical strike. But her attack was blocked effortlessly. Sei's mind raced in disbelief. A powerful swing of the mace sent her flying backward. Her bound spirits rained down from the sky. The monster glanced around and scoffed. "Is that it? How boring. It's only fun when you fight an equal." A wave of anxiety washed over Sei. Her enemy just laughed maniacally. "All right then, how about we play a different game? My beloved little spirits. Do you want to play hide and seek?" An intense wave of light exploded from her body. The ground quaked violently as rocks rained down. Sei thought in fury. That damn monster. What is she plotting now? Panic set in. "What? I can't see anything." Her enemy smiled triumphantly as a barrier rose up around them, sealing the arena. The creature laughed. "Just you wait. You can't escape my grasp. Are you done running yet?" Sei was trapped. The barrier continuously sprouted deadly spikes, threatening to impale her at any moment. She felt a sharp pain, blood was flowing. She was hit. The sight of her own blood filled her with a primal fear. The monster continued her hunt. Where are you? There you are. Ah, you slipped away. Weren't you so brave a moment ago? Where did you run off to? Did you go and rot in a dark corner somewhere? A chill of fear ran down Si-hee's spine. How is she finding every single soul in this pitch-black darkness? She must be using some kind of tracking skill, and she's relentlessly attacking the other spirits. How could she enjoy something so cruel? This little game isn't half bad, is it? If you keep cowering in the shadows, I'll have no choice but to devour every last drop of mana from these spirits. At this point, she was paralyzed by pure terror. You're on the verge of going insane from your own helplessness, aren't you? So, how about we try this? Get on your knees and beg me to spare your life. Come on. Stand before me and plead in utter desperation. Then, gritting her teeth, rage burned away her fear. Spirits, assemble. She called all of them to her side. I'm sorry, everyone. I can't let her take you. A mocking laugh echoed through the darkness. You absolute fool. By gathering them together, you've shown me exactly where all your mana is concentrated. Seizing the opportunity, the villain lunged forward to strike. In that split second, his words echoed in her mind. When victory seems impossible, use anything and everything at your disposal. Her mind raced. Anything and everything? For instance, if you're in a fight and you know you can't defeat the enemy before you, then aim for what's behind them. Finish them with a single blow from the back. But is there any honor or fairness in a battle between players? Worrying about things like that in a fight for your life is the most foolish thing you can do. Why should we fight with honor against a criminal whose wicked deeds are known to all heaven and earth? He continued, war isn't a sport. In a real battle, death is final. Forget everything the storybooks say about honor. That's the only way you'll survive. As the mace swung towards Sehi, the attacker's eyes widened in shock. Her weapon had just passed right through his spirit. What? It wasn't her real body. Sehi had already dropped below. With a piercing glare, she shot forward, landing 2 devastating strikes. The captured spirit began to fall free. The villain could only shriek in fury. You absolute coward. How dare you? And you dare call yourself a warrior? Sehi shot back. A coward? That's hilarious. I can't believe someone like you has the nerve to say that. Not after you shrouded everything in darkness and tried to suck up all my mana like a parasite. A warrior? So what? What true warrior ever fights fair? Especially against a monster who kidnaps and sacrifices children. The villain screamed, "You! I'll kill you with my bare hands." Before she could finish, Si-hee landed another clean hit. As the battle raged, the spirit's bonds finally came undone. Si-hee stood firm, her voice cold as ice. From now on, if I have to face monsters like you again, I won't hesitate to become a killer. Meanwhile, Hyun-Guk's own rage was boiling over. These despicable bastards, just how rotten to the core are they? He roared in fury. Are you scum planning on selling these children too? His opponent just stared, muttering something in an unknown tongue. His mind raced. Metal control. He charged forward, shouting, "Shut your mouth. I don't care what you're saying. Whatever it is, I'm still going to kill you." The enemy prepared to meet his charge. A crimson glow began to burn in his eyes. Hyun-Guk's eyes flicked from the enemy to the fallen student on the ground. He lunged. The enemy lunged, and they clashed head-on in a brutal impact. Just then, Young-un arrived, calling out his name, Lee Hyun-Guk. A wave of relief washed over him. Sergeant Choi sang Jin. I've been waiting for you. Hyun-Guk wondered what he was up to. The sergeant yelled, "Found it." Hyun-Guk was confused. Wait a second. Sergeant Choi Young-un, just calm down and follow me. But his face twisted with rage. Shut up. Are you insane? You'd have to be, to pull a stunt like this. Choi Young-un's eyes suddenly darted towards the monster. At that very instant, the creature charged, aiming to attack them both. But it wasn't going to be that easy. With their incredible agility, both Choi Young-un and Lee Hyun-Guk easily evaded the strike. The force of the attack brought a massive tree crashing down, carving a huge crater into the ground. Hyun-Guk stared in disbelief. To shatter a tree that size, without even using mana, this thing is on another level of dangerous. Just then, Choi Young-un roared, "I'm going to kill you." Lee Hyun-Guk. A chilling thought crossed Hyun-Guk's mind. Or maybe, he's the one I should be worried about. His face was a mask of pure hatred as he charged. They were precious children, more precious than anything else in this world. They were born from my own blood, sweat, and tears after I was dragged to this hellhole. Hyun-Guk blocked the blow, yelling back, "Enough. This isn't the time to be dredging up the past. Snap out of it." Elsewhere, Kang Bi-seon Baek-seol, the niece and student of the great Kang Dong-du, stared in utter amazement at the sight before her. She couldn't help but gasp, "Grandmaster. I've never seen so many oracle bone scripts in one place." Standing beside Baek-seol was the master himself, Kang Dong-du. a master craftsman among masters, who forged countless legendary items until his death 4 years later. Hearing this, he replied, "That's right. Dungeons are usually crawling with B-rank bosses or higher. To gather this many materials is truly impressive." She turned to Sun Ha, her eyes sparkling. "Hey, for real? We can customize any of this gear." Sun Ha answered with a calm smile, "That's the idea. It's why we paid a premium to rescue you from that monster den." Snow's face practically lit up with dollar signs. She whispered, "I just figured he was some rich guy. I had no idea he was a high-ranking combatant, too." A greedy thought crossed her mind. If she could just sneak a few of these guns out, she'd make a killing. Snow then darted towards a suit of armor, completely geeking out. "No way. Is this Orichalcon alloy? This is insane. And there's a magic link between the helm and the sword." Seeing his niece so worked up, Kang Dong-gu had to step in. "Whoa, slow down. You're going to trip over your own feet." Just then, Sun Ha turned to Yang Jun. "Sergeant Choi Yang Jun, where have you been?" He immediately snapped back, "Just getting my head straight after the mission. Besides, I've got a mountain of paperwork to deal with." Her patience wore thin. "What was that? Speak clearly." A look of pure misery washed over Yang Jun's face. "A search and rescue combat mission. The moment I get back from my leave? You've got to be kidding me. This is unreasonable. I know my head's not all there during an active assault wave, but you gotta give me some personal time, or at least let me grab a drink every now and then. I haven't even had a chance to crack open that bottle of whiskey Lee Hyun-Guk gave me." Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. "Play tune, leader. Do you copy?" Sun Ha immediately raised the receiver to her ear. It was Lee Hyun-Guk. "Finally got through. Did you bring the blacksmiths I requested?" She glanced over at Snow. "They're currently admiring the hunting gear." Yang Jun frantically gestured to her. "Just tell him I died." Lee Hyun-Guk's voice continued over the radio. "Have them start by disabling the magic links on a few of the suits, and I need you to bring those suits and weapons from the armory as backup. Oh, and bring Sergeant Choi Yang Jun with you." Yang Jun's entire world came crashing down. He roared, "No!" His face twisted with utter contempt. "After this mission wraps, I'm scheduled for a full month of non-stop combat. You hear me? The answer is no." Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, a devilish smirk appeared. A soldier carried out a crate filled with booze. His comrade asked, "Isn't that Sergeant Choi Yang Jun's private stash?" The soldier's face went pale as he stammered, "Why, yeah. If he finds out about this, we're dead men." A wicked grin spread across Lee Hyun-Guk's face. "But you see," he said, while packing supplies, "we seem to have accidentally brought along that crate of liquor he's been aging for 2 years. Now, if something unfortunate were to happen to us on this mission, they might never make it back to their rightful owner. What a tragedy that would be." Then, speaking into the radio, he said, "I think it'd be best if you came to lend a hand, Sergeant Choi Yang Jun." Yang Jun's face went white with horror, his world shattered. "What the hell did you just say? Give me back my babies. Now, are you trying to make me lose my mind? Give them back." On the other end, Lee Hyun-Guk just chuckled. "Oh dear, the signal seems to be breaking up." An aura of pure murder began to radiate from Yang Jun. "You dare touch my precious babies?" Back on the battlefield, he lunged at Lee Hyun-Guk. "Admit it, you already drank a few bottles, didn't you?" Lee Hyun-Guk parried the accusation. "Of course not. We're in the middle of a mission." But Yang Jun wasn't listening. "Don't you lie to me. I know for a fact I've seen you drinking on the job." The monster, seeing the two humans fighting amongst themselves, let out a strange cry in a language I couldn't comprehend. A mouth on its arm chattered endlessly as it thrust its limb forward. Instantly, a mass of tentacles shot out towards the bickering soldiers. Yang Jun was still violently shaking Lee Hyun-Guk, who had to tense his entire body to withstand it. That's when he noticed something was wrong. Lee Hyun-Guk yelled, "Sergeant, look out." Before them, 4 massive, yellow tentacles were bearing down at incredible speed. Yang Jun grabbed him by the collar. "My man, you can fly, can't you?" Lee Hyun-Guk stammered, I haven't fully mastered it yet." Before he could finish, Yang Jun launched him into the air. What is he planning? Yang Jun leaped into the air with the tentacles right behind him. One of them smashed his gun, catching him off guard. Tha. Annoying. Yang Jun gracefully dodged the creature's attacks, while Lee Hyun-Guk was still flailing somewhere in the sky. He sidestepped another strike, causing a tentacle to slam into the wall behind him, sending splinters flying everywhere. The monster lunged again, and again, he dodged. Seeing his chance, Lee Hyun-Guk thought, now's the time, and manifested his signature blue chains. A system window popped up. Energy source from the Malay fragment has been sealed. Instantly, a colossal greatsword materialized out of thin air. Just as the tentacles were about to pierce through Yang Jun, another system notification appeared. Energy source from the life fragment has been unsealed. The massive sword slammed down, blocking the fatal blow meant for Yang Jun. It embedded itself deep in the ground, as the creature's arm mouth continued to babble nonsense. As the dust settled, Lee Hyun-Guk spoke up. "You know, that fall almost killed me." Model. Choi Yoon seemed completely unfazed. "Guess I didn't die. How unlucky." "Don't worry. I'll be the one to kill you later," he realized at that moment. Trying to have a normal conversation with Choi Yoon was impossible. Just then, a black aura lifted the two children into the air. Choi Yoon glanced over and said, "Hey, you think those bug-eyed freaks did that?" Lee Hyun-Guk flinched at his words. "Huh?" Choi Yoon continued, "I plan on wiping them all out up close." "You?" A confident smile spread across his face. "So I'll just wipe them all out, too?" "No, I mean, I'll provide you with support." A countdown echoed. 3. The monster seemed confused. 2, 1. At that exact moment, the sword plummeted toward the ground. Choi Yoon had thrown him onto his shoulder, letting him direct the blade. Lee Hyun-Guk roared, "Attack, now." And instantly, Choi Yoon charged forward. The creature's arm spawned 4 massive tentacles, which shot straight toward the incoming Choi Yoon. Sparks flew as the sword clashed against the tentacles. Lee Hyun-Guk screamed, "Finish it." The command seemed to fill both the monster and its arm with utter confusion. Choi Yoon enveloped his body in holy power, then relentlessly hacked away at the creature's tentacles. With a final slash, he sent its head flying, ending its miserable life. He had killed the monster without even breaking a sweat. Lee Hyun-Guk was thrilled. Complete. But then, the mouth on the monster's arm suddenly opened. The sight made Choi Yoon whip around in shock. The severed head was somehow reattaching itself to the body. Witnessing this impossible sight left him completely stunned. He couldn't believe the monster was rejoining its head and neck. A series of gruesome voices echoed from the monstrous arm. Its entire body began to radiate a terrifying, purple killing intent. The creature was enveloped in a sinister purple light as tendrils of black mana swirled around it. It unleashed a powerful shockwave, forcing Choi Yoon to shield his face. Lee Hyun-Guk was no exception, thinking, "It's gathering a massive amount of mana. The longer this fight drags on, the more dangerous it gets for us." Its arms suddenly stretched forward, the grotesque mouth lunging at them. He gasped in surprise. It split into 2. Is that the main body? The demonic mouth let out a horrifying cackle. The monster turned towards Choi Yoon and uttered something. Lee Hyun-Guk's mind raced. "Damn it, what do we do now? Which one is the main body? Our 2-on-1 plan is completely useless now." The monster suddenly let out a furious roar. Choi Yoon, however, looked completely bored as he cleaned his ear. "Hey, why are you screaming in our faces like that? If this were some anime I've seen, this is usually where the villain says something like, 'How dare you? A mere mortal stand against me, an immortal being. The only reward for your foolishness is death.' They always say stuff like that. Is that what you were going for? Ah, whatever. I'm going to rip your throat in half anyway. Let's see how many slashes it takes to put you down for good." He shrouded his entire body in holy power, his expression brimming with confidence. The creature also lunged forward the instant its foot hit the ground. Its other arm lashed out, sending 4 tentacles straight for Lee Hyun-Guk, but he managed to dodge just in time. He thought to himself, "It's too fast." Just as a tentacle was about to hit him, he activated his reinforcement skill to block the attack. By then, the other monster had already been diced into pieces by Choi Yoon. With the job done, he landed gracefully.
Well, that wasn't too hard. My blood sugar is dropping. Time for a drink.
He then pulled a bottle of liquor from his pocket, completely oblivious to the fact that the monster's body parts were reassembling behind him. Choi Yoon tilted his head back, chugging the alcohol, only to freeze when the fully regenerated monster appeared right in front of him. It instantly attacked with its tentacles, but he blocked them by infusing his liquor bottle with holy power. Then, a blast of dark purple magic sent Choi Yoon flying. As for Lee Hyun-Guk, he was barely managing to fend off the other creature's attacks. The force of the blow sent him crashing hard onto the ground. He looked at his reinforced arm, thinking in agony. Its destructive power is so immense, I can't keep up. At that moment, a system window popped up. Mogul fragments have been sealed. His sword began to fade. The creature's arm lunged with its tentacles, and he dodged on pure instinct as it continued its relentless, furious assault. The monster before him began to speak again, but it was speaking in some monster language he couldn't understand. Suddenly, another voice echoed in the area. "You are someone impressive for a mortal, but in the end, that is all you are. From this moment forward, you will face a true immortal." "Huh? What's wrong?" Choi Yoon was back, completely unharmed and already joking with the monster. "I'm dubbing your lines for you. Why did you go silent?" Listening to the voiceover, the creature just stared back, completely and utterly confused. He continued, "Man, I'm wasted. The alcohol's really kicking in. But thanks to a certain someone, I can't feel a thing anymore. The monster's eyes just showed pure confusion. Choi Yun enveloped his entire body and his broken sword in holy power, saying, I don't care if you're immortal or not, and I especially don't care if you dare to touch my liquor. Model, you may be immortal, but you'll still suffer my torment. The creature cackled, unleashing a barrage of tentacles toward him. Done standing still, he lunged forward. Let's see how long that smile lasts. His blade shot forward, catching the monster off guard. A system notification appeared. Melee fragments have been released. His sword sliced the creature clean in two, wiping that sinister grin right off its face. But just as quickly, its signature smile returned, and it unleashed another volley of tentacles. As they closed in, he thought to himself, that infuriating smile. It has to be hiding its trump card. Just like the other beast, its body began to knit itself back together. Just as I suspected, he thought, it can regenerate. The monster's mocking laughter echoed once more. Meanwhile, Choi Yun was clearly showing signs of exhaustion, but he fought with renewed fury, relentlessly hacking at the monster until he wounded one of its arms. As Hyun-Guk charged, his mind raced. Insane mana reserves and regeneration. This thing is practically immortal. Think. Hyun-Guk thought back on every single battle he had ever faced. Monsters always conceal their true nature. It's possible this immortality is just a cover for a hidden weakness. What if neither of these is the true main body? The smiling creature kept regenerating from every blow he landed, and the other monster was no different. There it is. Wounds on the exact same body part can't regenerate. The smiling beast kept flinging its tentacles at him. At the same time, the other monster was locked in a fierce battle with Choi Yun. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Hyun-Guk. The reason that monsters split in two is because they were never separate to begin with. They're part of the same entity. The problem is Sergeant Choi Yun. His stamina is fading, and he's getting reckless. But will he even listen to me? We have to end this with a single, decisive blow. With his mind made up, he called out, Sergeant Choi Yun, they aren't immortal. If we strike both of them in the exact same spot, they won't be able to regenerate. Listen to me, this is our only option. We have to strike their necks simultaneously. Choi Yun was nearly at his limit. What? At the same time? Says who? I'm not letting this bastard off that easy. Hyun-Guk gritted his teeth in frustration. Get a grip. Don't you want to save those kids? That finally got through to him. No more arguing, Hyun-Guk commanded. Now, quit complaining and stick to the plan. The creature's smile vanished as it thrust its tentacles toward him. He roared, this is our only shot. Focus. The other beast charged just as the tentacles were about to connect. He activated his hardening defense, hacking away at the incoming limbs. Sensing the perfect moment, he yelled, right now. Choi Yun heard the call and raised his blade high, preparing for a flawless final blow. In perfect sync, they both swung their blades at the monster's necks. A powerful, decisive strike sent one creature's head flying. The smiling fiend met the very same fate. High atop a nearby building, a tree began to glow, light piercing through its withered branches. A system window appeared. Congratulations. You have successfully eliminated the source of corruption, the boss monster, Shadow Pastor. Each of you will receive an offering. These were taken from random believers. Exhausted, Hyun-Guk collapsed to the ground. The system messages continued. The rate of corruption has been significantly reduced. To completely halt the spread, you must find and destroy the core. The corruption will end once the core is annihilated. Reading the message, he thought, we stopped the second source of corruption before the main boss even arrived. If we keep destroying these sources of corruption, Seoul could be the first city in human history to overcome this catastrophe. A flicker of excitement crossed his face as he considered the possibility. Just then, Choi Yun walked toward him, and he looked up. The sergeant called his name. Hyun-Guk. Is it over? Hyun-Guk replied calmly. We're done. It was a little rough, but we made it through, thanks to you. Now, for the next mission. But before he could finish, Choi Yun cut him off. Done with your insubordination, you mean? Hyun-Guk was taken aback. What? The sergeant raised his blade high, his face twisted with murderous intent. Hyun-Guk said, Sergeant Choi Yun. Before he could react, the sergeant lunged, swinging his sword. You think this is a joke? Shut your mouth. Where are my kids? He instantly activated his reinforcement skill to parry the blow and explained, Sergeant, calm down. They're safe in the supply depot. Do we really have to do this right after we won the battle? Just then, another voice echoed, Silence. Who said I won? Who said it was over? The two girls were suddenly struck in the gut with vicious force, causing both of them to cough up blood. The vampire roared with fury. It's not over yet. A system window flashed. You have used a sacrifice on the divine altar. He stared in shock at the scene before him as the system continued. The crimson flower will soon bloom upon the altar. A vicious grin spread across the monster's face. "Your nightmare has only just begun." A voice called out, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk." A soldier then cheerfully offered, "I brought you a change of pants and a gear pouch." "Sergeant Choi Yun, you're here too? What are you two doing?" Seeing the scuffle, another man yelled for help. "Lee Woo-suk, get over here. Stop him, quick." Choi Yun just kept pressing a blade to his throat. He desperately explained, "I can't draw my sword to fight back." Then, he pleaded with Choi Yun, "I swear I never touched a drop of your liquor. I only smelled it once." Suddenly, his captive leaned back, catching him completely off guard. Sergeant Choi crashed to the ground, stunning everyone. Choi Yun groaned in exhaustion. "So tired. I spent too much energy on the move." His gaze then fell upon two young girls and their mother on the ground. "We saved the kids, so once I'm rested, I'm not letting you off the hook." Hearing this, the main character thought, he's the hardest person to control, but at the same time, he's the most reliable. Lee Hyun-Guk recognized the signs from his past life. He said calmly, "Good work. Get some rest." A system window appeared. For successfully eliminating the Shadow Priest, you will receive an offering from its followers. The reward was an ancient coin from a subterranean kingdom. He stared at the prize in his hand, thinking, a subterranean kingdom? A dwarven coin. The dwarven race were legendary creators of magic engineering. Most of their work is only found in ancient artifacts and ruins. With this, I can get inventions that never even appeared in my previous life. That's why their items are unimaginably expensive, but their effectiveness is absolute. With this coin, I can summon an ancient dwarven artifact. I can't exactly eat this thing. And so, he began to absorb it. The system chimed again. "Congratulations, you have absorbed a Demon Legion medallion." A satisfied look crossed his face. "This legion will take some time to digest. I'm guessing about 7 months." The system's notifications continued. "You have received a new skill after absorbing the Elite Core. Item, Signal Core. Attribute, Passive Skill. Rank D. Effects, Transcendent Senses increased. Metal Control plus 30%. Centurion Authority increased. Maximum follower limit plus 10%. The skill will be upgraded once certain hidden conditions have been met." He was shocked. Centurion Authority? The power of a Centurion allows you to control others and create your own followers. My own abilities had nothing to do with creating followers. But after getting this skill, I finally understand how that bastard controlled such a colossal army. He was a necromancer. System notification. Current controllable metal weight, 85,658 grams. Transcendent Senses plus 30% is now activating. A small smile touched his lips. "From now on, I will absorb all of your power." Lee Woo-suk handed him the pants and asked, "Is Sergeant Choi okay?" He calmly replied, "When he gets this tired, he sleeps like the dead. He'll be fine." The man was now hugging his reward, dwarven moonshine, and whispering, "I'll never let you go again." Lee Woo-suk just hoisted Choi Yun onto his shoulder. "Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk, the battle down there isn't over yet. Aren't you going to help them?" He answered while changing his pants. "There's no need." Far below, a fierce battle raged against a terrifying monster. A voice echoed across the battlefield, "Everyone, prepare to teleport." On the enemy line, mages continuously generated protective barriers. Reinforcements are impossible with those mages blocking the way. Our position has been exposed. "What are you still doing here?" Choi Tae-yong. Hearing this, he ordered, "Move out, now." Another soldier raged, "But our comrades are still down there. We have to kill them all." He shot back, "And can we really do that? The captain is dead, and the mission is a failure. You think Ju Kyo-young will let us off easy for this?" Below, the soldiers' lines had broken, their faces filled with terror. Giant monsters charged forward, tearing through the terrified soldiers without hesitation. But luckily, before a beast could land a blow, it was sent flying by a massive truck. Behind it, an entire convoy of reinforcements had arrived. Soldiers poured out of the vehicles, and the troops erupted in cheers. It was the knights. Seo Eun-ha stepped out coolly, her massive shield at the ready. She declared, "Violence against the army during a catastrophe is grounds for immediate execution. Proceed." Back with Lee Hyun-Guk, Lee Woo-suk asked, "Huh? Even the commander of the assault platoon is here? So where are you going?" But inside, Hyun-Guk was thinking, that witch is definitely still lurking around here somewhere. Something doesn't feel right. Why isn't she running to the next source of corruption? At that moment, something began stalking the three of them. It lunged forward, aiming straight for Lee Woo-suk. But Hyun-Guk sensed the attack in an instant. An old woman flew at him with killing intent. He blocked the attack, making her shriek in fury. "What? Why are you stopping me? Isn't that the vampire that threatened us before? Damn it, calm down. He's one of us." She froze at his words. Their eyes met for a moment, before she awkwardly looked away, pretending nothing had happened. Lee Gun-suk finally broke the heavy silence. "Looks like you have your reasons, too." "Lee Hyung-ji, thank you. I'll explain everything properly later. Good work, Sergeant Kim say hi. Thanks to you, all the priests have been eliminated. Now, we just need to destroy the cores. The second erosion element was complete. As she stared him down, a voice suddenly echoed through the chamber. Who said this was over? He viciously stabbed both girls in the stomach. The devastating blows sent them reeling, blood spewing from their mouths. A female vampire appeared, her voice laced with fury. It's not over yet. Her sudden appearance left the three of them completely stunned. The two colossal beasts summoned a sphere of immense, unstable energy and unleashed it in a devastating blast, incinerating everything in its path. He struggled to hold it back, thinking, damn it, of all the possibilities, this is the absolute worst. Then, he roared, Sergeant Kim say hi. Get the children out of here, now. His voice startled the vampire who was tearing the souls from the family. He charged towards her, shouting, we have to stop the final ritual at all costs. Seeing his frantic charge, the vampire ripped her hand from the mother's soul, her face twisted in rage. You bastard! Who gave you permission to interfere? Just then, a system window appeared. Item information. Knight Tristan's Bow of Certain Death. Effect. Attacks the designated target with perfect accuracy. All of the target's magic resistance will be nullified. His arrow flew like a bolt of light, but she dodged it with ease. Her luck ran out, however. The arrow curved back, striking her squarely in the chest. She roared in fury. What is this insane arrow? Before she could even react, it pierced straight through her. The force of the impact slammed the vampire to the ground. Kim say hi, now escorting the young girl, reported in. The survivor is secure. The vampire, seething with rage, clutched the arrow in her chest. Your resistance is useless, you foolish soldiers. Cerberus has already been summoned. Some will fall into despair. You can't stop what's coming. A system window flashed. Item, Ring of the Light and Dark King. Trait, drastically increases resistance against the undead attribute. Special ability, grants the user an aura attribute including holy power and dark magic. Warning, each aura is accompanied by a corresponding sigil. The two powers cannot be used simultaneously. You must choose one. Hearing her taunts, his expression hardened with resolve. No. I'll take you down, and I will protect Son. Whatever you're planning, I will stop you. Another system message appeared. Activating Aura, Holy Cross. Effect. Amplifies the designated item's power by 10% of the crown's holy energy. Event effect. Total holy power increase, 50%. Penalty, 10% mana cost. The arrow suddenly glowed with a brilliant light. In an instant, her entire body was engulfed in blue flames. He watched, thinking, this whole plan was a massive gamble. He suddenly recalled the words from his dream. You can't save everyone on every mission. You have to accept loss. You know that better than anyone. I know it's unavoidable. But no matter how many times I experience it, I can never get used to this feeling. Back in the present, his face was a mask of iron resolve. That's why. I have to make this work. Just then, a deafening roar shook the area. As a massive, ferocious beast emerged from the shadows, a new notification blared. The gatekeeper of hell has torn through the barrier and entered the mortal realm. Kim Se-hai stared in utter disbelief. Hey, aren't you going to smash its head in like you do with goblins? Covering his ears from the monster's deafening roar, he yelled back. No, we stopped the last ritual. This must be an incomplete manifestation.
We need to find its weakness fast and exploit it to take it down. But Kim Se-hai was growing impatient.
A weakness? On a monster like that? Even if we find one, what can we possibly do? Meanwhile, Sona's team, locked in their own battle, also witnessed its arrival. A system window appeared before them. The gatekeeper of hell, Cerberus, has breached the barrier to the mortal realm. Suna and her soldiers could only stare in shock. The great beast leaped down, its roar announcing its terrifying arrival. At that moment, the main character's face filled with rage. I've been preparing for this for a long, long time. No matter what, I have to succeed, he thought to himself. Even if it means sacrificing everything. Cerberus slammed into the ground, sending debris and rock flying in every direction. Boss monster, Cerberus, the origin of decay. Potent streams of dark energy radiated from its body. Kim Se-hai shouted, if you're that determined, then I believe in you. We can do this. Let's begin. His expression was set with grim determination. Steel Legion, initiate Plan B. We're deploying the lightning rod formation to take on this boss. Platoon leader in Juno, advance to Point A. All remaining Legion members, with Park Jun-mo, begin deploying the weapon caches now. You are the absolute key to this entire operation. If things go south, your life will be forfeit, but can you still trust my command? He listened and replied without a moment's hesitation. Of course, I trust you. The system announced that the Mogul fragments had been released. Instantly, A colossal sword materialized above the monster, plunging straight down, but Zeus dodged it with ease. Its massive feet sent nearby cars flying, revealing a glowing red weapon on the ground beneath. He quickly shouted to Hyun-Guk, "Grab that item and coordinate with the attack squad commander." Hearing the order, the soldier was stunned. "What? And leave you and the other survivors behind?" The entire sky was now shrouded by the ominous purple light of the Hellgate. He yelled, "This altar is the safest point right now, and Sergeant Choi Yang-jun won't be down for long. Go now. We have to kill it before it fully adapts to this environment." While Seha watched the monster from behind a wall, he called the attack squad commander. "Do you read me? I need you to draw its attention elsewhere with Private Lee Gun-hyuk." She was shocked by the command. "What? Lee Gun-hyuk is still alive?" He ignored her question and continued. "They cannot be allowed to see my next move," she said. "I can trust you again this time, can't I, Lee Hyuk?" He confirmed it. "Yes, you can." She raised her sword. "All right. I don't know what you're planning, but I have faith you won't let me down." Seha charged toward the monster, weapon in hand. He then called out to Lee Gun-hyuk, who immediately responded. "Private Lee Gun-hyuk, I read you loud and clear." Hearing the reply, he continued, "I'm counting on your support." The soldier froze for a second, then his entire body blazed with fighting spirit. "Please, leave it to me." He then sprinted towards Kim Shi-hee. "Sergeant Kim Shi-hee." She gave a sharp, clear reply. He yelled, "Let's go," and leaped down, thinking to himself, "I've finally gathered a team that knows how to fight for themselves." Just then, an arm reached out, grabbing his hand and pulling him up. The soldiers below stared in utter disbelief at the appearance of the unbelievably massive sword. The monster's body pulsed with torrents of violet energy. Above, Lee Hyuk dove towards the red head with his weapon, while below, Seha prepared to face the skeletal head. With a tremendous war cry, Lee Gun-hyuk and Seha charged the beast head-on. They struck both heads at the exact same moment, but their powerful slashes didn't leave so much as a scratch. The result left Seha completely stunned. Her sword was suddenly enveloped by the overwhelming energy erupting from the monster. Lee Gun-hyuk was thrown back by the raw force of the energy, losing his balance completely. Seha stumbled and fell, just as the skeletal head opened its massive jaws to devour her. The system flashed a new warning. Hell's gatekeeper, Chorus, is activating the wide area magic, Hell. He couldn't hide his surprise. It's using area of effect magic while its form is still unstable. Without warning, a swirling vortex of darkness began to siphon the energy from the monster. The circle expanded to a terrifying size, then stopped. In the next instant, a devastating pillar of energy shot downward. The blinding light forced Seha and Lee Gun-hyuk to shield their eyes. The soldiers on the roof were caught in the blast as well, but then he noticed something that made his blood run cold. Park Jun-mo was using his knife like a lightning rod, forcing the attack to change its trajectory and arc towards him. Still airborne, he watched with growing dread, wondering if the kid could possibly withstand that kind of power. The energy stream intensified as it slammed into Park Jun-mo, who let out an unending scream of agony. He shouted in alarm, "Park Jun-mo." The raw power had already turned his body purple. Park Jun-mo finally spoke. "Isn't this the Sky Cloud sword? Why would you give this to me?" Lee Hyuk answered him. "I've only entrusted it to you temporarily." "But Jun-mo, are you really going to go through with this?" The soldier's expression turned deadly serious. "Yes. A weakling like me has to do whatever it takes to become stronger." Hearing this, his face hardened. "If you dare to fail, you better be prepared for the consequences." Gripping the dagger tightly, he declared, "I've lived my entire life being overlooked and forgotten. For a failure like me, is there any real difference between living and just existing?" He thought to himself, "Normal players level up and grow through combat. But Junmo and I are different. We are evolution-type players who surpass our limits. We have to find our own unique methods for breakthroughs without any help from the system." I did everything I could to help Junmo refine his lightning attribute, but every single attempt failed. Junmo continued, "From now on, I refuse to live like that anymore." He continued to weigh his options. There was only one method left. The soldier suddenly stood at attention and shouted, "Corporal Park Junmo, leave it all to me. I am ready. I will not fail to meet your expectations, Sergeant Lee Hyuk." He remembered his past life. He couldn't recall what Park Junmo did back then. He died so early. What if this gamble fails? What if I'm wrong again? Could it be? Am I really responsible for another death? Back in reality, a powerful surge of energy from the monster slammed into him, making his body convulse as the current grew stronger and stronger. His comrade screamed in alarm, "Park Jun-mo, you have to hang in there." He collapsed to his knees in agony, but his hands never left the sword. His helmet clattered to the ground, making things worse as the raw energy surged directly into his head. Overwhelmed with worry, he thought, "Please, just hold on." Just then, a system window appeared before him. "Congratulations, You have unlocked the path of energy evolution. You have 9 seconds remaining to complete the absorption process. Upon completion, your lightning control will increase fivefold. Even as he absorbed the power, he still had to endure the excruciating pain. The system pinged again. Congratulations, you have unlocked the innate skill, Airwalk. You can now levitate up to a maximum of 5 meters above the ground. Junmo's entire body floated into the air as he let out a triumphant roar. Seeing this, his teammate couldn't help but celebrate. There it is. A message appeared on his own system screen. The area of effect spell, Hell Cloud, cast by the gatekeeper Cerberus, has been absorbed by an unknown player. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from where he hovered. Park Jin-mo gazed at his hands in pure astonishment. Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk. I did it. I can feel this incredible power surging through my body. Suddenly, tears began to stream down his face. This was the feeling of evolution. Seeing this, a wave of relief washed over the sergeant. He thought with a grin, jackpot. He actually awakened. This marked the beginning of their fight to defeat Cerberus. Just then, he was lowered back to the ground. A man came running out of the portal, shouting, "What's going on, Lee Hyun?" "I don't have time to explain," he shot back. "Tell Sergeant Kim Shi-hyun to prepare to activate the aerial space gate." The soldier was stunned. "Where are you going? Shouldn't you be supporting the main assault squad?" Hopping onto a truck, he replied. Junmo managed to block the wide area spell. "I'm sure the squad leader and Wool can buy us enough time. For now, I'm going to tame this bastard." A system window appeared, merging with the dark magic hidden within the pursued soul. Once the link is complete, you will successfully master the dark power of this armor. Warning: the summoner's soul will be gradually eroded by dark magic for the duration of the integration with the armor. A flash of pain crossed his face as he thought, just as I figured. It won't be easy to tame. The system displayed a new notification. Holy skill has been activated. Suddenly, a smirk spread across his face. But I already have a way to control metal. And he once again reached out to touch it. Cerberus was now furiously charging toward the billboard where Junmo stood. It conjured a massive fireball. But at that moment, Lee Hyun-Guk leaped up and shattered it. Faced with such a sudden, massive fireball, Junmo's expression filled with fear. Guk shouted, "Hey, get out of the way, you useless bum." He dove down, moving with blinding speed, and slammed his fist into the monster's mouth, knocking its attack off course and away from. But as he did, he realized something and glanced back. The monster's fireball erupted into a powerful inferno, instantly incinerating the buildings in its path. A huge part of the city was engulfed in a sea of flames as Junmo collapsed to the ground. Guk let out a wild laugh. "See that? I'm going to become the next top player." Abruptly, the monster's massive paw swung up and swatted him into the distance. The kick was so powerful that the building he hit crumbled into dust. The blow made him cough up a mouthful of blood. From the top of a skyscraper, a golden light flared from a pair of wings made of holy power. Seo Eun-ha screamed, "Divine wings of grace." Instantly, the massive wings shot down, smashing into the monster's mouth. But unbelievably, it easily bit down and shattered them. As Seo flew closer, she watched in disbelief, her heart filled with dread. "It's just a common undead. How could it shatter my divine wings of grace, an attack I poured all my holy power into?" The monster's jaws suddenly gaped wide. Realizing the danger, she quickly tried to escape, but the entire building was instantly crushed by its massive jaw. Seo Eun-ha began to fall. Seeing this, Junmo panicked. Squad leader Seo Eun-ha is in danger. He looked down at the sword in his hand. "So what can I, a guy who just awakened, possibly do?" Eun-ha hit the ground with a painful thud. Seeing her like that, Junmo's fighting spirit suddenly blazed to life. Even a warrior like her is struggling. "I've been a coward my whole life. No. I refuse to be a coward forever. If I just keep thinking like this, I'll never accomplish anything." He gripped his sword tightly and charged straight down. The system blared a warning. "Alert, the gatekeeper of hell, Cerberus, has completed its adaptation to Earth." The monster unleashed even more powerful flames, surrounding itself in a vortex of fire, its eyes burning with savage fury as it bared its colossal fangs. Seo Eun-ha's heart sank. "I don't have a single drop of holy power left." Instantly, the beast conjured a ball of lightning. As she watched it form, she thought, "Lee Hyun-Guk, this trump card you told me about. Who in the world is it?" As the energy sphere hurtled towards her, all she could do was raise her shield. But just in time, Junmo's blade shot forward to intervene. He deflected the attack with his shining white sword. Junmo turned to her, his voice laced with concern. "Are you all right, Commander?" She was stunned, stammering in disbelief. "Park Junmo, the monster. It's channeling even more power into its next attack." He roared, "Get behind me. I don't know how many of these lightning blasts I can handle." The skeletal beast conjured another sphere, this time a blazing fire. Park Junmo's eyes widened in alarm. "Damn it, a fireball. Instantly, a massive inferno and a bolt of lightning surged towards him. He yelled over his shoulder to Seonga, "Commander, find cover now." System. Mogul fragments have been released. In a flash, another sword intercepted the massive flame. A warrior clad in the legendary Spirit Hunter armor had arrived to save them. Junmo and Sunha cried out in relief. Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk. What was that? He glanced back at them, offering a sharp nod. "Good work, Lieutenant. Leave this to me now. Fall back." Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed through the chaos. "Park Junmo." "Corporal Park Junmo," the sergeant asked. "How do you feel, facing that beast? Think you can handle it?" Hearing this, Junmo tightened his grip on his sword. "Yes, sir. At the very least, I can hold it back with my Heavenly Cloud sword." A slight smile touched the sergeant's lips. "Then your mission is to contain it for as long as you can." Junmo roared, ultimate internal energy. His face was a mask of pure resolve. System. Mogul fragments have been released. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged straight for the monster. Junmo unleashed a lightning technique, drawing the monster's full attention. At that exact moment, Lee Hyun-Guk raised his own sword high into the air. System. Mogul fragments have been released. He instantly brought his blade crashing down on the monster's head. He roared, "Prepare to die." His sword plunged downwards, but the beast still managed to fire a lightning orb directly at him. Rage flashed in his eyes. Damn it. It missed? System. Personal skill flight unlocked. User can levitate up to a maximum of 5 meters from the ground. Junmo screamed, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk." He shot into the air, positioning himself in front of the sergeant. His sword acted like a magnet, drawing all the lightning into its blade. System. Congratulations. Your capacity for electrical control is increasing exponentially. Your controllable output has increased by 8 times. System. Upon surpassing a certain threshold of electrical absorption, a hidden skill will be unlocked. Junmo called out, "Are you all right, sir? Let me finish this bastard with my internal energy." A grin spread across Lee Hyun-Guk's face. "Excellent. Park Junmo. He's all yours. I'll take care of that fire-breathing horned beast below." Junmo replied with a sharp, "Yes, Sergeant." Lee Hyun-Guk dove towards the horned monstrosity as it spewed flames. The intense heat forced him to shield his face with his arm. System. Passive skill. Back armor has activated the ability Fire-Forged Steel. System. Grants the user a certain degree of fire resistance. Warning. Beware of decay, a dark magic attribute. He thought to himself, so this is the power of a hell sphere. If it weren't for this Spirit Hunter armor, I'd be nothing but ash. He commanded his sword to fly towards the horned beast. System. Mogul fragments have been released. Instantly, his sword pierced straight through its head. But the monster remained completely unharmed. Its eyes burned with a ferocity greater than before. "It's useless," he thought grimly. "None of my attacks are working. I have to find its weak spot." Junmo's voice boomed from above. "Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk, I'm still drawing its fire up here. Can you finish it off soon? We need a single, powerful strike to end this." Lee Hyun-Guk thought, "I know that. I'm trying." Hasn't Lim Min-hee's teleport arrived yet? He yelled back, "Junmo, strategic retreat." But the monster had no intention of letting them escape. It lunged forward with terrifying speed. System. Hell's Gatekeeper, Kustat, has adapted. Decay process accelerating. It unleashed a barrage of fire and lightning, laying waste to the city below. Even the observers high above were caught in the chaos. "Hey, the fire is spreading too fast. The target is moving into the bombardment zone." The cityscape was now a ruin, with rubble and debris flying everywhere from the monster's relentless assault. The soldiers below were in total disarray. But then, the teleportation gate opened. Cheers erupted from the chaos. "The warp gate is active. Kim Si, prepare the weapon." She responded instantly. "It's ready." The commander looked towards Lee Hyun-Guk, his thoughts a silent plea. "Please, this is our only shot. You have to succeed." A shimmering portal materialized amidst the swirling chaos. Down below, Junmo and Lee Hyun-Guk desperately held off the beast, but Junmo's energy was fading fast. The commander dove from above, roaring, "Junmo, move." Hearing the command, Junmo instantly scrambled out of the way. The commander screamed, "Fire." System. Mogul fragments have been released. His sword slammed into the ground, unable to pierce the monster's nigh-impenetrable armor. He thought to himself, "Its toughness, its speed. Everything about it is beyond my wildest imagination. It's still adapting to this place, getting stronger by the second. I have to find its weakness, and fast." Wait a second. Now I see it. That forest beast is protecting its undeveloped head. A true Cerberus is a 3-headed monster, with each head controlling fire, lightning, or poison gas. But this one's only using fire and lightning. There's no poison. That means the head it's protecting. That undeveloped one. Has to be its weak point. He immediately charged straight toward the monster, shouting, "Park Junmo, I've found its weakness. I'll take care of the last head. You just keep it distracted for me." Just then, a notification appeared in his system. Current power consumption has exceeded the required level. A hidden skill is being unlocked. His eyes widened as he read it. Then he yelled back, "Got it. Be careful." With a ferocious glare, the beast unleashed another torrent of fire at him. High above, on a skyscraper, the target was still 5 kilometers from the bombing zone. Back at the portal, a voice cut through the chaos. "We have a problem. The drones can't reach the target's altitude because of the thick smoke. The target is now 3 kilometers from the strike zone. Damn it. Push them as high as they can go. Target is 1 kilometer from the bombing zone. Target has reached the open airspace of the strike zone." An imperial spirit lifted him into the air. Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk moves to the portal's strike zone. Kim Se-hee cried out, "Sir," he shouted. "Damn it, there's nothing we can do from here. We just have to trust in Lee Hyun-Guk. Continue the plan. Move the weapons to the portal." Kim Se-hee immediately began teleporting the weapons, as thousands of swords poured through the gate. He was about to enter the portal himself. After reaching the strike zone, he dove straight down, thinking, "Hidden arrow, first volley." The monster noticed a flash of blue light in the sky and looked up. Just as his sword shot down, about to strike its mark, it bypassed the hardened upper head, aiming directly for the vulnerable, unfinished one below. But the beast saw through his plan, using its bony skull to defend itself. The sword slammed down, failing to deal any damage at all. Cerberus roared in fury, shifting into a battle stance. He thought, "So it really was protecting its weak point. My surprise attack failed. Then I'll just bury you in overwhelming firepower. Go, Iron Rain." Instantly, countless swords rained from the sky, hurtling toward the monster. The beast opened its massive jaws, intending to swallow him whole. He tried to steer his blade. "Damn it, I'm off target. I can't aim from this angle. The final shot has to hit." Just then, Junmo's sword generated a small orb of lightning. His system flashed a new notification. "Hidden skill unlocked. Breath of Lightning is ready. Uses remaining. 1." Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the orb at the beast and roared. Seeing this, Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk's face lit up with excitement. "Excellent, Park Junmo. I knew I wasn't wrong about you." His own sword plunged downward, striking the lower head. As flames erupted from its mouth, he screamed, "Ultimate mana release." In an instant, the head exploded, dealing massive damage to the Cerberus. Somewhere else, a voice echoed urgently, "We're detecting abnormal mana waves from an unknown source. We suspect the presence of a second boss-level monster. All members of the Tae-san team assisting nearby shelters have gone dark." Hearing this, a young woman clenched her fists in anger. What in the hell is Chu Kyo-yeon of Squad 15 doing? This woman was Kang Yoon-ju, the representative from South Korea's number 4 ranked players guild. A voice came from behind her. "It's been a while, Representative Kang." Startled, she spun around as footsteps approached, her expression hardening. "Choi Min-ho of the Black Tiger Unit. Or should I call you the President's Secretary for National Gate Strategy?" He stood at attention next to another officer and spoke calmly. "I have many titles. Please, call me whatever you find most convenient. I'm here to ask for your cooperation." This man was Warrant Officer Choi Min-ho, Tactical Instructor for the Black Tiger Unit, and Secretary for National Gate Strategy. The Black Tiger Unit is an elite special forces team directly under the AMT. All information about him, besides his name, is classified top secret. Si-yoon spoke up. "I thought the government was only concerned with protecting its own, not with clearing these waves. Where were you when we needed you? Why show up now?" The man's face remained grim. "You know as well as I do that a nation's player count is the deciding factor in its international power. To this day, not a single wave has been completely conquered by humanity. The United States and China, 2 superpowers, failed in both their first and second attempts. They've paid the price for that failure for the last 10 years. If we were to try something so reckless, we would never recover. We might even be invaded by other nations seizing the opportunity. That is the clearest proof that a nation's player count is directly linked to its defensive capabilities." She listened, then asked, "So this cooperation you're talking about, you just want us to stand by and do nothing?" He answered without hesitation. "No. Our special forces have been deployed with one goal, to become the first in history to conquer a wave." Yoon's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, does that mean the rumors about that F-rank soldier are true?" Myung-ho replied calmly, "That's right. A glimmer of hope has finally appeared at the end of this dark road." Yoon thought to himself, "Can we really do this?" But before he could finish, Myung-ho continued, "The tides have turned. So let me ask you one last time. Do you want to join forces and destroy the first wave in human history?" Back in the heart of the main character's battle, a system notification appeared, Aura successfully activated. Effect adds 10% of the crown's divine power to the target item. Event buff applied. Divine Blessing multiplies the holy effect by 5. Total divine power increased by 50%. Penalty: 10% of your mana has been consumed. The beast shrieked in agony, a silent prayer echoing in its mind. Please just die, you bastard. The monster kept conjuring another fireball, its eyes blazing with fury. A fight to the death, is it? He thought. Damn it. At this point, I have no choice but to try. If I've gotten as strong as I think I have, I can definitely do this. But can I truly bear this weight? In that very moment, the beast collapsed, its fireball shooting harmlessly toward the sky before it could be unleashed. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have defeated the Guardian of Hell, Cerberus. The decay emanating from this source is rapidly slowing. Once the core is destroyed, the decay process will end completely." He let out a breath of relief. The second source is destroyed. We did it. Without exception, every single person there erupted into cheers, jumping for joy at the victory. Just then, a new message flashed before him. Warning: dark magic corrosion from the hunted armor is increasing. He looked down at his armor. 2 pieces had already crumbled away. His voice cut through the celebration. It's not time to celebrate yet. Follow me, Park Junmo. We're going to destroy the core. The rest of you, search for survivors and prepare to teleport. Sir, they all shouted in unison. Purple light pulsed from the giant tree's core, and the 2 of them shattered it instantly. The system chimed again. Congratulations. You have destroyed the core, and the decay process has ended. All who participated in destroying the source of decay will receive experience. The formerly corrupted area will now transform into otherworldly mana stones. You have received an item information reward, the Seed of Mistiltine. Effect unknown. When this seed takes root and grows, it will become a divine tree that contains holy power. He accepted his reward. Junmo, unaware of the seed's true nature, spoke up. We destroyed the source of all that decay, and all we got was a stick. The main character thought to himself, this is no ordinary stick. It's a god-slaying divine weapon, the same one used to kill Baldur, the son of Odin, the god of light. Because Mistiltine is overwhelmingly powerful, the weapon never drops in its complete form. You have to plant the seed, help it sprout, and care for it until it becomes a divine tree. It's a rather troublesome item, but it's far better than having nothing. Seeing his friend's grim expression, Junmo frowned in confusion, then clapped him on the shoulder with a wide smile. Why do you look so serious? We've already destroyed the source of the decay, and now I know how to level up too. All we have to do is take down the final source, right? His face remained like stone. It's not that simple. There's another boss monster. The other monsters that have been holding back will now pour down like a flood. We can no longer just worry about the gate. Monsters will soon overrun all of Seoul. His thoughts turned to his friend. Hey, Park Junmo. He looked him dead in the eye. Keep the fact that you can level up a secret. If anyone asks, say you received a skill after completing a quest. Junmo looked completely baffled. Why would I do that? The hero's expression grew dark. Because you're not strong enough yet. If people find out you can level up, every organization from every nation, every single guild will come after you. You have to wait until you're strong enough. They will kill you if they can't possess you. Hearing this, all the color drained from Park Junmo's face, his expression turning to one of pure terror. The last of the ominous purple energy finally faded into nothing. He straightened his clothes and addressed the soldiers. Everyone, prepare yourselves. From now on, monsters will appear in areas without gates. Assault team leader, clear a path for us. At the same time, platoon leaders Park Junmo and Kim Kyung-jin. The rest of you, head to the temporary shelter and protect the survivors. One of the soldiers spoke up. Aren't we joining the raid on the final source of decay? We are, he explained. But fighting is not a soldier's only duty. There are no players in those shelters. Are you just going to leave those survivors to die? The 2 men stammered, unable to answer. He then shouted, everyone, move out. A voice suddenly cut in. We'll depart as soon as you are on board. The voice crackled over the radio. Kang Chan Sung, can you hear me? This is Chun Myung Ho. Lee Hyun-Guk here, loud and clear. I've been waiting for your call for a long time. Sir, has my request been approved? Myung Ho's voice crackled over the line. Do you have any idea what I went through for this? A faint smirk touched his lips. In moments like these, you had to respect that level of professionalism. Myung Ho's tone turned dead serious. We've received approval from the president. You can use every military arsenal, except the president's private reserves. Do you understand? Never in the history of the AMT had a single player been granted access to an entire division's armory. His expression hardened. Thank you, sir. Dispatch 4 mages capable of teleportation to each arsenal. Myung Ho sounded almost amused. And you just got clearance from the Zumama Guild for their arsenal too. Asking for everything was a bold move. A new voice cut in. This is Kang Se-yoon of Zumama. I have several high-level players we're in contact with. They're all A-rank players. They will be a great help once you're connected. We also have S-ranks, but before she could finish, he cut her off. Whatever it is, you better do it fast. He continued, his voice grim. We are out of time. A frantic voice shouted from the monitoring station. A manastorm of unknown origin is confirmed. It's growing, already 20 times the size of a normal gate. Se-yoon gasped in horror. How is that even possible? A massive swirling storm began to rip open the sky. From deep within, a colossal arm reached out. The moment it touched down, an entire building shattered into dust. Then, countless more manastorms erupted, revealing the monster's titanic legs. Everyone watched, paralyzed with fear, as a monstrous giant stepped from the gate. Its entire body was a writhing mass of flesh, like ropes braided together. A system notification suddenly appeared. Benzabun is attempting to break the barrier to enter this world. The Demon King of Hell is enraged over losing the guardian of the Infernal Gate. Myung-ho's voice returned, laced with doubt. I'm not questioning you, but can you really do this? The system updated. His arrival is delayed due to an incomplete weakening of the barrier. More parts of its body emerged from new portals. The system displayed a countdown. 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 21 seconds until its arrival. His face was grim. We can do this. I'll be the one to end the wave at Soon 72. The scene flashed back to Choi Yun's past. He was drawing when children ran in, calling, Teacher Yun. Are you really joining the army? The kids were buzzing with excitement. You're going to fight monsters. It'll be so fun, like leveling up in a video game. He ruffled a boy's hair and smiled. You think the army is a joke? I'm going to protect kids just like you. The boy tilted his head. Protect us? Then why didn't you protect us? The image of their innocent faces suddenly became smeared with blood. Monsters were destroying everything. Choi Yun stared at the dead children, speechless. He snapped awake as a concerned voice called out, Sergeant Yoon, are you okay? He sat up, rubbing his head. What? Where am I? What happened to the children? The other man's reply was blunt. They're all dead. Only one survived. Fury blazed in his eyes. What? What the hell was that idiot Lee Hyun-Guk doing? The soldier replied, It was a surprise attack. There was nothing he could do. Outside, a horde of monsters swarmed the streets. Junmo was using his lightning skills, blasting them one after another. He glanced back. They'll be on us soon. Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk yelled. We don't have time. Annihilate them. We have to reach the rendezvous point. Suddenly, a monster lunged, but Hyun-Guk moved faster, driving his blade straight through its neck. You think you can run wild here? He taunted. See that? That's Lee Han-sok, the future ace of this squad. He and Seung-ha had already killed 3 more. Seung-ha fought relentlessly. A new system window appeared. Warning. The Hell King, Beelzebub, is attempting to enter this dimension. His descent is delayed due to incomplete weakening. The creature was already trying to crawl its way out of the gate. The system updated. Time until arrival, 5 minutes and 32 seconds. In a corner, Choi Yoon's barrel of wine sat untouched. He clutched his head, recovering from his drunken haze. The other soldier reported, the A-rank players are gathering at the 3rd weakening point. Yang Jun's eyes snapped open. I understand. Then bring me my wine. A terrifying killing intent filled his expression. Bring me my wine. The soldier quickly pointed. It's over there. Yang Jun immediately strode over, grabbed a bottle, and took a long drink. The younger man was shocked. You're about to head into battle. Should you really be drinking? In response, he kicked the barrel, spilling weapons across the floor. The soldier stammered, You have to think about us, too. We're about to fight with you. He stared at the approaching horde and spoke. No, I'm going alone. You guys ever wonder why I always go solo ever since hitting A rank? Choi Yoon asked with a smirk, glancing back at the others. It's because all of you are just too slow. Too much dead weight. That's why I work alone, he added. And you wouldn't get it anyway. The sheer terror of having someone to protect. Without another word, he bolted directly towards the approaching horde of monsters. Spotting their prey, the beasts charged even faster, only to freeze in their tracks. He became a blur, his blade a whirlwind of strikes, sending the creatures to the afterlife before they could even react. Seeing him leap into the fray, Lee Ha-young shouted, Where are you going? Sergeant Choi, you can't break formation. The sergeant just laughed. You bastards who dare to touch my precious kids can shut your mouths. I'll do what needs to be done, so stay out of my way. Lee Ha-young was powerless to stop him. Damn it, Sergeant Choi Yoon, he thought to himself. Ever since losing all his students on a previous mission, Choi Yoon had avoided teamwork, choosing to fight as a lone wolf. How can I possibly control a man still drowning in that kind of trauma? Lee Ha-young wondered as Choi Yoon tore through 2 more monsters with terrifying speed. A man and a woman were seconds away from being attacked by a monster when they suddenly noticed something else. It was a small child, about to be devoured whole. The creature's massive jaws were already starting to open, The boy could do nothing but stumble backward in fear. But in a flash, Choi Yoon was there, severing the monster's head and saving the boy's life. He asked with genuine concern, "Hey kid, you alright?" The boy didn't answer. He just stared, completely stunned, as tears began to stream down his face. Seeing this, Choi Yoon softened his voice. "Hey, don't cry." He glanced around. "Where are the others? Your parents?" But before he could finish, the boy suddenly ran forward and threw his arms around Choi Yoon's waist. Choi Yoon scratched his head awkwardly. "Whoa, you okay there, little guy?" He raised a hand to pat the boy's head, but the image of his students dying flashed before his eyes, and his hand froze midair. His hands trembled as the memory resurfaced. Damn it, he thought, not this memory again. Just then, a spray of dirt and rocks flew past them. Lee Hyun-Guk had arrived on the scene. "Sergeant Choi, you are not to leave formation during a mission." Then he noticed the child clinging to the sergeant's leg and his expression turned to confusion. "Who's that kid? He always avoids children. Says they scare him." But Choi Yoon's voice was firm. "Lee Hyun-Guk, we're taking this child with us. He has no one to protect him, and I can't in good conscience send him to a refugee camp all alone." A grave expression washed over Lee Hyun-Guk's face. "We can't do that. We're about to face the Demon King, Belbup. There's no way we can fight him and protect a child at the same time." Choi Yoon's voice rose. "No, I refuse to accept that. You've seen it yourself. The refugee camps aren't safe anymore. Sending this kid there alone is practically a death sentence. Don't you see that? If we don't eliminate the source of this decay, Seoul will eventually fall, and so will its people. You said all the players are gathering, right? Then it should be safe there. Am I wrong?" Lee Hyun-Guk sighed in frustration. It was that stubborn streak again. Nothing could move him when it came to children. Wait a minute. Nearby, another hunter was whispering to the child. "He's a monster, kid. Don't look at him. He's the kind of man who has to return to the army, even after he dies." Lee Hyun-Guk spoke up. "All right, we'll go, and we'll take the boy with us. But I have one condition. We only take him as far as the rendezvous point, and you will be completely responsible for his care. And one last thing. You will follow my every order until we've dealt with this monster wave." Choi Yoon pouted at the demand. "Yeah, sure. I'll decide later whether I feel like listening or not." Lee Hyun-Guk's face was like stone. "Every order, without exception." Choi Yoon finally yelled, "All right, I get it. You damn nag." Satisfied, Lee Hyun-Guk turned to leave. "Then let's move. We have to be quick." Choi Yoon looked down at the boy still clinging to him. "Kid, you gotta let go now." Meanwhile, a dark thought crossed Lee Hyun-Guk's mind. "Perfect. This way, I can finally keep Choi Yoon on a leash for a while." A crocodile-like monster impaled an A-rank female hunter. Her comm crackled with a final message. "I repeat, all players A-rank and above, move to the rendezvous point." In the distance, someone let out a sickeningly smug laugh. How ridiculous. An emergency gathering? Are there even any players left? This was Chu Ju-young, raid leader of Korea's third-rate guild, Daesan. His primary ability, controlling monsters. He stood there cackling, with 3 monstrous beasts standing behind him like loyal hounds. He answered the comms himself. "I wonder who can even make it there. You fools. Things are not going according to your plan. Welcome to the unofficial start of the wave." At the meeting point, players were buzzing as they saw the legendary arrivals. "The Steel Army is finally here," one exclaimed. "See, I told you. Is Lee Hyun-Guk really 2 meters tall? But I heard they already eliminated the source of the decay. Was that not true?" Suddenly, a player turned his head, his voice trembling. "Hey, no way. There are still more of them." Lee Hyun-Guk's unit arrived, lining up in perfect formation and shouting, "The Steel Army, reporting for duty." Kang Seok rushed forward, practically throwing himself at his idol. "You did great, Lee Hyun-Guk." Visibly uncomfortable, Lee Hyun-Guk pushed him back. "Could you please give me some space?" He turned to his commander with a serious report. Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk reporting. "Sir, this battle is far from over." A rustling in the canopy made Hyun-Guk and Kang Seok whip their heads around. The moment they saw what was approaching, their guards shot up. A 4.0 tech goblin was riding a vehicle, speeding towards the chattering crowd. Eun-ha quickly took a stance, shouting for everyone to prepare for battle. The soldiers cocked their guns and fell into formation, ready to riddle the monster with bullets at any moment. They roared in unison, ready for a fight. But Kang Seok quickly shouted, trying to stop his 500 overzealous men. "Everyone, stand down. That's an ally." The cloaked figure asked Kang Seok, "An ally? Are you joking?" He stuck his hands in his pockets, chuckling as he explained, "I was just testing to see how ready your soldiers were." The man, with a surprisingly slender frame, had just appeared, yet he was already causing a stir among the soldiers. "It's Ju Kyo-yan, the leader of the Daesan Guild." Kyo-yan provoked them, saying, The military is just a training ground for my real warriors. It would be a real pain if your grunts got in the way of our work. His pride stung. Kang Seok surged forward, his anger flaring. Hey, Ju Kyo-yeon, are you insulting my army? Not only were the two leaders clashing, but their top officers also rushed forward, ready for a brawl. Do you want me to show you just how intentional that insult was? On the other side, Hyun-Guk had to grab Yeon's leg to hold him back. Don't look at that filth. It'll dirty your eyes. Kang Seok glared at Kyo-yeon and told him to consider it a favor. The army is forbidden from harming civilians. But Kyo-yeon just provoked him further. Why don't you just admit you're scared? What? Are you afraid of losing all your precious underlings? In the end, it was Hyun-Guk who had to step forward and stop the two hotheads. What do you think you're doing? Aren't you here as a representative of your guild? Should we interpret your actions as the official stance of the entire Daesan Guild? Annoyed by the interruption, Kyo-yeon demanded, Who are you? You think some lowly grunt can interfere in this? Ah, Kang Seok let out a sarcastic laugh. A lowly grunt? This man is the key to eliminating the source of the corruption in Seoul. He will be commanding the entire operation to destroy the final source of the corruption. Hearing this, Kyo-yeon was utterly stunned. A rookie in command. Are you insane? The scene shifts to the strategy room, where Hyun-Guk is explaining the plan. There are 3 gates in Gangbuk, Gangnam, and Gangseo that have opened in response to the Hell King's call. After a certain amount of time, these 3 gates will merge into one. And we believe that is when the monster Bilbo will appear. To counter this, the AMT Player Alliance will equip holy weapons and attack each gate with sacred arts. After hearing the plan, Kyo-yeon snapped, Hey, show off. Get out of here with that half-baked, nonsensical bombing idea. You can't destroy the gates that way, anyway. It will only delay the Hell King's advance. What I want to hear is whether or not you have a plan to actually kill that damn thing. Hyun-Guk didn't try to hide the truth. He answered directly. With the resources we currently have, it's impossible. Kyo-yeon exploded on the spot, pointing and shouting, You crazy bastard. How dare you summon us high-level players here without a plan? Kang Seok grabbed Kyo-yeon's shoulder, warning him. Do you really have a death wish? Calm down and listen to what he has to say. Kyo-yeon looked annoyed. Get your hands off me. Kang Seok sided with Hyun-Guk. He doesn't just talk nonsense. Hyun-Guk explained it to Kyo-yeon. To be specific, there's no way to kill the Hell King's true body on the other side of the gate, but we can still damage the body parts that have crossed over into Seoul. Kyo-yeon mulled it over. Is that so? So we can't kill him, but we can cripple him. He was still clearly unconvinced of Hyun-Guk's competence. Fine. And then what? What do we gain? Is that even possible? Hyun-Guk calmly replied, Yes, it is. We've already seen body parts with exposed bone because its body is incomplete. We can restrict its movement with a magical bombardment, and if our high rankers focus their attacks on that area, we can sever its limbs, stop its arrival, and eliminate the corruption. And if we destroy its core as well, we will be the first in history to conquer a wave. Kang Seok seriously considered his plan. That sounds plausible. The way to beat a wave isn't to kill the boss, but to destroy the core that's causing the corruption. But there's one problem. None of the A-rank players we need to destroy the core have shown up. Is this still feasible? Hyun-Guk already had a plan for that. If we gather all C-rank players and above who can attack directly and have them attack in shifts, it is possible. Kyo-yeon scoffed in disbelief. Easier said than done. Has the quest system ever allowed us to attack a monster that easily? It doesn't matter if we go for the arms or the head. The moment we strike, the system will make this mission exponentially harder. Hyun-Guk shot back. So what's the play here? Are you saying we need something that can hit all 3 zones at once? Hearing this, Kyo-yeon just let out a cold laugh, his voice dripping with mockery. See that? Do you see? He has absolutely zero experience with this kind of thing. Kang Seok calmly interjected. Things like experience are meaningless for a kid like him. He's the one who cleared the Red Gate and Seoul Station. After all, as just an F rank, nothing more. Kyo-yeon scoffed, thinking he was bluffing. An F rank? You shouldn't spread such obvious lies. This is just getting more and more out of hand, Hyun-Guk admitted. Fine, you're an A rank. Practically an S rank, so your point is valid. But attacking all 3 targets at once is nearly impossible right now, because besides you, not a single other A rank hunter is here. Do you have any idea why? Cornered by the question, Kyo-yeon started sweating bullets. What's with this guy? He couldn't possibly know. Could he? Panicked, he tried to cover his tracks. Damn it, how the hell would I know? Maybe they all ran and hid somewhere. Or perhaps they're all already dead. Of course, whatever. We have no choice but to strike all 3 simultaneously. I'll handle one of them myself. You guys figure out how to deal with the rest. Kyo-yeon figured if he stepped up to handle one area himself, what could they possibly say? My job is to pick them off one by one after you've split your forces. He began to taunt them again. What's the matter? Too scared to attack with that pathetic little human of yours? Don't worry. I'll take command as the representative of the Daesan Guild. A sly grin spread across Hyun-Guk's face. The Daesan Guild is taking the lead. Suddenly, I feel a lot more secure. Kyo-young had walked straight into Hyun-Guk's trap. He was caught. I'll be looking forward to your active participation. Captain Chu Kyo-young. Kyo-young finally sensed something was off, staring in horror at Hyun-Guk's satisfied smile. Excellent. Just as you said, we'll proceed with a simultaneous attack. You promised, after all. As the face of the Daesan Guild, Kyo-young froze up at his words. Wait a minute. I have a really bad feeling about this. Quick as a flash, Hyun-Guk seized the initiative. In return, we will decide who goes where. The scene shifts to Gangbok, where Team 1 is ready to attack. In Gangnam, Team 2 is ready to strike. Team 3 is ready to strike. Over in Gangseo is the Angel Assault Team, targeting Bilbo's head, led by Chu Kyo-young of Daesan, Squad Leader Lim Min-hee, Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk, and Sergeant Kim Se. The B Team in Gangbok is targeting Bilbo's right arm, with Squad Leaders Seo Eun-ha, Sergeant Choi Yoon, and Corporal Park Jamo, who worriedly asks if they'll really be okay on their own. Yang sat down in front of a small boy, telling him to listen to the soldiers here. Don't wander away from the adults, understand? According to the assignments, the final team, C Team in Gangnam, will be taking on Bilbo's left arm, led by the S-rank boxing king, Han Tae-san. Kyo-young's jaw dropped. What? The boxing king is in Seoul. Kang Seok was just as shocked. Then why haven't we seen him until now? Hyun-Guk stated confidently, we have a reliable source that says the boxing king will return from his training within the hour. Furthermore, the gate he returns through will open right here in Gangnam. And who is this reliable source? It's my own memory. I've seen it happen time and again in the reports on the Seoul Wave, in the Boxing King's official files. He was the one who fought relentlessly against the Hell King all by himself. Thanks to that, I now have a wealth of information on the Hell King. Hyun-Guk had another favor to ask Kang Sok. I need you to take charge of the bombardment, Commander. Kang Sok didn't hesitate. Fine by me, but is this really okay? This whole plan hinges on Chu Kyo-young. Meanwhile, Kyo-young was pacing back and forth anxiously. I don't like this one bit. Kang Sok voiced his distrust of Kyo-young to Hyun-Guk. He's a cunning bastard who wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his own men to achieve his goals. What he says might make sense, but I don't trust his plan for a second. Hyun-Guk was well aware. Kyo-young. I know. I took all of that into account when I laid out this strategy. That's why I put him on the same team as me, so I can keep an eye on him. Kang Seok suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Sergeant Lee Hyun-Guk, thank you. And I'm sorry. I feel terrible for placing such a heavy burden on you. Hyun-Guk chuckled. It's all right. Through all of this, I've had many chances to grow stronger. I will do everything in my power to defeat this wave. Kang Seok held the radio in his hand, roaring a command to his team. Light him up. The entire squad immediately took aim. In perfect unison, they shouted, fire. Bilbo's massive face took the full brunt of the soldiers' assault. They unleashed a relentless barrage, bullets flying from every direction. Hyun-Guk ordered the squad leader to take Sergeant Kim Se and Private Kim Ki-jin to point B. The squad leader acknowledged. Got it. Be careful. B Team, move out. B Team quickly moved into position. Let's go. Hyun-Guk gave his next order. Captain Chu and I will advance on the gate together. There are a lot of monsters nearby, so please move quietly. Kyo-young shot a sinister look at his subordinate. Of course, so many monsters after all. Hyun-Guk caught the venom in his voice and sensed the betrayal, raising an eyebrow at Captain Chu. Suddenly, Kyo-young's man attacked Hyun-Guk, slamming him down onto the pavement. Kyo-young sneered with utter contempt. What a pity. An F-rank show-off dying in a single hit on a mission. How pathetic. But it seems Ka-young's plan had completely backfired. Hyun-Guk, perfectly fine, pushed himself up to expose the betrayal. I absolutely despise being stabbed in the back. Ka-young's eyes flew wide open, his jaw hanging in utter shock. Hyun-Guk turned, giving him a bone-chilling glare. But you performed exactly as I predicted. Chu Ka-young, did you really think you could get away with this? 1 month ago, at the Bundang Park gate, a soldier was trembling from head to toe. A massive brown bear loomed over him, baring its fangs and claws, ready to strike. Suddenly, an axe blade flashed from nowhere, slicing through the bear's neck and sending it back to the earth. Ka-young's horde of monstrous underlings swarmed out, launching an all-out assault that wiped out the bear pack. Ka-young stood aside, admiring his own brilliant plan. Using humans as bait was always best. Nothing was more effective for luring monsters together. The soldier's face lit up when he saw him. Squad leader Chu Ka-young, you're here. But before he could even finish his thanks, Kai Young delivered a sharp, echoing slap. Yeah, whatever. Disgust was written all over his face. This is such a pain. Still, using human bait is always the most efficient way, but having all these eyes watching me is seriously irritating. Kai Young's green giants continued their brutal rampage against the bears. The monster boss finally appeared, the molten lava bear. This alpha, the leader of the red bears, was on the move to claim its territory. A bloodthirsty craze filled Kai Young's eyes. I don't give a damn about some stupid bear's territory. The one who has my interest is you. The green giants worked together to seize the alpha bear, pinning it down with overwhelming force. The alpha roared furiously in Kai Young's face. A notification window appeared. The limit break monster taming skill has been activated. You can gain control of a monster by seizing its heart. The monster's consciousness is fading. Kai Young reached out, his energy dominating the alpha bear. The limit break monster taming skill was successful. Kai Young smirked triumphantly, holding the monster's blazing heart in his hand. The heart's energy was absorbed, bit by bit, into a small pouch at his hip. Skill: authoritative taming and training. The monster now acknowledges the skill wielder as its master. Just like that, the once ferocious alpha bear now bowed its head respectfully before Kai Young. In his past life, Kai Young led a monster army strong enough to challenge mid-tier guilds and was known as an A-rank player on the verge of becoming S-rank. But after the Suwon wave ended, no one... However, the records show that after he disappeared, a necromancer emerged with the power to control an entire monster army. What is the connection between these two individuals? Will Kai Young awaken his powers as a necromancer? That brings us to the end of our video. The scenes you just watched were a summary of the series. If you have any theories of your own, be sure to drop them in the comment section below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell for more exciting videos in the future.